This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. The Genius by Theodore Dreiser. Book 1, Youth. This story has its beginnings in the town of Alexandria, Illinois, between 1884 and 1889, at a time when the place had a population of somewhat near 10,000. There was about it just enough of the air of a city to relieve it of the sense of rural life. It had one streetcar line, a theater, or rather an opera house, so called. Why, no one might say, for no opera was ever performed there. 2 railroads with their stations, and a business district composed of 4 brisk sides to a public square. In the square were the county courthouse and 4 newspapers. The 2 morning and 2 evening papers made the population fairly aware of the fact that life was full of issues, local and national, and that there were many interesting and varied things to do. On the edge of town, several lakes and a pretty stream, perhaps Alexandria's most pleasant feature, gave it an atmosphere not unakin to that of a moderate-priced summer resort. Architecturally, the town was not new. It was mostly built of wood, as all American towns were at this time, but laid out prettily in some sections, with houses that sat back in great yards, far from the streets, with flower beds, brick walks, and green trees as concomitants of a comfortable home life. Alexandria was a city of young Americans. Its spirit was young. Life was all before almost everybody. It was really good to be alive. In one part of the city there lived a family which in its character and composition might well have been considered typically American and Middle Western. It was not by any means poor, or at least did not consider itself so. It was in no sense rich. Thomas Jefferson Witla, the father, was a sewing machine agent with the general agency in that county of one of the best-known and best-selling machines made. From each $20, $35, or $60 machine which he sold, he took a profit of 35%. The sale of machines was not great, but it was enough to yield him nearly $2,000 a year, and on that he had managed to buy a house and lot, to furnish it comfortably, to send his children to school, and to maintain a local store on the public square where the latest styles of machines were displayed. He also took old machines of other makes in exchange, allowing $10 to $15 on the purchase price of a new machine. He also repaired machines, and with that peculiar energy of the American mind, he tried to do a little insurance business in addition. His first idea was that his son, Eugene Witla, might take charge of this latter work once he became old enough and the insurance trade had developed sufficiently. He did not know what his son might turn out to be, but it was always well to have an anchor to the windward. He was a quick, wiry, active man of no great stature, sandy-haired, with blue eyes, with noticeable eyebrows, an eagle nose, and a rather radiant and ingratiating smile. Service as a canvassing salesman, endeavoring to persuade recalcitrant wives and indifferent or conservative husbands to realize that they really needed a new machine in their home, had taught him caution, tact, savoir-faire. He knew how to approach people pleasantly. His wife thought too much so. Certainly he was honest, hard-working, and thrifty. They had been waiting for a long time for the day when they could say they owned their own home and had a little something laid away for emergencies. That day had come, and life was not half bad. The house was neat, white with green shutters, surrounded by a yard with well-kept flower beds, a smooth lawn, and some few shapely and broad-spreading trees. There was a front porch with rockers, a swing under one tree, a hammock under another, a buggy, and several canvassing wagons in a nearby stable. Witla liked dogs, so there were 2 collies. Mrs. Witla liked live things, so there were a canary bird, a cat, some chickens, and a birdhouse set aloft on a pole where a few bluebirds made their home. It was a nice little place, and Mr. and Mrs. Witla were rather proud of it. Miriam Witla was a good wife to her husband. A daughter of a hay and grain dealer in Worcester, a small town near Alexandria in McLean County, she had never been farther out into the world than Springfield and Chicago. She had gone to Springfield as a very young girl to see Lincoln buried, and once with her husband she had gone to the State Fair or Exposition, which was held annually in those days on the lake front in Chicago. She was well preserved, good-looking, poetic, under a marked outward reserve. It was she who had insisted upon naming her only son Eugene Tennyson, a tribute at once to a brother, Eugene, and to the celebrated romanticist of verse, because she had been so impressed with his Idylls of the King. Eugene Tennyson seemed rather strong to Witla père, as a name of a middle Western American boy, but he loved his wife and gave her her ways in most things. He rather liked the names of Sylvia and Myrtle, with which she had christened the two girls. All three of the children were good-looking. Sylvia, a girl of 21, with black hair, dark eyes, full-blown like a rose, healthy, active, smiling. Myrtle was of a less vigorous constitution, small, pale, shy, but intensely sweet, like the flower she was named after, her mother said. She was inclined to be studious and reflective, to read verse and dream. The young bloods of the high school were all crazy to talk to Myrtle and walk with her, but they could find no words, and she herself did not know what to say to them. Eugene Witla was the apple of his family's eye, younger than either of his two sisters by 2 years. He had straight, smooth, black hair, dark, almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, a shapely but not aggressive chin. His teeth were even and white, showing with a curious delicacy when he smiled, as if he were proud of them. He was not very strong to begin with, moody, and to a notable extent artistic. Because of a weak stomach and a semi-anemic condition, he did not really appear as strong as he was. He had emotion, fire, longings that were concealed behind a wall of reserve. He was shy, proud, sensitive, and very uncertain of himself. When at home, he lounged about the house, reading Dickens, Thackeray, Scott, and Poe. He browsed idly through one book after another, wondering about life. The great cities appealed to him. He thought of travel as a wonderful thing. In school he read Taine and Gibbon between recitation hours, wondering at the luxury and beauty of the great courts of the world. He cared nothing for grammar, nothing for mathematics, nothing for botany or physics, except odd bits here and there. Curious facts would strike him, the composition of clouds, the composition of water, the chemical elements of the earth. He liked to lie in the hammock at home, spring, summer, or fall, and look at the blue sky showing through the trees. A soaring buzzard poised in speculative flight held his attention fixedly. The wonder of a snowy cloud, high piled like wool and drifting as an island, was like a song to him. He had wit, a keen sense of humor, a sense of pathos. Sometimes he thought he would draw, sometimes write. He had a little talent for both, he thought, but did practically nothing with either. He would sketch now and then, but only fragments. A small rooftop with smoke curling from a chimney and birds flying, a bit of water with a willow bending over it and perhaps a boat anchored, a mill pond with ducks afloat and a boy or woman on the bank. He really had no great talent for interpretation at this time, only an intense sense of beauty. The beauty of a bird in flight, a rose in bloom, a tree swaying in the wind. These held him. He would walk the streets of his native town at night, admiring the brightness of the store windows, the sense of youth and enthusiasm that went with a crowd, the sense of love and comfort and home that spoke through the glowing windows of houses set back among the trees. He admired girls, was mad about them, but only about those who were truly beautiful. There were 2 or 3 in his school who reminded him of poetic phrases he had come across. Beauty like a tightened bow, thy hyacinth hair, thy classic face, a dancing shape, an image gay. But he could not talk to them with ease. They were beautiful, but so distant. He invested them with more beauty than they had. The beauty was in his own soul, but he did not know that. One girl whose yellow hair lay upon her neck in great yellow braids like ripe corn was constantly in his thoughts. He worshipped her from afar, but she never knew. She never knew what solemn black eyes burned at her when she was not looking. She left Alexandria, her family moving to another town, and in time he recovered. For there is much of beauty, but the color of her hair and the wonder of her neck stayed with him always. There was some plan on the part of Witla to send these children to college, but none of them showed any great desire for education. They were perhaps wiser than books, for they were living in the realm of imagination and feeling. Sylvia longed to be a mother, and was married at 21 to Henry Burgess, the son of Benjamin C. Burgess, editor of the Morning Appeal. There was a baby the first year. Myrtle was dreaming through algebra and trigonometry, wondering whether she would teach or get married, for the moderate prosperity of the family demanded that she do something. Eugene mooned through his studies, learning nothing practical. He wrote a little, but his efforts at 16 were puerile. He drew, but there was no one to tell him whether there was any merit in the things he did or not. Practical matters were generally without significance to him, but he was overawed by the fact that the world demanded practical service, buying and selling like his father, clerking in stores, running big business. It was a confusing maze, and he wondered, even at this age, what was to become of him. He did not object to the kind of work his father was doing, but it did not interest him. For himself, he knew it would be a pointless, dreary way of making a living, and as for insurance, that was equally bad. He could hardly bring himself to read through the long rigmarole of specifications which each insurance paper itemized. There were times, evenings and Saturdays, when he clerked in his father's store, but it was painful work. His mind was not in it. As early as his 12th year his father had begun to see that Eugene was not cut out for business, and by the time he was 16 he was convinced of it. From the trend of his reading and his percentage marks at school, he was equally convinced that the boy was not interested in his studies. Myrtle, who was 2 classes ahead of him, but sometimes in the same room, reported that he dreamed too much. He was always looking out the window. Eugene's experience with girls had not been very wide. There were those very minor things that occur in early youth. Girls whom we furtively kiss, and who furtively kiss us. The latter had been the case with Eugene. He had no particular interest in any one girl. At 14, he had been picked by a little girl at a party as an affinity, for the evening at least, and in the game of post office, had enjoyed the wonder of a girl's arms around him in a dark room and a girl's lips against his. But since then there had been no re-encounter of any kind. He had dreamed of love, with this one experience as a basis, but always in a shy, distant way. He was afraid of girls, and they, to tell the truth, were afraid of him. They could not make him out. But in the fall of his 17th year, Eugene came into contact with one girl who made a profound impression upon him. Stella Appleton was a notably beautiful creature. She was very fair, Eugene's own age, with very blue eyes and a slender sylph-like body. She was gay and debonair in an enticing way, without really realizing how dangerous she was to the average, susceptible male heart. She liked to flirt with the boys because it amused her, and not because she cared for anyone in particular. There was no petty meanness about it, however, for she thought they were all rather nice, the less clever appealing to her almost more than the sophisticated. She may have liked Eugene originally because of his shyness. He saw her first at the beginning of his last school year, when she came to the city and entered the second high school class. Her father had come from Moline, Illinois, to take a position as manager of a new pulley manufactory, which was just starting. She had quickly become friends with his sister, Myrtle, being perhaps attracted by her quiet ways, as Myrtle was by Stella's gaiety. One afternoon, as Myrtle and Stella were on Main Street, walking home from the post office, they met Eugene, who was on his way to visit a boy friend. He was really bashful, and when he saw them approaching he wanted to escape, but there was no way. They saw him, and Stella approached confidently enough. Myrtle was anxious to intercept him, because she had her pretty companion with her. "You haven't been home, have you?" she asked, stopping. This was her chance to introduce Stella. Eugene couldn't escape. "Miss Appleton, this is my brother Eugene." Stella gave him a sunny, encouraging smile and her hand, which he took gingerly. He was plainly nervous. "I'm not very clean," he said apologetically. "I've been helping Father fix a buggy." "Oh, we don't mind," said Myrtle. "Where are you going?" "Over to Harry Morris's," he explained. "What for?" "We're going for hickory nuts." "Oh, I wish I had some," said Stella. "I'll bring you some," he volunteered gallantly. She smiled again. "I wish you would." She almost proposed that they should be taken along, but inexperience hindered her. Eugene was struck with all her charm at once. She seemed like one of those unattainable creatures who had swum into his ken a little earlier and disappeared. There was something of the girl with the corn-colored hair about her, only she had been more human, less like a dream. This girl was fine, delicate pink, like porcelain. She was fragile and yet virile. He caught his breath, but he was more or less afraid of her. He did not know what she might be thinking of him. "Well, we're going on to the house," said Myrtle. "I'd go along if I hadn't promised Harry I'd come over." "Oh, that's all right," replied Myrtle. "We don't mind." He withdrew, feeling that he had made a very poor impression. Stella's eyes had been on him in a very inquiring way. She looked after him when he had gone. "Isn't he nice?" she said to Myrtle frankly. "I think so," replied Myrtle. "Kind of. He's too moody, though." "What makes him?" "He isn't very strong." "I think he has a nice smile." "I'll tell him." "No, please don't. You won't, will you?" "No." "But he has a nice smile." "I'll ask you round to the house some evening, and you can meet him again." "I'd like to," said Stella. "It would be a lot of fun." "Come out Saturday evening and stay all night. He's home then." "I will," said Stella. "Won't that be fine?" "I believe you like him," laughed Myrtle. "I think he's awfully nice," said Stella simply. The second meeting happened on Saturday evening as arranged. When he came home from his odd day at his father's insurance office, Stella had come to supper. Eugene saw her through the open sitting-room door as he bounded upstairs to change his clothes. For he had a fire of youth which no sickness of stomach or weakness of lungs could overcome at this age. A thrill of anticipation ran over his body. He took especial pains with his toilet, adjusting a red tie to a nicety and parting his hair carefully in the middle. He came down after a while, conscious that he had to say something smart, worthy of himself, or she would not see how attractive he was. And yet he was fearful as to the result. When he entered the sitting-room, she was sitting with his sister before an open fireplace, the glow of a lamp with a red-flowered shade warmly illuminating the room. It was a commonplace room, with its blue cloth-covered center table, its chairs of stereotyped factory design, its bookcase of novels and histories. But it was homey, and the sense of hominess was strong. Mrs. Witla was in and out occasionally, looking for things which appertained to her functions as house mother. The father was not home yet. He would get there by supper time, having been to some outlying town of the county trying to sell a machine. Eugene was indifferent to his presence or absence. Mr. Witla had a fund of humor which extended to joking with his son and daughters, when he was feeling good, to noting their budding interest in the opposite sex, to predicting some commonplace climax, to their one grand passion when it should come. He was fond of telling Myrtle that she would one day marry a horse doctor. As for Eugene, he predicted a certain Elsa Brown, who, his wife said, had greasy curls. This did not irritate either Myrtle or Eugene. It even brought a wry smile to Eugene's face, for he was fond of a jest. But he saw his father pretty clearly even at this age, He saw the smallness of his business, the ridiculousness of any such profession having any claim on him. He never wanted to say anything, but there was in him a burning opposition to the commonplace, a molten pit in a crater of reserve, which smoked ominously now and then for anyone who could have read. Neither his father nor his mother understood him. To them he was a peculiar boy, dreamy, sickly, unwitting as yet of what he really wanted. "Oh, here you are," said Myrtle when he came in. "Come and sit down." Stella gave him an enticing smile. He walked to the mantelpiece and stood there posing. He wanted to impress this girl, and he did not quite know how. He was almost lost for anything to say. "You can't guess what we've been doing," his sister chirped hopefully. "Well, what?" he replied blankly. "You ought to guess. Can't you be nice and guess?" "One guess, anyhow," put in Stella. "Toasting popcorn," he ventured, with a half smile. "You're warm." It was Myrtle speaking. Stella looked at him with round blue eyes. "One more guess," she suggested. "Chestnuts," he guessed. She nodded her head gaily. "What hair," he thought. Then, "Where are they?" "Here's one," laughed his new acquaintance, holding out a tiny hand. Under her laughing encouragement he was finding his voice. "Stingy," he said. "Now isn't that mean?" she exclaimed. "I gave him the only one I had. Don't you give him any of yours, Myrtle." "I take it back," he pleaded. "I didn't know." "I won't!" exclaimed Myrtle. "Here, Stella," and she held out the few nuts she had left. "Take these, and don't you give him any." She put them in Stella's eager hands. He saw her meaning. It was an invitation to a contest. She wanted him to try to make her give him some. He fell in with her plan. "Here," he stretched out his palm. "That's not right." She shook her head. "One anyhow," he insisted. Her head moved negatively from side to side slowly. "One," he pleaded, drawing near. Again the golden negative. But her hand was at the side nearest him, where he could seize it. She started to pass its contents behind her to the other hand, but he jumped and caught it. "Myrtle, quick!" she called. Myrtle came. It was a three-handed struggle. In the midst of the contest Stella twisted and rose to her feet. Her hair brushed his face. He held her tiny hand firmly. For a moment he looked into her eyes. What was it? He could not say. Only he half let go and gave her the victory. "There," she smiled. "Now I'll give you one." He took it, laughing. What he wanted was to take her in his arms. A little while before supper his father came in and sat down, but presently took a Chicago paper and went into the dining room to read. Then his mother called them to the table, and he sat by Stella. He was intensely interested in what she did and said. If her lips moved, he noted just how. When her teeth showed, he thought they were lovely. A little ringlet on her forehead beckoned him like a golden finger. He felt the wonder of the poetic phrase, the shining strands of her hair. After dinner he and Myrtle and Stella went back to the sitting room. His father stayed behind to read, his mother to wash dishes. Myrtle left the room after a bit to help her mother, and then these two were left alone. He hadn't much to say. Now that they were together, he couldn't talk. Something about her beauty kept him silent. "Do you like school?" she asked after a time. She felt as if they must talk. "Only fairly well," he replied. "I'm not much interested. I think I'll quit one of these days and go to work." "What do you expect to do?" "I don't know yet. I'd like to be an artist." He confessed his ambition for the first time in his life. Why, he could not have said. Stella took no note of it. "I was afraid they wouldn't let me enter second-year high school, but they did," she remarked. "The superintendent at Moline had to write the superintendent here. They're mean about those things," he cogitated. She got up and went to the bookcase to look at the books. He followed after a little. "Do you like Dickens?" she asked. He nodded his head solemnly in approval. "Pretty much," he said. "I can't like him. He's too long drawn out. I like Scott better." "I like Scott," he said. "I'll tell you a book that I like." She paused. Her lips parted, trying to remember the name. She lifted her hand, as though to pick the title out of the air. "The Fair God!" she exclaimed at last. "Yes, it's fine," he approved. "I thought the scene in the old Aztec temple, where they were going to sacrifice Ahwahee, was so wonderful." "Oh, yes, I like that," she added. She pulled out Ben-Hur and turned its leaves idly. And this was so good. Wonderful. They paused, and she went to the window, standing under the cheap lace curtains. It was a moonlight night. The rows of trees that lined the street on either side were leafless, the grass brown and dead. Through the thin interlaced twigs that were like silver filigree they could see the lamps of other houses shining through half-drawn blinds. A man went by, a black shadow in the half-light. "Isn't it lovely?" she said. Eugene came near. "It's fine," he answered. "I wish it were cold enough to skate. Do you skate?" She turned to him. "Yes, indeed," he replied. "My, it's so nice on a moonlit night. I used to skate a lot at Moline." "We skate a lot here. There are two lakes, you know." He thought of the clear crystal nights when the ice of Green Lake had split every so often with a great resounding rumble. He thought of the crowds of boys and girls shouting, the distant shadows, the stars. Up to now he had never found any girl to skate with successfully. He had never felt just easy with anyone. He had tried it, but once he had fallen with a girl, and it had almost cured him of skating forever. He felt as though he could skate with Stella. He felt that she might like to skate with him. "When it gets colder we might go," he ventured. "Myrtle skates." "Oh, that'll be fine," she applauded. Still she looked out into the street. After a bit she came back to the fire and stood before him, pensively looking down. "Do you think your father will stay here?" he asked. "He says so. He likes it very much." "Do you?" "Yes, now." "Why now?" "Oh, I didn't like it at first." "Why?" "Oh, I guess it was because I didn't know anybody. I like it, though, now." She lifted her eyes. He drew a little nearer. "It's a nice place," he said, "but there isn't much for me here. I think I'll leave next year." "Where do you think you'll go?" "To Chicago. I don't want to stay here." She turned her body toward the fire, and he moved to a chair behind her, leaning on its back. She felt him there rather close, but did not move. He was surprising himself. "Aren't you ever coming back?" she asked. "Maybe. It all depends. I suppose so." "I shouldn't think you'd want to leave yet." "Why?" "You say it's so nice." He made no answer, and she looked over her shoulder. He was leaning very much toward her. "Will you skate with me this winter?" he asked meaningly. She nodded her head. Myrtle came in. "What are you two talking about?" she asked. "The fine skating we have here," he said. "I love to skate," she exclaimed. "So do I," added Stella. "It's heavenly." Some of the incidents of this courtship that followed, ephemeral as it was, left profound impression on Eugene's mind. They met to skate not long after, for the snow came and the ice, and there was wonderful skating on Green Lake. The frost was so prolonged that men with horses and ice saws were cutting blocks a foot thick over at Miller's Pond, where the ice houses were. Almost every day after Thanksgiving there were crowds of boys and girls from the schools scooting about like water skippers. Eugene could not always go on week evenings and Saturdays because he had to assist his father at the store, but at regular intervals he could ask Myrtle to get Stella and let them all go together at night, and at other times he would ask her to go alone. Not infrequently she did. On one particular occasion they were below a group of houses which crept near the lake on the high ground. The moon was up, its wooing rays reflected in the polished surface of the ice. Through the black masses of trees that lined the shore could be seen the glow of windows, yellow and homey. Eugene and Stella had slowed up the turnabout, having left the crowd of skaters some distance back. Stella's golden curls were covered, except for a few ringlets, with a French cap, her body to below the hips encased in a white wool jersey, close-fitting and shapely. The skirt below was a gray mixture of thick wool, and the stockings were covered by white woolen leggins. She looked tempting and knew it. Suddenly, as they turned, one of her skates came loose, and she hobbled and exclaimed about it. "Wait," said Eugene. "I'll fix it." She stood before him, and he fell to his knees, undoing the twisted strap. When he had the skate off and ready for her foot, he looked up, and she looked down at him, smiling. He dropped the skate and flung his arms about her hips, laying his head against her waist. "You're a bad boy," she said. For a few minutes she kept silent, for as the center of this lovely scene she was divine. While he held her, she pulled off his wool cap and laid her hand on his hair. It almost brought tears to his eyes, he was so happy. At the same time it awakened a tremendous passion. He clutched her significantly. "Fix my skate now," she said wisely. He got up to hug her, but she would not let him. "No, no," she protested. "You mustn't do like that. I won't come with you if you do." "Oh, Stella," he pleaded. "I mean it," she insisted. "You mustn't do like that." He subsided, hurt, half angry, but he feared her will. She was really not as ready for caresses as he had thought. Another time a sleighing party was given by some schoolgirls, and Stella, Eugene, and Myrtle were invited. It was a night of snow and stars, not too cold but bracing. A great box wagon had been dismantled of its body, and the latter put on runners, and filled with straw and warm robes. Eugene and Myrtle, like the others, had been picked up at their door after the sleigh had gone the rounds of some 10 peaceful little homes. Stella was not in yet, but in a little while her house was reached. "Get in here," called Myrtle, though she was half the length of the box away from Eugene. Her request made him angry. "Sit by me," he called, fearful that she would not. She climbed in by Myrtle, but finding the space not to her liking, moved farther down. Eugene made a special effort to have room by him, and she came there as though by accident. He drew a buffalo robe around her, and thrilled to think she was really there. The sleigh went jingling around the town for others, and finally struck out into the country. It passed great patches of dark woods, silent in the snow, little white frame farmhouses snuggled close to the ground, and with windows that gleamed in a vague, romantic way. The stars were countless and keen. The whole scene made a tremendous impression on him, for he was in love, and here beside him, in the shadow, her face palely outlined, was this girl. He could make out the sweetness of her cheek, her eyes, the softness of her hair. There was a good deal of chatter and singing, and in the midst of these distractions he managed to slip an arm about her waist, to get her hand in his, to look close into her eyes, trying to divine their expression. She was always coy with him, not wholly yielding. 3 or 4 times he kissed her cheek furtively, and once her mouth. In a dark place he pulled her vigorously to him, put in a long, sensuous kiss on her lips that frightened her. "No," she protested nervously, "you mustn't." He ceased for a time, feeling that he had pressed his advantage too closely, but the night in all its beauty, and she in hers, made a lasting impression. "I think we ought to get Eugene into newspaper work, or something like that," Witla Sr. suggested to his wife. "It looks as though that's all he would be good for, at least now," replied Mrs. Witla, who was satisfied that her boy had not yet found himself. "I think he'll do something better later on. His health isn't very good, you know." Witla half suspected that his boy was naturally lazy, but he wasn't sure. He suggested that Benjamin C. Burgess, the prospective father-in-law of Sylvia, and the editor and proprietor of the Morning Appeal, might give him a place as a reporter or typesetter in order that he might learn the business from the ground up. The Appeal carried few employees, but Mr. Burgess might have no objections to starting Eugene as a reporter if he could write, or as a student of typesetting, or both. He appealed to Burgess one day on the street. "Say, Burgess," he said, "you wouldn't have a place over in your shop for that boy of mine, would you? He likes to scribble a little, I notice. I think he pretends to draw a little, too, though I guess it doesn't amount to much. He ought to get into something. He isn't doing anything at school. Maybe he could learn typesetting. It wouldn't hurt him to begin at the bottom. if he's going to follow that line. It wouldn't matter what you paid him to begin with." Burgess thought. He had seen Eugene around the town. Knew no harm of him except that he was lackadaisical and rather moody. "Send him in to see me some day," he replied noncommittally. "I might do something for him." "I'd certainly be much obliged if you would," said Witla. "He's not doing much good as it is now." And the two men parted. He went home and told Eugene, "Burgess says he might give you a position as a typesetter or a reporter on the Appeal if you'd come in and see him some day," he explained, looking over to where his son was reading by the lamp. "Does he?" replied Eugene calmly. "Well, I can't write. I might set type. Did you ask him?" "Yes," said Witla. "You'd better go to him some day." Eugene bit his lip. He realized this was a commentary on his loafing propensities. He wasn't doing very well, that was certain. Still, typesetting was no bright field for a person of his temperament. "I will," he concluded, "when school's over." "Better speak before school ends. Some of the other fellows might ask for it around that time. It wouldn't hurt you to try your hand at it." "I will," said Eugene obediently. He stopped in one sunny April afternoon at Mr. Burgess's office. It was on the ground floor of the three-story Appeal building in the public square. Mr. Burgess, a fat man, slightly bald, looked at him quizzically over his steel-rimmed spectacles. What little hair he had was gray. "So you think you would like to go into the newspaper business, do you?" queried Burgess. "I'd like to try my hand at it," replied the boy. "I'd like to see whether I like it. I can tell you right now there's very little in it. Your father says you like to write." "I like to well enough, but I don't think I can. I wouldn't mind learning typesetting. If I ever could write, I'd be perfectly willing to." "When do you think you'd like to start?" "At the end of school, if it's all the same to you." "It doesn't make much difference. I'm not really in need of anybody, but I could use you. Would you be satisfied with 5 a week?" "Yes, sir." "Well, come in when you are ready. I'll see what I can do." He waved the prospective typesetter away with a movement of his fat hand, and turned to his black walnut desk, dingy, covered with newspapers, and lit by a green-shaded electric light. Eugene went out, the smell of fresh printing ink in his nose, and the equally aggressive smell of damp newspapers. It was going to be an interesting experience, he thought, but perhaps a waste of time. He did not think so much of Alexandria. Sometime he was going to get out of it. The office of the Appeal was not different from that of any other country newspaper office within the confines of our two hemispheres. On the ground floor in front was the business office, and in the rear the one large flat-bed press and the job presses. On the second floor was the composing room with its rows of type cases on their high racks. For this newspaper was, as most other country newspapers, still set by hand, and in front was the one dingy office of the so-called editor or managing editor or city editor, for all three were the same person, Mr. Caleb Williams, who Burgess had picked up in times past from heaven knows where. Williams was a small, lean, wiry man, with a black pointed beard and a glass eye which fixed you oddly with its black pupil. He was talkative, skipped about from duty to duty, wore most of the time a green shade pulled low over his forehead, and smoked a brown briar pipe. He had a fund of knowledge, piled up in metropolitan journalistic experience, but he was anchored here with a wife and 3 children, after sailing, no doubt, a chartless sea of troubles, and was glad to talk life and experiences after office hours with almost anybody. It took him from 8 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon to gather what local news there was, and either write it or edit it. He seemed to have a number of correspondents who sent him weekly batches of news from surrounding points. The Associated Press furnished him with a few minor items by telegraph, and there was a patent insides, 2 pages of fiction, household hints, medicine ads, and what not, which saved him considerable time and stress. Most of the news which came to him received short shrift in the matter of editing. In Chicago we used to give a lot of attention to this sort of thing, Williams was wont to declare to anyone who was near, but you can't do it down here. The readers really don't expect it. They're looking for local items. I always look after the local items pretty sharp. Mr. Burgess took care of the advertising sections. In fact, he solicited advertising personally, and saw that it was properly set up as the advertiser wanted it, and properly placed according to the convenience of the day and the rights and demands of others. He was the politician of the concern, the handshaker, the guider of its policy. He wrote editorials now and then, or with Williams decided just what their sense must be, met the visitors who came to the office to see the editor, and arbitrated all known forms of difficulties. He was at the beck and call of certain Republican Party leaders in the county, but that seemed natural, for he was a Republican himself by temperament and disposition. He was appointed postmaster once to pay him for some useful services, but he declined because he was really making more out of his paper than his postmastership would have brought. He received whatever city or county advertising it was in the power of the Republican leaders to give him, and so he did very well. The complications of his political relationships Williams knew in part, but they never troubled that industrious soul. He dispensed with moralizing. I have to make a living for myself, my wife, and my 3 children. That's enough to keep me going without bothering my head about other people. So this office was really run very quietly, efficiently, and in most ways pleasantly. It was a sunny place to work. Witla, who came here at the end of his 11th school year, when he had just turned 17, was impressed with the personality of Mr. Williams. He liked him. He came to like Jonas Lyle, who worked at what might be called the head desk of the composing room, and a certain John Summers, who worked at odd times whenever there was an extra rush of job printing. He learned very quickly that John Summers, who was 55, gray, and comparatively silent, was troubled with weak lungs and drank. Summers would slip out of the office at various times in the day and be gone from 5 to 15 minutes. No one ever said anything, for there was no pressure here. What work was to be done was done. Jonas Lyle was of a more interesting nature. He was younger by 10 years, stronger, better built, but still a character. He was semi-phlegmatic, philosophic, feebly literary. He had worked, as Eugene found out, in the course of time, in nearly every part of the United States, Denver, Portland, St. Paul, St. Louis, where not, and had a fund of recollections of this proprietor and that. Whenever he saw a name of a particular distinction in the newspapers, he was apt to bring the paper to Williams, and later, when they became familiar, to Eugene, and say, "I knew that fellow out in—" He was postmaster or what not at X. He's come up considerably since I knew him. In most cases he did not know these celebrities personally at all, but he knew of them, and the echo of their fame soundings in this out-of-the-way corner of the world impressed him. He was a careful reader of proof for Williams in a rush, a quick typesetter, a man who stayed by his tasks faithfully. But he hadn't got anywhere in the world, for, after all, he was little more than a machine. Eugene could see that at a glance. It was Lyle who taught him the art of typesetting. He demonstrated the first day the theory of the squares or pockets in a case, how some letters were placed more conveniently to the hand than others, why some letters were well represented as to quantity, why capitals were used in certain offices for certain purposes, in others not. Now in the Chicago Tribune we used to italicize the names of churches, boats, books, hotels, and things of that sort. "That's the only paper I ever knew to do that," he remarked. What slugs, sticks, galleys, turnovers meant came rapidly to the surface. That the fingers would come to recognize weights of lead by the touch, that a letter would almost instinctively find its way back to its proper pocket, even though you were not thinking, once you became expert, were facts which he cheerfully communicated. He wanted his knowledge taken seriously, and this serious attention Eugene because of his innate respect for learning of any kind, was only too glad to give him. He did not know what he wanted to do, but he knew quite well that he wanted to see everything. This shop was interesting to him for some little time for this reason, for though he soon found that he did not want to be a typesetter or a reporter, or indeed anything much in connection with a country newspaper, he was learning about life. He worked at his desk cheerfully, smiling out upon the world, which indicated its presence to him through an open window, read the curious bits of news or opinion or local advertisement as he set them up, and dreamed of what the world might have in store for him. He was not vastly ambitious as yet, but hopeful and, withal, a little melancholy. He could see boys and girls whom he knew idling in the streets or on the corner squares. He could see where Ted Martinwood was driving by in his father's buggy, or George Anderson was going up the street with the air of someone who would never need to work. George's father owned the one and only hotel. There were thoughts in his mind of fishing, boating, lolling somewhere with some pretty girl. But alas, girls did not apparently take to him so very readily. He was too shy. He thought it must be nice to be rich. So he dreamed. Eugene was at that age when he wished to express himself in ardent phrases. He was also at the age where bashfulness held him in reserve, even though he were in love and intensely emotional. He could only say to Stella what seemed trivial things, and to look his intensity, whereas it was the trivial things that were most pleasing to her, not the intensity. She was even then beginning to think he was a little strange, a little too tense for her disposition. Yet she liked him. It became generally understood around town that Stella was his girl. School-day mating usually goes that way in a small city or village. He was seen to go out with her. His father teased him. Her mother and father deemed this a manifestation of calf love, not so much on her part, for they were aware of her tendency to hold lightly any manifestation of affection on the part of boys, but on this. They thought his sentimentalism would soon be wearisome to Stella, and they were not far wrong about her. On one occasion, at a party given by several high school girls, a country post office was organized. That was one of those games which mean kissing only, a system of guessing results in a series of forfeits. If you miss, you must be postmaster, and call someone for mail. Mail means to be kissed in a dark room, where the postmaster stands, by someone whom you like or whom likes you. You as postmaster have authority or compulsion, however you feel about it, to call whom you please. In this particular instance, Stella, who was caught before Eugene, was under compulsion to call someone to kiss. Her first thought was of him, but on account of the frankness of the deed, and because there was a lurking fear in her of his eagerness, the name she felt impelled to speak was Harvey Rutter. Harvey was a handsome boy whom Stella had met after her first encounter with Eugene. He was not as yet fascinating to her, but pleasing. She had a coquettish desire to see what he was like. This was her first direct chance. He stepped gaily in, and Eugene was at once insane with jealousy. He could not understand why she should treat him in that way. When it came to his turn, he called for Bertha Shoemaker, whom he admired, and who was sweet in a way, but who was as nothing to Stella in his estimation. The pain of kissing her when he really wanted the other girl was great. When he came out, Stella saw moodiness in his eyes, but chose to ignore it. He was obviously half-hearted and downcast in his simulation of joy. A second chance came to her, and this time she called him. He went, but was in a semi-defiant mood. He wanted to punish her. When they met in the dark, she expected him to put his arms around her. Her own hands were up to about where his shoulders should be. Instead, he only took hold of one of her arms with his hand and planted a chilly kiss on her lips. If he had only asked, "Why did you?" or held her close and pleaded with her not to treat him so badly, the relationship might have lasted longer. Instead, he said nothing, and she grew defiant, and she went out gaily. There was a strain of reserve running between them until the party broke up and he took her home. "You must be melancholy tonight," she remarked, after they had walked 2 blocks in complete silence. The streets were dark, and their feet sounded hollowly on the brick pavement. "Oh, I'm feeling all right," he replied moodily. "I think it's awfully nice at the Weimers. We always have so much fun there." "Yes, lots of fun," he echoed contemptuously. "Oh, don't be so cross," she flared. "You haven't any reason for fussing." "Haven't I?" "No, you haven't." "Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I suppose I haven't. I don't see it that way." "Well, it doesn't make any difference to me how you see it." "Oh, it doesn't?" "No, it doesn't." Her head was up, and she was angry. "Well, I'm sure then it doesn't to me." There was another silence which endured until they were almost home. "Are you coming to the sociable next Thursday?" he inquired. He was referring to a Methodist evening entertainment which, although he cared very little about it, was a convenience, as it enabled him to see her and take her home. He was prompted to ask by the fear that an open rupture was impending. "No," she said, "I don't think I will." "Why not?" "I don't care to." "I think you're mean," he said reprovingly. "I don't care," she replied. "I think you're too bossy. I don't think I like you very much anyhow." His heart contracted ominously. "You can do as you please," he persisted. They reached her gate. It was his wont to kiss her in the shadow, to hold her tight for a few minutes in spite of her protests. Tonight, as they approached, he thought of doing it, but she gave him no chance. When they reached the gate, she opened it quickly and slipped in. "Good night," she called. "Good night," he said, and then as she reached her door, "Stella." It was open, and she slipped in. He stood in the dark, hurt, sore, oppressed. What should he do? He strolled home, cudgeling his brain whether never to speak to or look at her again until she came to him, or to hunt her up and fight it all out with her. She was in the wrong, he knew that. When he went to bed, he was grieving over it, and when he awoke it was with him all day. He had been gaining rather rapidly as a student of typesetting and to a certain extent of the theory of reporting, and he worked diligently and earnestly at his proposed trade. He loved to look out of the window and draw, though of late, after knowing Stella so well and coming to quarrel with her because of her indifference, there was little heart in it. This getting to the office, putting on an apron, and starting in on some local correspondence left over from the day before, or some telegraph copy which had been freshly filed on his hook, had its constructive value. Williams endeavored to use him on some local items of news as a reporter, but he was a slow worker and almost a failure at getting all the facts. He did not appear to know how to interview anybody, and would come back with a story which needed to be filled in from other sources. He really did not understand the theory of news, and Williams could only make it partially clear to him. Mostly he worked at his case, but he did learn some things. For one thing, the theory of advertising began to dawn on him. These local merchants put in the same ads day after day, and many of them did not change them noticeably. He saw Lyle and Summers taking the same ads, which had appeared unchangingly from month to month in so far as their main features were concerned, and alter only a few words before returning them to the forms. He wondered at the sameness of them, and when at last they were given to him to revise, he often wished he could change them a little. The language seemed so dull. "Why don't they ever put little drawings in these ads?" he asked Lyle one day. "Don't you think they'd look a little better?" "Oh, I don't know," replied Jonas. "They look pretty good. These people around here wouldn't want anything like that. They'd think it was too fancy." Eugene had seen and in a way studied the ads in magazines. They seemed so much more fascinating to him. Why couldn't newspaper ads be different? Still, it was never given to him to trouble over this problem. Mr. Burgess dealt with the advertisers. He settled how the ads were to be. He never talked to Eugene or Summers about them. Not always to Lyle. He would sometimes have Williams explain just what their character and layout was to be. Eugene was so young that Williams at first did not pay very much attention to him, but after a while he began to realize that there was a personality here, and then he would explain things. Why space had to be short for some items and long for others. Why county news of small towns around Alexandria and about people, was much more important financially to the paper than the correct reporting of the death of the Sultan of Turkey. The most important thing was to get the local names right. "Don't ever misspell them," he once cautioned him. "Don't ever leave out a part of a name, if you can help it. People are awfully sensitive about that. They'll stop their subscription if you don't watch out, and you won't know what's the matter." Eugene took all these things to heart. He wanted to see how the thing was done, though basically it seemed to be a little small. In fact, people seemed a little small, mostly. One of the things that did interest him was to see the paper put on the press and run off. He liked to help lock up the forms, to see how they were imposed and registered. He liked to hear the press run, and to help carry the wet papers to the mailing tables and the distributing counter out in front. The paper hadn't a very large circulation, but there was a slight hum of life about that time, and he liked it. He liked the sense of getting his hands and face streaked and not caring, and of seeing his hair tousled in the mirror. He tried to be useful, and the various people on the paper came to like him, though he was often a little awkward and slow. He was not strong at this period, and his stomach troubled him. He thought, too, that the smell of ink might affect his lungs, though he did not seriously fear it. In the main, it was interesting, but small. There was a much larger world outside, he knew that. He hoped to go to it some day. He hoped to go to Chicago. Eugene grew more and more moody and rather restless under Stella's increasing independence. She grew steadily more indifferent because of his moods. The fact that other boys were crazy for her consideration was a great factor. The fact that one particular boy, Harvey Rutter, was persistently genial, not insistent, really better looking than Eugene, and much better tempered, helped a great deal. Eugene saw her with him now and then, saw her go skating with him, or at least with a crowd of which he was a member. Eugene hated him heartily. He hated her at times for not yielding to him wholly, but he was none the less wild over her beauty. It stamped his brain with a type or ideal. Thereafter he knew in a really definite way what womanhood ought to be really beautiful. Another thing it did was to bring home to him a sense of his position in the world. So far, he had always been dependent on his parents for food, clothes, and spending money, and his parents were not very liberal. He knew of other boys who had money to run up to Chicago or down to Springfield. The latter was nearer, to have a Saturday or Sunday lark. No such gaieties were for him. His father would not allow it, or rather would not pay for it. There were other boys who, in consequence of amply provided spending money, were the town dandies. He saw them kicking their heels outside the corner bookstore, the principal loafing place of the elite, on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and sometimes on Sunday evenings, preparatory to going somewhere, dressed in a luxury of clothing which was beyond his wildest dreams. Ted Martinwood, the son of the principal dry goods man, had a frock coat in which he sometimes appeared when he came down to the barber shop for a shave before he went to call on his girl. George Anderson was possessed of a dress suit and wore dancing pumps at all dances. There was Ed Waterbury, who was known to have a horse and runabout of his own. These youths were slightly older and were interested in girls of a slightly older set, but the point was the same. These things hurt him. He himself had no avenue of progress which, so far as he could see, was going to bring him to any financial prosperity. His father was never going to be rich. Anybody could see that. He himself had made no practical progress in schoolwork. He knew that. He hated insurance, soliciting, or writing, despised the sewing machine business, and did not know where he would get with anything which he might like to do in literature or art. His drawing seemed a joke, his writing, or wish for writing, pointless. He was broodingly unhappy. One day Williams, who had been watching him for a long time, stopped at his desk. "I say, Witla, why don't you go to Chicago?" he said. "There's a lot more up there for a boy like you than down here. You'll never get anywhere working on a country newspaper." "I know it," said Eugene. "Now with me it's different," went on Williams. "I've had my rounds. I've got a wife and 3 children, and when a man's got a family he can't afford to take chances. But you're young yet. Why don't you go to Chicago and get on a paper? You could get something." "What could I get?" asked Eugene. "Well, you might get a job as a typesetter if you'd join the union. I don't know how good you'd be as a reporter. I hardly think that's your line. But you might study art and learn to draw. Newspaper artists make good money." Eugene thought of his art. It wasn't much. He didn't do much with it. Still he thought Chicago. The world appealed to him. If he could only get out of here. If he could only make more than $7 or $8 a week. He brooded about this. One Sunday afternoon he and Stella went with Myrtle to Sylvia's home, and after a brief stay Stella announced that she would have to be going. Her mother would be expecting her back. Myrtle was for going with her, but altered her mind when Sylvia asked her to stay to tea. "Let Eugene take her home," Sylvia said. Eugene was delighted in his persistent, hopeless way. He was not yet convinced that she could not be one to love. When they walked out in the fresh, sweet air, it was nearing spring. He felt now he should have a chance of saying something which would be winning, which would lure her to him. They went out on a street next to the one she lived on, quite to the confines of the town. She wanted to turn off at her street, but he urged her not to. "Do you have to go home just yet?" he asked pleadingly. "No, I can walk a little way," she replied. They reached the vacant place, the last house a little distance back, talking idly. It was getting hard to make talk. In his efforts to be entertaining, he picked up 3 twigs to show her how a certain trick in balancing was performed. It consisted in laying 2 at right angles with each other, and with a third, using the latter as an upright. She could not do it, of course. She was not really very much interested. He wanted her to try, and when she did, he took hold of her right hand to steady her efforts. "No, don't," she said, drawing her hand away. "I can do it." She trifled with the twigs unsuccessfully, and was about to let them fall, when he took hold of both her hands. It was so sudden that she could not free herself, so she looked him straight in the eye. "Let go, Eugene. Please let go." He shook his head, gazing at her. "Please let go," she went on. "You mustn't do this. I don't want you to." "Why?" "Because." "Because why?" "Well, because I don't." "Don't you like me any more, Stella, really?" he asked. "I don't think I do, not that way." "But you did." "I thought I did." "Have you changed your mind?" "Yes, I think I have." He dropped her hands and looked at her fixedly and dramatically. The attitude did not appeal to her. They strolled back to the street, and when they neared her door he said, "Well, I suppose there is no use in my coming to see you any more." "I think you'd better not," she said simply. She walked in, never looking back, and instead of going back to his sister's he went home. He was in a very gloomy mood, and after sitting around for a while went to his room. The night fell, and he sat there looking out at the trees and grieving about what he had lost. Perhaps he was not good enough for her. He could not make her love him. Was it that he was not handsome enough? He did not really consider himself good-looking, or what was it? A lack of courage or strength? After a time he noticed that the moon was hanging over the trees like a bright shield in the sky. 2 layers of thin clouds were moving in different directions on different levels. He stopped in his cogitations to think where these clouds came from. On sunny days, when there were great argosies of them, he had seen them disappear before his eyes, and then, marvel of marvels, reappear out of nothingness. The first time he ever saw this, it astonished him greatly, for he had never known up to then what clouds were. Afterward he read about them in his physical geography. Tonight he thought of that, and of the great plains over which these winds swept, and of the grass and trees, great forests of them, miles and miles. What a wonderful world! Poets wrote about these things, Longfellow and Bryant and Tennyson. He thought of Thanatopsis and of the Elegy, both of which he admired greatly. What was this thing, life? Then he came back to Stella with an ache. She was actually gone, and she was so beautiful. She would never really talk to him any more. He would never get to hold her hand or kiss her. He clenched his hands with the hurt. Oh, that night on the ice! That night in the sleigh! How wonderful they were! Finally he undressed and went to bed. He wanted to be alone, to be lonely. On his clean white pillow he lay and dreamed of the things that might have been, kisses, caresses, 1,000 joys. One Sunday afternoon he was lying in his hammock, thinking of what a dreary place Alexandria was, anyhow, when he opened a Chicago Saturday afternoon paper, which was something like a Sunday one because it had no Sunday edition, and went gloomily through it. It was, as he always found, full of subtle wonder, the wonder of the city, which drew him like a magnet. Here was a drawing of a big hotel someone was going to build. There was a sketch of a great pianist who was coming to play, an account of a new comedy drama, of a little romantic section of Goose Island in the Chicago River, with its old decayed boats turned into houses and geese waddling about. An item of a man falling through a coal hole on South Halstead Street fascinated him. This last was at 6200 and something, and the idea of such a long street seized on his imagination. What a tremendous city Chicago must be! The thought of car lines, crowds, trains came to him with almost a yearning appeal. All at once the magnet got him. It gripped his very soul, this wonder, this beauty, this life. "I'm going to Chicago," he thought, and got up. There was his nice, quiet little home laid out before him. Inside were his mother, his father, Myrtle. Still he was going. He could come back. "Sure I can come back," he thought. Propelled by this magnetic power, he went in and upstairs to his room, and got a little grip, or portmanteau he had. He put in it the things he thought he would immediately need. In his pocket were $9, money he had been saving for some time. Finally he came downstairs and stood in the door of the sitting room. "What's the matter?" asked his mother, looking at his solemn, introspective face. "I'm going to Chicago," he said. "When?" she asked, astonished, a little uncertain of just what he meant. "Today," he said. "No, you're joking," she smiled unbelievingly. This was a boyish prank. "I'm going today," he said. "I'm going to catch that 4 o'clock train." Her face saddened. "You're not," she said. "I can come back," he replied, "if I want to. I want to get something else to do." His father came in at this time. He had a little workroom out in the barn where he sometimes cleaned machines and repaired vehicles. He was fresh from such a task now. "What's up?" he asked, seeing his wife close to her boy. "Eugene's going to Chicago." "Since when?" he inquired, amusedly. "Today. He says he's going right now." "You don't mean it," said Witla, astonished. He really did not believe it. "Why don't you take a little time and think it over? What are you going to live on?" "I'll live," said Eugene. "I'm going. I've had enough of this place. I'm going to get out." "All right," said his father, who, after all, believed in initiative. Evidently, after all, he hadn't quite understood this boy. "Got your trunk packed?" "No, but mother can send me that." "Don't go today," pleaded his mother. "Wait until you get something ready, Eugene. Wait, and do a little thinking about it. Wait until tomorrow." "I want to go today, Ma." He slipped his arm around her. Little Ma. He was bigger than she by now, and still growing. "All right, Eugene," she said softly, "but I wish you wouldn't." Her boy was leaving her. Her heart was hurt. "I can come back, Ma. It's only 100 miles." "Well, all right," she said finally, trying to brighten. "I'll pack your bag." "I have already." She went to look. "Well, it'll soon be time," said Witla, who was thinking that Eugene might back down. "I'm sorry. Still, it may be a good thing for you. You're always welcome back here, you know." "I know," said Eugene. They went finally to the train together, he and his father and Myrtle. His mother couldn't. She stayed to cry. On their way to the depot they stopped at Sylvia's. "Why, Eugene!" she exclaimed. "How ridiculous! Don't go." "He's set," said Witla. Eugene finally got loose. He seemed to be fighting love, home, ties, everything, every step of the way. Finally he reached the depot. The train came. Witla grabbed his hand affectionately. "Be a good boy," he said, swallowing a gulp. Myrtle kissed him. "You're so funny, Eugene. Write me." "I will." He stepped on the train. The bell rang. Out the cars rolled, out and on. He looked out on the familiar scene, and then a real ache came to him. Stella, his mother, his father, Myrtle, the little home, they were all going out of his life. He half groaned, clearing his throat. Gee. And then he sank back and tried as usual not to think. He must succeed. That's what the world was made for. That's what he was made for. That was what he would have to do. The city of Chicago. Who shall portray it? This vast ruck of life that had sprung suddenly into existence upon the dank marshes of a lake shore. Miles and miles of dreary little houses. Miles and miles of wooden-blocked, paved streets, with gas lamps placed and water mains laid, and empty wooden walks set for pedestrians. The beat of 100,000 hammers, the ring of 100,000 trowels. Long, converging lines of telegraph poles, thousands upon thousands of sentinel cottages, factory plants, towering smokestacks, and here and there a lone, shabby church steeple, sitting out pathetically upon vacant land. The raw prairie stretch was covered with yellow grass. The great broad highways of the track of railroads, 10, 15, 20, 30, laid side by side and strung with thousands upon thousands of shabby cars, like beads upon a string. Engines clanging, trains moving, people waiting at street crossings, pedestrians, wagon drivers, streetcar drivers, drays of beer, trucks of coal, brick, stone, sand, a spectacle of new, raw, necessary life. As Eugene began to draw near it, he caught for the first time the sense and significance of a great city. What were these newspaper shadows he had been dealing with in his reading compared to this vivid, articulate, eager thing? Here was the substance of a new world, substantial, fascinating, different. The handsome suburban station at South Chicago, the first of its kind he had ever seen, took his eye as the train rolled cityward. He had never before seen a crowd of foreigners, working men, and here were Lithuanians, Poles, Czechs waiting for a local train. And he had never seen a really large factory plant, and here was one, and another, and another. Steelworks, potteries, soap factories, foundries, all gaunt and hard in the Sunday evening air. There seemed to be, for all it was Sunday, something youthful, energetic, and alive about the streets. He noted the street cars waiting. At one place a small river was crossed on a draw, dirty, gloomy, but crowded with boats and lined with great warehouses, grain elevators, coal pockets, that architecture of necessity and utility. His imagination was fired by this, for here was something that could be done brilliantly in black, a spot of red or green for ship or bridge lights. There were some men on the magazines who did things like this, only not so vivid. The train threaded its way through long lines of cars, coming finally into an immense train shed where arc lights were spluttering. A score under a great curved steel and glass roof, where people were hurrying to and fro. Engines were hissing, bells clanging raucously. He had no relatives, no soul to turn to, but somehow he did not feel lonely. This picture of life, this newness, fascinated him. He stepped down and started leisurely to the gate, wondering which way he should go. He came to a corner where a lamp post, already lit, blazoned the name Madison. He looked out on this street and saw, as far as the eye could reach, two lines of stores, jingling horse cars, people walking. What a sight, he thought, and turned west. For 3 miles he walked, musing, and then, as it was dark, and he had arranged for no bed, he wondered where he should eat and sleep. A fat man, sitting outside a livery stable, in a tilted cane-seated chair, offered a possibility of information. "Do you know where I can get a room around here?" asked Eugene. The lounger looked him over. He was the proprietor of the place. "There's an old lady living over there at 732, he said, "who has a room, I think. She might take you in." He liked Eugene's looks. Eugene crossed over and rang a downstairs bell. The door was opened shortly by a tall, kindly woman of a rather matriarchal turn. Her hair was gray. "Yes?" she inquired. "The gentleman at the livery stable over there said I might get a room here. I'm looking for one." She smiled pleasantly. This boy looked his strangeness, his wide-eyed interest, his freshness from the country. "Come in," she said. "I have a room. You can look at it." It was a front room, a little bedroom, off the one main living room. Clean, simple, convenient. "This looks all right," he said. She smiled. "You can have it for $2 a week," she proffered. "That's all right," he said, putting down his grip. "I'll take it." "Have you had supper?" she asked. "No, but I'm going out soon. I want to see the streets. I'll find some place." "I'll give you something," she said. Eugene thanked her, and she smiled. This was what Chicago did to the country. It took the boys. He opened the closed shutters of his window and knelt before it, leaning on the sill. He looked out idly, for it was all so wonderful. Bright lights were burning in store windows. There were people hurrying. How their feet sounded! Clap, clap, clap. And away east and away west it was all like this. It was all like this everywhere. A great big wonderful city. It was nice to be here. He felt that now. It was all worth while. How could he have stayed in Alexandria so long? He would get along here. Certainly he would. He was perfectly sure of that. He knew. Chicago at this time certainly offered a world of hope and opportunity to the beginner. It was so new, so raw. Everything was in the making. The long lines of houses and stores were mostly temporary makeshifts, 1- and 2-story frame affairs, with here and there a 3- and 4-story brick building which spoke of better days to come. Down in the business heart, which lay between the lake and the river, the north side and the south side, was a region which spoke of a tremendous future, for here were stores which served the buying public, not only of Chicago, but of the Middle West. There were great banks, great office buildings, great retail stores, great hotels. The section was running with a tide of people which represented the youth, the illusions, the untrained aspirations of millions of souls. When you walked into this area, you could feel what Chicago meant: eagerness, hope, desire. It was a city that put vitality into almost every wavering heart. It made the beginner dream dreams, the aged to feel that misfortune was never so grim that it might not change. Underneath, of course, was struggle. Youth and hope and energy were setting a terrific pace. You had to work here, to move, to step lively. You had to have ideas. The city demanded of you your very best, or it would have little to do with you. Youth in its search for something, and age, were quickly to feel this. It was no fool's paradise. Eugene, once he was settled, realized this. He had the notion somehow that the printer's trade was all over for him. He wanted no more of that. He wanted to be an artist or something like that, although he hardly knew how to begin. The papers offered one way, but he was not sure that they took on beginners. He had had no training whatever. His sister Myrtle had once said that some of his little thumbnail sketches were pretty, but what did she know? If he could study somewhere, find someone who would teach him. Meanwhile, he would have to work. He tried the newspapers first, of course, for these giant institutions seemed the ideal resort for anyone who wanted to get up in the world. But the teeming offices with frowning art directors and critical newspaper workers frightened him. One art director did see something in the 3 or 4 little sketches he showed, but he happened to be in a crusty mood and did not want anybody anyway. He simply said no, there was nothing. Eugene thought that perhaps, as an artist also, he was destined to be a failure. The trouble with this boy was really that he was not half awake yet. The beauty of life, its wonder, had cast a spell over him, but he could not yet interpret it in line and color. He walked about these wonderful streets, gazing in the windows, looking at the boats on the river, looking at the ships on the lake. One day, while he was standing on the lake shore, there came a ship in full sail in the offing, the first he had ever seen. It gripped his sense of beauty. He clasped his hands nervously and thrilled to it. Then he sat down on the lake wall and looked and looked and looked, until it gradually sank below the horizon. So this was how the Great Lakes were. And how the great seas must be, the Atlantic and the Pacific and the Indian Ocean. Ah, the sea! Some day, perhaps, he would go to New York. That was where the sea was. But here it was also, in miniature, and it was wonderful. One cannot moon by lake shores and before store windows and at bridge draws and live, unless one is provided with the means of living, and this Eugene was not. He had determined when he left home that he would be independent. He wanted to get a salary in some way that he could at least live on. He wanted to write back and be able to say that he was getting along nicely. His trunk came, and a loving letter from his mother and some money, but he sent that back. It was only $10, but he objected to beginning that way. He thought he ought to earn his own way, and he wanted to try anyhow. After 10 days his funds were very low, $1.75, and he decided that any job would have to do. Never mind about art or typesetting now. He could not get the last without a union card. He must take anything, and so he applied from store to store. The cheap little shops in which he asked were so ugly they hurt, but he tried to put his artistic sensibilities aside. He asked for anything, to be made a clerk in a bakery, in a dry goods store, in a candy store. After a time, a hardware store loomed up, and he asked there. The man looked at him curiously. "I might give you a place at storing stoves." Eugene did not understand, but he accepted gladly. It only paid $6 a week, but he could live on that. He was shown to a loft in charge of 2 rough men, stove fitters, polishers, and repairers, who gruffly explained to him that his work was to brush the rust off the decayed stoves, to help piece and screw them together, to polish and lift things, for this was a second-hand stove business, which bought and repaired stoves from junk dealers all over the city. Eugene had a low bench near a window where he was supposed to do his polishing, but he very frequently wasted his time here looking out into the green yards of some houses in a side street. The city was so full of wonder to him, its every detail fascinating. When a rag picker would go by calling "rags, old iron," or a vegetable vendor crying "tomatoes, potatoes, green corn, peas," he would stop and listen, the musical pathos of the cries appealing to him. Alexandria never had anything like this. It was all so strange. He saw himself making pen and ink sketches of things, of the clotheslines in the backyards, and of the maids with baskets. On one of the days when he thought he was working fairly well, he had been there 2 weeks, one of the 2 repairers said, "Hey, get a move on. You're not paid to look out the window." Eugene stopped. He had not realized that he was loafing. "What have you got to do with it?" he asked, hurt and half defiant. He was under the impression that he was working with these men, not under them. "I'll show you, you fresh kid," said the older of the 2, who was an individual built on the order of Bill Sykes. "You're under me. You get a move on you, and don't give me any more of your lip." Eugene was startled. It was a flash of brutality out of a clear sky. The animal who he had been scanning as an artist would, as a type, out of the corner of his eye, was revealing himself. "You go to the devil," said Eugene, only half awake to the grim reality of the situation. "What's that?" exclaimed the man, making for him. He gave him a shove toward the wall, and attempted to kick him with his big hob-nailed boot. Eugene picked up a stove leg. His face was wax white. "Don't try that again," he said darkly. He fixed the leg in his hand firmly. "Call it off, Jim," said the other man, who saw the uselessness of so much temper. "Don't hit him. Send him downstairs if you don't like him." "You get the hell out of here, then," said Eugene's noble superior. Eugene walked to a nail where his hat and coat were, carrying the stove leg. He edged past his assailant cautiously, fearing a second attack. The man was inclined to kick at him again because of his stubbornness, but he forbore. "You're too fresh, Willie. You want to wake up, you dough-face," he said as Eugene went. Eugene slipped out quietly. His spirit was hurt and torn. What a scene! He, Eugene Witla, kicked at and almost kicked out, and that in a job that paid $6 a week. A great lump came up in his throat, but it went down again. He wanted to cry, but he could not. He went downstairs, stove polish on his hands and face, and slipped up to the desk. "I want to quit," he said to the man who had hired him. "All right. What's the matter?" "That big brute up there tried to kick me," he explained. "They're pretty rough men," answered the employer. "I was afraid you wouldn't get along. I guess you're not strong enough. Here you are." He laid out $3.50. Eugene wondered at this queer interpretation of his complaint. He must get along with these men. They mustn't get along with him. So the city had that sort of brutality in it. He went home and washed up, and then struck out again, for it was no time now to be without a job. After a week he found one, as a house runner for a real estate concern, a young man to bring in the numbers of empty houses and post up the "For Rent" signs in the windows. It paid $8 and seemed to offer opportunities of advancement. Eugene might have stayed there indefinitely had it not failed after 3 months. He had reached the season of fall clothes then and the need of a winter overcoat, but he made no complaint to his family. He wanted to appear to be getting along well, whether he was or not. One of the things which tended to harden and sharpen his impression of life at this time was the show of luxury seen in some directions. On Michigan Avenue and Prairie Avenue, on Ashland Avenue and Washington Boulevard, were sections which were crowded with splendid houses such as Eugene had never seen before. He was astonished at the magnificence of their appointments, the beauty of the lawns, the show of the windows, the distinction of the equipages which accompanied them and served them. For the first time in his life he saw liveried footmen at doors. He saw at a distance girls and women grown who seemed marvels of beauty to him. They were so distinguished in their dresses. He saw young men carrying themselves with an air of distinction which he had never seen before. These must be the society people the newspapers were always talking about. His mind made no distinctions as yet. If there were fine clothes, fine trappings, of course social prestige went with them. It made him see, for the first time, what far reaches lay between the conditions of a beginner from the country and what the world really had to offer, or rather, what it showered on some at the top. It subdued and saddened him a little. Life was unfair. These fall days, too, with their brown leaves, sharp winds, scudding smoke, and whirls of dust, showed him that the city could be cruel. He met shabby men, sunken-eyed, gloomy, haggard, who looked at him, apparently out of a deep despair. These creatures all seemed to be brought where they were by difficult circumstances. If they begged at all, and they rarely did of him, for he did not look prosperous enough, it was with the statement that unfortunate circumstances had brought them where they were. You could fail so easily. You could really starve if you didn't look sharp. The city quickly taught him that. During these days he got immensely lonely. He was not very sociable and too introspective. He had no means of making friends, or thought he had none, so he wandered about the streets at night, marveling at the sights he saw, or staying at home in his little room. Mrs. Woodruff, the landlady, was nice and motherly enough, but she was not young and did not fit into his fancies. He was thinking about girls, and how sad it was not to have one to say a word to him. Stella was gone. That dream was over. When would he find another like her? After wandering around for nearly a month, during which time he was compelled to use some money his mother sent him to buy a suit of clothes on an installment plan, he got a place as a driver of a laundry, which, because it paid $10 a week, seemed very good. He sketched now and then when he was not tired. But what he did seemed pointless, so he worked here, driving a wagon, when he should have been applying for an art opening or taking art lessons. During this winter, Myrtle wrote him that Stella Appleton had moved to Kansas, whither her father had gone, and that his mother's health was bad, and that she did so want him to come home and stay a while. It was about this time that he became acquainted with a little Scotch girl named Margaret Duff, who worked in the laundry, and became quickly involved in a relationship which established a precedent in his experiences with women. Before this he had never physically known a girl. Now, and of a sudden, he was plunged into something which awakened a new, and if not evil, at least disrupting, and disorganizing propensity of his character. He loved women, the beauty of the curves of their bodies. He loved beauty of feature, and after a while was to love beauty of mind. He did now, in a vague, uninformed way, but his ideal was as yet not clear to him. Margaret Duff represented some simplicity of attitude, some generosity of spirit, some shapeliness of form, some comeliness of feature. It was not more. But, growing by what it fed on, his sex appetite became powerful. In a few weeks it had almost mastered him. He burned to be with this girl daily, and she was perfectly willing that he should, so long as the relationship did not become too conspicuous. She was a little afraid of her parents, although these two, being working people, retired early and slept soundly. They did not seem to mind her early philanderings with boys. This latest one was no novelty. It burned fiercely for 3 months. Eugene was eager, insatiable. The girl not so much so, but complacent. She liked this evidence of fire in him, the hard, burning flame she had aroused, and yet, after a time, she got a little tired. Then little personal differences arose, differences of taste, differences of judgment, differences of interest. He really could not talk to her of anything serious, could not get a response to his more delicate emotions. For her part, she could not find in him any ready appreciation of the little things she liked, theater jests, and the bright remarks of other boys and girls. She had some conception of what was tasteful in dress, but as far as anything else, art, literature, public affairs, she knew nothing at all, while Eugene, for all his youth, was intensely alive to what was going on in the great world. The sound of great names and great fames was in his ears. Carlyle, Emerson, Thoreau, Whitman. He read of great philosophers, painters, musicians, meteors that sped across the intellectual sky of the Western world, and he wondered. He felt as though some day he would be called to do something. In his youthful enthusiasm, he half thought it might be soon. He knew that this girl he was trifling with could not hold him. She had lured him, but once lured he was master, judge, critic. He was beginning to feel that he could get along without her, that he could find someone better. Naturally, such an attitude would make for the death of passion, as the satiation of passion would make for the development of such an attitude. Margaret became indifferent. She resented his superior airs, his top lofty tones at times. They quarreled over little things. One night he suggested something that she ought to do in the haughty manner customary with him. "Oh, don't be so smart," she said. "You always talk as though you owned me." "I do," he said jestingly. "Do you?" she flared. "There are others." "Well, whenever you're ready you can have them. I'm willing." The tone cut her, though actually it was only an ill-timed bit of teasing, more kindly meant than it sounded. "Well, I'm ready now. You needn't come to see me unless you want to. I can get along." She tossed her head. "Don't be foolish, Margie," he said, seeing the ill wind he had aroused. "You don't mean that." "Don't I? Well, we'll see." She walked away from him to another corner of the room. He followed her, but her anger re-aroused his opposition. "Oh, all right," he said after a time. "I guess I'd better be going." She made no response, neither pleas nor suggestions. He went and secured his hat and coat and came back. "Want to kiss me good bye?" he inquired. "No," she said simply. "Good night," he called. "Good night," she replied indifferently. The relationship was never amicably readjusted after this, although it did endure for some time. For the time being this encounter stirred to an almost unbridled degree Eugene's interest in women. Most men are secretly proud of their triumph with women, their ability to triumph, and any evidence of their ability to attract, entertain, hold, is one of those things which tends to give them an air of superiority and self-sufficiency, which is sometimes lacking in those who are not so victorious. This was, in its way, his first victory of the sort, and it pleased him mightily. He felt much more sure of himself, instead of in any way ashamed. What, he thought, did the silly boys back in Alexandria know of life compared to this? Nothing. He was in Chicago now. The world was different. He was finding himself to be a man, free, individual, of interest to other personalities. Margaret Duff had told him many pretty things about himself. She had complimented his looks, his total appearance, his taste in the selection of particular things. He had felt what it is to own a woman. He strutted about for a time, the fact that he had been dismissed rather arbitrarily having little weight with him because he was so very ready to be dismissed. Sudden dissatisfaction with his job now stirred up in him, for $10 a week was no sum wherewith any self-respecting youth could maintain himself, particularly with a view to sustaining any such relationship as that which had just ended. He felt that he ought to get a better place. Then one day a woman, to whom he was delivering a parcel at her home in Warren Avenue, stopped him long enough to ask, "What do you drivers get a week for your work?" "I get $10," said Eugene. "I think some get more." "You ought to make a good collector," she went on. She was a large, homely, incisive, straight-talking woman. "Would you like to change to that kind of work?" Eugene was sick of the laundry business. The hours were killing. He had worked as late as 1 o'clock Sunday morning. "I think I would," he exclaimed. "I don't know anything about it, but this work is no fun." "My husband is the manager of the People's Furniture Company," she went on. "He needs a good collector now and then. I think he's going to make a change very soon. I'll speak to him." Eugene smiled joyously and thanked her. This was surely a windfall. He was anxious to know what collectors were paid, but he thought it was scarcely tactful to ask. "If he gives you a job, you will probably get $14 to begin with," she volunteered. Eugene thrilled. That would really be a rise in the world. $4 more. He could get some nice clothes out of that, and have spending money besides. He might get a chance to study art. His visions began to multiply. One could get up in the world by trying. The energetic delivery he had done for this laundry had brought him this. Further effort in the other field might bring him more. And he was young yet. He had been working for the laundry company for 6 months. 6 weeks later, Mr. Henry Mitchell, manager of the People's Furniture, wrote him care of the laundry company to call at his home any evening after 8, and he would see him. "My wife has spoken to me of you," he added. Eugene complied the same day that he received the note, and was looked over by a lean, brisk, unctuous-looking man of 40, who asked him various questions as to his work, his home, how much money he took in as a driver, and what not. Finally he said, "I need a bright young man down at my place. It's a good job for one who is steady and honest and hard-working. My wife seems to think you work pretty well, so I'm willing to give you a trial. I can put you to work at $14. I want you to come see me a week from Monday." Eugene thanked him. He decided, on Mr. Mitchell's advice, to give his laundry manager a full week's notice. He told Margaret that he was leaving, and she was apparently glad for his sake. The management was slightly sorry, for Eugene was a good driver. During his last week he helped break in a new man in his place, and on Monday appeared before Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell was glad to have him, for he had seen him as a young man of energy and force. He explained the simple nature of the work, which was to take bills for clocks, silverware, rugs, anything which the company sold, and go over the various routes collecting the money due, which would average from $75 to $125 a day. "Most companies in our line require a bond," he explained, "but we haven't come to that yet. I think I know honest young men when I see them. Anyhow, we have a system of inspection. If a man is inclined to be dishonest, he can't get very far with us." Eugene had never thought of this question of honesty very much. He had been raised where he did not need to worry about the matter of a little pocket change, and he had made enough at the appeal to supply his immediate wants. Besides, among the people he had always associated with, it was considered a very right and necessary thing to be honest. Men were arrested for not being. He remembered one very sad case of a boy he knew being arrested at Alexandria for breaking into a store at night. That seemed a terrible thing to him at the time. Since then he had been speculating a great deal, in a vague way, as to what honesty was, but he had not yet decided. He knew that it was expected of him to account for the last penny of anything that was placed in his keeping, and he was perfectly willing to do so. The money he earned seemed enough if he had to live on it. There was no need for him to aid in supporting anyone else, so he slipped along rather easily and practically untested. Eugene took the first day's package of bills as laid out for him, and carefully went from door to door. In some places money was paid him for which he gave a receipt. In others he was put off or refused because of previous difficulties with the company. In a number of places people had moved, leaving no trace of themselves, and packing the unpaid-for goods with them. It was his business, as Mr. Mitchell explained, to try to get track of them from the neighbors. Eugene saw at once that he was going to like the work. The fresh air, the out-of-door life, the walking, the quickness with which his task was accomplished, all pleased him. His routes took him into strange and new parts of the city where he had never been before, and introduced him to types he had never met. His laundry work, taking him from door to door, had been a freshening influence, and this was another. He saw scenes that he felt sure he could, when he had learned to draw a little better, make great things of. Dark, towering factory sites, great stretches of railroad yards laid out like a puzzle in rain, snow, or bright sunlight, great smokestacks throwing their black heights athwart morning or evening skies. He liked them best in the late afternoon, when they stood out in a glow of red or fading purple. Wonderful, he used to exclaim to himself, and think how the world would marvel if he could ever come to do great pictures like those of Doré. He admired the man's tremendous imagination. He never thought of himself as doing anything in oils or watercolors or chalk, only pen and ink, and that in great, rude splotches of black and white. That was the way force was had. But he could not do them. He could only think them. One of his chief joys was the Chicago River, its black, mucky water churned by puffing tugs, and its banks lined by great red grain elevators and black coal chutes and yellow lumber yards. Here was real color and life, the things to draw, and then there were the low, drab, rain-soaked cottages standing in lonely, shabby little rows out on flat prairie land, perhaps a scrubby tree somewhere near. He loved these. He would take an envelope and try to get the sense of them, the feel, as he called it, but it wouldn't come. All he did seemed cheap and commonplace, mere pointless lines and stiff wooden masses. How did the great artists get their smoothness and ease? He wondered. Eugene collected and reported faithfully every day, and had managed to save a little money. Margaret was now part of his past. His landlady, Mrs. Woodruff, had gone to live with a daughter in Sedalia, Missouri, and he had moved to a comparatively nice house in East 21st Street on the South Side. It had taken his eye because of a tree in a 50-foot space of ground before it. Like his other room, it cost him little, and he was in a private family. He arranged a 20-cent rate per meal for such meals as he took there, and thus he managed to keep his bare living expenses down to $5 a week. The remaining $9 he spent sparingly for clothes, car fare, and amusements, almost nothing of the latter. When he saw he had a little money in reserve, he began to think of looking up the Art Institute, which had been looming in his mind as an avenue of advancement, and find out what conditions he could join a night class in drawing. They were very reasonable, he heard, only $15 a quarter, and he decided to begin if the conditions were not too severe. He was beginning to be convinced that he was born to be an artist. How soon, he could not tell. The old Art Institute, which preceded the present impressive structure, was located at Michigan Avenue and Monroe Street, and presented an atmosphere of distinction which was not present in most of the structures representing the public taste of the period. It was a large 6-story building of brown stone, and contained a number of studios for painters, sculptors, and music teachers, besides the exhibition rooms and the rooms for the classes. There were both day and evening classes, and even at that time a large number of students. The Western soul, to a certain extent, was fired by the wonder of art. There was so little of it in the life of the people. The fame of those who could accomplish things in this field and live in a more refined atmosphere was great. To go to Paris, to be a student in one of the great ateliers of that city, or of Munich or Rome, to know the character of the artistic treasures of Europe, the life of the art quarter, that was something. There was what might have been termed a wild desire in the breast of many an untutored boy and girl to get out of the ranks of the commonplace, to assume the character and habiliments of the artistic temperament as they were then supposed to be, to have a refined, semi-languorous, semi-indifferent manner, to live in a studio, to have a certain freedom in morals and temperament not accorded to the ordinary person. These were the great things to do and be. Of course, art composition was part of this. You were supposed, ultimately, to paint great pictures or do noble sculptures. But in the meanwhile, you could and should live the life of the artist, and that was beautiful and wonderful and free. Eugene had long had some sense of this. He was aware that there were studios in Chicago, that certain men were supposed to be doing good work. He saw it in the papers. There were mentions now and then of exhibitions, mostly free, which the public attended but sparingly. Once there was an exhibition of some of the war pictures of Vereshchagin, a great Russian painter who had come west for some purpose. Eugene saw them one Sunday afternoon, and was enthralled by the magnificence of their grasp of the elements of battle, the wonder of color, the truth of character, the dramatic quality, the sense of force and danger and horror and suffering which was somehow around and in and through everything that was shown. This man had virility and insight, stupendous imagination and temperament. Eugene stood and stared, wondering how such things could be done. Ever afterward the name of Vereshchagin was like a great call to his imagination. That was the kind of artist to be if you were going to be one. Another picture came there once, which appealed to another side of his nature, although primarily the basis of its appeal was artistic. It was a great, warm, tinted nude by Bouguereau, a French artist, who was startling his day with his daring portrayal of the nude. The types he depicted were not namby-pamby little slim-bodied women with spindling qualities of strength and passion, but great, full-blown women whose voluptuous contours of neck and arm and torso and hip and thigh was enough to set the blood of youth at fever heat. The man obviously understood and had passion, love of form, love of desire, love of beauty. He painted with a sense of the bridal bed in the background, of motherhood and fat growing babies, joyously nursed. These women stood up big in their sense of beauty and magnetism, the soft lure of desire in their eyes, their full lips parted, their cheeks flushed with the blood of health. As such, they were an anathema to the conservative and puritanical in mind, the religious in temperament, the cautious in training or taste. The very bringing of this picture to Chicago as a product for sale was enough to create a furor of objection. Such pictures should not be painted, was the cry of the press, or if painted, not exhibited. Bouguereau was conceived by many as one of those dastards of art who were endeavoring to corrupt by their talent the morals of the world. There was a cry raised that the thing should be suppressed, and, as is always the case in all such outbursts of special class opposition, the interest of the general public was aroused. Eugene was one of those who noted the discussion. He had never seen a picture by Bouguereau, indeed, an original nude by any other artist. Being usually at liberty after 3 o'clock, he was free to visit some of these things, and having found it possible to do his work in good clothes, he had come to wear his best suit every day. He was a fairly presentable youth with a solemn mien, and his request to be shown anything in any art store would have aroused no surprise. He looked as though he belonged to the intellectual and artistic classes. Not being sure of what reception would be accorded one so young, he was now nearing 20, he nevertheless ventured to stop at the gallery where the Bouguereau was being exhibited and asked to see it. The attendant in charge eyed him curiously, but led him back to a room hung in dark red, and turning on a burst of incandescent bulbs set in the ceiling of a red plush-hung cabinet, pulled back the curtain revealing the picture. Eugene had never seen such a figure and face. It was a dream of beauty, his ideal come to life. He studied the face and neck, the soft mass of brown, sensuous hair massed at the back of the head, the flower-like lips and soft cheeks. He marveled at the suggestion of the breasts and the abdomen, the potentiality of motherhood that is so firing to the male. He could have stood there hours dreaming, luxuriating, but the attendant who had left him alone with it for a few minutes returned. "What is the price of this?" Eugene asked. $10,000 was the reply. He smiled solemnly. "It's a wonderful thing," he said, and turned to go. The attendant put out the light. This picture, like the Verestchagin, made a sharp impression on him. Curiously, he had no longing to paint anything of this kind. He only rejoiced to look at it. It spoke to him of his present ideal of womanhood, physical beauty, and he longed with all his heart to find a creature like that who would look on him with favor. There were other exhibitions, one containing a genuine Rembrandt, which impressed him, but none like these that had definitely stirred him. His interest in art was becoming eager. He wanted to find out all about it, to do something himself. One day he ventured to call at the Art Institute building and consult the secretary, who explained to him what the charges were. He learned from her, for she was a woman of practical clerical turn, that the classes ran from October to May, that he could enter a life or antique class or both, though the antique alone was advisable for the time, and a class in illustration, where costumes of different periods were presented on different models. He found that each class had an instructor of supposed note, whom it was not necessary for him to see. Each class had a monitor, and each student was supposed to work faithfully for his own benefit. Eugene did not get to see the classrooms. He gained a sense of the art of it all. Nonetheless, for the halls and offices were decorated in an artistic way, and there were many plaster casts of arms, legs, busts, and thighs and heads. It was as though one stood in an open doorway and looked out upon a new world. The one thing that gratified him was that he could study pen and ink or brush in the illustration class, and that he could also join a sketch class from 5 to 6 every afternoon without extra charges if he preferred to devote his evening hours to studying drawing in the life class. He was a little astonished to learn from a printed prospectus given him that the life class meant nude models to work from, both men and women. He was surely approaching a different world now. It seemed necessary and natural enough, and yet there was an aloof atmosphere about it, something that suggested the inner precincts of a shrine, to which only talent was admitted. Was he talented? Wait, he would show the world, even if he was a raw country boy. The classes which he decided to enter were first a life class which convened Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings at 7 in one of the study rooms and remained in session until 10 o'clock, and a second sketch class which met from 5 to 6 every afternoon. Eugene felt that he knew little or nothing about figure and anatomy, and had better work at that. Costumes and illustration would have to wait, and as for landscapes, or rather cityscapes, of which he was so fond, he could afford to defer those until he learned something of the fundamentals of art. Heretofore he had rarely attempted the drawing of a face or figure, except in miniature and as details of a larger scene. Now he was confronted with the necessity of sketching in charcoal the head or body of a living person, and it frightened him a little. He knew that he would be in a class with 15 or 20 other male students. They would be able to see and comment on what he was doing. Twice a week an instructor would come around and pass upon his work. There were honors for those who did the best work during any one month, he learned from the prospectus, namely, first choice of seats around the model at the beginning of each new pose. The class instructors must be of considerable significance in the American art world, he thought, for they were N.A.'s, and that meant National Academicians. He knew little with what contempt this honor was received in some quarters, or he would not have attached so much significance to it. One Monday evening in October, armed with several sheets of paper which he had been told to purchase by his all-informing prospectus, he began his work. He was a little nervous at sight of the brightly lighted halls and classrooms, and the moving crowd of young men and women did not tend to allay his fears. He was struck at once with the quality of gaiety, determination, and easy grace which marked the different members of this company. The boys struck him as interesting, virile, in many cases good-looking. The girls as graceful, rather dashing and confident. One or two whom he noted were beautiful in a dark way. This was a wonderful world. The rooms, too, were exceptional. They were old enough in use to be almost completely covered as to the walls with the accumulation of paint scraped from the palettes. There were no easels or other paraphernalia, but simply chairs and little stools. The former, as Eugene learned, to be turned upside down for easels, the latter for the students to sit on. In the center of the room was a platform, the height of an ordinary table, for the model to pose on, and in one corner a screen which constituted a dressing room. There were no pictures or statuary, just the bare walls, but curiously, in one corner, a piano. Out in the halls and in the general lounging center were pictures of nude figures or parts of figures posed in all sorts of ways which Eugene, in his raw, youthful way, thought suggestive. He secretly rejoiced to look at them, but he felt that he must not say anything about what he thought. An art student, he felt sure, must appear to be indifferent to such suggestions, to be above such desire. They were here to work, not to dream of women. When the time came for the classes to assemble, there was a scurrying to and fro, conferring between different students. And then the men found themselves in one set of rooms and the women in another. Eugene saw a young girl in his room, sitting up near the screen, idly gazing about. She was pretty, of a slightly Irish cast of countenance, with black hair and black eyes. She wore a cap that was an imitation of the Polish national headdress, and a red cape. Eugene assumed her to be the class model, and secretly wondered if he was really to see her in the nude. In a few minutes all of the students were gathered, and then there was a stir, as there strolled in a rather vigorous and picturesque man of 36 or thereabouts, who sauntered to the front of the room and called the class to order. He was clad in a shabby suit of gray tweed and crowned with a little brown hat, shoved rakishly over one ear, which he did not trouble to take off. He wore a soft blue hickory shirt without collar or tie, and looked immensely self-sufficient. He was tall and lean and raw-boned, with a face which was long and narrow. His eyes were large and wide-set, his mouth big and firm in its lines. He had big hands and feet, and an almost rolling gait. Eugene assumed instinctively that this was Mr. Temple Boyle, N.A., the class instructor, and he imagined there would be an opening address of some kind. But the instructor merely announced that Mr. William Ray had been appointed monitor, and that he hoped that there would be no disorder or wasting of time. There would be regular criticism days by him, Wednesday and Fridays. He hoped that each pupil would be able to show marked improvement. The class would now begin work. Then he strolled out. Eugene soon learned from one of the students that this really was Mr. Boyle. The young Irish girl had gone behind the screen. Eugene could see partially, from where he was sitting, that she was disrobing. It shocked him a little, but he kept his courage and his countenance because of the presence of so many others. He turned the chair upside down as he saw the others do, and sat down on a stool. His charcoal was lying in a little box beside him. He straightened his paper on its board and fidgeted, keeping as still as he could. Some of the students were talking. Suddenly he saw the girl divest herself of a thin gauze shirt, and the next moment she came out, naked and composed, to step upon the platform and stand perfectly erect, her arms by her side, her head thrown back. Eugene tingled and blushed, and was almost afraid to look directly at her. Then he took a stick of charcoal and began sketching feebly, attempting to convey something of this personality and this pose to paper. It seemed a wonderful thing for him to be doing, to be in this room, to see this girl posing so, in short, to be an art student. So this was what it was, a world absolutely different from anything he had ever known. And he was self-called to be a member of it. It was after he had decided to enter the art class that Eugene paid his first visit to his family. Though they were only 100 miles away, he had never felt like going back, even at Christmas time. Now it seemed to him he had something definite to proclaim. He was going to be an artist, and as to his work, he was getting along well in that. Mr. Mitchell appeared to like him. It was to Mr. Mitchell that he reported daily with his collections and his unsatisfied bills. The collections were checked up by Mr. Mitchell with the cash, and the unpaid bills certified. Sometimes Eugene made a mistake, having too much or too little, but the too much was always credited against the too little, so that in the main he came out even. In money matters there was no tendency on Eugene's part to be dishonest. He thought of lots of things he wanted, but he was fairly well content to wait and come by them legitimately. It was this note in him that appealed to Mr. Mitchell. He thought that possibly something could be made of Eugene in a trade way. He left the Friday night preceding Labor Day, the first Monday in September, which was a holiday throughout the city. He had told Mr. Mitchell that he thought of leaving Saturday after work for over Sunday and Monday, but Mr. Mitchell suggested that he might double up his Saturday's work with Thursdays and Fridays, if he wished, and go Friday evening. "Saturday's a short day anyhow," he said. "That would give 3 days at home, and still you wouldn't be behind in your work." Eugene thanked his employer and did as he suggested. He packed his bag with the best he had in the way of clothes, and journeyed homeward, wondering how he would find things. How different it all was. Stella was gone. His youthful unsophistication had passed. He could go home as a city man with some prospects. He had no idea how boyish he looked, how much the idealist he was, how far removed from hard, practical judgment which the world values so highly. When the train reached Alexandria, his father and Myrtle and Sylvia were at the depot to greet him, the latter with her 2-year-old son. They had all come down in the family carryall, which left one seat for Eugene. He greeted them warmly, and received their encomiums on his looks with a befitting sense of humility. "You're bigger," his father exclaimed. "You're going to be a tall man after all, Eugene. I was afraid you had stopped growing." "I hadn't noticed that I had grown any," said Eugene. "Ah, yes," put in Myrtle. "You're much bigger, Gene. It makes you look a little thinner. Are you good and strong?" "I ought to be," laughed Eugene. "I walk about 15 or 20 miles a day, and I'm out in the air all the time. If I don't get strong now, I never will." Sylvia asked him about his stomach trouble. About the same, he told her. Sometimes he thought it was better, sometimes worse. A doctor had told him to drink hot water in the morning, but he didn't like to do it. It was so hard to swallow the stuff. While they were talking, asking questions, they reached the front gate of the house, and Mrs. Witla came out on the front porch. Eugene, at sight of her in the late dusk, jumped over the front wheel and ran to meet her. "Little Ma," he exclaimed. "Didn't expect me back so soon, did you?" "So soon?" she said, her arms around his neck. Then she held him so, quite still for a few moments. "You're getting to be a big man," she said, when she released him. He went into the old sitting room and looked around. It was all quite the same. No change. There were the same books, the same table, the same chairs, the same pulley lamp hanging from the center of the ceiling. In the parlor there was nothing new, nor in the bedrooms or the kitchen. His mother looked a little older, his father not. Sylvia had changed greatly, being slightly peaked in the face compared to her former plumpness. It was due to motherhood, he thought. Myrtle seemed a little more calm and happy. She had a steady now, Frank Bangs, the superintendent of the local furniture factory. He was quite young, good-looking, going to be well off some day, so they thought. Old Bill, one of the big horses, had been sold. Rover, one of the 2 collies, was dead. Jake the cat had been killed in a night brawl somewhere. Somehow, as Eugene stood in the kitchen, watching his mother fry a big steak and make biscuits and gravy in honor of his coming, he felt that he did not belong to this world any more. It was smaller, narrower than he had ever thought. The town had seemed smaller as he had come through its streets, the houses too, and yet it was nice. The yards were sweet and simple, but countrified. His father, running a sewing machine business, seemed tremendously limited. He had a country or small town mind. It struck Eugene as curious now that they had never had a piano, and Myrtle liked music too. As for himself, he had learned that he was passionately fond of it. There were organ recitals in the Central Music Hall of Chicago on Tuesdays and Friday afternoons, and he had managed to attend some after his work. There were great preachers like Professor Swing and the Reverend H. W. Thomas and the Reverend F. W. Gonsalas and Professor Saltus, liberal thinkers all, whose public services in the city were always accompanied by lovely music. Eugene had found all these men and their services in his search for life and to avoid being lonely. Now they had taught him that his old world was no world at all. It was a small town. He would never come to this any more. After a sound night's rest in his old room, he went down the next day to see Mr. Caleb Williams at the Appeal office, and Mr. Burgess and Jonas Lyle and John Summers. As he went, on the courthouse square, he met Ed Mitchell and George Taps and Will Groninger and 4 or 5 others whom he had known in school. From them he learned how things were. It appeared that George Anderson had married a local girl and was in Chicago, working out in the stockyards. Ed Waterbury had gone to San Francisco. The pretty Sampson girl, Bessie Sampson, who had once gone with Ted Martinwood so much, had run away with a man from Anderson, Indiana. There had been a lot of talk about it at the time. Eugene listened. It seemed less, though, than the new world that he had entered. Of these fellows none knew the visions that were now surging in his brain. Paris no less than New York. And by what far route he could scarcely tell. And Will Groninger had got to be a baggage clerk at one of the 2 depots, and was proud of it. Good heavens! At the office of the Appeal things were unchanged. Somehow Eugene had had the feeling that 2 years would make a lot of difference, whereas the difference was in him only. He was the one who had undergone cataclysmic changes. He had been a stove polisher, a real estate assistant, a driver, and a collector. He had known Margaret Duff and Mr. Redwood of the laundry and Mr. Mitchley. The great city had dawned on him, Verestchagin and Bouguereau and the Art Institute. He was going on at one pace, the town was moving at another one, a slower, but quite as fast as it had ever gone. Caleb Williams was there, skipping about as of yore, cheerful, communicative, interested. "I'm glad to see you back, Eugene," he declared, fixing him with the one good eye which watered. "I'm glad you're getting along. That's fine. Going to be an artist, eh? Well, I think that's what you were cut out for. I wouldn't advise every young fellow to go to Chicago, but that's where you belong. If it wasn't for my wife and 3 children, I never would have left it. When you get a wife and family, though—" He paused and shook his head. "Gad, you got to do the best you can." Then he went to look up some missing copy. Jonas Lyle was portly, phlegmatic, and philosophic as ever. He greeted Eugene with a solemn eye in which there was inquiry. "Well, how is it?" he asked. Eugene smiled. "Oh, pretty good." "Not going to be a printer, then?" "No, I think not." "Well, it's just as well. There's an awful lot of them." While they were talking, John Summers sidled up. "How are you, Mr. Witla?" he inquired. Eugene looked at him. John was certainly marked for the grave in the near future. He was thinner, of a bluish-gray color, bent at the shoulders. "Why, I'm fine, Mr. Summers," Eugene said. "I'm not so good," said the old printer. He tapped his chest significantly. "This thing's getting the best of me." "Don't you believe it," put in Lyle. "John's always gloomy. He's just as good as ever. I tell him he'll live 20 years yet." "No, no," said Summers, shaking his head. "I know." He left after a bit to go across the street, his customary drinking excuse. "He can't last another year," Lyle observed the moment the door was closed. "Burgess only keeps him because it would be a shame to turn him out. But he's done for." "Anyone can see that," said Eugene. "He looks terrible." So they talked. At noon he went home. Myrtle announced that he was to come with her and Mr. Bangs to a party that evening. There were going to be games and refreshments. It never occurred to him that in this town there had never been dancing among the boys and girls he moved with, and scarcely any music. People did not have pianos, or at least only a few of them. After supper Mr. Bangs called, and the three of them went to a typical small-town party. It was not much different from the ones Eugene had attended with Stella, except that the participants were, in the main, just that much older. 2 years makes a great deal of difference in youth. There were some 22 young men and women, all crowded into 3 fair-sized rooms and on a porch, the windows and doors leading to which were open. Outside were brown grass and some autumn flowers. Early crickets were chirping, and there were late fireflies. It was warm and pleasant. The opening efforts to be sociable were a little stiff. There were introductions all around, much smart badinage among town dandies, for most of them were here. There were a number of new faces, girls who had moved in from other towns or blossomed into maturity since Eugene had left. "If you'll marry me, Madge, I'll buy you a nice new pair of sealskin earrings," he heard one of the young bloods remark. Eugene smiled, and the girl laughed back. "He always thinks he's so cute." It was almost impossible for Eugene to break through the opening sense of reserve which clogged his actions at everything in the way of social diversion. He was a little nervous because he was afraid of criticism. That was his vanity and deep egotism. He stood about trying to get into the swing of the thing with a bright remark or two. Just as he was beginning to bubble, a girl came in from one of the other rooms. Eugene had not met her. She was with his prospective brother-in-law, Bangs, and was laughing in a sweet, joyous way which arrested his attention. She was dressed in white, he noticed, with a band of golden brown ribbon pulled through the loops above the flounces at the bottom of her dress. Her hair was a wonderful ashen yellow, a great mass of it, and laid in big, thick braids above her forehead and ears. Her nose was straight, her lips were thin and red, her cheekbones faintly but curiously noticeable. Somehow there was a sense of distinction about her, a faint aroma of personality which Eugene did not understand. It appealed to him. Bangs brought her over. He was a tight, smiling youth, as sound as oak, as clear as good water. "Here's Miss Blue, Eugene. She's from up in Wisconsin and comes down to Chicago occasionally. I told her you ought to know her. You might meet up there sometimes." "Say, but that's good luck, isn't it?" smiled Eugene. "I'm sure I'm glad to know you. What part of Wisconsin do you come from?" "Blackwood," she laughed, her greenish-blue eyes dancing. "Her hair is yellow, her eyes are blue, and she comes from Blackwood," commented Bangs. "How's that?" His big mouth with its even teeth was wide with a smile. "You left out the blue name and the white dress. She ought to wear white all the time." "Oh, it does harmonize with my name, doesn't it?" she cried. "At home I do wear white mostly. You see, I'm just a country girl, and I make most of my things." "Did you make that?" asked Eugene. "Of course I did." Bangs moved away a little, looking at her as if critically. "Well, that's real pretty," he pronounced. "Mr. Bangs is such a flatterer," she smiled at Eugene. "He doesn't mean anything he says. He just tells me one thing after another." "He's right," said Eugene. "I agree as to the dress, and it fits the hair wonderfully." "You see, he's lost too," laughed Bangs. "That's the way they all do. Well, I'm going to leave you two. I've got to get back. I left your sister in the hands of a rival of mine." Eugene turned to this girl and laughed his reserved laugh. "I was just thinking what was going to become of me. I've been away for 2 years, and I've lost track of some of these people." "I'm worse yet. I've only been here 2 weeks, and I scarcely know anybody. Mrs. King takes me around everywhere, but it's all so new I can't get hold of it. I think Alexandria is lovely." "It's nice. I suppose you've been out on the lakes?" "Oh, yes. We fished and rode and camped. I have had a lovely time, but I have to go back to-morrow." "Do you?" said Eugene. "Why, I do, too. I'm going to take the 4:15. "So am I," she laughed. "Perhaps we can go together." "Why, certainly. That's fine. I thought I'd have to go back alone. I only came down for over Sunday. I've been working up in Chicago." They fell to telling each other their histories. She was from Blackwood, only 85 miles from Chicago, and had lived there all her life. There were several brothers and sisters. Her father was evidently a farmer and a politician, and what not, and Eugene gleaned from stray remarks that they must be well thought of, though poor. One brother-in-law was spoken of as a banker, another as the owner of a grain elevator. She herself was a schoolteacher at Blackwood, and had been for several years. Eugene did not realize it, but she was fully 5 years older than himself, with the tact and superior advantage which so much difference in years brings. She was tired of school teaching, tired of caring for babies of married sisters, tired of being left to work and stay at home when the ideal marrying age was rapidly passing. She was interested in able people, and silly village boys did not appeal to her. There was one who was begging her to marry him at this moment, but he was a slow soul up in Blackwood, not actually worthy of her, nor able to support her well. She was hopefully, sadly, vaguely, madly longing for something better, and as yet nothing had ever turned up. This meeting with Eugene was not anything which promised a way out to her. She was not seeking so urgently, nor did she give introductions that sort of a twist in her consciousness. But this young man had an appeal for her beyond anyone she had met recently. They were in sympathetic accord, apparently. She liked his clear, big eyes, his dark hair, his rather waxen complexion. He seemed something better than she had known, and she hoped that he would be nice to her.
The rest of that evening Eugene spent not exactly with, but near Miss Blue, Miss Angela Blue, as he found her name to be. He was interested in her, not so much from the point of view of looks, though she was charming enough, but because of some peculiarity of temperament, which lingered with him as a grateful taste might dwell on the palate. He thought her young, and was charmed by what he considered her innocence and unsophistication. As a matter of fact, she was not so much young and unsophisticated as an unconscious simulator of simplicity. In the conventional sense, she was a thoroughly good girl, loyal, financially honest, truthful in all commonplace things, and thoroughly virtuous, moreover, in that she considered marriage and children the fate and duty of all women. Having had so much trouble with other people's children, she was not anxious to have any, or at least many, of her own. Of course, she did not believe that she would escape with what seemed to be any such good fortune. She fancied that she would be like her sisters, the wife of a good business or professional man, the mother of 3 or 4 or 5 healthy children, the keeper of an ideal middle-class home, the handmaiden of her husband's needs. There was a deep current of passion in her which she had come to feel would never be satisfied. No man would ever understand, no man at least whom she was likely to meet, but she knew she had a great capacity to love. If someone would only come along and arouse that, be worthy of it, what a whirlwind of affection she would return to him. How she would love, how sacrifice! But it seemed now that her dreams were destined never to be fulfilled, because so much time had slipped by and she had not been courted by the right one. So here she was now, at 25, dreaming and longing, the object of her ideals thus accidentally brought before her, and no immediate consciousness that that was the case. It does not take sexual affinity long to manifest itself, once its subjects are brought near to each other. Eugene was older in certain forms of knowledge, broader in a sense, potentially greater than she would ever comprehend, but nevertheless swayed helplessly by emotion and desire. Her own emotions, though perhaps stronger than his, were differently aroused. The stars, the night, a lovely scene, any exquisite attribute of nature could fascinate him to the point of melancholy. With her, nature in its largest aspects passed practically unnoticed. She responded to music feelingly, as did Eugene. In literature, only realism appealed to him. For her, sentiment, strained though not necessarily unreal, had the greatest charm. Art in its purely aesthetic forms meant nothing at all to her. To Eugene It was the last word in the matter of emotional perception. History, philosophy, logic, psychology were sealed books to her. To Eugene they were already open doors, or better yet, flowery paths of joy down which he was wandering. Yet in spite of these things, they were being attracted towards each other. And there were other differences. With Eugene, convention meant nothing at all, and his sense of evil and good was something which the ordinary person would not have comprehended. He was prone to like all sorts and conditions of human beings, the intellectual, the ignorant, the clean, the dirty, the gay, the sorrowful, white, yellow, black. As for Angela, she had a distinct preference for those who conducted themselves according to given standards of propriety. She was brought up to think of those people as best who worked the hardest, denied themselves the most, and conformed to the ordinary notions of right and wrong. There was no questioning of current standards in her mind. As it was written socially and ethically upon the tables of law, so was it. There might be charming characters outside the pale, but they were not admitted to association or sympathy. To Eugene, a human being was a human being. The ruck of misfits or ne'er-do-wells he could laugh joyously with or at. It was all wonderful, beautiful, amusing. Even its grimness and tragedy were worth while, although they hurt him terribly at times. Why, under these circumstances, he should have been so thoroughly attracted to Angela remains a mystery. Perhaps they complemented each other at this time as a satellite complements a larger luminary. For Eugene's egoism required praise, sympathy, feminine coddling, and Angela caught fire from the warmth and geniality of his temperament. On the train next day Eugene had nearly 3 hours of what he deemed most delightful talk with her. They had not journeyed far before he had told her how he had traveled this way on this train at this hour 2 years before, how he had walked about the streets of the big city looking for a place to sleep, how he had got work and stayed away until he felt that he had found himself. Now he was going to study art and then to New York or Paris and do magazine illustrating and possibly paint pictures. He was truly your flamboyant youth of talent when he got to talking, when he had a truly sympathetic ear. He loved to boast to someone who really admired him, and he felt that he had admiration here. Angela looked at him with swimming eyes. He was really different from anything she had ever known. Young, artistic, imaginative, ambitious. He was going out into a world which she had longed for but never hoped to see, that of art. He was telling her of his prospective art studies and talking of Paris. What a wonderful thing! As the train neared Chicago, she explained that she would have to make an almost immediate connection with one which left over the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul for Blackwood. She was a little lonely, to tell the truth, a little sick at heart, for the summer vacation was over, and she was going back to teach school. Alexandria, for the 2 weeks she had been there visiting Mrs. King, formerly a Blackwood girl and school-day chum of hers, was lovely. Her girlhood friend had tried to make things most pleasant, and now it was all over. Even Eugene was over, for he said nothing much of seeing her again, or had not so far. She was wishing she might see more of this world he painted in such glowing colors when he said, "Mr. Bangs said that you come down to Chicago every now and then." "I do," she replied. "I sometimes come down to go to the theaters and shop." She did not say that there was an element of practical household commercialism in it, for she was considered one of the best buyers in the family, and she was sent to buy by various members of the family in quantities. From a practical household point of view, she was a thoroughbred and was valued by her sisters and friends as someone who loved to do things. She might have come to be merely a family pack horse solely because she loved the work. It was instinct to do everything she did thoroughly, but she worked almost exclusively in minor household matters. "How soon do you expect to come down again?" he asked. "Oh, I can't tell. I sometimes come down when opera is on in the winter. I may be here around Thanksgiving." "Not before that?" "I don't think so," she replied archly. "That's too bad. I thought maybe I'd see you a few times this fall. When you do come, I wish you'd let me know. I'd like to take you to the theater." Eugene spent precious little money on any entertainment. But he thought he could venture this. She would not be down often. Then, too, he had the notion that he might get a rise one of these days. That would make a difference. When she came again, he would be in art school, opening up another field for himself. Life looked hopeful. "That's so nice of you," she replied. "And when I come, I'll let you know. I'm just a country girl," she added, with a toss of her head, "and I don't get to the city very often." Eugene liked what he considered the guileless naivety of her confessions, the frankness with which she owned up to simplicity and poverty. Most girls didn't. She almost made a virtue of these things. At least, they were charming as a confession in her. "I'll hold you to that," he assured her. "Oh, you needn't. I'll be glad to let you know." They were nearing the station. He forgot for the moment that she was not as remote and delicate in her beauty as Stella, that she was apparently not as passionate temperamentally as Margaret. He saw her wonderfully dull hair and her thin lips and peculiar blue eyes, and admired her honesty and simplicity. He picked up her grip and helped her to find her train. When they came to part, he pressed her hand warmly, for she had been very nice to him, so attentive and sympathetic and interested. "Now remember," he said gaily, after he had put her in her seat in the local, "I won't forget. You won't mind if I wrote you now and then?" "Not at all. I'd like it." "Then I will," he said, and went out. He stood outside and looked at her through the train window as it pulled out. He was glad to have met her. This was the right sort of girl, clean, honest, simple, attractive. That was the way the best women were, good and pure, not wild pieces of fire like Margaret, nor unconscious, indifferent beauties like Stella. He was going to add, but couldn't. There was a voice within him that said that artistically Stella was perfect, and even now it hurt him a little to remember. But Stella was gone forever. There was no doubt about that. During the days that followed, he thought of the girl often. He wondered what sort of town Blackwood was, what sort of people she moved with, what sort of a house she lived in. They must be nice, simple people like his own in Alexandria. These types of city-bred people whom he saw, girls particularly, and those born to wealth, had no appeal to him as yet. They were too distant, too far removed from anything he could aspire to. A good woman, such as Miss Blue obviously was, must be a treasure anywhere in the world. He kept thinking he would write to her. He had no other girl acquaintance now, and just before he entered art school he did this, penning a little note saying that he remembered so pleasantly their ride, and when was she coming. Her answer, after a week, was that she expected to be in the city about the middle or the end of October, and that she would be glad to have him call. She gave him the number of an aunt who lived out on the north side in Ohio Street, and said she would notify him further. She was hard at work teaching school now, and didn't even have time to think of the lovely summer she had had. Poor little girl, he thought. She deserved a better fate. When she comes, I'll surely look her up, he thought. And there was a lot that went with the idea. Such wonderful hair. The succeeding days in the art school, after his first admission, revealed many new things to Eugene. He understood now, or thought he did, why artists were different from the rank and file of mankind. This Art Institute atmosphere was something so refreshing after his days rambling among poor neighborhoods, collecting, that he could hardly believe that he, Eugene Witla, belonged there. There were exceptional young people, some of them anyhow. If they weren't cut out to be good artists, they still had imagination, the dream of the artist. They came, as Eugene gradually learned, from all parts of the West and South, from Chicago and St. Louis, from Kansas, Nebraska, and Iowa, from Texas and California and Minnesota. One boy was in from Saskatchewan, of the Canadian Northwest, and another from the then territory of New Mexico. Because his name was Gil, they called him the Gila Monster, the difference in the pronunciation of the G not troubling them at all. A boy who came down from Minnesota was a farmer's son, and talked about going back to plow and sow and reap during the next spring and summer. Another boy was the son of a Kansas City millionaire. The mechanics of drawing interested Eugene from the first. He learned the first night that there was some defect in his understanding of light and shade as it related to the human form. He could not get any roundness or texture in his drawings. "The darkest shadow is always closest to the highlight," observed the instructor laconically on Wednesday evening, looking over his shoulder. "You're making everything a dull, even tone." So that was it. "You're drawing this figure as a bricklayer who isn't an architect might start to build a house. You're laying bricks without having a plan. Where's your plan?" The voice was that of Mr. Boyle, looking over his shoulder. Eugene looked up. He had begun to draw the head only. A plan," said his instructor, making a peculiar motion with his hands, which described the outline of the pose in a single motion. "Get your general lines first, then you can put in the details afterward." Eugene saw at once. Another time his instructor was watching him draw the female breast. He was doing it woodenly, without much beauty of contour. They're round, I tell you," exclaimed Boyle. "If you ever see any square ones, let me know." This caught Eugene's sense of humor. It made him laugh, even though he flushed painfully, for he knew he had a lot to learn. The cruelest thing he heard this man say was to a boy who was rather thick and fat, but conscientious. "You can't draw," he said roughly. "Take my advice and go home. You'll make more money driving a wagon." The class winced, but this man was ugly in his intolerance of futility. The idea of anybody wasting his time was obnoxious to him. He took art as a businessman takes business, and he had no time for the misfit, the fool, or the failure. He wanted his class to know that art meant effort. Aside from his brutal insistence on the significance of art, there was another side to the life which was not so hard, in a way more alluring. Between the 25-minute poses which the model took, there were some 4 or 5 minutes' rest during the course of the evening in which the students talked, relighted their pipes, and did much as they pleased. Sometimes students from other classes came in for a few moments. The thing that astonished Eugene, though, was the freedom of the model with the students and the freedom of the students with her. After the first few weeks he observed some of those who had been there the year before going up to the platform where the girl sat and talking with her. She had a little pink gauze veil which she drew around her shoulders or waist that instead of reducing the suggestiveness of her attitude, heightened them. "Say, ain't that enough to make everything go black in front of your eyes?" said one boy sitting next to Eugene. "Well, I guess," he laughed. "There's some edge to that." The boys would sit and laugh and jest with this girl, and she would laugh and coquette in return. He saw her strolling about, looking at some of the students' drawings over their shoulders, standing face to face with others, and so calmly. The strong desire which it invariably aroused in Eugene he quelled and concealed, for these things were not to be shown on the surface. Once, while he was looking at some photographs that a student had brought, she came and looked over his shoulder. This little flower of the streets, her body graced by the thin scarf, her lips and cheeks red with color. She came so close that she leaned against his shoulder and arm with her soft flesh. It pulled him tense, like a great current, but he made no sign, pretending that it was the veriest commonplace. Several times, because the piano was there, and because students would sing and play in the interludes, she came and sat on the piano stool herself, strumming out an accompaniment to which some 1 or 3 or 4 would sing. Somehow this, of all things, seemed most sensuous to him, most oriental. It set him wild. He felt his teeth click without volition on his part. When she resumed her pose, his passion subsided, for then the cold, aesthetic value of her beauty became uppermost. It was only the incidental things that upset him. In spite of these disturbances, Eugene was gradually showing improvement as a draftsman and as an artist. He liked to draw the figure. He was not as quick at that as he was at the more varied outlines of landscape and buildings, but he could give lovely sensuous touches to the human form, particularly to the female form, which were beginning to be impressive. He got past the place where Boyle had ever to say, "They're round." He gave a sweep to his lines that attracted the instructor's attention. "You're getting the thing as a whole, I see," he said quietly one day. Eugene thrilled with satisfaction. Another Wednesday he said, "A little colder, my boy, a little colder. There's sex in that. It isn't in the figure. You ought to make a good mural decorator some day, if you have the inclination." Boyle went on. "You've got the sense of beauty." The roots of Eugene's hair tingled. So art was coming to him. This man saw his capacity. He really had art in him. One evening a paper sign, pasted up on the bulletin board, bore the significant legend, "Artists, attention! We eat! November 16th at Sofroni's. All those who want to get in, give their names to the monitor." Eugene had heard nothing of this, but he judged that it originated in one of the other classes. He spoke to the monitor and learned that only 75 cents was required of him. Students could bring girls if they wished. Most of them would. He decided that he would go, but where to get a girl? Sofroni's was an Italian restaurant in Lower Clark Street, which had originally started out as an eating place for Italian laborers, because it was near an Italian boarding house section. It was located in an old house that was not exactly homely. A yard in the back had been set with plain wooden tables, and benches had been placed for use in the summertime, and later this had been covered with a moldy tent cloth to protect the diners from rain. Still later this became glass and was used in winter. The place was clean and the food good. Some struggling craftsman in journalism and art had found it, and by degrees Signor Sofroni had come to realize that he was dealing with a better element. He began to exchange greetings with these people, to set aside a little corner for them. Finally he entertained a small group of them at dinner, charging them hardly more than the cost price, and so he was launched. One student told another, Sofroni now had his yard covered in so that he could entertain 100 at dinner, even in winter. He could serve several kinds of wines and liquors with dinner for 75 cents apiece. So he was popular. The dinner was the culmination of several other class treats. It was the custom of a class, whenever a stranger or even a new member appeared, to yell, "Treat! Treat!" at which the victim or new member was supposed to produce $2 as a contribution to a beer fund. If the money was not produced, the stranger was apt to be thrown out or some ridiculous trick played upon him. If it was forthcoming, work for the evening ceased. A collection was immediately taken up. Kegs of beer were sent for, with sandwiches and cheese. Drinking, singing, piano playing, jesting followed. Once, to Eugene's utter astonishment, one of the students, a big, good-natured, carousing boy from Omaha, lifted the nude model to his shoulders. He set her astride his neck and proceeded around the room, jigging as he went. The girl, meantime, pulling his black hair, the other students following and shouting uproariously. Some of the girls in an adjoining room, studying in an evening life class, stopped their work to peep through a half a dozen small holes which had been punched in the intervening partition. The sight of Showalter carrying the girl so astonished the eavesdroppers that news of it was soon all over the building. Knowledge of the escapade reached the secretary, and the next day the student was dropped. But the Bacchic dance had been enacted. Its impression was left. There were other treats like this in which Eugene was urged to drink, and he did a very little. He had no taste for beer. He also tried to smoke, but he did not care for it. He could become nervously intoxicated at times by the mere sight of such revelry, and then he grew witty, easy in his motions, quick to say bright things. On one of these occasions one of the models said to him, "Why, you're nicer than I thought. I imagined you were very solemn." "Oh, no," he said, "only at times. You don't know me." He seized her about the waist, but she pushed him away. He wished now that he danced, for he saw that he might have whirled her about the room then and there. He decided to learn at once. The question of a girl for the dinner troubled him. He knew of no one except Margaret, but he did not know that she danced. There was Miss Blue of Blackwood, whom he had seen when she made her promised visit to the city, but the thought of her in connection with anything like this was to him incongruous. He wondered what she would think if she saw such scenes as he had witnessed. It chanced that one day when he was in the members' room, he met Miss Kenny, the girl who he had seen posing the night he had entered the school. Eugene remembered her fascination, for she was the first nude model he had ever seen, and she was pretty. She was also the one who had come and stood by him when she was posing. He had not seen her since then. She had liked Eugene, but he had seemed a little distant, at first a little commonplace. Lately he had taken to a loose flowing tie and a soft round hat which became him. He turned his hair back loosely and emulated the independent swing of Mr. Temple Boyle. The man was a sort of god to him, strong and successful. To be like that. The girl noted a change for what she deemed the better. He was so nice now, she thought, so white-skinned and clear-eyed and keen. She pretended to be looking at the drawing of a nude when she saw him. "How are you?" he asked, smiling, venturing to speak to her, because he was lonely and because he knew no other girl. She turned gaily and returned the question, facing him with smiling lips and genial eyes. "I haven't seen you for some time," he said. "Are you back here now?" "For this week," she said. "I'm doing studio work. I don't care for the classes when I can get the other." "I thought you liked them," he replied, recalling her gaiety of mood. "Oh, I don't dislike it. Only studio work is better." "We've missed you," he said. "The others haven't been nearly as nice." "Aren't you complimentary?" she laughed, her black eyes looking into his with a twinkle. "No, it's so," he returned, and then asked hopefully, "Are you going to the dinner on the 16th?" "Maybe," she said. "I haven't made up my mind. It all depends." "On what?" "Oh, how I feel, and who asks me." "I shouldn't think there'd be any trouble about that," he observed. "If I had a girl, I'd go," he went on, making a terrific effort to reach the point where he could ask her. She saw his intention. "Well?" she laughed. "Would you go with me?" he ventured, thus so shamelessly assisted. "Sure," she said, for she liked him. "That's fine!" he exclaimed. "Where do you live?" "I'll want to know that." He searched for a pencil. She gave him her number on West 57th Street. Because of his collecting he knew the neighborhood. It was a street of shabby frame houses far out on the south side. He remembered great mazes of trade near it, and unpaved streets and open stretches of wet prairie land. Somehow it seemed fitting to him that this little flower of the muck and coal yard area should be a model. "I'll be sure and get you," he laughed. "You won't forget, will you, miss?" "Just Ruby," she interrupted. "Ruby Kenny." "It's a pretty name, isn't it?" he said. "It's euphonious. You wouldn't let me come out some Sunday and see just where it is?" "Yes, you may," she replied, pleased by his comment on her name. "I'm home most every Sunday. Come out next Sunday afternoon if you want to." "I will," said Eugene. He walked out to the street with her in a very buoyant mood. Ruby Kenny was an adopted child of an old Irish laborer and his wife, who had taken her from a quarreling couple when they had practically deserted her at the age of 4 years. She was bright, good-natured, not at all informed as to the social organization of the world, just a simple little girl with a passion for adventure and no saving insight which would indicate beforehand whither adventure might lead. She began life as a cash girl in a department store and was spoiled of her virtue at 15. She was rather fortunate in that her smartness attracted the rather superior, capable, self-protecting type of man, and these were fortunate, too, in that she was not utterly promiscuous, appetite with her waiting on strong liking, and in 1 or 2 cases real affection, and culminating only after a period of dalliance which made her as much a victim of her moods as were her lovers. Her foster parents provided no guidance of any intelligent character. They liked her, and since she was brighter than they were, submitted to her rule, her explanations of conduct, her taste. She waved aside with a laughing rejoinder any slight objections they might make, and always protested that she did not care what the neighbors thought. The visits which Eugene paid and the companionship which ensued were of a piece with every other relationship of this character which he ever entered into. He worshipped beauty as beauty, and he never wholly missed finding a certain quality of mind and heart for which he longed. He sought in women, besides beauty, good nature and sympathy. He shunned criticism and coldness, and was never apt to select for a sweetheart anyone who could outshine him either in emotion or rapidity or distinction of ideas. He liked at this time simple things, simple homes, simple surroundings, the commonplace atmosphere of simple life, for the more elegant and imposing overawed him. The great mansions which he saw, the great trade structures, the great significant personalities, seemed artificial and cold. He liked little people, people who were not known, but who were sweet and kindly in their moods. If he could find female beauty with anything like that as a background, he was happy, and settled down near it, if he could, in comfort. His drawing, near to Ruby, was governed by this mood. The Sunday Eugene called it rained, and the neighborhood in which she lived was exceedingly dreary. Looking around here and there, one could see in the open spaces between the houses pools of water standing in the brown, dead grass. He had crossed a great maze of black cindered car tracks, where engines and cars were in great masses, and speculated on the drawing such scenes would make. Big black engines throwing up clouds of smoke and steam in a gray, wet air. Great mazes of party-colored cars, dank in the rain but lovely. At night, the switch lights in these great masses of yards bloomed like flowers. He loved the sheer yellows, reds, greens, blues that burned like eyes. Here was the stuff that touched him magnificently, and somehow he was glad that this raw flowering girl lived near something like this. When he reached the door and rang the bell, he was greeted by an old shaky Irish-American who seemed to him rather low in the scale of intelligence. The kind of man who would make a good crossing guard, perhaps. He had uncommon, characterful clothes, the kind that from long wear have taken the natural outlines of the body. In his fingers was a short pipe which he had been smoking. "Is Miss Kenny in?" Eugene inquired. "Yes," said the man. "Come in, I'll get her." He poked back through a typical working man's parlor to a rear room. Someone had seen to it that almost everything in the room was red. The big silk-shaded lamp, the family album, the carpet, and the red-flowered wallpaper. While he was waiting, he opened the album and looked at what he supposed were her relatives. Commonplace people all, clerks, salesmen, storekeepers. Presently Ruby came, and then his eye lighted, for there was about her a smartness of youth. She was not more than 19, which captivated his fancy. She had on a black cashmere dress with touches of red velvet at the neck and elsewhere, and she wore a loose red tie, much as a boy might. She looked gay and cheerful and held out her hand. "Did you have much trouble in getting here?" she asked. He shook his head. "I know this country pretty well. I collect all through here weekdays. I work for the People's Furniture Company, you know." "Oh, then it's all right," she said, enjoying his frankness. "I thought you'd have a hard time finding it. It's a pretty bad day, isn't it?" Eugene admitted that it was, but commented on the car tracks he had seen. "If I could paint it all, I'd like to paint those things. They're so big and wonderful." He went to the window and gazed out at the neighborhood. Ruby watched him with interest. His movements were pleasing to her. She felt at home in his company, as though she were going to like him very much. It was so easy to talk to him. There were the classes, her studio work, her own career, this neighborhood, to give her a feeling of congeniality with him. "Are there many big studios in Chicago?" he asked, when they finally got around to that phase of her work. He was curious to know what the art life of the city was. "No, not so very many, not at least of the good ones. There are a lot of fellows who think they can paint." "Who are the big ones?" he asked. "Well, I only know but what I hear artists say. Mr. Rose is pretty good. Byram Jones is pretty fine on genre subjects, so they say. Walter Lowe is a good portrait painter, and so is Manson Steele. And let's see, there's Arthur Biggs. He does landscapes only. I've never been in his studio. And Finley Wood, he's another portrait man. And Wilson Brooks, he does figures. Oh, I don't know. There are quite a number." Eugene listened entranced. The patter of art matters was more in the way of definite information about personalities than he had heard all the time he had been in the city. The girl knew these things. She was in the movement. He wondered what her relationship to these various people was. He got up after a time and looked out the window again. She came also. "It's not very nice around here," she explained. "But Papa and Mama like to live here. It's near Papa's work." "Was that your father I met at the door?" "They're not my real parents," she explained. "I'm an adopted child. They're just like real parents to me, though. I certainly owe them a lot." "You can't have been posing in art very long," said Eugene, thoughtfully thinking of her age. "No, I only began about a year ago." She told how she had been a clerk in the fair, and how she and another girl had got the idea from seeing articles in the Sunday papers. There was once a picture in the Tribune of a model posing in the nude before the local life class. This had taken her eye, and she had consulted with the other girl as to whether they had not better try posing too. Her friend, like herself, was still posing. She was coming to the dinner. Eugene listened entranced. It reminded him of how he was caught by the picture of Goose Island in the Chicago River, of the little tumble-down huts and upturned hulls of boats used for homes. He told her of that, and of how he came, and it touched her fancy. She thought he was sentimental but nice. And then he was big, too, and she was so much smaller. "You play?" he asked. "Don't you?" "Oh, just a little, but we haven't got a piano. I learned what I know by practicing at the different studios." "Do you dance?" asked Eugene. "Yes, indeed," she replied. "I wish I did," he commented ruefully. "Why don't you? It's easy. You could learn in no time. I could teach you in a lesson." "I wish you would," he said persuasively. "It isn't hard," she went on, moving away from him. "I can show you the steps. They always begin with the waltz." She lifted her skirts and exposed her little feet. She explained what to do and how to do it. He tried it alone, but failed. So she got him to put his arm around her and placed her hand in his. "Now, follow me," she said. It was so delightful to find her in his arms, and she was apparently in no hurry to conclude the lesson, for she worked with him quite patiently, explaining the steps, stopping and correcting him, laughing at her mistakes and his. "You're getting it, though," she said, after they had turned around a few times. They looked into each other's eyes a number of times, and she gave him frank smiles in return for his. He thought of the time when she stood by him in the studio, looking over his shoulder. Surely this gap of formalities might be bridged over at once if he tried, if he had the courage. He pulled her a little closer, and when they stopped, he did not let go. "You're mighty sweet to me," he said with an effort. "No, I'm just good-natured," she laughed, not endeavoring to break away. He became emotionally tense, as always. She rather liked what seemed the superiority of his mood. It was different, stronger than was customary in the men she knew. "Do you like me?" he asked, looking at her. She studied his face and hair and eyes. "I don't know," she returned calmly. "Are you sure you don't?" There was another pause in which she looked almost mockingly at him, and then, sobering, away at the hall door. "Yes, I think I do," she said. He picked her up in his arms. "You're as cute as a doll," he said, and carried her to the red settee. She spent the rest of the rainy afternoon resting in his arms and enjoying his kisses. He was a new and peculiar kind of boy. A little while before, Angela Blue, at Eugene's earnest solicitation, had paid her first fall visit to Chicago. She had made a special effort to come, lured by a certain poignancy of expression which he could give to any thought, particularly when it concerned his desires. In addition to the art of drawing, he had the gift of writing, very slow in its development from a structural and interpretive point of view, but powerful already on its descriptive side. He could describe anything, people, houses, horses, dogs, landscapes, much as he could draw them, and give a sense of tenderness and pathos in the bargain which was moving. He could describe city scenes and the personal atmosphere which surrounded him in the most alluring fashion. He had little time to write, but he took it in this instance to tell this girl what he was doing and how he was doing it. She was captivated by the quality of the world in which he was moving, and the distinction of his own personality, which he indicated rather indirectly than otherwise. By contrast, her own little world began to look very shabby indeed. She came shortly after his art school opened, and at her invitation he went out to the residence of her aunt on the north side, a nice pleasant brick house in a quiet side street, which had all the airs of middle-class peace and comfort. He was impressed with what seemed to him a sweet conservative atmosphere, a fitting domicile for a girl so dainty and refined as Angela. He paid his respects early Saturday morning because her neighborhood happened to be in the direction of his work. She played for him better than anyone he had ever known. It seemed to him a great accomplishment. Her temperament attracted her to music of a high emotional order and to songs and instrumental compositions of indefinable sweetness. In the half hour he stayed she played several things, and he noted with a new pleasure her small shapely body in a dress of a very simple close-fitting design. Her hair hung in two great braids far below her waist. She reminded him the least bit of Marguerite in Faust. He went again in the evening, shining and eager, and arrayed in his best. He was full of the sense of his art prospects and happy to see her again, for he was satisfied that he was going to fall in love with her. She had a strong, sympathetic attitude which allured him. She wanted to be nice to this youth, wanted him to like her, and so the atmosphere was right. That evening he took her to the Chicago Opera House, where there was playing an extravaganza. This fantasy, so beautiful in its stagecraft, so gorgeous in its show of costumes and pretty girls, so idle in its humor and sweet in its love songs, captivated both Eugene and Angela. Neither had been to the theater for a long time. Both were en rapport with some of the fantastic interpretation of existence. After the short acquaintance at Alexandria, it was a nice coming together. It gave point to their reunion. After the performance, he guided her through the surging crowds to a North Division Street car. They had laid cables since his arrival, and together they went over the beauties and humor of the thing they had seen. He asked permission to call again next day, and at the end of an afternoon in her company proposed that they go hear a famous preacher who was speaking in Central Music Hall evenings. Angela was pleased at Eugene's resourcefulness. She wanted to be with him. This was a good excuse. They went early and enjoyed it. Eugene liked the sermon as an expression of youth and beauty and power to command. He would have liked to be an orator like that, and he told Angela so. And he confided more and more of himself to her. She was impressed by his vivid interest in life, his selective power, and felt that he was destined to be a notable personality. There were other meetings. She came again in early November and before Christmas, and Eugene was fast becoming lost in the meshes of her hair. Although he met Ruby in November and took up a tentative relation on a less spiritual basis, as he would have said at the time, he nevertheless held this acquaintanceship with Angela in the background as a superior and more significant thing. She was purer than Ruby. There was in her certainly a deeper vein of feeling, as expressed in her thoughts and music. Moreover, she represented a country home, something like his own, a nice simple country town, nice people. Why should he part with her, or even let her know anything of this other world that he touched? He did not think he ought to. He was afraid that he would lose her, and he knew that she would make any man an ideal wife. She came again in December, and he almost proposed to her. He must not be free with her or draw too near too rapidly. She made him feel the sacredness of love and marriage, and he did propose in January. The artist is a blend of subtleties and emotion which cannot be classified. No woman could have satisfied all sides of Eugene's character at that time. Beauty was the point with him. Any girl who was young, emotional, or sympathetic to the right degree and beautiful would have attracted and held him for a while. He loved beauty, not a plan of life. He was interested in an artistic career, not in the founding of a family. Girlhood, the beauty of youth, was artistic. Hence he craved it. Angela's mental and emotional composition was stable. She had learned to believe from childhood that marriage was a fixed thing. She believed in one life and one love. When you found that, every other relationship which did not minister to it was ended. If children came, very good. If not, very good. Marriage was permanent anyhow, and if you did not marry happily, it was nevertheless your duty to endure and suffer for whatever good might remain. You might suffer badly in such a union, but it was dangerous and disgraceful to break it. If you could not stand it any more, your life was a failure. Of course, Eugene did not know what he was trifling with. He had no conception of the nature of the relationship he was building up. He went on blindly dreaming of this girl as an ideal, and anticipating eventual marriage with her. When that would be, he had no idea, for though his salary had been raised at Christmas, he was getting only $18 a week, but he deemed it would come within a reasonable time. Meanwhile, his visits to Ruby had brought the inevitable result. The very nature of the situation seemed to compel it. She was young, brimming over with the love of adventure, admiring youth and strength in men. Eugene, with his pale face, which had just a touch of melancholy about it, his sex magnetism, his love of beauty appealed to her. Uncurbed passion was perhaps uppermost to begin with. Very shortly it was confounded with affection, for this girl could love. She was sweet, good-natured, ignorant of life from many points of view. Eugene represented the most dramatic imagination she had yet seen. She described to him the character of her foster parents, told how simple they were and how she could do about as she pleased. They did not know she posed in the nude. She confided to him her particular friendship for certain artists, denying any present intimacies. She admitted them in the past, but asserted that they were bygones. Eugene did not really believe this. He suspected her of meeting other approaches in the spirit in which she has met his own. It aroused his jealousy, and he wished at once that she were not a model. He said as much, and she laughed. She knew he would act like that. It was the first proof of real, definite interest in her on his part. From that time on, there were lovely days and evenings spent in her company. Before the dinner she invited him over to breakfast one Sunday. Her foster parents were to be away, and she was to have the house to herself. She wanted to cook Eugene a breakfast, principally to show him she could cook. And then it was novel. She waited till he arrived at 9 to begin operations, and then, arrayed in a neat little lavender, close-fitting house dress, with a ruffled white apron, went about her work. Setting the table, making biscuit, preparing a kidney ragout with strong wine, and making coffee. Eugene was delighted. He followed her about, delaying her work by taking her in his arms and kissing her. She got flour on her nose, and he brushed it off with his lips. It was on this occasion that she showed him a very pleasing little dance she could do, a clog dance, which had a running, sideways motion, with frequent and rapid clicking of the heels. She gathered her skirts a little way above her ankles and twinkled her feet through a maze of motions. Eugene was beside himself with admiration. He told himself he had never met such a girl. To be so clever at posing, playing, and dancing, and so young. He thought she would make a delightful creature to live with, and he wished now he had had money enough to make it possible. At this high-flown moment, and at some others, he thought he might almost marry her. On the night of the dinner he took her to Sofroni's, and was surprised to find her arrayed in a red dress with a row of large black leather buttons cutting diagonally across the front. She had on red stockings and shoes, and wore a red carnation in her hair. The bodice was cut low in the neck, and the sleeves were short. Eugene thought she looked stunning, and told her so. She laughed. They went in a cab, for she had warned him beforehand that they would have to. It cost him $2 each way, but he excused his extravagance on the ground of necessity. It was little things like this that were beginning to make him think strongly of the problem of getting on. The students who had got up this dinner were from all the art classes, day and night. There were over 200 of them, all of them young, and there was a mixed collection of girl art students, artists' models, and girl friends of various grades of thought and condition, who were brought as companions. The big dining room was tempestuous with the rattling of dishes, the shouting of jests, the singing of songs, and the exchange of greetings. Eugene knew a few of these people outside his own classes, enough to give him the chance to be sociable and not appear lonely or out of it. From the outset it was apparent that she, Ruby, was generally known and liked. Her costume, a little bold, made her conspicuous. From various directions there were cries of, "Hey, Rube," which was a familiar interpretation of her first name, Ruby. Eugene was surprised at this. It shocked him a little. All sorts of boys he did not know came and talked to her, exchanging familiar gossip. She was called away from him a dozen times in as many minutes. He saw her laughing and chatting at the other end of the hall, surrounded by half a dozen students. It made him jealous. As the evening progressed, the attitude of each other toward the other and toward anyone became more and more familiar. When the courses were over, a space was cleared at one end, and a screen of green cloth rigged up in one corner as a dressing room for stunts. Eugene saw one of the students called, with much applause, to do an Irish monologue, wearing green whiskers which he adjusted in the presence of the crowd. There was another youth who pretended to have with him an immense roll of verse, an epic no less, wound in so tight a manner that it looked as though it might take all night to read it. The crowd groaned. With amazing savoir-faire, he put up one hand for silence, dropped the roll, holding, of course, the outer end, and began reading. It was not bad verse, but the amusing part was that it was really short, not more than 20 lines. The rest of the paper had been covered with scribbling to deceive the crowd. It secured a round of applause. There was one second-year man who sang a song down in the Lehigh Valley, and another who gave imitations of Temple Boyle and other instructors at their work of criticizing and painting for the benefit of the class. These were greatly enjoyed. Finally, one of the models, after much calling by the crowd of Desmond, her last name, went behind the green cloth screen, and in a few moments reappeared in the short skirt of a Spanish dancer, with black and silver spangles and castanets. Some friendly student had brought a mandolin, and La Paloma was danced. Eugene had little of Ruby's company all during these doings. She was too much sought after. As the other girl was concluding her dance, he heard the cry of, "Hey, Rube, why don't you do your turn?" Someone else, eager to see her dance, called, "Come on, Ruby." The rest of the room, almost unthinkingly, took it up. Some boys surrounding her had started to push her toward the dancing space. Before Eugene knew it, she was up in someone's arms, being passed from group to group for a joke. The crowd cheered. Eugene, however, having come so close to her, was irritated by this familiarity. She did not appear to belong to him, but to the whole art student body, and she was laughing. When she was put down in the clear space, she lifted her skirts as she had done for him and danced. A crowd of students got very close. He had to draw near to see her at all. And there she was, unconscious of him, doing her gay clog dance. When she stopped, 3 or 4 of the more daring youths urged her, seizing her by the hands and arms to do something else. Someone cleared a table, and someone else picked her up and put her on it. She did still other dances. Someone cried, "Hey, Kenny, do you need the red dress?" So this was his temporary sweetheart. When she was finally ready to go home at 4 o'clock in the morning, or when the others were agreed to let her go, she hardly remembered that she had Eugene with her. She saw him waiting as 2 students were asking for the privilege of taking her home. "No," she exclaimed, seeing him, "I have my escort. I'm going now. Good-bye," and came toward him. He felt rather frozen and out of it. "Are you ready?" she asked. He nodded gloomily, reproachfully. From drawing from the nude, which Eugene came to do very successfully that winter, his interest switched to his work in the illustration class, where costumed figures were used. Here, for the first time, he tried his hand at wash drawing, the current medium for magazine work, and was praised after a time for his execution. Not always, however, for the instructors, feeling that harsh criticism would make for steadier effort, pooh-poohed some of his best work. But he had faith in what he was destined to do, and after sinking the depths of despair, he would rise to great heights of self-confidence. His labors for the People's Furniture Company was becoming a rather dreary grind when Vincent Beers, the instructor in the illustration class, looking over his shoulder one Wednesday afternoon, said, "You ought to be able to make a little money by your work pretty soon, Witla." "Do you think so?" questioned Eugene. "It's pretty good. There ought to be a place on one of the newspapers here for a man like you. An afternoon newspaper, possibly. Did you ever try to get on?" I did when I first came to the city, but they didn't want anyone. I'm rather glad they didn't now. I guess they wouldn't have kept me very long." "You draw in pen and ink pretty well, don't you?" "I thought I'd like that best of all at first." "Well, then, they ought to be able to use you. I wouldn't stay very long at it, though. You ought to go to New York and get in the magazine illustration field. There's nothing out here, but a little newspaper work now wouldn't hurt you." Eugene decided to try the afternoon papers, for he knew that if he got work on one of these, he could still continue his night classes. He could give the long evening session to the illustration class and take an occasional night off to work on the life studies. That would make an admirable arrangement. For several days he took an hour after his work to make inquiry, taking with him some examples of his pen and inks. Several of the men he saw liked what he had to show, but he found no immediate opening. There was only one paper, one of the poorest, that offered him any encouragement. The editor-in-chief said he might be in need of a man shortly. If Eugene would come in again in 3 or 4 weeks, he could tell him. They did not pay very much, $25 to beginners. Eugene thought of this as a great opportunity, and when he went back in 3 weeks and actually secured the place, he felt that he was now fairly on the road to prosperity. He was given a desk in a small back room on the 4th floor, where there was accidentally west and north light. He was in a department which held 2 other men, both several years older than himself, one whom posed as dean of the staff. The work here was peculiar in that it included not only pen and ink, but the chalk plate process, which was a method of drawing with a steel point upon a zinc plate covered with a deposit of chalk, which left a design which was easily reproduced. Eugene had never done this. He had to be shown by the dean. But he soon picked it up. He found it hard on his lungs, for he had constantly to keep blowing the chalk away as he scratched the surface of the plate, and sometimes the dust went up into his nostrils. He hoped sincerely that there would not be much of this work, but there was rather an undue portion at first, owing to the fact that it was shouldered on to him by the other 2, he being the beginner. He suspected as much after a little time, but by that time he was beginning to make friends with his companions, and things were not so bad. These 2, although they did not figure vastly in his life, introduced him to conditions and personalities in the Chicago newspaper world, which broadened him and presented points of view which were helpful. The elder of the 2, the dean, was dressy and arty. His name was Horace Howe. The other, Jeremiah Matthews, Jerry for short, was short and fat, with a round, cheerful, smiling countenance and a wealth of coarse black hair. He loved chewing tobacco and was a little mussy about his clothes, but studious, generous, and good-natured. Eugene found that he had several passions, one for good food, another for Oriental curios, and a third for archaeology. He was alive to all that was going on in the world, and was utterly without any prejudices, social, moral, or religious. He liked his work, and whistled or talked as he did it. Eugene took a secret like for him from the beginning. It was while working on this paper that Eugene first learned that he really could write. It came about accidentally, for he had abandoned the idea that he could ever do anything in newspaper work, which was the field he had originally contemplated. Here there was a great need for cheap Sunday specials of a local character, and in reading some of these, which were given to him for illustration, he came to the conclusion that he could do much better himself. "Say," he asked Matthews, "who writes the articles in here?" He was looking over the Sunday issue. "Oh, the reporters on the staff, anyone that wants to. I think they buy some from outsiders. They only pay $4 a column." Eugene wondered if they would pay him, but pay or no pay, he wanted to do them. Maybe they would let him sign his name. He saw that some were signed. He suggested he believed he could do that sort of thing, but Hal, as a writer himself, frowned on this. He wrote and drew. Hal's opposition piqued Eugene, who decided to try when the opportunity offered. He wanted to write about the Chicago River, which he thought he could illustrate effectively. Goose Island, because of the description he had read of it several years before, the simple beauties of the city parks where he liked to stroll and watch the lovers on Sundays. There were many things, but these stood as susceptible of delicious feeling illustration, and he wanted to try his hand. He suggested to the Sunday editor, Mitchell Goldfarb, with whom he had become friendly, that he thought something nice in an illustrative way could be done on the Chicago River. "Go ahead, try your hand," exclaimed that worthy, who was a vigorous, robust young American of about 31, with a gaspy laugh that sounded as if someone had thrown cold water down his back. "We need all that stuff. Can you write?" "I sometimes think I might if I practiced a little." "Why not?" went on the other, who saw visions of a little free copy. "Try your hand. You might make a good thing of it. If your writing is anything like your drawing, it will be all right. We don't pay people on the staff, but you can sign your name to it." This was enough for Eugene. He tried his hand at once. His artwork had already begun to impress his companions. It was rough, daring, incisive, with a touch of soul to it. Howe was already secretly envious. Matthews full of admiration. Encouraged thus by Goldfarb, Eugene took a Sunday afternoon and followed up the branches of the Chicago River, noting its wonders and peculiarities, and finally made his drawings. Afterward, he went to the Chicago Library and looked up its history, accidentally coming across the reports of some government engineers who dwelt on the oddities of its traffic. He did not write an article so much as a panegyric on its beauty and littleness, finding the former where few would have believed it to exist. Goldfarb was oddly surprised when he read it. He had not thought Eugene could do it. The charm of Eugene's writing was that, while his mind was full of color and poetry, he had logic and a desire for facts which gave what he wrote stability. He liked to know the history of things and to comment on the current phases of life. He wrote of the parks, Goose Island, the Bridewell, whatever took his fancy. His real passion was for art, however. It was a slightly easier medium for him, quicker. He thrilled to think sometimes that he could tell a thing in words and then actually draw it. It seemed a beautiful privilege, and he loved the thought of making the commonplace dramatic. It was all dramatic to him. The wagons in the street, the tall buildings, the street lamps, anything, everything. His drawing was not neglected meantime, but he seemed to get stronger. "I don't know what there is about your stuff, Witla, that gets me," Matthews said to him one day, "but you do something to it. Now, why did you put those birds flying above that smokestack?" "Oh, I don't know," replied Eugene. "It's just the way I feel about it. I've seen pigeons flying like that." "It's all too good," replied Matthews. "And then you handle your masses right. I don't see anybody doing this sort of thing over here." He meant in America, for these two art workers considered themselves connoisseurs of pen and ink and illustration generally. They were subscribers to Jungen, Simplicissimus, Pick Me Up, and the radical European art journals. They were aware of Steinlen, Charest, and Mucha, and the whole rising young school of French poster workers. Eugene was surprised to hear of these men and these papers. He began to gain confidence in himself, to think of himself as somebody. It was while he was gaining this knowledge, finding out who was who and what and why, that he followed up his relationship with Angela Blue to its logical conclusion. He became engaged to her. In spite of his connection with Ruby Kenny, which continued unbroken after the dinner, he nevertheless felt that he must have Angela, partly because she offered more resistance than any girl since Stella, and partly because she appeared to be so innocent, simple, and good-hearted. And she was altogether lovely. She had a beautiful figure which no crudity of country dressmaking could conceal. She had her wonderful wealth of hair and her large, luring, water-clear blue eyes. She had colorful lips and cheeks, a natural grace in walking, could dance and play the piano. Eugene looked at her and came to the conclusion after a time that she was as beautiful as any girl he had ever seen, that she had more soul, more emotion, more sweetness. He tried to hold her hand, to kiss her, to take her in his arms, but she eluded him in a careful, wary,
and yet half-yielding way. She wanted him to propose to her, not because she was anxious to trap him, but because her conventional conscience told her these things were not right outside a definite engagement, and she wanted to be engaged first. She was already in love with him. When he pleaded, she was anxious to throw herself in his arms in a mad embrace, but she restrained herself, waiting. At last he flung his arms about her as she was sitting at the piano one evening, and holding her tight, pressed his lips to her cheek. She struggled to her feet. "You mustn't," she said. "It isn't right. I can't let you do that." "But I love you," he exclaimed, pursuing her. "I want to marry you. Will you have me, Angela? Will you be mine?" She looked at him yearningly, for she realized that she had made him do things her way. This wild, unpractical, artistic soul. She wanted to yield then and there, but something told her to wait. "I won't tell you now," she said. "I want to talk to Papa and Mama. I haven't told them anything as yet. I want to ask them about you, and then I'll tell you when I come again." "Oh, Angela," he pleaded. "Now, please, wait, Mr. Witla," she pleaded. She had never yet called him Eugene. "I'll come again in 2 or 3 weeks. I want to think it over. It's better." He curbed his desire and waited, but it made all the more vigorous and binding the illusion that she was the one woman in the world for him. She aroused more than any woman yet a sense of necessity of concealing the eagerness of his senses, of pretending something higher. He even tried to deceive himself into the belief that this was a spiritual relationship. But underneath all was a burning sense of her beauty, her physical charm, her passion. She was sleeping as yet, bound in convention and a semi-religious interpretation of life. If she were aroused... He closed his eyes and dreamed. In 2 weeks Angela came back, ready to plight her faith, and Eugene was waiting, eager to receive it. He had planned to meet her under the smoky train shed of the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul depot, to escort her to Kinsley's for dinner, to bring her some flowers, to give her a ring he had secured in anticipation, a ring which had cost him $75 and consumed quite all his savings. But she was too regretful of the drama of the situation to meet him anywhere but in the parlor of her aunt's house, where she could look as she wished. She wrote that she must come down early, and when he arrived at 8 of a Saturday evening, she was dressed in the dress that seemed most romantic to her, the one she had worn when she first met him at Alexandria. She half suspected that he would bring flowers, and so wore none, and when he came with pink roses, she added those to her corsage. She was a picture of rosy youth and trimness, and not unlike the character by whose name he had christened her, the fair Elaine of Arthur's court. Her yellow hair was done in a great mass that hung sensuously about her neck. Her cheeks were rosy with the elation of the hour, her lips moist, her eyes bright. She fairly sparkled her welcome as he entered. At the sight of her, Eugene was beside himself. He was always at the breaking point over any romantic situation. The beauty of the idea, the beauty of love as love, the delight of youth filled his mind as a song might, made him tense, feverish, enthusiastic. "You are here at last, Angela," he said, trying to keep hold of her hands. "What word?" "Oh, you mustn't ask so soon," she replied. "I want to talk to you first. I'll play you something." "No," he said, following her as she backed toward the piano. "I want to know. I must. I can't wait." "I haven't made up my mind," she pleaded evasively. "I want to think. You had better let me play." "Oh, no," he urged. "Yes, let me play." She ignored him and swept into the composition, but all the while she was conscious of him hovering over her, a force. At the close, when she had been made even more emotionally responsive by the suggestion of the music, he slipped his arms about her as he had once before, but she struggled away again, slipping to a corner and standing at bay. He liked her flushed face, her shaken hair, the roses awry at her waist. "You must tell me now," he said, standing before her. "Will you have me?" She dropped her head down as though doubting, and, fearing familiarities, he slipped to one knee to see her eyes. Then, looking up, he caught her about the waist. "Will you?" he asked. She looked at his soft hair, dark and thick, his smooth, pale brow,
his black eyes and even chin. She wanted to yield dramatically, and this was dramatic enough. She put her hands to his head, bent over, and looked into his eyes. Her hair fell forward about her face. "Will you be good to me?" she asked, yearning into his eyes. "Yes, yes," he declared. "You know that. Oh, I love you so." She put his head far back and laid her lips to his. There was fire, agony in it. She held him so, and then he stood up, heaping kisses upon her cheeks, her lips, her eyes, her neck. "Good God!" he exclaimed. "How wonderful you are!" The expression shocked her. "You mustn't," she said. "I can't help it. You're so beautiful." She forgave him for the compliment. There were burning moments after this, moments in which they clung to each other desperately, moments in which he took her in his arms, moments in which he whispered his dreams of the future. He took the ring he had bought and put it on her finger. He was going to be a great artist. She was going to be an artist's bride. He was going to paint her lovely face, her hair, her form. If he wanted love scenes, he would paint these which they were now living together. They talked until 1 in the morning, and then she begged him to go, but he would not. At 2 he left, only to come early the next morning to take her to church. There ensued for Eugene a rather astonishing, imaginative, and emotional period in which he grew in perception of things literary and artistic, and in dreams of what marriage with Angela would mean to him. There was a peculiar awareness about Eugene at this time which was leading him into an understanding of things, the extraordinary demands of some phases of dogma in the matter of religion, the depths of human perversity in the matter of morality, the fact that there were worlds within worlds of our social organism, that really, basically, and actually, there was no fixed and definite understanding of anything by anybody. From Matthews he learned of philosophies, Kant, Hegel, Schopenhauer, fair inkling of what they believed. From association with Howe he heard of current authors who expressed new moods, Pierre Loti, Thomas Hardy, Maeterlinck, Tolstoy. Eugene was no person to read. He was too eager to live, but he gained much by conversation, and he liked to talk. He began to think he could do almost anything if he tried, write poems, write plays, write stories, paint, illustrate, etc. He used to conceive of himself as a general, an orator, a politician, thinking how wonderful he would be if he could set himself definitely to any one thing. Sometimes he would recite passages from great speeches he had composed in his imagination as he walked. The saving grace in his whole make-up was that he really loved to work, and he would work at the things he could do. He would not shirk his assignments or dodge his duties. After his evening class, Eugene would sometimes go out to Ruby's house, getting there by 11 and being admitted by an arrangement with her that the front door be left open so that he could enter quietly. More than once he found her sleeping in her little room off the front room, arrayed in a red silk dressing gown, and curled up like a little black-haired child. She knew he liked her art instincts, and she strove to gratify them, affecting the peculiar and the exceptional. She would place a candle under a red shade on a small table by her bed, and pretend to have been reading, the book being usually tossed to one side on the coverlet where he would see it lying when he came. He would enter silently, gathering her up in his arms as she dozed, kissing her lips to waken her, carrying her in his arms into the front room to caress her and whisper his passion. There was no cessation of this devotion to Ruby the while he was declaring his love for Angela, and he really did not see that the two interfered greatly. He loved Angela, he thought. He liked Ruby, thought she was sweet. He felt sorry for her at times because she was such a little thing, so unthinking. Who was going to marry her eventually? What was going to become of her? Because of this very attitude he fascinated the girl, who was soon ready to do anything for him. She dreamed dreams of how nice it would be if they could live in just a little flat together, all alone. She would give up her art posing and just keep house for him. He talked to her of this, imagining it might possibly come to pass, realizing quite fully that it probably wouldn't. He wanted Angela for his wife. But if he had money, he thought Ruby and he might keep a separate place, somehow. What Angela would think of this did not trouble him, only that she should not know.
He never breathed anything of either of the other. But there were times when he wondered what they would think of the other if they knew. Money, money, that was the great deterrent. For lack of money he could not marry anybody at present, neither Angela nor Ruby, nor anyone else. His first duty, he thought, was so to place himself financially that he could talk seriously to any girl. That was what Angela expected of him, he knew. That was what he would have to have if he wanted Ruby. There came a time when the situation began to grow irksome. He had reached the point where he had begun to understand how limited his life was. Matthews and Howe, who drew more money, were able to live better than he. They went out to midnight suppers, theater parties, and expeditions to the Tenderloin section, not yet known by that name. They had time to browse about the sections of the city which had peculiar charms for them as bohemians after dark. The Levee, as a certain section of the Chicago River was called, Gamblers' Row in South Clark Street, the Whitechapel Club, as a certain organization of newspaper men was called, and other places frequented by the literati and the more talented of the newspaper makers. Eugene, first, because of a temperament which was introspective and reflective, and second, because of his aesthetic taste, which was offended by much that he thought was tawdry and cheap about these places, and third, by what he considered his lack of means, took practically no part in these diversions. While he worked in his class he heard of these things, usually the next day, and they were amplified and made more showy and interesting by the narrative powers of the participants. Eugene hated coarse, vulgar women and ribald conduct, but he felt that he was not even permitted to see them at close range had he wanted to. It took money to carouse, and he did not have it. Perhaps because of his youth and a certain air of unsophistication and impracticability which went with him, his employers were not inclined to consider money matters in connection with him. They seemed to think he would work for little and would not mind. He was allowed to drift here 6 months without a sign of increase, though he really deserved more than any one of those who worked with him during the same period. He was not the one to push his claims personally, but he grew restless and slightly embittered under the strain and ached to be free, though his work was as effective as ever. It was this indifference on their part which fixed his determination to leave Chicago, although Angela, his art career, his natural restlessness, and growing judgment of what he might possibly become were deeper incentives. Angela haunted him as a dream of future peace. If he could marry her and settle down, he would be happy. He felt now, having fairly satiated himself in the direction of Ruby, that he might leave her. She really would not care so very much. Her sentiments were not deep enough. Still, he knew she would care, and when he began going less regularly to her home, really becoming indifferent to what she did in the artist world, he began also to feel ashamed of himself, for he knew that it was a cruel thing to do. He saw by her manner when he absented himself that she was hurt, and that she knew he was growing cold. "Are you coming out Saturday night?" she asked him once, wistfully. "I can't," he apologized. "I have to work." "Yes, I know how you have to work. But go on. I don't mind, I know." "Oh, Ruby, how you talk. I can't always be here." "I know what it is, Eugene," she replied. "You don't care any more. Oh, well, don't mind me." "Now, sweet, don't talk like that," he would say. But after he was gone she would stand by her window and look out upon the shabby neighborhood and sigh sadly. He was more to her than anyone she had met yet, but she was not the kind that cried. "He is going to leave me," was her one thought. "He's going to leave me." Goldfarb had watched Eugene a long time, was interested in him, realized that he had talent. He was leaving shortly to take a better Sunday editorship himself on a larger paper, and he thought Eugene was wasting his time and ought to be told so. "I think you ought to try to get on one of the bigger papers here, Witla," he said to him one Saturday afternoon when things were closing up. "You'll never amount to anything on this paper. It isn't big enough. You ought to get on one of the big ones. Why don't you try the Tribune, or else go to New York? I think you ought to do magazine work." Eugene drank it all in. "I've been thinking of that," he said. "I think I'll go to New York. I'll be better off there." "I would do either one or the other. If you stay too long in a place like this, it's apt to do you harm." Eugene went back to his desk with the thought of change ringing in his ears. He would go. He would save up his money until he had $150 or $200, and then try his luck in the East. He would leave Ruby and Angela, the latter only temporarily, the former for good, very likely, though he only vaguely confessed this to himself. He would make some money, and then he would come back and marry his dream from Blackwood. Already his imaginative mind ran forward to a poetic wedding in a little country church, with Angela standing beside him in white. Then he would bring her back with him to New York, he, Eugene Witla, already famous in the East. Already the lure of the big Eastern city was in his mind, its palaces, its wealth, its fame. It was the great world he knew, this side of Paris and London. He would go to it now shortly. What would he be there? How great? How soon? So he dreamed. Once this idea of New York was fixed in his mind as a necessary step in his career, it was no trouble for him to carry it out. He had already put aside $60 in a savings bank since he had given Angela the ring, and he decided to treble it as quickly as possible and then start. He fancied that all he needed was just enough to live on for a while until he could get a start. If he could not sell drawings to the magazines, he might get a place on a newspaper, and anyhow, he felt confident that he could live. He communicated to Howe and Matthews his intention of going East pretty soon, and aroused in their respective bosoms the emotions which were characteristic of each. Howe, envious from the start, was glad to have him off the paper, but regretful of the stellar career which his determination foreboded. He half suspected now that Eugene would do something exceptional. He was so loose in his moods, so eccentric. Matthews was glad for Eugene, and a little sorry for himself. He wished he had Eugene's courage, his fire, his talent. "You'll make good when you get down there," Matthews said to him one afternoon when Howe was out of the room, for he realized that the latter was jealous. "You've got the stuff. Some of the work you have done here will give you a fine introduction. I wish I were going." "Why don't you?" suggested Eugene. "Who? Me? What good would it do me? I'm not ready yet. I can't do that sort of stuff. I might go down sometime." "I think you do good work," said Eugene generously. He really did not believe it was good art, but it was fair newspaper sketching. "Oh, no, you don't mean that, Witla," replied Matthews. "I know what I can do." Eugene was silent. "I wish when you get down there," went on Matthews, "you would write us occasionally. I would like to know how you are getting along." "Sure, all right," replied Eugene, flattered by the interest his determination had aroused. "Sure, I will." But he never did. In Ruby and Angela he had two problems to adjust, which were not so easy. In one case it was sympathy, regret, sorrow for her helplessness, her hopelessness. She was so sweet and lovely in her way, but not quite big enough mentally or emotionally for him. Could he really live with her if he wanted to? Could he substitute her for a girl like Angela? Could he? And now he had involved Angela, for since her return to tell him that she accepted him as her affianced lover, there had been some scenes between them in which a new standard of emotion had been set for him. This girl who looked so simple and innocent was burning at times with a wild fire. It snapped in her eyes when Eugene undid her wonderful hair and ran his hand through its heavy strands. "The Rhine maiden," he would say, "little Lorelei, you are like the mermaid waiting to catch the young lover in the strands of her hair. You are Marguerite and I Faust. You are a Dutch Gretchen. I love this wonderful hair when it is braided. Oh, sweet, you perfect creature, I will put you in a painting yet. I will make you famous." Angela thrilled to this. She burned in a flame which was of his fanning. She put her lips to his in long hot kisses, sat on his knee and twined her hair about his neck, rubbed his face with it as one might bathe a face in strands of silk. Finding such a response, he went wild, kissed her madly, would have been still more masterful had she not, at the slightest indication of his audacity, leaped from his embrace, not opposition but self-protection in her eyes.
She pretended to think better of his love, and Eugene, checked by her ideal of him, tried to restrain himself. He did manage to desist because he was sure that he could not do what he wanted to, daring such as that would end her love. So they wrestled in affection. It was the fall following his betrothal to Angela that he actually took his departure. He had drifted through the summer, pondering. He had stayed away from Ruby more and more, and finally left without saying good-bye to her, though he thought up to the last that he intended to go out and see her. As for Angela, when it came to parting from her, he was in a depressed and downcast mood. He thought now that he did not really want to go to New York, but was being drawn by fate. There was no money for him in the West. They could not live on what he could earn there. Hence he must go, and in doing so must lose her. It looked very tragic. Out at her aunt's house, where she came for the Saturdays and Sunday preceding his departure, he walked the floor with her gloomily, counted the lapse of the hours after which he would be with her no more, pictured the day when he would return successful to fetch her. Angela had a faint foreboding fear of the events which might intervene. She had read stories of artists who had gone to the city and had never come back. Eugene seemed such a wonderful person, she might not hold him. And yet he had given her his word, and he was madly in love with her, no doubt of that. That fixed, passionate, yearning look in his eyes, what did it mean, if not enduring, eternal love? Life had brought her a great treasure, a great love, and an artist for a lover. "Go, Eugene," she cried, at last tragically, almost melodramatically. His face was in her hands. "I will wait for you. You need never have one uneasy thought. When you are ready, I will be here. Only come soon. You will, won't you?" "Will I?" he declared, kissing her. "Will I? Look at me. Don't you know?" "Yes, yes, yes," she exclaimed. "Of course I know. Oh, yes, yes." The rest was a passionate embrace, and then they parted. He went out brooding over the subtlety and the tragedy of life. The sharp October stars saddened him more. It was a wonderful world, but bitter to endure at times. Still it could be endured, and there was happiness and peace in store for him probably. He and Angela would find it together, living in each other's company, living in each other's embrace, and by each other's kisses. It must be so. The whole world believed it, even he, after Stella and Margaret and Ruby and Angela, even he. The train which bore him to New York bore a very meditative young man. As it pulled out through the great railroad yards of the city, past the shabby backyards of the houses, the street crossings at grade, the great factories and elevators, he thought of that other time when he had first ventured into the city. How different! Then he was so green, so raw. Since then he had become a newspaper artist. He could write. He could find his tongue with women. He knew a little something about the organization of the world. He had not saved any money, true, but he had gone through art school, had given Angela a diamond ring, had his $200 with which he was venturing to reconnoiter the great social metropolis of the country. He was passing 57th Street. He recognized the neighborhood he traversed so often in visiting Ruby. He had not said goodbye to her, and there in the distance were the rows of commonplace, two-family frame dwellings of which she occupied with her foster parents. Poor little Ruby! And she liked him. It was a shame, but what was he to do about it? He didn't care for her. It really hurt him to think, and then he tried not to remember. These tragedies of the world could not be healed by thinking. The train passed out into the flat fields of northern Indiana, and as little country towns flashed past, he thought of Alexandria and how he had pulled up his stakes and left it. What was Jonas Lyle doing, and John Summers? Myrtle wrote that she was going to be married in the spring. She had delayed solely because she wanted to delay. He thought sometimes that Myrtle was a little like himself, fickle in her moods. He was sure he would never want to go back to Alexandria except for a short visit. And yet the thought of his father and mother and his old home were sweet to him. His father! How little he knew of the real world. As they passed out of Pittsburgh, he saw for the first time the great mountains, raising their heads in solemn majesty in the dark,
and great lines of coke ovens, flaming red tongues of fire. He saw men working, and sleeping towns succeeding one another. What a great country America was! What a great thing to be an artist here! Millions of people, and no vast artistic voice to portray these things, these simple dramatic things like the coke ovens in the night. If he could only do it, if he could only stir the whole country, so that his name would be like that of Doré in France or Verestchagin in Russia. If he could but get fire into his work, the fire he felt. He got into his berth after a time and looked out on the dark night and the stars, longing, and then he dozed. When he awoke again, the train had already passed Philadelphia. It was morning, and the cars were speeding across the flat meadows toward Trenton. He arose and dressed, watching the array of towns the while. Trenton, New Brunswick, Metuchen, Elizabeth. Somehow this country was like Illinois, flat. After Newark, they rushed out upon a great meadow, and he caught the sense of the sea. It was beyond this. There were tidewater streams, the Passaic and the Hackensack, with small ships and coal and brick barges tied at the waterside. The thrill of something big overtook him as the brakeman began to call Jersey City, and as he stepped out into the vast train shed, his heart misgave him a little. He was all alone in New York. It was wealthy, cold, critical. How should he prosper here? He walked out through the gates to where low arches concealed ferry boats, and in another moment it was before him. Skyline, bay, the Hudson, the Statue of Liberty, ferry boats, steamers, liners, all in a gray mist of fierce rain, and the tugs and liners blowing mournfully upon great whistles. It was something he could never have imagined without seeing it. And the swish of real salt water, rolling in heavy waves, spoke to him as music might, exalting his soul. What a wonderful thing this was, this sea, where ships were, and whales, and great mysteries. What a wonderful thing New York was, set down by it, surrounded by it, this metropolis of the country. Here was the sea, yonder were the great docks that held the vessels that sailed to the ports of all the world. He saw them, great gray and black hulls, tied to long piers jutting out into the water. He listened to the whistles, the swish of the water, saw the circling gulls, realized emotionally the mass of people. Here were Jay Gould and Russell Sage and the Vanderbilts and Morgan, all alive, all here. Wall Street, Fifth Avenue, Madison Square, Broadway. He knew of these by reputation. How would he do here? How fare? Would the city ever acclaim him as it did some? He looked wide-eyed, with an open heart, with intense and immense appreciation. Well, he was going to enter, going to try. He could do that. Perhaps. But he felt lonely. He wished he were back with Angela, where her soft arms could shut him safe. He wished he might feel her hands upon his cheeks, his hair. He would not need to fight alone then. But now he was alone, and the city was roaring about him, a great noise like the sea. He must enter and do battle. Not knowing routes or directions in New York, Eugene took a Desbrosses Street ferry, and coming into West Street, wandered along that curious thoroughfare, staring at the dock entrances. Manhattan Island seemed a little shabby to him from this angle, but he thought that although physically, perhaps, it might not be distinguished, there must be other things which made it wonderful. Later he saw the solidity of it, the massed houses, the persistent streams of people, the crush of traffic. It dawned on him that mere humanity in packed numbers makes a kind of greatness, and this was the island's first characteristic. There were others, like the prevailing lowness of the buildings in its old neighborhoods, the narrowness of the streets in certain areas, the shabbiness of brick and stone when they have seen 100 years of weather, which struck him as curious or depressing. He was easily touched by exterior conditions. As he wandered, he kept looking for some place where he might like to live, some house that had a yard or a tree. At length he found a row of houses in lower 7th Avenue, with an array of iron balconies in front which appealed to him. He applied here, and in one house found a room for $4, which he thought he had better take for the present. It was cheaper than any hotel.
His hostess was a shabby woman in black who made scarcely any impression on him as a personality, merely giving him a thought as to what a dreary thing it was to keep roomers, and the room itself was nothing, a commonplace, but he had a new world before him, and all his interests were outside. He wanted to see this city. He deposited his grip and sent for his trunk, and then took to the streets, having come to see and hear things which would be of advantage to him. He went about this early relationship to the city in the right spirit. For a little while he did not try to think of what he would do, but struck out and walked, here, there, and everywhere. This very first day down Broadway to the City Hall, and up Broadway from 14th to 42nd Street that same night. Soon he knew all 3rd Avenue and the Bowery, the wonders of 5th Avenue and Riverside Drive, the beauties of the East River, the Battery, Central Park, and the Lower East Side. He sought out quickly the wonders of metropolitan life, its crowds at dinner and theater time in Broadway, its tremendous throngs morning and afternoon in the shopping district, its amazing world of carriages in Fifth Avenue and Central Park. He had marveled at wealth and luxury in Chicago, but here it took his breath away. It was obviously so much more fixed, so definite and comprehensible. Here one felt intuitively the far reaches which separate the ordinary man from the scion of wealth. It curled him up like a frozen leaf, dulled his very soul, and gave him a clear sense of his position in the social scale. He had come here with a pretty high estimate of himself, but daily as he looked, he felt himself crumbling. What was he? What was art? What did the city care? It was much more interested in other things, in dressing, eating, visiting, riding abroad. The lower part of the island was filled with cold commercialism, which frightened him. In the upper half, which concerned only women and show, a voluptuous sybaritism caused him envy. He had but $200 with which to fight his way, and this was the world he must conquer. Men of Eugene's temperament are easily depressed. He first gorged the spectacle of life, and then suffered from mental indigestion. He saw too much of it too quickly. He wandered about for weeks, looking in shop windows, the libraries, the museums, the great streets, growing all the while more despondent. At night he would return to his bare room and indite long epistles to Angela, describing what he had seen and telling her of his undying love for her, largely because he had no other means of ridding himself of his superabundant vitality and moods. They were beautiful letters, full of color and feeling, but to Angela they gave a false impression of emotion and sincerity because they appeared to be provoked by absence from her. In part, of course, they were, but far more largely they were the result of loneliness and the desire for expression in which this vast spectacle of life itself incited. He also sent her some tentative sketches of things he had seen: a large crowd in the dark at 34th Street, a boat off 86th Street in the East River in the driving rain, a barge with cars being towed by a tug. He could not think exactly what to do with these things at the time, but he wanted to try his hand at illustrating for the magazines. He was a little afraid of these great publications, however, for now that he was on the ground with them, his art did not appear so significant. It was during the first few weeks that he received his only letter from Ruby. His parting letter to her, written when he reached New York, had been one of those makeshift affairs which faded passion indites. He was so sorry he had to leave without seeing her. He had intended to come out, but the rush of preparation at the last moment and so forth. He had hoped to come back to Chicago one of these days, and he would look her up. He still loved her, but it was necessary for him to leave, to come where the greatest possibilities were. "I remember how sweet you were when I first saw you," he added. "I shall never forget my first impressions, little Ruby." It was cruel to add this touch of remembrance, but the artist in him could not refrain. It cut Ruby as a double-edged sword, for she understood that he cared well enough that way, aesthetically. It was not her, but beauty that he loved, and her particular beauty had lost its appeal. She wrote after a time, intending to be defiant, indifferent, but she really could not be. She tried to think of something sharp to say, but finally put down the simple truth. "Dear Eugene," she wrote, "I got your note several weeks ago, but I could not bring myself to answer it before this. I know everything is over between us, and that is all right, for I suppose it has to be. You couldn't love any woman long, I think. I know what you say about your having to go to New York to broaden your field is true. You ought to, but I am sorry you didn't come out. You might have. Still, I don't blame you, Eugene. It isn't much different from what has been going on for some time. I have cared, but I'll get over that, I know, and I won't ever think hard of you. Won't you return me the notes I have sent you from time to time, and my pictures? You won't want them now. Ruby. There was a little blank space on the paper, and then, I stood by the window last night and looked out on the street. The moon was shining, and those dead trees were waving in the wind. I saw the moon on that pool of water over in the field. It looked like silver. Oh, Eugene, I wish I were dead." He jumped up as he read these words and clenched the letter in his hands. The pathos of it cut him to the quick, raised his estimate of her, made him feel as if he had made a mistake in leaving her. He really cared for her after all. She was sweet. If she were here now, he could live with her. She might as well be a model in New York as in Chicago. He was on the verge of writing this when one of the long, almost daily epistles Angela was sending arrived, and changed his mood. He did not see how, in the face of so great and clean a love as hers, he could go on with Ruby. His affection had obviously been dying. Should he try to revive it now? This conflict of emotions was so characteristic of Eugene's nature that had he been soundly introspective, he would have seen that he was an idealist by temperament, in love with the aesthetic, in love with love, and that there was no permanent faith in him for anybody except the impossible she. As it was, he wrote Ruby a letter, breathing regret and sorrow, but not inviting her to come. He could not have supported her long if she had, he thought. Besides, he was anxious to secure Angela, so that affair lapsed. In the meantime, he visited the magazine offices. On leaving Chicago, he had put in the bottom of his trunk a number of drawings which he had done for the Globe, his sketches of the Chicago River, of Blue Island Avenue, of which he had once made a study as a street, of Goose Island, and of the lake front. There were some street scenes, too, all forceful in their peculiar massing of their blacks, the unexpected, almost flashing use of a streak of white at times. There was emotion in them, a sense of life. He should have been appreciated at once, but oddly, there was just enough of the radically strange about what he did to make his work seem crude, almost coarse. He drew a man's coat with a single dash of his pen. He indicated a face by a spot. If you looked close, there was seldom any detail, frequently none at all. From the praise he had received at the art school, and from Matthews and Goldfarb, he was slowly coming to the conclusion that he had a way of his own. Being so individual, he was inclined to stick to it. He walked with an air of conviction which had nothing but his own belief in himself to back it up, and it was not an air which drew anybody to him. When he showed his pictures at the Century, Harper's, Scribner's, they were received with an air of weary consideration. Dozens of magnificent drawings were displayed on their walls, signed by men whom Eugene now knew to be the leaders in the illustration world. He returned to his room convinced that he had made no impression at all. They must be familiar with artists 100 times better than himself. As a matter of fact, Eugene was simply overawed by the material face of things. These men whose pictures he saw displayed on the walls of the art and editorial rooms of the magazines were really not, in many instances, any better than himself, if as good. They had the advantage of solid wood frames and artistic acceptance. He was a long way, as yet, from magazine distinction, but the work he did later had no more of the fire than had this early stuff. It was a little broader in treatment, a little less intolerant of detail, but no more vigorous, if as much so. The various art directors were weary of smart young artists showing drawings. A little suffering was good for them in the beginning. So Eugene was incontinently turned away with a little faint praise which was worse than opposition. He sank very low in spirits. There were still the smaller magazines and the newspapers, however, and he hunted about faithfully, trying to get something to do. From one or two of the smaller magazines he secured commissions after a time, 3 or 4 drawings for $35, and from that had to be extracted models' fees. He had to have a room where he could work as an artist, receiving models to pose, and he finally found one in West 14th Street, a back bedroom looking out over an open court with a public stair which let all come who might without question. This cost him $25 a month, but he thought he had better risk it. If he could get a few commissions, he could live. The art world of New York is peculiar. It was then, and for some time after, broken up into cliques with scarcely any unity. There was a world of sculptors, for instance, in which some 30 or 40 sculptors had part, but they knew each other slightly, criticized each other severely, and retired for the most part into a background of relatives and friends. There was a painting world, as distinguished from an illustrating world, in which perhaps 1,000 alleged artists, perhaps more, took part. Most of these were men and women who had some ability, enough to have their pictures hung at the National Academy of Design exhibition, to sell some pictures, to get some decorative work to do, paint some portraits. There were studio buildings scattered about various portions of the city, in Washington Square, in 9th and 10th Streets, in odd places such as McDougal Alley, and occasional cross streets from Washington Square to 59th Street, which were filled with painters, illustrators, sculptors, and craftsmen in art generally. This painting world had more unity than the world of sculptors, and in a way included the latter. There were several art clubs, the Salmagundi, the Kit Kat, and the Lotus, and there were a number of exhibitions, ink, watercolor, oil, with their reception nights where artists could meet and exchange the courtesies and friendships of their world. In addition to this, there were little communal groups such as those who resided in the 10th Street studios, the 23rd Street YMCA, and the Van Dyke studios, and so on. It was possible to find little crowds now and then that harmonized well enough for a time and to get into a group, if, to use a colloquialism, one belonged. If you did not, art life in New York might be a very dreary thing, and one might go a long time without finding just a particular crowd with which to associate. Besides the painting world, there was the illustrating world, made up of beginners and those who had established themselves firmly in editorial favor. They were not necessarily a part of the painting or sculptor worlds, and yet, in spirit, were allied to them, had their clubs also, and their studios were in the various neighborhoods where the painters and sculptors were. The only difference was that in the case of the embryo illustrators, they were to be found living 3 or 4 in one studio, partly because of the saving in expenses, but also because of the love of companionship, and because they could hearten and correct one another in their work. A number of such interesting groups were in existence when Eugene arrived, but of course he did not know of them. It takes time for the beginner to get a hearing anywhere. We all have to serve an apprenticeship, whatever field we enter. Eugene had talent and determination, but no experience, no savoir-faire, no circle of friends and acquaintances. The whole city was strange and cold, and if he had not immediately fallen desperately in love with it as a spectacle, he would have been unconscionably lonely and unhappy. As it was, the great fresh squares, such as Washington, Union, and Madison, the great streets, such as Broadway, Fifth Avenue, and Sixth Avenue, the great spectacles, such as the Bowery at night, the East River, the waterfront, the Battery, all fascinated him with an unchanging glamour. He was hypnotized by the wonder of this thing, the beauty of it. Such seething masses of people, such whirlpools of life. The great hotels, the opera, the theaters, the restaurants, all gripped him with a sense of beauty. These lovely women in magnificent gowns, these swarms of cabs with golden eyes like monstrous insects, this ebb and surge of life at morning and evening, made him forget his loneliness. He had no money to spend, no immediate hope of a successful career, he could walk these streets, look into these windows, admire these beautiful women, thrill at the daily newspaper announcements of almost hourly successes in one field or another. Here and there in the news an author had made a great success with a book, a scientist with a discovery, a philosopher with a new theory, a financier with an investment. There was news of great plays being put on, great actors and actresses coming from abroad, great successes being made by debutantes in society, great movements forward generally. Youth and ambition had the call, he saw that. It was only a question of time, if you had talent, when you would get your hearing. He longed ardently for his, but he had no feeling that it was coming to him quickly. So he got the blues. It was a long road to travel. One of his pet diversions these days and nights was to walk the streets in rain or fog or snow. The city appealed to him, wet or white, particularly the public squares. He saw Fifth Avenue once in a driving snowstorm and under sputtering arc lights, and he hurried to his easel next morning to see if he could not put it down in black and white. It was unsuccessful, or at least he felt so, for after an hour of trying he threw it aside in disgust. But these spectacles were drawing him. He was wanting to do them, wanting to see them shown somewhere in color. Possible success was a solace at a time when all he could pay for a meal was 15 cents, and he had no place to go and not a soul with whom to talk. It was an interesting phase of Eugene's character that he had a passion for financial independence. He might have written home from Chicago at times when he was hard pressed. He might have borrowed some money from his father now, but preferred to earn it, to appear to be further along than he was. If anyone had asked him, he would have said he was doing fine. Practically, he so wrote to Angela, giving as an excuse for further delay that he wanted to wait until he had ample means. He was trying all this time to make his $200 go as far as possible, and to add to it by any little commissions he could get, however small. He figured his expenses down to $10 a week and managed to stay within that sum. The particular building in which he had settled was really not a studio building, but an old run-down boarding and apartment house, turned partially to uses of trade. The top floor contained 3 fair-sized rooms and 2 hall bedrooms, all occupied by lonely individuals plying some craft or other. Eugene's next-door neighbor chanced to be a hack illustrator, who had had his training in Boston and had set up his easel here in the hope of making a living. There were not many exchanges of courtesies between them at first. Although the door being opened the second day he arrived, he saw that an artist worked there, for the easel was visible. No models applying at first, he decided to appeal to the Art Students League. He called on the secretary and was given the names of 4 who replied to postcards from him. One he selected, a young Swedish-American girl who looked somewhat like the character in the story he had in mind. She was neat and attractive, with dark hair, straight nose, and pointed chin, and Eugene immediately conceived a liking for her. He was ashamed of his surroundings, however, and consequently diffident. This particular model was properly distant, and he finished his pictures with as much expedition and as little expense as he possibly could. Eugene was not given to scrapping old acquaintances, though he made friends fast enough when the balance of intellect was right. In Chicago, he had become friendly with several young artists as a result of working with them at the Institute, but here he knew no one, having come without introductions. He did become acquainted with his neighbor, Philip Schottmeyer. He wanted to find out about local art life from him, but Schottmeyer was not brilliant, and could not supply him with more than minor details of what Eugene desired to know. Through him he learnt a little of studio regions, art personalities, the fact that young beginners worked in groups. Schottmeyer had been in such a group the year before, though why he was alone now he did not say. He sold drawings to some minor magazines, better magazines than Eugene had yet had dealings with. One thing he did at once for Eugene, which was very helpful. He admired his work. He saw, as others had before him, something of his peculiar distinction as an artist, attended every show, and one day he gave him a suggestion which was the beginning of Eugene's successful magazine career. Eugene was working on one of his street scenes, a task which he invariably essayed when he had nothing else to do. Schottmeyer had drifted in and was following the strokes of his brush as he attempted to portray a mass of East Side working girls flooding the street after 6 o'clock. They were dark walls of buildings, a flaring gas lamp or two, some yellow-lighted shop windows, and many shaded, half-seen faces, bare suggestions of souls and pulsing life. "Say," said Schottmeyer at one point, "that kind of looks like the real thing to me. I've seen a crowd like that." "Have you?" replied Eugene. "You ought to be able to get some magazine to use that as a frontispiece. Why don't you try Truth with that?" Truth was a weekly which Eugene, along with many others in the West, had admired greatly because it ran a double-page color insert every week and occasionally used scenes of this character. Somehow he always needed a shove of this kind to make him act when he was drifting. He put more enthusiasm into his work because of Schottmeyer's remark, and when it was done, decided to carry it to the office of Truth. The art director approved it on sight, though he said nothing, but carried it in to the editor. "Here's a thing that I consider a find in its way." He set it proudly upon the editorial desk. "Say," said the editor, laying down a manuscript, "that's the real thing, isn't it? Who did that?" "A young fellow by the name of Witla, who has just blown in here. He looks like the real thing to me." "Say," went on the editor, "look at the suggestion of faces back there. What? Reminds me just a little of the masses in Doré stuff. It's good, isn't it?" "It's fine," echoed the art director. "I think he's a comer, if nothing happens to him. We ought to get a few center pages out of him." "How much does he want for this?" "Oh, he doesn't know. He'll take almost anything. I'll give him $75. "That's all right," said the editor, as the art director took the drawing down. "There's something new here. You ought to hang on to him." "I will," replied his associate. "He's young yet. He doesn't want to be encouraged too much." He went out pulling a solemn countenance. "I like this fairly well," he said. "We may be able to find room for it. I'll send you a check shortly, if you'll let me have your address." Eugene gave it. His heart was beating a gay tattoo in his chest. He did not think anything of price. In fact, it did not occur to him. All that was in his mind was the picture as a double-page spread. So he had really sold one after all, and to Truth. Now he could honestly say he had made some progress. Now he could write Angela and tell her. He could send her copies when it came out. He could really have something to point to after this, and best of all now, he knew he could do street scenes. He went out into the street, treading, not the gray stone pavement, but air. He threw back his head and breathed deep. He thought of other scenes like this which he could do. His dreams were beginning to be realized. He, Eugene Witla, the painter of a double-page spread in the Truth. Already he was doing a whole series in his imagination, all he had ever dreamed of. He wanted to run and tell Schottmeyer. Buy him a good meal. He almost loved him, commonplace hack that he was, because he had suggested to him the right thing to do. "Say, Schottmeyer," he said, sticking his head into that worthy's door, "you and I eat tonight. Truth took that drawing." "Isn't that fine?" said his floor mate without a trace of envy. "Well, I'm glad. I thought they'd like it." Eugene could have cried. Poor Schottmeyer. He wasn't a good artist, but he had a good heart. He would never forget him. This one significant sale, with its subsequent check of $75, and later the appearance of the picture in color, gave Eugene such a lift in spirit that he felt, for the time being, as though his art career had reached a substantial basis. And he began to think of going to Blackwood to visit Angela. But first he must do some more work. He concentrated his attention on several additional scenes, doing a view of Greeley Square in a sopping drizzle, and a picture of a L train speeding up the Bowery on its high, thin trestle of steel. He had an eye for contrasts, picking out lights and shadows sharply, making wonderful blurs, that were like colors in precious stones, confused and suggestive. He took one of these after a month to Truth, and again the art director was his victim. He tried to be indifferent, but it was hard. The young man had something that he wanted. "You might show me anything else you do in this line," he said. "I can use a few if they come up to these two." Eugene went away with his head in the air. He was beginning to get the courage of his ability. It takes quite a number of drawings at $75 and $100 each to make a living income, and artists were too numerous to make anyone's opportunity for immediate distinction easy. Eugene waited months to see his first drawing come out. He stayed away from the smaller magazines in the hope that he would soon be able to contribute to the larger ones. But they were not eagerly seeking new artists. He met, through Schottmeyer, two artists who were living in one studio in Waverly Place and took a great liking to them. One of them, McHugh, was an importation from Wyoming, with delicious stories of mountain farming and mining. The other, Smite, was a fisher lad from Nova Scotia. McHugh, tall and lean, with a face that looked like that of a raw yokel, but with some gleam of humor and insight in the eyes which redeemed it instantly, was Eugene's first choice of a pleasing, genial personality. Joseph Smite had a sense of the sea about him. He was short and stout, and rather solidly put together like a blacksmith. He had big hands and feet, a big mouth, big bony eye sockets, and coarse brown hair. When he talked, ordinarily, it was with a slow, halting air, and when he smiled or laughed, it was with his whole face. When he became excited or gay, something seemed to happen distinctly to every part of his body. His face became a curious crosshatch of genial lines. His tongue loosened, and he talked fast. He had a habit of emphasizing his language with oaths on these occasions, numerous and picturesque, for he had worked with seafaring men and had accumulated a vast vocabulary of picturesque expressions. They were vacant of evil intent so far as he was concerned, for there was no subtlety or guile in him. He was kindly and genial all through. Eugene wanted to be friendly and struck a gay relationship with these two. He found that he got along excellently well with them and could swap humorous incidents and character touches by the hour. It was some months before he could actually say that he was intimate with them, but he began to visit them regularly, and after a time they called on him. It was during this year that he came to know several models passingly well, to visit various art exhibitions, to be taken up by Hudson Dula, the art director of Truth, and invited to 2 or 3 small dinners given to artists and girls. He did not find anyone he liked exceptionally well, barring one editor of a rather hopeless magazine called Craft, devoted to art subjects, a young blonde of poetic temperament, who saw in him a spirit of beauty and tried to make friends with him. Eugene responded cheerfully, and thereafter Richard Wheeler was a visitor at his studio from time to time. He was not making enough to house himself much better these days, but he did manage to buy a few plaster casts and to pick up a few nice things in copper and brass for his studio. His own drawings, his street scenes, were hung here and there. The way in which the exceptionally clever looked at them convinced him by degree that he had something big to say. It was while he was settling himself in this atmosphere, the spring of the second year, that he decided to go back and visit Angela and incidentally Alexandria and Chicago. He had been away now for 16 months. He had not seen anyone who had won his affections or alienated him from his love of Angela. He wrote in March that he thought he would be coming in May or June. He did get away in July, a season when the city was suffering from a wave of intense heat. He had not done so much, illustrated 8 or 10 stories, and drawn 4 double-page pictures for Truth, one of which had appeared. But he was getting along. Just as he was starting for Chicago and Blackwood, a second one was put on the newsstand, and he proudly carried a copy of it with him on the train. It was the Bowery by night, with the L train rushing overhead, and, as reproduced, it had color and life. He felt intensely proud and knew that Angela would also. She had written him such a glowing appreciation of the East Side picture called 6 O'Clock. As he rode, he dreamed. He reached it at last, the long stretch between New York and Chicago traversed. He arrived in the Lake City in the afternoon, and without pausing to revisit the scenes of his earlier efforts, took a 5 o'clock train for Blackwood. It was sultry, and on the way heavy thunderclouds gathered and broke in a short, splendid summer rain. The trees and grass were thoroughly wet, and the dust of the roads was laid. There was a refreshing coolness about the air which caressed the weary flesh. Little towns nestling among green trees came into view and passed again, and at last Blackwood appeared. It was smaller than Alexandria, but not so different. Like the other, it was marked by a church steeple, a sawmill, a pretty brick business street, and many broad branching green trees. Eugene felt drawn to it at sight. It was such a place as Angela should live in. It was 7 o'clock and nearing dusk when he arrived. He had not given Angela the definite hour of his arrival, and so decided to stay overnight at the little inn or so-called hotel which he saw up the street. He had brought only a large suitcase and a traveling bag. He inquired of the proprietor the direction and distance of the Blue House from the town, found that he could get a vehicle any time in the morning which would take him over, as the phrase ran, for $1. He ate his supper of fried steak and pour coffee and fried potatoes, and then sat out on the front porch facing the street in a rocking chair, to see how the village of Blackwood wagged and to enjoy the cool of the evening. As he sat, he thought of Angela's home and how nice it must be. This town was such a little place, so quiet. There would not be another train coming up from the city until after 11. After a time he rose and took a short walk, breathing the night air. Later he came back, and throwing wide the windows of the stuffy room, sat looking out. The summer night, with its early rain, its wet trees, its smell of lush, wet growing things, was impressing itself upon Eugene as one might impress wet clay with a notable design. Eugene's mood was soft toward the little houses with their glowing windows, the occasional pedestrians with their "Howdy, Jakes" and "Evening, Henrys." He was touched by the noise of the crickets, the chirp of the tree toads, the hang of the lucent suns and planets above the tree tops. The whole night was quick with the richness of fertility, stirring subtly about some work which concerned man very little or not at all, yet of which he was at least a part, till his eyelids drooped after a time, and he went to bed to sleep deeply and dreamlessly. Next morning he was up early, eager for the hour to arrive when he might start. He did not think it advisable to leave before 9 o'clock, and attracted considerable attention by strolling about. His tall, spare, graceful figure and forceful profile being an unusual sight to the natives. At 9 o'clock a respectable carryall was placed at his disposal, and he was driven out over a long yellow road, damp with the rain of the night before, and shaded in places by overhanging trees. There were so many lovely wild flowers growing in the angles of the rail fences, wild yellow and pink roses, elderflower, Queen Anne's lace, dozens of beautiful blooms, that Eugene was lost in admiration. His heart sang over the beauty of yellowing wheat fields, the young corn, already 3 feet high, the vistas of hay and clover, with patches of woods enclosing them, and over all the house martins and swallows scudding after insects, and high up in the air his boyhood dream of beauty, a soaring buzzard. As he rode, the moods of his boyhood days came back to him. His love of winging butterflies and birds, his passion for the voice of the wood dove. There was one crying in the still distance now. His adoration for the virile strength of the men of the countryside. He thought as he rode that he would like to paint a series of country scenes that would be as simple as those cottage dooryards that they now and then passed. This little stream that cut the road at right angles
and made a drinking place for the horses. This skeleton of an old abandoned home, doorless and windowless, where the roof sagged and hollyhocks and morning glories grew high under the eaves. We city dwellers do not know, he sighed, as though he had not taken his country in his heart and carried it to town as every other boy and girl who had gone the way of the metropolis. The Blue homestead was located in the center of a rather wide rolling stretch of country, which lay between two gently rising ridges of hills covered with trees. One corner of the farm, and that not so very far from the house, was cut by a stream, a little shallow thing, singing over pebbles and making willows and hazel bushes to grow in profusion along its banks, and there was a little lake within a mile of the house. In front of it was a 10-acre field of wheat, to the right of it a grazing patch of several acres, to the left a field of clover, and near the house by a barn, a well, a pig pen, a corn crib, and some smaller sheds. In front of the house was a long open lawn, down the center of which ran a gravel path, lined on either side by tall old elm trees. The immediate dooryard was shut from this noble lawn by a low picket fence along the length of which grew lilac bushes, and inside which, nearer the house, were simple beds of roses, calycanthus, and golden glow. Over an arbor leading from the back door to a rather distant summer kitchen flourished a grapevine, and there was a tall remnant of a tree trunk covered completely with yellow blooming trumpet vine. The dooryard's lawn was smooth enough, and the great lawn was a dream of green grass, graced with the shadow of a few great trees. The house was long and of no great depths. The front, a series of 6 rooms ranged in a row without an upper story. The 2 middle rooms, which had originally, perhaps 70 years before, been all there was of the house. Since then, all the other rooms had been added, and there was in addition to these a lean-to containing a winter kitchen and dining room, and to the west of the arbor leading to the summer kitchen, an old unpainted frame storehouse. In all its parts the place was shabby and run down, but picturesque and quaint. Eugene was surprised to find the place so charming. It appealed to him, the long, low front, with doors opening from the center and end rooms direct upon the grass, with windows set in climbing vines, and the lilac bushes forming a green wall between the house and the main lawn. The great rows of elm trees, throwing a grateful shade, seemed like sentinel files. As the carryall turned in at the wagon gate in the front, he thought, what a place for love, and to think Angela should live here. The carryall rattled down the pebbled road to the left of the lawn and stopped at the garden gate. Marietta came out. Marietta was 22 years old, and as gay and joyous as her elder sister Angela was sober, and in a way morbid. Light-souled as a kitten, looking always on the bright side of things, she made hosts of friends everywhere she went, having a perfect swarm of lovers who wrote her eager notes, but whom she rebuffed with good-natured, sympathetic simplicity. Here on this farm there was not supposed to be so much opportunity for social life as in town, but beaux made their way here on one pretext and another. Marietta was the magnet, and in the world of gaiety which she created, Angela shared. Angela was now in the dining room, easy to be called, but Marietta wanted to see for herself what sort of lover her sister had captured. She was surprised at his height, his presence, the keenness of his eyes. She hardly understood so fine a lover for her own sister, but held out her hand smilingly. "This is Mr. Witla, isn't it?" she asked. "The same," he replied, a little pompously. "Isn't it a lovely drive over here?" "We think it nice in nice weather," she laughed. "You wouldn't like it so much in winter. Won't you come in and put your grip here in the hall? David will take it to your room." Eugene obeyed, but he was thinking of Angela, and when she would appear, and how she would look. He stepped into the large, low-ceilinged, dark, cool parlor, and was delighted to see a piano and some music piled on a rack.
Through an open window he saw several hammocks out on the main lawn, under the trees. It seemed a wonderful place to him, the substance of poetry, and then Angela appeared. She was dressed in plain white linen. Her hair, braided as he liked it in a great rope, lay as a band across her forehead. She had picked a big pink rose and put it in her waist. At sight of her, Eugene held out his arms, and she flew to them. He kissed her vigorously, for Marietta had discreetly retired, and they were left alone. "So I have you at last," he whispered, and kissed her again. "Oh, yes, yes, it's been so long," she sighed. "You couldn't have suffered any more than I have," he consoled. "Every minute has been torture, waiting, waiting, waiting." "Let's not think of that now," she urged. "We have each other. You are here." "Yes, I am here," he laughed. "All the virtues done up in one brown suit. Isn't it lovely, these great trees, that beautiful lawn?" He paused from kissing to look out of the window. "I'm glad you like it," she replied joyously. "We think it's nice, but this place is so old." "I love it for that," he cried appreciatively. "Those bushes are so nice, those roses. Oh, dear, you don't know how sweet it all seems, and you are so nice." He held her off at arm's length and surveyed her while she blushed becomingly. His eager, direct, vigorous onslaught confused her at times, caused her pulse to beat at a high rate. They went out into the dooryard after a time, and then Marietta appeared again, and with her Mrs. Blue, a comfortable, round-bodied mother of 60, who greeted Eugene cordially. He could feel in her what he felt in his own mother, in every good mother, love of order and peace, love of the well-being of her children, love of public respect and private honor and morality. All these things Eugene heartily respected in others. He was glad to see them, believed they had a place in society, but was uncertain whether they bore any fixed or important relationship to him. He was always thinking in his private conscience that life was somehow bigger and subtler and darker than any given theory or order of living. It might well be worth while for a man or woman to be honest and moral within a given condition or quality of society, but it did not matter at all in the ultimate substance and composition of the universe. Any form or order of society which hoped to endure must have individuals like Mrs. Blue, who would conform to the highest standards and theories of that society, and when found they were admirable, but they meant nothing in the shifting, subtle forces of nature. They were just accidental harmonies blossoming out of something which meant everything here to this order, nothing to the universe at large. At 22 years of age he was thinking these things, wondering whether it would be possible ever to express them, wondering what people would think of him if they actually knew what he did think, wondering if there was anything which was really stable, a rock to cling to, and not merely shifting shadow and unreality. Mrs. Blue looked at her daughter's young lover with a kindly eye. She had heard a great deal about him. Having raised her children to be honest, moral, and truthful, she trusted them to associate only with those who were equally so. She assumed that Eugene was such a man, and his frank, open countenance and smiling eyes and mouth convinced her that he was basically good. Also, what to her were his wonderful drawings, sent to Angela in the form of proofs from time to time, particularly the one of the East Side crowd, had been enough to prejudice her in his favor. No other daughter of the family, and there were 3 married, had approximated to this type of man in her choice. Eugene was looked upon as a prospective son-in-law who would fulfill all the conventional obligations joyfully and as a matter of course. "It's very good of you to put me up, Mrs. Blue," Eugene said pleasantly. "I've always wanted to come out here for a visit. I've heard so much of the family from Angela." "It's just a country home we have, not much to look at, but we like it," replied his hostess. She smiled blandly, asked if he wouldn't make himself comfortable in one of the hammocks, wanted to know how he was getting along with his work in New York, and then returned to her cooking, for she was already preparing his first meal. Eugene strolled with Angela to the big lawn under the trees and sat down. He was experiencing the loftier form of human emotions on earth, love in youth, accepted and requited, hope in youth, justified in action by his success in New York, peace in youth, for he had a well-earned holiday in his grasp, was resting with the means to do so, with love and beauty and admiration and joyous summer weather to comfort him. As he rocked to and fro in the hammock, gazing at the charming lawn, and realizing all these things, his glance rested at last upon Angela, and he thought, life can really hold no finer thing than this. Toward noon, old Jotham Blue came in from a cornfield where he had been turning the earth between the rows. Although 65, with snowy hair and a beard, he looked to be vigorous and good to live until 90 or 100. His eyes were blue and keen, his color rosy. He had great broad shoulders set upon a spare waist, for he had been a handsome figure of a man in his youth. "How do you do, Mr. Witla?" he inquired with easy grace as he strolled up, the yellow mud of the fields on his boots. He had pulled a big jackknife out of his pocket and begun whittling a fine twig he had picked up. "I'm glad to see you. My daughter Angela has been telling me one thing and another about you." He smiled as he looked at Eugene. Angela, who was sitting beside him, rose and strolled toward the house. "I'm glad to see you," said Eugene. "I like your country around here. It looks prosperous." "It is prosperous," said the old patriarch, drawing up a chair which stood at the foot of a tree and seating himself. Eugene sank back into the hammock. "It's a soil that's rich in lime and carbon and sodium, the things which make plant life grow. We need very little fertilizer here, very little. The principal thing is to keep the ground thoroughly cultivated and to keep out the bugs and weeds." He cut at his stick meditatively. Eugene noted the chemical and physical knowledge relative to farming. It pleased him to find brain coupled with crop cultivation. "I noticed some splendid fields of wheat as I came over," he observed. "Yes, wheat does well here," Blue went on, "when the weather is moderately favorable. Corn does well. We have a splendid apple crop, and grapes are generally successful in this state. I have always thought that Wisconsin had a little of the best of the other valley states, for we are blessed with a moderate climate, plenty of streams and rivers, and a fine, broken landscape. There are good mines up north and lots of lumber. We are a prosperous people, we Wisconsiners, decidedly prosperous. This state has a great future." Eugene noted the wide spaces between his clear blue eyes as he talked. He liked the bigness of his conception of his state and of his country. No petty little ground harnessed plowman this, but a farmer in the big sense of the word, a cultivator of the soil with an understanding of it, an American who loved his state and his country. "I have always thought of the Mississippi Valley as the country of the future," said Eugene. "We have had the Valley of the Nile and the Valley of the Euphrates, with big populations. But this is something larger. I rather feel as though a great wave of population were coming here in the future." "It is the new paradise of the world," said Jotham Blue, pausing in his whittling and holding up his right hand for emphasis. "We haven't come to realize its possibilities. The fruit, the corn, the wheat, to feed the nations of the world can be raised here. I sometimes marvel at the productivity of the soil. It is so generous. It is like a great mother. It only asks to be treated kindly, to give all that it has." Eugene smiled. The bigness of his prospective father-in-law's feelings lured him. He felt as though he could love this man. They talked on about other things, the character of the surrounding population, the growth of Chicago, the recent threat of war with Venezuela, the rise of a new leader in the Democratic Party, a man whom Jotham admired very much. As he was telling of the latter's exploits, it appeared he had recently met him at Blackwood. Mrs. Blue appeared in the front door. "Jotham," she called. He rose. "My wife must want a bucket of water," he said, and strolled away. Eugene smiled. This was lovely. This was the way life should be, compounded of health, strength, good nature, understanding, simplicity.
He wished he were a man like Jotham, as sound, as hearty, as clean and strong. To think he had raised 8 children. No wonder Angela was lovely. They all were, no doubt. While he was rocking, Marietta came back smiling, her blonde hair blowing about her face. Like her father, she had blue eyes. Like him, a sanguine temperament, warm and ruddy. Eugene felt drawn to her. She reminded him a little of Ruby, a little of Margaret. She was bursting with young health. "You're stronger than Angela," he said, looking at her. "Oh, yes. I can always outrun Angel Face," she exclaimed. "We fight sometimes, but I can get things away from her. She has to give in. Sometimes I feel older. I always take the lead." Eugene rejoiced in the sobriquet of Angel Face. It suited Angela, he thought. She looked like pictures of angels in the old prints and in the stained glass windows he had seen. He wondered, in a vague way, however, whether Marietta did not have a sweeter temperament, were not really more lovable and cozy. But he put that thought forcefully out of his mind. He felt that he must be loyal to Angela here. While they were talking, the youngest boy, David, came up and sat down on the grass. He was short and stocky for his years, 16, with an intelligent face and inquiring eyes. Eugene noted stability and quiet force in his character at once. He began to see that these children had inherited character as well as strength from their parents. This was a home in which successful children were being reared. Benjamin came up after a while, a tall, overgrown, puritanical youth with Western modifications, and then Samuel, the oldest of the living boys and the most impressive. He was big and serene like his father, of brown complexion and hickory strength. Eugene learned in the conversation that he was a railroad man in St. Paul, home for a brief vacation after 3 years of absence. He was with a road called the Great Northern, already a second assistant passenger agent, and with great prospects, so the family thought. Eugene could see that all the boys and girls, like Angela, were ruggedly and honestly truthful. They were written all over with Christian precept, not church dogma, but Christian precept, lightly and good-naturedly applied. They obeyed the 10 Commandments in so far as possible, and lived within the limits of what people considered sane and decent. Eugene wondered at this. His own moral laxity was a puzzle to him. He wondered whether he were not really all wrong and they all right. Yet the subtlety of the universe was always within him, the mystery of its chemistry. For a given order of society, no doubt, he was out of place. For life in general, well, he could not say. At 12:30 dinner was announced from the door by Mrs. Blue, and they all rose. It was one of those simple home feasts common to any intelligent farming family. There was a generous supply of fresh vegetables, green peas, new potatoes, new string beans. A steak had been secured from the itinerant butcher who served these parts, and Mrs. Blue had made hot light biscuits. Eugene expressed a predilection for fresh buttermilk, and they brought him a pitcher full, saying that as a rule it was given to the pigs. The children did not care for it. They talked and jested, and he heard odd bits of information concerning people here and there. Some farmer who had lost a horse by colic, some other farmer who was preparing to cut his wheat. There were frequent references to the 3 oldest sisters who lived in other Wisconsin towns. Their children appeared to be numerous and fairly troublesome. They all came home frequently, it appeared, and were bound up closely with the interest of the family as a whole. "The more you know about the Blue family," observed Samuel to Eugene, who expressed surprise at the solidarity of interest, "the more you realize that they're a clan, not a family. They stick together like glue." "That's a rather nice trait, I should say," Eugene laughed, who felt no such keen interest in his relatives. "Well, if you want to find out how the Blue family sticks together, just do something to one of them," observed Jake Dahl, a neighbor who had entered. "That's sure true, isn't it, sis?" observed Samuel, who was sitting next to Angela, putting his hand affectionately on his sister's arm. Eugene noted the movement. She nodded her head affectionately. "Yes, we Blues all hang together." Eugene almost begrudged him his sister's apparent affection. Could such a girl be cut out of such an atmosphere, separated from it completely, brought into a radically different world, he wondered? Would she understand him? Would he stick by her? He smiled at Jotham and Mrs. Blue and thought he ought to, but life was strange. You never could tell what might happen. During the afternoon there were more lovely impressions. He and Angela sat alone in the cool parlor for 2 hours after dinner, while he restated his impressions of her over and over. He told her how charming he thought her home was, how nice her father and mother, what interesting brothers she had. He made a genial sketch of Jotham as he had strolled up to him at noon, which pleased Angela, and she kept it to show to her father. He made her pose in the window and sketched her head and her halo of hair. He thought of his double-page illustration of the Bowery by night and went to fetch it, looking for the first time at the sweet cool room at the end of the house which he was to occupy. One window, a west one, had hollyhocks looking in, and the door to the north gave out on the cool, shady grass. He moved in beauty, he thought. He was treading on showered happiness. It hurt him to think that such joy might not always be, as though beauty were not everywhere and forever present. When Angela saw the picture which truth had reproduced, she was beside herself with joy and pride and happiness. It was such a testimony to her lover's ability. He had written almost daily of the New York art world, so she was familiar with that in exaggerated ideas. But these actual things, like reproduced pictures, were different. The whole world would see this picture. He must be famous already, she imagined. That evening and the next, as they sat in the parlor alone, he drew nearer and nearer to that definite understanding which comes between a man and a woman when they love. Eugene could never stop with mere kissing and caressing in a reserved way, if not persistently restrained. It seemed natural to him that love should go on. He had not been married. He did not know what its responsibilities were. He had never given a thought to what his parents had endured to make him worth while. There was no instinct in him to tell him. He had no yearnings for parenthood, that normal desire which gives visions of a home and the proper social conditions for rearing a family. All he thought of was the love-making, period, the billing and cooing, and the transports of delight which come with it. With Angela he felt that these would be supernormal precisely because she was so slow and yielding, so on the defensive against herself. He could look into her eyes at times and see a swooning veil which foreshadowed a storm of emotion. He would sit by her, stroking her hands, touching her cheek, smoothing her hair, and at other times holding her in his arms. It was hard for her to resist those significant pressures he gave, to hold him at arm's length, for she herself was eager for the delights of love. It was on the third night of his stay, and in the face of his growing respect for every member of this family, that he swept Angela to the danger line, would have carried her across it had it not been for a fortuitous wave of emotion, which was not of his creation but of hers. They had been to the little lake, Oconee, a little way from the house during the afternoon for a swim. Afterward he and Angela and David and Marietta had taken a drive. It was one of those lovely afternoons that come sometimes in summer and speak directly to the heart of love and beauty. It was so fair and warm, the shadows of the trees so comforting, that they fairly made Eugene's heart ache. He was young now. Life was beautiful. How would it be when he was old? A morbid anticipation of disaster seemed to harrow his soul. The sunset had already died away when they drew near home. Insects hummed. A cowbell tinkled now and then. Breaths of cool air, those harbingers of the approaching eve, swept their cheeks as they passed occasional hollows. Approaching the house, they saw the blue smoke curls rising from the kitchen chimney, foretelling the preparation of the evening meal. Eugene clasped Angela's hand in an ecstasy of emotion. He wanted to dream, sitting in the hammock with Angela as the dusk fell. Watching the pretty scene, life was all around. Jotham and Benjamin came in from the fields, and the sound of their voices and the splashing water came from the kitchen door where they were washing. There was an anticipatory stamping of horses' feet in the barn, the lowing of a distant cow, the hungry grunt of pigs. Eugene shook his head. It was so pastoral, so sweet. At supper he scarcely touched what was put before him, the group at the dining table holding his attention as a spectacle. Afterwards he sat with the family on the lawn outside the door, breathing the odor of flowers, watching the stars over the trees, listening to Jotham and Mrs. Blue, to Samuel, Benjamin, David, Marietta, and occasionally Angela. Because of his mood, sad in the face of exquisite beauty, she was also subdued. She said little, listening to Eugene and her father, but when she did talk, her voice was sweet. Jotham arose after a time and went to bed, and one by one the others followed. David and Marietta went into the sitting room, and then Samuel and Benjamin left. They gave as an excuse hard work in the morning. Samuel was going to try his hand again at thrashing. Eugene took Angela by the hand and led her out where some hydrangeas were blooming, white as snow by day, but pale and silver in the dark. He took her face in his hands, telling her again of love. "It's been such a wonderful day I'm all wrought up," he said. "Life is so beautiful here. This place is so sweet and peaceful. And you, oh you—" Kisses ended his words. They stood there a little while, then went back into the parlor where she lighted a lamp. It cast a soft yellow glow over the room, just enough to make it warm, he thought. They sat first side by side on two rocking chairs, and then later on a settee, he holding her in his arms. Before supper she had changed to a loose cream-colored house gown. Now Eugene persuaded her to let her hair hang in the two braids. Real passion is silent. It was so intense with him that he sat contemplating her as if in a spell. She leaned back against his shoulder, stroking his hair, but finally ceased even that, for her own feelings were too intense to make movement possible. She thought of him as a young god, strong, virile, beautiful, a brilliant future before him. All these years she had waited for someone to truly love her, and now this splendid youth had apparently cast himself at her feet. He stroked her hands, her neck, cheeks, then slowly gathered her close and buried his head against her bosom. Angela was strong in convention, in the precepts of her parents, in the sense of her family and its attitude, but this situation was more than she could resist. She accepted first the pressure of his arm, then the slow subtlety with which he caressed her. Resistance seemed almost impossible now, for he held her close, tight within the range of his magnetism. When finally she felt the pressure of his hand upon her quivering limbs, she threw herself back in a transport of agony and delight. "No, no, Eugene," she begged. "No, no. Save me from myself. Save me from myself. Oh, Eugene." He paused a moment to look at her face. It was wrought in lines of intense suffering, pale as though she were ill. Her body was quite limp. Only the hot, moist lips told the significant story. He could not stop at once. Slowly he drew his hand away, then let his sensitive artist fingers rest gently on her neck, her bosom. She struggled lamely at this point and slipped to her knees, her dress loosened at the neck. "Don't, Eugene," she begged. "Don't. Think of my father, my mother, I who have boasted so, I of whom they feel so sure. Oh, Eugene, I beg of you." He stroked her hair, her cheeks, looking into her face as Abélard might have looked at Eloise. "Oh, I know why it is," she exclaimed convulsively. "I am no better than any other, but I have waited so long, so long. But I mustn't. Oh, Eugene, I mustn't. Help me." Vaguely Eugene understood. She had been without lovers. Why, he thought, she was beautiful. He got up, half intending to carry her to his room, but he paused, thinking. She was such a pathetic figure. Was he really as bad as this? Could he not be fair in this one instance? Her father had been so nice to him, her mother. He saw Jotham Blue before him, Mrs. Blue, her admiring brothers and sisters, as they had been a little while before.
He looked at her, and still the prize lured him, almost swept him on in spite of himself, but he stayed. "Stand up, Angela," he said at last, pulling himself together, looking at her intensely. She did so. "Leave me now," he went on, "right away. I won't answer for myself if you don't. I am really trying. Please go." She paused, looking at him fearfully, regretfully. "Oh, forgive me, Eugene," she pleaded. "Forgive me," he said. "I'm the one. But you go now, sweet. You don't know how hard this is. Help me by going." She moved away, and he followed her with his eyes, yearningly, burningly, until she reached the door. When she closed it softly, he went into his own room and sat down. His body was limp and weary. He ached from head to foot from the intensity of the mood he had passed through. He went over the recent incidents, almost stunned by his experience, and then went outside and stood under the stairs listening. Tree toads were chirping. There were suspicious cracklings in the grass as of bugs stirring. A duck quacked somewhere feebly. The bell of the family cow tinkled somewhere over near the water of the little stream. He saw the Great Dipper in the sky, Sirius, Canopus, the vast galaxy of the Milky Way. What is life anyway, he asked himself. What is the human body? What produces passion? Here we are for a few years, surging with fever of longing, and then we burn out and die. He thought of some lines he might write, of pictures he might paint. All the while, reproduced before his mind's eye, like a cinematograph, were views of Angela as she had been tonight in his arms, on her knees. He had seen her true form. He had held her in his arms. He had voluntarily resigned her charms for tonight. Anyhow, no harm had come. It never should. It would be hard to say in what respect, if any, the experiences of this particular night altered Eugene's opinion of Angela. He was inclined to like her better for what he would have called her humanness. Thus frankly to confess her weakness and inability to save herself was splendid. That he was given the chance to do a noble deed was fortunate and uplifting. He knew now that he could take her if he wished, but once calm again, he resolved to be fair and not to insist. He could wait. The state of Angela's mind, on the contrary, once she had come out of her paroxysm and gained the privacy of her own room, or rather the room she shared with Marietta at the other extreme of the house, was pitiable. She had for so long considered herself an estimable and virtuous girl. There was in her just a faint trace of prudery which might readily have led to an unhappy old maid existence for her if Eugene, with his superiority or non-understanding or indifference to conventional theories and to old maidish feelings, had not come along and with his customary blindness to material prosperity and age limitations seized upon and made love to her. He had filled her brain with a whirlwind of notions hitherto unfamiliar to her world, and set himself up in her brain as a law unto himself. He was not like other men. She could see that. He was superior to them. He might not make much money, being an artist, but he could make other things which to her seemed more desirable. Fame, beautiful pictures, notable friends, were not these things far superior to money? She had had little enough money in all conscience, and if Eugene made anything at all, it would be enough for her. He seemed to be under the notion that he needed a lot to get married, whereas she would have been glad to risk it on almost anything at all. This last revelation of herself, besides tearing her mind from a carefully nurtured belief in her own virtuous impregnability, raised at the same time a specter of disaster in so far as Eugene's love for her was concerned. Would he, now that she had allowed him those precious endearments which should have been reserved for the marriage bed only, care for her as much as he had before? Would he not think of her as a light-minded, easily spoiled creature who was waiting only for a propitious moment to yield herself? She had been lost to all sense of right and wrong in that hour, that she knew. Her father's character and what he stood for, her mother's decency and love of virtue, her clearly minded, right-living brothers and sisters, all had been forgotten, and here she was, a tainted maiden, virtuous
In technical sense it is true, but tainted. Her convention-trained conscience smote her vigorously, and she groaned in her heart. She went outside the door of her own room and sat down on the damp grass in the early morning to think. It was so cool and calm everywhere but in her own soul. She held her face in her hands, feeling her hot cheeks, wondering what Eugene was thinking now. What would her father think, her mother? She wrung her hands more than once, and finally went inside to see if she could not rest. She was not unconscious of the beauty and joy of the episode, but she was troubled by what she felt she ought to think, what the consequences to her future might be. To hold Eugene now, that was a subtle question. To hold up her head in front of him, as she had, could she? To keep him from going further. It was a difficult situation, and she tossed restlessly all night, getting little sleep. In the morning she arose weary and disturbed, but more desperately in love than ever. This wonderful youth had revealed an entirely new and intensely dramatic world to her. When they met on the lawn again before breakfast, Angela was garbed in white linen. She looked waxen and delicate, and her eyes showed dark rings as well as the dark thoughts that were troubling her. Eugene took her hand sympathetically. "Don't worry," he said. "I know. It isn't as bad as you think." And he smiled tenderly. "Oh, Eugene, I don't understand myself now," she said sorrowfully. "I thought I was better than that." "We're none of us better than that," he replied simply. "We just think we are sometimes. You are not any different to me. You just think you are." "Oh, are you sure?" she asked eagerly. "Quite sure," he replied. "Love isn't a terrible thing between any two. It's just lovely. Why should I think worse of you?" "Oh, because good girls don't do what I have done. I have been raised to know better, to do better." "All a belief, my dear, which you get from what has been taught you. You think it wrong. Why? Because your father and mother told you so. Isn't that it?" "Oh, not that alone. Everybody thinks it's wrong. The Bible teaches that it is. Everybody turns his back on you when he finds out." "Wait a minute," pleaded Eugene argumentatively. He was trying to solve this puzzle for himself. "Let's leave the Bible out of it, for I don't believe in the Bible. Not as a law of action, anyhow." "The fact that everybody thinks it's wrong wouldn't necessarily make it so, would it?" He was ignoring completely the significance of everybody as a reflection of those principles which govern the universe. "No," ventured Angela doubtfully. "Listen," went on Eugene. "Everybody in Constantinople believes that Mahomet is the prophet of God. That doesn't make him so, does it?" "No." "Well, then, everyone here might believe that what we did last night was wrong without making it so. Isn't that true?" "Yes," replied Angela confusedly. She really did not know. She could not argue with him. He was too subtle, but her innate principles and instincts were speaking plainly enough nevertheless. "Now what you're really thinking about is what people will do. They'll turn their backs on you, you say. That is a practical matter. Your father might turn you out of doors." "I think he would," replied Angela, little understanding the bigness of the heart of her father. "I think he wouldn't," said Eugene, "but that's neither here nor there. Men might refuse to marry you. Those are material considerations. You wouldn't say they had anything to do with real right or wrong, would you?" Eugene had no convincing end to his argument. He did not know any more than anyone else what was right or wrong in this matter. He was merely talking to convince himself, but he had enough logic to confuse Angela. "I don't know," she said vaguely. "Right," he went on loftily, "is something which is supposed to be in accordance with a standard of truth. No one in all the world knows what truth is, no one. There's no way of telling. You can act wisely or unwisely as regards your personal welfare. If that's what you're worrying about, and it is, I can tell you that you're no worse off. There's nothing the matter with your welfare. I think you're better off, for I like you better." Angela wondered at the subtlety of his brain. She was not sure but that what he said might be true. Could her fears be baseless? She felt sure she had lost some of the bloom of her youth anyhow. "How can you?" she asked, referring to his saying that he liked her better. "Easily enough," he replied. I know more about you. I admire your frankness. You're lovely, altogether so. You are sweet beyond compare." He started to particularize. "Don't, Eugene," she pleaded, putting her finger over her lips. The color was leaving her cheeks. "Please don't. I can't stand it." "All right," he said, "I won't. But you're altogether lovely. Let's go and sit in the hammock." "No, I'm going to get your breakfast. It's time you had something." He took comfort in his privileges, for the others had all gone. Jotham, Samuel, Benjamin, and David were in the fields. Mrs. Blue was sewing, and Marietta had gone to see a girlfriend up the road. Angela, as Ruby before her, bestirred herself about the youth's meal, mixing biscuit, broiling him some bacon, cleaning a basket of fresh dewberries for him. "I like your man," said her mother, coming out where she was working. "He looks to be good-natured, but don't spoil him. If you begin wrong, you'll be sorry." "You spoiled Papa, didn't you?" asked Angela sagely, recalling all the little humorings her father had received. "Your father has a keen sense of duty," retorted her mother. "It didn't hurt him to be spoiled a little." "Maybe Eugene has," replied her daughter, turning her slices of bacon. Her mother smiled. All her daughters had married well. Perhaps Angela was doing the best of all. Certainly her lover was the most distinguished. Yet, well, to be careful, she suggested. Angela thought, if her mother only knew, or her father. Dear heaven! And yet Eugene was altogether lovely. She wanted to wait on him, to spoil him. She wished she could be with him every day from now on, that they need not part any more. "Oh, if he would only marry me," she sighed. It was the one divine event which would complete her life. Eugene would have liked to linger in this atmosphere indefinitely. Old Jotham, he found, liked to talk to him. He took an interest in national and international affairs, was aware of distinguished and peculiar personalities, seemed to follow world currents everywhere. Eugene began to think of him as a distinguished personality in himself. But old Jotham waved the suggestion blandly aside. "I'm a farmer," he said. "I've seen my greatest success in raising good children. My boys will do well, I know." For the first time Eugene caught the sense of fatherhood, of what it means to live again in your children, but only vaguely. He was too young, too eager for a varied life, too lustful. So its true import was lost for the time. Sunday came, and with it the necessity to leave. He had been here 9 days, really 2 days more than he had intended to stay. It was farewell to Angela, who had come so close, so much in his grasp that she was like a child in his hands. It was farewell, moreover, to an ideal scene, a bit of bucolic poetry. When would he see again an old patriarch like Jotham, clean, kindly, intelligent, standing upright amid his rows of corn, proud to be a good father, not ashamed to be poor, not afraid to be old or to die? Eugene had drawn so much from him. It was like sitting at the feet of Isaiah. It was farewell to the lovely fields and the blue hills, the long rows of trees down the lawn walk, the white and red and blue flowers about the dooryard. He had slept so sweetly in his clean room. He had listened so joyously to the voices of birds, the wood dove and the poet thrush. He had heard the water in the blues branch rippling over its clean pebbles. The pigs in the barnyard pen, the horses, the cows, all had appealed to him. He thought of Gray's Elegy, of Goldsmith's Deserted Village, and The Traveller. This was something like the things those men had loved. He walked down the lawn with Angela when the time came, repeating how sorry he was to go. David had hitched up a little brown mare and was waiting at the extreme end of the lawn. "Oh, sweet," he sighed, "I shall never be happy until I have you." "I will wait," sighed Angela, although she was wishing to exclaim, "Oh, take me, take me." When he was gone, she went about her duties mechanically, for it was as if all the fire and joy had gone out of her life. Without this brilliant imagination of his to illuminate things, life seemed dull. And he rode, parting in his mind with each lovely thing as he went, the fields of wheat, the little stream, Loch Oconee, the pretty blue farmhouse, all. He said to himself, "Nothing more lovely will ever come again," Angela in my arms in her simple little parlor. Dear God! And there are only 70 years of life, not more than 10 or 15 of true youth, all told." Eugene carried home with him not only a curiously deepened feeling for Angela, due to their altered and more intimate relationship, but moreover a growing respect for her family. Old Jotham was so impressive a figure of a man, his wife so kindly and earnest. Their attitude toward their children and to each other was so sound, and their whole relationship to society so respectable. Another observer might have been repelled by the narrowness and frugality of their lives, but Eugene had not known enough luxury to be scornful of the material simplicity of such existence. Here he had found character, poetry of location, poetry of ambition, youth, and happy prospects. These boys, so sturdy and independent, were sure to make for themselves such places in the world as they desired. Marietta, so charming a girl, could not but make a good marriage. Samuel was doing well in his position with the railroad company. Benjamin was studying to be a lawyer, and David was to be sent to West Point. He liked them for their familiar sterling worth, and they all treated him as the destined husband of Angela. By the end of his stay he had become as much en rapport with the family as if he had known it all his life. Before going back to New York, he had stopped in Chicago, where he had seen Howe and Matthews grinding away at their old tasks, and then for a few days in Alexandria, where he found his father busy about his old affairs. Sewing machines were still being delivered by him in person, and the long roads of the country were as briskly traversed by his light machine-carrying buggy as in his earliest days. Eugene saw him now as just a little futile, and yet he admired him, his patience, his industry. The brisk sewing machine agent was considerably impressed by his son's success, and was actually trying to take an interest in art. One evening, coming home from the post office, he pointed out a street scene in Alexandria as a subject for a painting. Eugene knew that art had only been called to his father's attention by his own efforts. He had noticed these things all his life, no doubt, but attached no significance to them until he had seen his son's work in the magazines. "If you ever paint country things, you ought to paint Cook's Mill, over here by the falls. That's one of the prettiest things I know anywhere," he said to him one evening, trying to make his son feel the interest he took. Eugene knew the place. It was attractive, a little branch of bright water running at the base of a 40-foot wall of red sandstone, and finally tumbling down a 15-foot declivity of gray, mossy stones. It was close to a yellow road, which carried a good deal of traffic, and was surrounded by a company of trees which ornamented it and sheltered it on all sides. Eugene had admired it in his youth as beautiful and peaceful. "It is nice," he replied to his father. "I'll take a look at it some day." Witla Sr. felt set up. His son was doing him honor. Mrs. Witla, like her husband, was showing the first notable traces of the flight of time. The crow's feet at the sides of her eyes were deeper, the wrinkles in her forehead longer. At the sight of Eugene, the first night, she fairly thrilled, for he was so well developed now, so self-reliant. He had come through his experiences to a kind of poise which she realized was manhood. Her boy, requiring her careful guidance, was gone. This was someone who could guide her, tease her as a man would a child. "You've got so big I hardly know you," she said, as he folded her in his arms. "No, you're just getting little, Ma. I used to think I'd never get to the point where you couldn't shake me, but that's all over, isn't it?" "You never did need much shaking," she said fondly. Myrtle, who had married Frank Bangs the preceding year, had gone with her husband to live in Ottumwa, Iowa, where he had taken charge of a mill. So Eugene did not see her, but he spent some little time with Sylvia, now the mother of 2 children. Her husband was the same quiet, conservative plodder Eugene had first noted him to be. Revisiting the office of the Appeal, he found that John Summers had recently died.
Otherwise, things were as they had been. Jonas Lyle and Caleb Williams were still in charge, quite the same as before. Eugene was glad when his time was up, and he took the train back to Chicago with a light heart. Again, as on his entrance to Chicago from the east, and on his return to it from Blackwood, he was touched keenly by the remembrance of Ruby. She had been so sweet to him. His opening art experiences had, in a way, been centered about her. But in spite of all, he did not want to go out and see her. Or did he? He asked himself this question with a pang of sorrow, for in a way he cared. He cared for her as one might care for a girl in a play or a book. She had the quality of a tragedy about her. She, her life, her surroundings, her misfortune in loving him, constituted an artistic composition. He thought he might be able to write a poem about it some time. He was able to write rather charming verse, which he kept to himself. He had the knack of saying things in a simple way and with feeling, making you see a picture. The trouble with his verse was that it lacked as yet any real nobility of thought, was not as final in understanding as it might have been. He did not go to see Ruby. The reason he assigned to himself was that it would not be nice. She might not want him to now. She might be trying to forget. And he had Angela. It really wasn't fair to her. But he looked over toward the region in which she lived as he traveled out of the city eastward, and wished that some of those lovely moments he had spent with her might be lived again. Back in New York, life seemed to promise a repetition of the preceding year, with some minor modifications. In the fall, Eugene went to live with McHugh and Smite. The studio they had, consisting of one big working room and 3 bedrooms. They agreed that they could get along together, and for a while it was good for them all. The criticism they furnished each other was of real value, and they found it pleasant to dine together, to walk, to see the exhibitions. They stimulated each other with argument, each having a special point of view. It was much as it had been with Howe and Matthews in Chicago. During this winter Eugene made his first appearance in one of the leading publications of the time, Harper's Magazine. He had gone to the art director with some proofs of his previous work, and had been told that it was admirable. If some suitable story turned up, he would be considered. Later, a letter came asking him to call, and a commission involving 3 pictures for $125 was given him. He worked them out successfully with models, and was complimented on the result. His associates cheered him on also, for they really admired what he was doing. He set out definitely to make Scribner's and the Century, as getting into those publications was called, and after a time he succeeded in making an impression on their respective art directors, though no notable commissions were given him. From one he secured a poem, rather out of his mood to decorate, and from the other a short story, but somehow he could not feel that either was a real opportunity. He wanted an appropriate subject, or to sell them some of his scenes. Building up a paying reputation was slow work. Although he was being mentioned here and there among artists, his name was anything but a significant factor with the public or with the art directors. He was still a promising beginner, growing, but not yet arrived by a long distance. There was one editor who was inclined to see him at his real worth, but he had no money to offer. This was Richard Wheeler, editor of Craft, a rather hopeless magazine in a commercial sense, but devoted sincerely enough to art. Wheeler was a blond young man of poetic temperament, whose enthusiasm for Eugene's work made it easy for them to become friends. It was through Wheeler that he met that winter Miriam Finch and Christina Channing, 2 women of radically different temperaments and professions, who opened for Eugene 2 entirely new worlds. Miriam Finch was a sculptor by profession, a critic by temperament, with no great capacity for emotion in herself, but an intense appreciation of its significance in others. To see her was to be immediately impressed with a vital force in womanhood. She was a woman who had never had a real youth, or a real love affair, but clung to her ideal of both with a passionate, almost fatuous faith that they could still be brought to pass. Wheeler had invited him to go round to her studio with him one evening. He was interested to know what Eugene would think of her. Miriam, already 32 when Eugene met her, a tiny brown-haired, brown-eyed girl, with a slender, rather cat-like figure, and a suavity of address and manner which was artistic to the fingertips. She had none of that budding beauty that is the glory of 18, but she was altogether artistic and delightful. Her hair encircled her head in a fluffy, cloudy mass. Her eyes moved quickly, with intense intelligence, feeling, humor, sympathy. Her lips were sweetly modeled after the pattern of Cupid's bow, and her smile was subtly ingratiating. Her sallow complexion matched her brown hair and the drab velvet or corduroy of her dress. There was a striking simplicity about the things she wore, which gave her a distinctive air. Her clothes were seldom fashionable, but always exceedingly becoming, for she saw herself as a whole, and arrayed herself as a decorative composition from head to foot, with a sense of fitness in regard to self and life. To such a nature as Eugene's, an intelligent, artistic, self-regulating, and self-poised human being was always intensely magnetic and gratifying. He turned to the capable person as naturally as a flower turns toward the light, finding a joy in contemplating the completeness and sufficiency of such a being. To have ideas of your own seemed to him a marvelous thing. To be able definitely to formulate your thoughts and reach positive and satisfying conclusions was a great and beautiful thing. From such personalities Eugene drank admirably until his thirst was satiated, and then he would turn away. If his thirst for what they had to give returned, he might come back, not otherwise. Hitherto all his relationships with personages of this quality had been confined to the male sex, for he had not known any woman of distinction. Beginning with Temple Boyle, instructor in the life class in Chicago, and Vincent Beers, instructor in the illustration class, he had encountered successively Jerry Matthews, Mitchell Goldfarb, Peter McHugh, David Smite, and Jotham Blue, all men of intense personal feeling and convictions, and men who had impressed him greatly. Now he was to encounter for the first time some forceful, really exceptional women of the same caliber. Stella Appleton, Margaret Duff, Ruby Kenny, and Angela Blue were charming girls in their way, but they did not think for themselves. They were not organized, self-directed, self-controlled personalities in the way that Miriam Finch was. She would have recognized herself at once as being infinitely superior intellectually and artistically to any or all of them, while entertaining at the same time a sympathetic, appreciative understanding of their beauty, fitness, equality of value in the social scheme. She was a student of life, a critic of emotions and understanding, with keen appreciative intelligence, and yet longing intensely for just what Stella and Margaret and Ruby and even Angela had: youth, beauty, interest for men, the power or magnetism or charm of face and form to compel the impetuous passions of a lover. She wanted to be loved by someone who could love madly and beautifully, and this had never come to her. Miss Finch's home, or rather studio, was with her family in East 26th Street, where she occupied a north room on the third floor, but her presence in the bosom of that family did not prevent her from attaining an individuality and exclusiveness which was most illuminating to Eugene. Her room was done in silver, brown, and gray, with a great wax festooned candlestick, fully 5 feet high, standing in one corner, and a magnificent carved chest of early Flemish workmanship standing in another. There was a brown combination writing desk and bookshelf, which was arrayed with some of the most curious volumes: Pater, Marius the Epicurean; Daudet, Wives of Men of Genius; Richard Jefferies' Story of My Heart; Stevenson's Ease Triplex; the Kasidah of Richard Burton; The House of Life by Dante Gabriel Rossetti. Also Sprach Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche. The fact that they were here, after he had taken one look at the woman in the room, was to Eugene sufficiently proof that they were important. He handled them curiously, reading odd paragraphs, nosing about, looking at pictures, and making rapid notes in his mental notebook. This was someone worth knowing. He felt that. He wanted to make a sufficiently favorable impression to be permitted to know her better. Miriam Finch was at once taken with Eugene. There was such an air of vigor, inquiry, appreciation, and understanding about him that she could not help being impressed. He seemed somewhat like a lighted lamp, casting a soft, shaded, velvety glow. He went about her room, after his introduction, looking at her pictures, her bronzes and clays, asking after the creator of this, the painter of that, where a third thing came from. "I've never heard of one of these books," he said frankly, when he looked over the small, specially selected collection. "There are some very interesting things here," she volunteered, coming to his side. His simple confession appealed to her. He was like a breath of fresh air. Richard Wheeler, who had brought him in, made no objection to being neglected. He wanted her to enjoy his find. "You know," said Eugene, looking up from Burton's Kasidah and into her brown eyes, "New York gets me dizzy. It's so wonderful." "Just how?" she asked. "It's so compact of wonderful things. I saw a shop the other day full of old jewelry and ornaments and quaint stones and clothes, and oh heaven, I don't know what all. More things than I had ever seen in my whole life before. And here in this quiet side street, in this unpretentious house, I find this room. Nothing seems to show on the outside. Everything seems crowded to suffocation with luxury or art value on the inside." "Are you talking about this room?" she ventured. "Why, yes," he replied. "Take note, Mr. Wheeler," she called over her shoulder to her young editor friend. "This is the first time in my life that I have been accused of possessing luxury. When you write me up again, I want you to give me credit for luxury. I like it." "I'll certainly do it," said Wheeler. "Yes, art values, too." "Yes, art values. I have it," said Wheeler. Eugene smiled. He liked her vivacity. "I know what you mean," she added. "I felt the same thing about Paris. You go into little unpretentious places there and come across such wonderful things. Heaps and heaps of fine clothes, antiques, jewels. Where was it I read such an interesting article about that?" "Not in Kraft, I hope," ventured Wheeler. "No, I don't think so. Harper's Bazaar, I believe." "Oh, pshaw!" exclaimed Wheeler. "Harper's Bazaar? What rot!" "But that's just what you ought to have. Why don't you do it? Write?" "I will," he said. Eugene went to the piano and turned over a pile of music. Again he came across the unfamiliar, the strange, the obviously distinguished. Grieg's Arabian Dance, Es war ein Traum by Lassen, Elegy by Massenet, Otidi by Davidoff, Nymphs and Shepherds by Purcell. Things whose very titles smacked of color and beauty. Gluck, Gambatti, Rossini, Tchaikovsky, the Italian Scarlatti. Eugene marveled at what he did not know about music. "Play something," he pleaded, and with a smile Miriam stepped to the piano. "Do you know Es war ein Traum?" she inquired. "No," said he. "That's lovely," put in Wheeler. "Sing it." Eugene had thought that possibly she sang, but he was not prepared for the burst of color that came with her voice. It was not a great voice, but sweet and sympathetic, equal to the tasks she set herself. She selected her music as she selected her clothes, to suit her capacity. The poetic, sympathetic reminiscence of the song struck home. Eugene was delighted. "Oh," he exclaimed, bringing his chair close to the piano and looking into her face, "you sing beautifully." She gave him a glittering smile. "Now I'll sing anything you want for you, if you go on like that." "I'm crazy about music," he said. "I don't know anything about it, but I like this sort of thing." "You like the really good things, I know. So do I." He felt flattered and grateful. They went through Otidi, the Nightingale, Elegy the Last Spring. Music Eugene had never heard before, but he knew at once that he was listening to playing which represented a better intelligence, a keener selective judgment, a finer artistic impulse than anyone he had ever known had possessed. Ruby played, and Angela, the latter rather well, but neither had ever heard of these things, he was sure. Ruby had only liked popular things, Angela the standard melodies, beautiful but familiar. Here was someone who ignored popular taste, was in advance of it. In all her music he had found nothing he knew. It grew on him as a significant fact. He wanted to be nice to her, to have her like him. So he drew close and smiled, and she always smiled back. Like the others, she liked his face, his mouth, his eyes, his hair. He's charming, she thought, when he eventually left, and his impression of her was of a woman who was notably and significantly distinguished. But Miriam Finch's family, of which she seemed so independent, had not been without its influence on her. This family was of Middle West origin, and did not understand or sympathize very much with the artistic temperament. Since her 16th year, when Marian had first begun to exhibit a definite striving toward the artistic, her parents had guarded her jealously against what they considered the corrupting atmosphere of the art world. Her mother had accompanied her from Ohio to New York, and had lived with her while she studied art in the art school, chaperoning her everywhere. When it became advisable, as she thought, for Miriam to go abroad, she went with her. Miriam's artistic career was to be properly supervised. When she lived in the Latin Quarter in Paris, her mother was with her. When she loitered in the atmosphere of the galleries and palaces in Rome, it was with her mother at her side. At Pompeii and Herculaneum, in London and in Berlin, her mother, an iron-willed little woman of 45 at that time, was with her. She was convinced that she knew exactly what was good for her daughter, and had more or less made the girl accept her theories. Later, Miriam's personal judgment began to diverge slightly from that of her mother, and then the trouble began. It was vague at first, hardly a definite, tangible thing in the daughter's mind, but later it grew to be a definite feeling that her life was being cramped. She had been warned off from association with this person and that, had been shown the pitfalls that surrounded the free, untrammeled life of the art studio. Marriage with the average artist was not to be considered. Modeling from the nude, particularly the nude of a man, was to her mother at first most distressing. She insisted on being present, and for a long time her daughter thought that was all right. Finally the presence, the viewpoint, the intellectual insistence of her mother became too irksome, and an open break followed. It was one of those family tragedies which almost kill conservative parents. Mrs. Finch's heart was practically broken. The trouble with this break was that it came a little too late for Marian's happiness. In the stress of this insistent chaperonage, she had lost her youth, the period during which she felt she should have had her natural freedom. She had lost the interest of several men whom, in her 19th, 20th, and 21st years, had approached her longingly, but who could not stand the criticism of her mother. At 28, when the break came, the most delightful love period was over, and she felt grieved and resentful. At that time she had insisted on a complete and radical change for herself. She had managed to get, through one art dealer and another, orders for some of her spirited clay figurines. There was a dancing girl, a visualization of one of the moods of Carmencita, a celebrated dancer of the period, which had caught the public fancy. At least, the particular art dealer who was handling her work for her had managed to sell some 18 replicas of it at $175 each. Miss Finch's share of this was $100 each. There was another little thing, a 6-inch bronze called Sleep, which had sold some 20 replicas at $150 each and was still selling. The Wind, a figure crouching and huddling as if from cold, was also selling. It looked as though she might be able to make
from $3,000 to $4,000 a year steadily. She demanded of her mother at this time the right to a private studio, to go and come when she pleased, to go about alone whenever she wished, to have men and women come to her private apartment and be entertained by her in her own manner. She objected to supervision in any form, cast aside criticism, and declared roundly that she would lead her own life. She realized sadly while she was doing it, however, that the best was gone, that she had not had the wit or stamina to do as she pleased at the time she most wanted to do so. Now she would be almost automatically conservative. She could not help it. Eugene, when he first met her, felt something of this. He felt the subtlety of her temperament, her philosophic conclusions, what might be called her emotional disappointment. She was eager for life, which seemed to him odd, for she appeared to have so much. By degree he got it out of her, for they came to be quite friendly, and then he understood clearly just how things were. By the end of 3 months, and before Christina Channing appeared, Eugene had come to the sanest, cleanest understanding with Miss Finch that he had yet reached with any woman. He had dropped into the habit of calling there once or sometimes twice a week. He had learned to understand her point of view, which was detachedly aesthetic, and rather removed from the world of the sensuous. Her ideal of a lover had been fixed to a certain extent by statues and poems of Greek youth, Hyla, Adonis, Perseus, and by those men of the Middle Ages painted by Millais, Burne-Jones, Dante, Gabriel Rossetti, and Ford Madox Brown. She had hoped for a youth with a classical outline of face, distinction of form, graciousness of demeanor, and an appreciative intellect. He must be manly but artistic. It was a rather high ideal, not readily capable of attainment by a woman already turned 30, but nevertheless worth dreaming about. Although she had surrounded herself with talented youth as much as possible, both young men and young women, she had not come across the one. There had been a number of times when, for a very little while, she had imagined she had found him, but had been compelled to see her fancies fail. All the youths she knew had been inclined to fall in love with girls younger than themselves, some to the most interesting maidens she had introduced them to. It is hard to witness an ideal turning from yourself, its spiritual counterpart, and fixing itself upon some mere fleshy vision of beauty which a few years will cause to fade. Such had been her fate, however, and she was at times inclined to despair. When Eugene appeared, she had almost concluded that love was not for her, and she did not flatter herself that he would fall in love with her. Nevertheless, she could not help but be interested in him and look at times with a longing eye at his interesting face and figure. It was so obvious that if he loved at all, it would be dramatically, in all probability beautifully. As time went on, she took pains to be agreeable to him. He had, as it were, the freedom of her room. She knew of exhibitions, personalities, movements, in religion, art, science, government, literature. She was inclined to take an interest in socialism, and believed in righting the wrongs of the people. Eugene thought he did, but he was so keenly interested in life as a spectacle that he hadn't as much time to sympathize as he thought he ought to have. She took him to see exhibitions and to meet people, being rather proud of a boy with so much talent, and she was pleased to find that he was so generally acceptable. People, particularly writers, poets, musicians, beginners in every field, were inclined to remember him. He was an easy talker, witty, quick to make himself at home, and perfectly natural. He tried to be accurate in his judgments of things and fair, but he was young and subject to strong prejudices. He appreciated her friendship and did not seek to make their relationship more intimate. He knew that only a sincere proposal of marriage could have won her, and he did not care enough for her for that. He felt himself bound to Angela, and curiously, he felt Miriam's age as a bar between them. He admired her tremendously, and was learning in part through her what his ideal ought to be, but he was not drawn sufficiently to want to make love to her. But in Christina Channing, whom he met shortly afterwards, he found a woman of a more sensuous and lovable type, though hardly less artistic. Christina Channing was a singer by profession, living also in New York with her mother, but not, as Miss Finch had been, dominated by her so thoroughly, although she was still at the age when her mother could and did have considerable influence with her. She was 27 years of age, and so far had not yet attained the eminence which subsequently was hers, though she was full of that buoyant self-confidence which makes for eventual triumph. So far, she had studied ardently under various teachers, had had several love affairs, none serious enough to win her away from her chosen profession, and had gone through the various experiences of those who begin ignorantly to do something in art and eventually reach experience and understanding of how the world is organized and what they will have to do to succeed. Although Miss Channing's artistic sense did not rise to that definite artistic expression in her material surroundings which characterized Miss Finch's studio atmosphere, it went much farther in its expression of her joy in life. Her voice, a rich contralto, deep, full, colorful, had a note of pathos and poignancy which gave a touch of emotion to her gayest songs. She could play well enough to accompany herself with delicacy and emphasis. She was at present one of the soloists with the New York Symphony Orchestra, with the privilege of accepting occasional outside engagements. The following fall she was preparing to make a final dash to Germany to see if she could not get an engagement with a notable court opera company and so pave the way for a New York success. She was already quite well known in the musical circles as a promising operatic candidate, and her eventual arrival would not be so much a question of talent as of luck. While these two women fascinated Eugene for the time being, his feeling for Angela continued unchanged. For though she suffered in an intellectual or artistic comparison, he felt that she was richer emotionally. There was a poignancy in her love letters, an intensity about her personal feelings when in his presence, which moved him in spite of himself. An ache went with her, which brought a memory of the tales of Sappho and Marguerite Gautier. It occurred to him now that if he flung her aside, it might go seriously with her. He did not actually think of doing anything of the sort, but he was realizing that there was a difference between her and intellectual women like Miriam Finch. Besides that, there was a whole constellation of society women swimming into his ken, women whom he only knew as yet through the newspapers and the smart weeklies like Town Topics and Vogue, who were presenting still a third order of perfection. Vaguely, he was beginning to see that the world was immense and subtle, and that there were many things to learn about women that he had never dreamed of. Christina Channing was a rival of Angela's in one sense, that of bodily beauty. She had a tall, perfectly rounded form, a lovely oval face, a nut-brown complexion with a rosy glow of health showing in her cheeks and lips, and a mass of blue-black hair. Her great brown eyes were lustrous and sympathetic. Eugene met her through the good offices of Schottmeyer, who had been given by some common friend in Boston a letter of introduction to her. He had spoken of Eugene as being a very brilliant young artist and his friend, and he remarked that he would like to bring him up some evening to hear her sing. Miss Channing acquiesced, for she had seen some of his drawings and was struck by the poetic note in them. Schottmeyer, vain of his notable acquaintances, who in fact tolerated him for his amusing gossip, described Miss Channing's voice to Eugene and asked him if he did not want to call on her some evening. "Delighted," said Eugene. The appointment was made, and together they went to Miss Channing's suite in a superior 19th Street boarding house. Miss Channing received them arrayed in a smooth, close-fitting dress of black velvet touched with red. Eugene was reminded of the first costume in which he had seen Ruby. He was dazzled. As for her, she told him afterward, she was conscious of a peculiar, illogical perturbation. "When I put on my ribbon that night," she told him, "I was going to put on a dark blue silk one I had just bought, and then I thought, no, he'll like me better in a red one. Isn't that curious? I just felt as though you were going to like me, as though we might know each other better. That young man, what's his name, described you so accurately. It was months afterwards when she confessed that. When Eugene entered, it was with the grand air he had acquired since his life had begun to broaden in the East. He took his relationship with talent, particularly female talent, seriously. He stood up very straight, walked with a noticeable stride, drove an examining glance into the very soul of the person he was looking at. He was quick to get an impression, especially of talent. He could feel ability in another. When he looked at Miss Channing, he felt it like a strong wave, the vibrating wave of an intense consciousness. She greeted him, extending a soft white hand. They spoke of how they had heard of each other. Eugene somehow made her feel his enthusiasm for her art. Music is the finer thing, he said, when she spoke of his own gift. Christina's dark brown eyes swept him from head to foot. He was like his picture, she thought, and as good to look at. He was introduced to her mother. They sat down, talking, and presently Miss Channing sang, "Che farò senza Euridice." Eugene felt as if she were singing to him. Her cheeks were flushed and her lips red. Her mother remarked after she had finished, "You're in splendid voice this evening, Christina." "I feel particularly fit," she replied. "A wonderful voice. It's like a big red poppy or a great yellow orchid," cried Eugene. Christina thrilled. The description caught her fancy. It seemed true. She felt something of that in the sounds to which she gave utterance. "Please sing 'Who is Sylvia'," he begged a little later. She complied gladly. "That was written for you," he said softly as she ceased, for he had come close to the piano. "You image Sylvia for me." Her cheeks colored warmly. "Thanks," she nodded, and her eyes spoke too. She welcomed his daring, and she was glad to let him know it. The chief trouble with his present situation, and with the entrance of these two women into his life, and it had begun to be a serious one to him, was that he was not making money. He had been able to earn about $1,200 the first year. The second he made a little over $2,000, and this third year he was possibly doing a little better. But in view of what he saw around him, and what he now knew of life, it was nothing. New York presented a spectacle of material display such as he had never known existed. The carriages on Fifth Avenue, the dinners at the great hotels, the constant talk of society functions in the newspapers, made his brain dizzy. He was inclined to idle about the streets, to watch the handsomely dressed crowds, to consider the evidence of show and refinement everywhere. And he came to the conclusion that he was not living at all, but existing. Art, as he had first dreamed of it, art had seemed not only a road to distinction, but also to affluence. Now, as he studied those about him, he found that it was not so. Artists were never tremendously rich, he learned. He remembered reading in Balzac's story, Cousin Betty, of a certain artist of great distinction who had been allowed condescendingly by one of the rich families of Paris to marry a daughter, but it was considered a great come-down for her. He had hardly been able to credit the idea at the time, so exalted was his notion of the artist. But now he was beginning to see that it represented the world's treatment of artists. There were in America a few who were very popular, meretriciously, so he thought in certain cases, who were said to be earning from $10,000 to $15,000 a year. How high would that place them, he asked himself, in that world of real luxury which was made of the so-called 400, the people of immense wealth and social position? He had read in the papers that it took from $15,000 to $25,000 a year to clothe a debutante. It was nothing uncommon, he heard, for a man to spend from $15 to $20 on his dinner at the restaurant. The price he had heard that tailors demanded, that dressmakers commanded, the display of jewels and expensive garments at the opera, made the poor little income of an artist look like nothing at all. Miss Finch
was constantly telling him of the show and swagger she met with in her circle of acquaintances. For her tact and adaptability had gained her the friendship of a number of society people. Miss Channing, when he came to know her better, made constant reference to things she came in contact with, great singers or violinists paid $1,000 a night, or the tremendous salaries commanded by the successful opera stars. He began, as he looked at his own meager little income, to feel shabby again and run down, much as he had during those first days in Chicago. Why, art, outside the fame, was nothing. It did not make for real living. It made for a kind of mental blooming, which everybody recognized, but you could be a poor, sick, hungry, shabby genius. You actually could. Look at Verlaine, who had recently died in Paris. Part of this feeling was due to the opening of a golden age of luxury in New York, and the effect the reiterated sight of it was having on Eugene. Huge fortunes had been amassed in the preceding 50 years, and now there were thousands of residents in the great new city who were worth anything from $1 to $50, and in some instances $100 million. The metropolitan area, particularly Manhattan Island above 59th Street, was growing like a weed. Great hotels were being erected in various parts of the so-called White Light District. There was beginning just then the first organized attempt of capital to supply a new need, the modern, sumptuous 8, 10, and 12-story apartment house, which was to house the world of the newly rich middle-class folk who were pouring into New York from every direction. Money was being made in the West, the South, and the North, and as soon as those who were making it had sufficient to permit them to live in luxury for the rest of their days, they were moving east, occupying these expensive apartments, crowding the great hotels, patronizing the sumptuous restaurants, giving the city its air of spendthrift luxury. All the things which catered to showy material living were beginning to flourish tremendously. Art and curio shops, rug shops, decorative companies dealing with the old and new in hangings, furniture, objects of art, dealers in paintings, jewelry stores, china and glassware houses, anything and everything which goes to make life comfortable and brilliant. Eugene, as he strolled about the city, saw this, felt the change, realized that the drift was toward greater population, greater luxury, greater beauty. His mind was full of the necessity of living now. He was young now. He was vigorous now. He was keen now. In a few years he might not be. 70 years was the allotted span, and 25 of his had already gone. How would it be if he never came into this luxury, was never allowed to enter society, was never permitted to live his wealth, was now living? The thought hurt him. He felt an eager desire to tear wealth and fame from the bosom of the world. Life must give him his share. If it did not, he would curse it to his dying day. So he felt when he was approaching 26. The effect of Christina Channing's friendship for him was particularly to emphasize this. She was not so much older than he, was possessed of very much the same temperament, the same hopes and aspirations, and she discerned almost as clearly as he did the current of events. New York was to witness a golden age of luxury. It was already passing into it. Those who rose to distinction in any field, particularly music or the stage, were likely to share in a most notable spectacle of luxury. Christina hoped to. She was sure she would. After a few conversations with Eugene, she was inclined to feel that he would. He was so brilliant, so incisive. "You have such a way with you," she said the second time he came. "You are so commanding. You make me think you can do almost anything you want to." "Oh, no," he deprecated. "Not as bad as that. I have just as much trouble as anyone getting what I want." "Oh, but you will, though. You have ideas." It did not take these two long to reach an understanding. They confided to each other their individual histories, with reservations, of course, at first. Christina told him of her musical history, beginning in Hagerstown, Maryland, and he went back to his earliest days in Alexandria. They discussed the differences in parental control to which they had been subject.
He learned of her father's business, which was that of oyster farming, and confessed on his part to being the son of a sewing machine agent. They talked of small town influences, early illusions, the different things they had tried to do. She had sung in the local Methodist church, had once thought she would like to be a milliner, had fallen in the hands of a teacher who tried to get her to marry him, and she had been on the verge of consenting. Something happened. She went away for the summer, or something of that sort, and changed her mind. After an evening at the theater with her, a late supper, one night, and a third call, to spend the quiet evening in her room, he took her by the hand. She was standing by the piano, and he was looking at her cheeks, her large inquiring eyes, her smooth, rounded neck and chin. "You like me," he said suddenly, apropos nothing save the mutual attraction that was always running strong between them. Without hesitation she nodded her head, though the bright blood mounted to her neck and cheeks. "You are so lovely to me," he went on, "that words are of no value. I can paint you, or you can sing me what you are, but mere words won't show it. I have been in love before, but never with anyone like you." "Are you in love?" she asked naively. "What is this?" he asked, and slipped his arms about her, drawing her close. She turned her head away, leaving her rosy cheek near his lips. He kissed that, then her mouth and her neck. He held her chin and looked into her eyes. "Be careful," she said. "Mamma may come in." "Hang Mamma," he laughed. "She'll hang you if she sees you. Mamma would never suspect me of anything like this." "That shows how little Mamma knows of her Christina," he answered. "She knows enough at that," she confessed gaily. "Oh, if we were only up in the mountains now," she added. "What mountains?" he inquired curiously. "The Blue Ridge. We have a bungalow up at Florizel. You must come up when we go there next summer." "Will Mamma be there?" he asked. "And Papa," she laughed. "And I suppose Cousin Annie." "No, Brother George will be." "Nix for the bungalow," he replied, using a slang word that had become immensely popular. "Oh, but I know all the country round there. There are some lovely walks and drives." She said this archly, naively, suggestively, her bright face lit with an intelligence that seemed perfection. "Well, such being the case," he smiled, "and meanwhile—" "Oh, meanwhile, you just have to wait. You see how things are." She nodded her head towards an inside room where Mrs. Channing was lying down with a slight headache. "Mamma doesn't leave me very often." Eugene did not know exactly how to take Christina. He had never encountered this attitude before. Her directness, in connection with so much talent, such real ability, rather took him by surprise. He did not expect it, did not think she would confess affection for him, did not know just what she meant by speaking in the way she did of the bungalow and Florizel. He was flattered, raised in his own self-esteem. If such a beautiful, talented creature as this could confess her love for him, what a personage he must be! And she was thinking of freer conditions. Just what? He did not want to press the matter too closely then, and she was not anxious to have him do so. She preferred to be enigmatic. But there was a light of affection and admiration in her eye which made him very proud and happy with things just as they were. As she said, there was little chance for love-making under conditions then existing. Her mother was with her most of the time. Christina invited Eugene to come and hear her sing at the Philharmonic concerts. So once in the great ballroom at the Waldorf Astoria, and again in the imposing auditorium of Carnegie Hall, and a third time in the splendid auditorium of the Orion Society. He had had the pleasure of seeing her walk briskly to the footlights, the great orchestra waiting, the audience expectant, herself arch, assured, almost defiant, he thought, and so beautiful. When the great house thundered its applause, he was basking in one delicious memory of her. "Last night she had her arm about my neck. Tonight, when I call, and we are alone, she will kiss me. That beautiful, distinguished creature standing there, bowing and smiling, loves me and no one else. If I were to ask her, she would marry me. If I were in a position and had the means—" If I were in a position, that thought cut him, for he knew that he was not. He could not marry her. In reality, she would not have him, knowing how little he made, or would she? He wondered. Toward the end of spring, Eugene concluded that he would rather go up in the mountains near Christina's bungalow this summer than back to see Angela. The memory of that precious creature was, under the stress and excitement of metropolitan life, becoming a little tarnished. His recollections of her were as delightful as ever, as redolent of beauty, but he was beginning to wonder. The smart crowd in New York was composed of a different type. Angela was sweet and lovely, but would she fit in? Meanwhile, Miriam Finch, with her subtle eclecticism, continued her education of Eugene. She was as good as a school. He would sit and listen to her descriptions of plays, her appreciation of books, her summing up of current philosophies, and he would almost feel himself growing. She knew so many people. She could tell him where to go to see just such and such an important thing. All the startling personalities, the worthwhile preachers, the new actors, somehow, she knew all about them. "Now, Eugene," she would exclaim on seeing him, "you positively must go and see Haydon Boyd in the Signet, or see Elmina Deming in her new dances, or look at the pictures of Winslow Homer that are being shown at Nedler's." She would explain with exactness why she wanted him to see them, what she thought they would do for him. She frankly confessed to him that she considered him a genius, and always insisted on knowing what new thing he was doing. When any work of his appeared, and she liked it, she was swift to tell him. He almost felt as if he owned her room and herself, as if all that she was, her ideas, her friends, her experiences, belonged to him. He could go and draw on them by sitting at her feet or going with her somewhere. When spring came, she liked to walk with him, to listen to his comments on nature and life. "That's splendid," she would exclaim. "Now, why don't you write that? Or why don't you paint that?" He showed her some of his poems once, and she made copies of them and pasted them in a book of what she called exceptional things. So he was coddled by her. In another way, Christina was equally nice. She was fond of telling Eugene how much she thought of him, how nice she thought he was. "You're so big and smarty," she said to him once, affectionately, pinioning his arms and looking into his eyes. "I like the way you part your hair, too. You're kind of like an artist ought to be." "That's the way to spoil me," he replied. "Let me tell you how nice you are. Want to know how nice you are?" She smiled, shaking her head to mean no. "Wait till we get to the mountains. I'll tell you." He sealed her lips with his, holding her until her breath was almost gone. "Oh," she exclaimed, "you're terrible. You're like steel. And you're like a big red rose. Kiss me." From Christina he learned all about the musical world and musical personalities. He gained an insight into the different forms of music, operatic, symphonic, instrumental. He learned of the different forms of composition, the terminology, the mystery of the vocal cords, the methods of training. He learned of the jealousies within the profession, and what the best musical authorities thought of such and such composers or singers. He learned how difficult it was to gain a place in the operatic world, how bitterly singers fought each other, how quick the public was to desert a fading star. Christina took it all so unconcernedly that he almost loved her for her courage. She was so wise and so good-natured. "You have to give up a lot of things to be a good artist," she said to Eugene one day. "You can't have the ordinary life and art too." "Just what do you mean, Chrissy?" he asked, petting her hand, for they were alone together. "Why, you can't get married very well and have children, and you can't do much in a social way. Oh, I know they do get married, but sometimes I think it is a mistake. Most of the singers I know don't do very well tied down by marriage." "Don't you intend to get married?" asked Eugene curiously. "I don't know," she replied, realizing what he was driving at. "I'd want to think about that. A woman artist is in a D of a position anyway," using the letter D only to indicate the word devil. "She has so many things to think about." "For instance?" Oh, what people think, and her family think, and I don't know what all. They ought to get a new sex for artists, like they have for worker bees." Eugene smiled. He knew what she was driving at, but he did not know how long she had been debating the problem of her virginity as conflicting with her love of distinction in art. She was nearly sure she did not want to complicate her art life with marriage. She was almost positive that success on the operatic stage, particularly the great opportunity for the beginner abroad, was complicated with some liaison. Some escaped, but it was not many. She was wondering in her own mind whether she owed it to the current morality to remain absolutely pure. It was assumed generally that girls should remain virtuous and marry, but this did not necessarily apply to her. Should it apply to the artistic temperament? Her mother and her family troubled her. She was virtuous, but youth and desire had given her some bitter moments, and here was Eugene to emphasize it. "It is a difficult problem," he said sympathetically, wondering what she would eventually do. He felt keenly that her attitude in regard to marriage affected his relationship to her. Was she wedded to her art at the expense of love? "It's a big problem," she said, and went to the piano to sing. He half suspected for a little while after this that she might be contemplating some radical step. What? He did not care to say to himself, but he was intensely interested in her problem. This particular freedom of thought astonished him, broadened his horizon. He wondered what his sister Myrtle would think of a girl discussing marriage in this way. That to be or not to be of it, what's Sylvia? He wondered if many girls did that. Most of the women he had known seemed to think more logically along these lines than he did. He remembered asking Ruby once whether she didn't think illicit love was wrong, and hearing her reply, "No, some people thought it was wrong, but that didn't make it so to her." Here was another girl with another theory. They talked more of love, and he wondered why she wanted him to come up to Florizel in the summer. She could not be thinking. No, she was too conservative. He began to suspect, though, that she would not marry him, would not marry anyone at present. She merely wanted to be loved for a while, no doubt. May came, and with it the end of Christina's concert work and voice study so far as New York was concerned. She had been in and out of the city all the winter, to Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Chicago, St. Paul, and now, after a winter's hard work, retired to Hagerstown with her mother for a few weeks prior to leaving for Florizel. "You ought to come down here," she wrote to Eugene early in June. "There is a sickle moon that shines in my garden, and the roses are in bloom. Oh, the odors are so sweet, and the dew. Some of our windows open out level with the grass, and I sing, I sing, I sing." He had a notion to run down, but restrained himself, for she told him that they were leaving in 2 weeks for the mountains. He had a set of drawings to complete for a magazine for which they were in a hurry, so he decided to wait till that was done. In late June he went up to the Blue Ridge in southern Pennsylvania, where Florizel was situated. He thought at first he would be invited to stay at the Channing bungalow, but Christina warned him that it would be safer and better for him to stay at one of the adjoining hotels. There were several on the slope of adjacent hills at prices ranging from $5 to $10 a day. Though this was high for Eugene, he decided to go. He wanted to be with this marvelous creature, to see just what she did mean by wishing they were in the mountains together. He had saved some $800, which was in his savings bank, and he withdrew $300 for his little outing. He took Christina a very handsomely bound copy of Villon, of whom she was fond, and several volumes of new verse. Most of these, chosen according to his recent mood, were sad in their poetic texture. They all preached the nothingness of life, its sadness, albeit the perfection of its beauty. At this time Eugene had quite reached the conclusion that there was no hereafter. There was nothing save blind, dark force moving aimlessly, where formerly he had believed vaguely in a heaven and had speculated as to a possible hell. His reading had led him through some main roads and some odd bypaths of logic and philosophy. He was an omnivorous reader now, and a fairly logical thinker. He had already tackled Spencer's First Principles, which had literally torn him up by the roots and set him adrift, and from that had gone back to Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Spinoza, and Schopenhauer, men who ripped out all his private theories and made him wonder what life really was. He had walked the streets for a long time after reading some of these things, speculating on the play of forces, the decay of matter, the fact that thought forms had no more stability than cloud forms. Philosophies came and went, governments came and went, races arose and disappeared. He walked into the great Natural History Museum of New York once to discover enormous skeletons of prehistoric animals, things said to have lived 2, 3, 5 millions of years before his day, and he marveled at the forces which produced them, the indifference, apparently, with which they had been allowed to die. Nature seemed lavish of its types, and utterly indifferent to the persistence of anything. He came to the conclusion that he was nothing, a mere shell, a sound, a leaf which had no general significance, and for the time being it almost broke his heart. It tended to smash his egotism, to tear away his intellectual pride. He wandered about dazed, hurt, moody, like a lost child, but he was thinking persistently. Then came Darwin, Huxley, Tyndall, Lubbock, a whole string of British thinkers who fortified the original conclusions of the others, but showed him a beauty, a formality, a lavishness of form and idea in nature's methods, which fairly transfixed him. He was still reading poets, naturalists, essayists, but he was still gloomy. Life was nothing save dark forces moving aimlessly. The manner in which he applied his thinking to this life was characteristic and individual. To think that beauty should blossom for a little while and disappear forever seemed sad. To think that his life should endure but for 70 years and then be no more was terrible. He and Angela were chance acquaintances, chemical affinities, never to meet again in all time. He and Christina, he and Ruby, he and anyone, a few bright hours were all they could have together, and then would come the great silence, dissolution, and he would never be any more. It hurt him to think of this, but it made him all the more eager to live, to be loved while he was here. If he could only have a lovely girl's arms to shut him in safely always. It was while he was in this mood that he reached Florizel after a long night's ride, and Christina, who was a good deal of a philosopher and thinker herself at times, was quick to notice it. She was waiting at the depot with a dainty little trap of her own to take him for a drive. The trap rolled out the long, soft, yellow, dusty roads. The mountain dew was still in the earth, though, and the dust was heavy with damp and not flying. Green branches of trees hung low over them. Charming vistas came into view at every turn. Eugene kissed her, for there was no one to see, twisting her head to kiss her lips at leisure. "It's a blessed thing this horse is tame, or we'd be in for some accident. What makes you so moody?" she said. "I'm not moody, or am I? I've been thinking a lot of things of late, of you principally." "Do I make you sad?" "From one point of view, yes." "And what is that, sir?" she asked, with an assumption of severity. "You are so beautiful, so wonderful, and life is so short." "You have only 50 years to love me in," she laughed, calculating his age. "Oh, Eugene, what a boy you are! Wait a minute," she added after a pause, drawing the horse to a stop under some trees. "Hold these," she said, offering him the reins. He took them, and she put her arms about his neck. "Now, you silly!" she exclaimed. "I love you, love you, love you. There was never anyone quite like you. Will that help you?" She smiled into his eyes. "Yes," he answered, "but it isn't enough. 70 years isn't enough. Eternity isn't enough of life as it is now." "As it is now," she echoed, and then took the reins, for she felt what he felt, the need of persistent youth and persistent beauty to keep it as it should be, and these things would not stay. The days spent in the mountains were 17 exactly, and during that time with Christina Eugene reached a curious exaltation of spirit different from anything he had experienced before. In the first place, he had never known a girl like Christina, so beautiful, so perfect physically, so incisive mentally, so full of a fine artistic perception. She was so quick to perceive exactly what he meant. She was so suggestive to him in her own thoughts and feelings. The mysteries of life employed her mind quite as fully as they did his. She thought much of the subtlety of the human body, of its mysterious emotions, of its conscious and subconscious activities and relationships. The passions, the desires, the necessities of life were as a fine tapestry for her mind to contemplate. She had no time to sit down and formulate her thoughts. She did not want to write, but she worked out through her emotions and through her singing the beautiful and pathetic things she felt. And she could talk in a fine poetic melancholy vein on occasion, though there was so much courage and strength in her young blood that she was not afraid of any phase of life or what nature might do with the little substance which she called herself when it should dissolve. "Time and change happeneth to us all," she would quote to Eugene, and he would gravely nod his head. The hotel where he stopped was more pretentious than any he had been previously acquainted with. He had never had so much money in his life before, nor had he ever felt called upon to spend it lavishly. The room he took was, because of what Christina might think, one of the best. He took Christina's suggestion and invited her mother and her brother to dinner on several occasions. The remainder of the family had not arrived yet. In return, he was invited to breakfast, to lunch, and dinner at the bungalow. Christina showed on his arrival that she had planned to be with him alone as much as possible, for she suggested that they make expeditions to High Hill, to Bold Face, and the Chimney, 3 surrounding mountains. She knew of good hotels at 7, 10, and 15 miles distance to which they could go by train, or else they drive and return by moonlight. She had selected 2 or 3 secluded spots in thickets and groves where the trees gave way to little open spaces of grass, and in these they would string a hammock, scatter their books of verse about, and sit down to enjoy the delights of talk and love-making. Under the influence of this companionship, under the cloudless skies, and in the heart of the June weather, Christina finally yielded to an arrangement which brought Eugene into a relationship which he had never dreamed possible with her. They had progressed by degrees through all the subtleties of courtship. They had come to discuss the nature of passion and emotion, and had swept aside as negligible the conviction that there was any inherent evil in the most intimate relationship. At last, Christina said frankly, "I don't want to be married. It isn't for me. Not until I've thoroughly succeeded, anyhow. I'd rather wait. If I could just have you and singleness too." "Why do you want to yield yourself to me?" Eugene asked curiously. "I don't know that I exactly want to. I could do with just your love if you were satisfied. It's you that I want to make happy. I want to give you anything you want." "Curious girl," observed her lover, smoothing her high forehead with his hand. "I don't understand you, Christina. I don't know how your mind works. Why should you? You have everything to lose if worst came to worst." "Oh, no," she smiled. "I'd marry you then." "But to do this out of hand because you love me, because you want me to be happy?" He paused. "I don't understand it either, honey boy," she offered. "I just do." "But why, if you are willing to do this, you wouldn't prefer to live with me, is what I don't understand." She took his face between her hands. "I think I understand you better than you do yourself. I don't think you'd be happy married. You might not always love me. I might not always love you. You might come to regret. If we could be happy now, you might reach the point where you wouldn't care any more. Then, you see, I wouldn't be remorseful thinking that we had never known happiness." "What logic!" he exclaimed. "Do you mean to say you wouldn't care any more?" "Oh, I'd care, but not in the same way. Don't you see, Eugene? I would have the satisfaction of knowing that even if we did separate, you had had the best of me." It seemed astounding to Eugene that she should talk in this way, reason this way. What a curious, sacrificial, fatalistic turn of mind. Could a young, beautiful, talented girl really be like this? Would anybody on earth really believe it if they knew? He looked at her and shook his head sorrowfully. To think that the quintessence of life should not stay with us always, he sighed. No, honey boy, she replied. You want too much. You think you want it to stay, but you don't. You want it to go. You wouldn't be satisfied to live with me always, I know it. Take what the gods provide and have no regrets. Refuse to think. You can, you know. Eugene gathered her up in his arms. He kissed her over and over, forgetting in her embrace all the loves he had ever known. She yielded herself to him, gladly, joyously, telling him over and over that it made her happy. If you could only see how nice you are to me, you wouldn't wonder, she explained. He concluded she was the most wonderful being he had ever known. No woman had ever revealed herself to him so unselfishly in love. No woman he had ever known appeared to have the courage and the insight to go thus simply and directly to what she desired. To hear an artist of her power, a girl of her beauty, discussing calmly whether she should sacrifice her virtue to love, whether marriage in the customary form was good for her art, whether she should take him now when they were young, or bow to the conventions and let youth pass, was enough to shock his still trammelled soul. For after all, and despite his desire for personal freedom, his intellectual doubts and mental exceptions still had a profound reverence for a home such as that maintained by Jonathan Blue and his wife, and for its results in the form of normal, healthy, dutiful children. Nature had no doubt attained to this standard through a long series of difficulties and experiments, and she would not readily relinquish it. Was it really necessary to abandon it entirely? Did he want to see a world in which a woman would take him for a little while, as Christina was doing now, and then leave him? His experience here was making him think, throwing his theories and ideas up in the air, making a mess of all the notions he had ever formed about things. He racked his brain over the intricacies of sex and life, sitting on the great verandas of the hotel and wondering over and over just what the answer was, and why he could not, like other men, be faithful to one woman and be happy. He wondered whether this was really so, or whether he could not. It seemed to him, then, that he might. He knew that he did not understand himself very clearly, that he had no grasp on himself at all as yet, his tendencies, his possibilities. These days, under such halcyon conditions, made a profound impression on him. He was struck with the perfection life could reach at odd moments. These great quiet hills, so uniform in their roundness, so green, so peaceful, rested his soul. He and Christina climbed one day 2,000 feet to a ledge which jutted out over a valley and commanded what seemed to him the kingdoms and the powers of the earth. Vast stretches of green land and subdivided fields, little cottage settlements and towns, great hills that stood up like friendly brothers to this one in the distance. "See that man down in that yard," said Christina, pointing to a speck of a bean chopping wood in a front space, serving as a garden to a country cottage fully a mile distant. "Where?" asked Eugene. "See where that red barn is, just this side of that clump of trees? Don't you see? There, where the cows are in that field." "I don't see any cows." "Oh, Eugene, what's the matter with your eyes?" "Oh, now I see," he replied, squeezing her fingers. "He looks like a cockroach, doesn't he?" "Yes," she laughed. "How wide the earth is and how small we are. Now think of that speck, with all his hopes and ambitions, all the machinery of his brain and nerves, and tell me whether any God can care. How can he, Christina?" "He can't care for any one particular speck much, sweet. He might care for the idea of man, or a race of men as a whole. Still, I'm not sure, honey. All I know is that I'm happy now." "And I," he echoed. Still they dug at this problem. The question of the origin of life, its why. The tremendous and wearisome age of the earth. The veritable storms of birth and death that seemed to have raged at different periods, held them in discussion. "We can't solve it, Eugene mio," she laughed. "We might as well go home. Poor dear mamma will be wondering where her Christina is. You know, I think she suspects that I'm falling in love with you. She doesn't care how many men fall in love with me. But if I show the least sign of a strong preference, she begins to worry." "Have there been many preferences?" he inquired. "No, but don't ask. What difference does it make? Oh, Eugene, what difference does it make? I love you now." "I don't know what difference it makes," he replied. "Only there is an ache that goes with the thought of previous experience. I can't tell you why it is. It just is." She looked thoughtfully away. "Anyhow, no man ever was to me before what you have been. Isn't that enough? Doesn't that speak?" "Yes, yes, sweet, it does. Oh, yes, it does. Forgive me. I won't grieve any more." "Don't, please," she said. "You hurt me as much as you hurt yourself." There were evenings when he sat on some of the great verandas and watched them trim and string the interspaces between the columns with soft glowing Chinese lanterns, preparatory to the evening's dancing. He loved to see the girls and men of the summer colony arrive, the former treading the soft grass in filmy white gowns and white slippers, the latter in white ducks and flannels, gaily chatting as they came. Christina would come to these affairs with her mother and brother, beautifully clad in white linen or lawns and laces, and he would be beside himself with chagrin that he had not practiced dancing to the perfection of the art. He could dance now, but not like her brother or scores of men he saw upon the waxen floor. It hurt him. At times he would sit all alone after his splendid evenings with his love, dreaming of the beauty of it all. The stars would be as a great wealth of diamond seed flung from the lavish hand of an aimless sower. The hills would loom dark and tall. There was peace and quiet everywhere. Why may not life be always like this, he would ask, and then he would answer himself out of his philosophy that it would become deadly after a while, as does all unchanging beauty. The call of the soul is for motion, not peace. Peace after activity for a little while, then activity again. So must it be. He understood that. Just before he left for New York, Christina said to him, "Now, when you see me again, I will be Miss Channing of New York. You will be Mr. Witla. We will almost forget that we were ever here together. We will scarcely believe that we have seen what we have seen and done what we have done." "But, Christina, you talk as though everything were over. It isn't, is it?" "We can't do anything like this in New York," she sighed. "I haven't time, and you must work." There was a shade of finality in her tone. "Oh, Christina, don't talk so. I can't think that way. Please don't." "I won't," she said. "We'll see. Wait till I get back." He kissed her a dozen farewells, and at the door held her close once more. "Will you forsake me?" he asked. "No, you will forsake me. But remember, dear, don't you see? You've had all. Let me be your wood nymph. The rest is commonplace." He went back to his hotel with an ache in his heart, for he knew they had gone through all they ever would. She had had her summer with him. She had given him of herself fully. She wanted to be free to work now. He could not understand it, but he knew it to be so. It is a rather dreary thing to come back into the hot city in the summer after a period of beauty in the mountains. The quiet of the hills was in Eugene's mind. The glisten and babble of mountain streams, the soar and poise of hawks and buzzards and eagles sailing the crystal blue. He felt lonely and sick for a while, out of touch with work and with practical life generally. There were little souvenirs of his recent happiness in the shape of letters and notes from Christina, but he was full of the premonition of the end which had troubled him on leaving. He must write to Angela. He had not thought of her all the time he had been gone. He had been in the habit of writing to her every third or fourth day at least. While of late his letters had been less passionate, they had remained fairly regular. But now this sudden break coming, it was fully 3 weeks, which made her think he must be ill, although she had begun to feel also that he might be changing. His letters had grown steadily less reminiscent of the joys they had experienced together and of the happiness they were anticipating, and more inclined to deal with the color and character of city life and of what he hoped to achieve. Angela was inclined to excuse much of this on the grounds of the special effort he was making to achieve distinction and a living income for themselves. But it was hard to explain 3 weeks of silence without something quite serious having happened. Eugene understood this. He tried to explain it on the grounds of illness, stating that he was now up and feeling much better. But when his explanation came, it had the hollow ring of insincerity. Angela wondered what the truth could be. Was he yielding to the temptation of that looser life that all artists were supposed to lead? She wondered and worried, for time was slipping away and he was setting no definite date for their much-discussed nuptials. The trouble with Angela's position was that the delay involved practically everything which was important in her life. She was 5 years older than Eugene. She had long since lost that atmosphere of youth and buoyancy which is so characteristic of a girl between 18 and 22. Those few short years following, when the body of maidenhood blooms like a rose, and there is about it the freshness and color of all rich, new, lush life, were behind her. Ahead was that persistent decline towards something harder, shrewder, and less beautiful. In the case of some persons, the decline is slow, and the fragrance of youth lingers for years, the artifices of the dressmaker, the chemist, and the jeweler being but little needed. In others it is fast, and no contrivance will stay the ravages of a restless, eager, dissatisfied soul. Sometimes art combines with slowness of decay to make a woman of almost perennial charm, loveliness of mind, matching loveliness of body, and taste and tact supplementing both. Angela was fortunate in being slow to fade, and she had a loveliness of imagination and emotion to sustain her. But she had also a restless, anxious disposition of mind, which, if it had not been stayed by the kindly color of her home life, and by the fortunate or unfortunate intervention of Eugene at a time when she considered her ideal of love to have fairly passed out of the range of possibility, would already have set on her face the signs of old maidenhood. She was not of the newer order of femininity, eager to get out in the world and follow some individual line of self-development and interest. Rather, she was a home woman, wanting some one man to look after and love. The wonder and beauty of her dream of happiness with Eugene now made the dangers of its loss and the possible compulsory continuance of a humdrum, underpaid, backwoods existence heart-sickening. Meanwhile, as the summer passed, Eugene was casually enlarging his acquaintance with women. McHugh and Smite had gone back home for the summer, and it was a relief from his loneliness to encounter one day in an editorial office Norma Whitmore, a dark, keen, temperamental, and moody but brilliant writer and editor who, like others before her, took a fancy to Eugene. She was introduced to him by Jans Jansen, art director of the paper, and after some light banter she offered to show him her office. She led the way to a little room no larger than 6 by 8, where she had her desk. Eugene noticed that she was lean and sallow, about his own age or older, and brilliant and vivacious. Her hands took his attention, for they were thin, shapely, and artistic. Her eyes burned with a peculiar luster, and her loose-fitting clothes were draped artistically about her. A conversation sprang up as to his work, which she knew and admired, and he was invited to her apartment. He looked at Norma with an unconsciously speculative eye. Christina was out of the city, but the memory of her made it impossible for him to write to Angela in his old vein of devotion. Nevertheless, he still thought of her as charming. He thought that he ought to write more regularly. He thought that he ought pretty soon to go back and marry her. He was approaching the point where he could support her in a studio if they lived economically, but he did not want to exactly. He had known her now for 3 years. It was fully a year and a half since he had seen her last. In the last year his letters had been less and less about themselves and more about everything else. He was finding the conventional love letters difficult, but he did not permit himself to realize just what that meant, to take careful stock of his emotions. That would have compelled him to the painful course of deciding that he could not marry her and asking her to be released from his promise. He did not want to do that. Instead, he parleyed, held by pity for her passing youth and her undeniable affection for him, by a sense of the unfairness of having taken up so much of her time to the exclusion of every other person who might have proposed to her, by sorrow for the cruelty of her position in being left to explain to her family that she had been jilted. He hated to hurt any person's feelings. He did not want to be conscious of the grief of any person who had come to suffering through him, and he could not make them suffer very well and not be conscious. He was too tender-hearted. He had pledged himself to Angela, giving her a ring, begging her to wait, writing her fulsome letters of protest and desire. Now, after 3 years, to shame her before her charming family, old Jotham, her mother, her sisters, and brothers, it seemed a cruel thing to do, and he did not care to contemplate it. Angela, with her morbid, passionate, apprehensive nature, did not fail to see disaster looming in the distance. She loved Eugene passionately, and the pent-up fires of her nature had been waiting all these years the warrant to express their ardor which marriage alone could confer. Eugene, by the charm of his manner and person, no less than by the sensuous character of some of his moods, and the subtleties and refinements of his references to the ties of sex, had stirred her to anticipate a perfect fruition of her dreams, and she was now eager for that fruition almost to the point of being willing to sacrifice virginity itself. The remembrance of the one significant scene between her and Eugene tormented her. She felt that if his love was to terminate in indifference now, it would have been better to have yielded then. She wished that she had not tried to save herself. Perhaps there would have been a child, and he would have been true to her out of a sense of sympathy and duty. At least, she would have had that crowning glory of womanhood, ardent union with her lover, and if worse had come to worst, she could have died. She thought of the quiet little lake near her home, its glassy bosom a mirror to the sky, and how, in case of failure, she would have looked lying on its sandy bottom, her pale hair diffused by some aimless motion of the water, her eyes sealed by the end of consciousness, her hands folded. Her fancy outran her daring. She would not have done this, but she could dream about it, and it made her distress all the more intense. As time went by, and Eugene's ardor did not revive, this problem of her love became more harassing, and she began to wonder seriously what she could do to win him back to her. He had expressed such a violent desire for her on his last visit, had painted his love in such glowing terms, that she felt convinced he must love her still, though absence and the excitements of city life had dimmed the memory of her temporarily. She remembered a line in a comic opera which she and Eugene had seen together. Absence is the dark room in which lovers develop negatives, and this seemed a case in point. If she could get him back, if he could be near her again, his old fever would develop, and she would then find some way of making him take her, perhaps. It did not occur to her quite clearly just how this could be done at this time, but some vague notion of self-immolation was already stirring vaguely and disturbingly in her brain. The trying and in some way disheartening conditions of her home went some way to sustain this notion. Her sister Marietta was surrounded by a score of suitors who were as eager for her love as a bee is for the honey of a flower, and Angela could see that they were already looking upon herself as an elderly chaperone. Her mother and father watched her going about her work, and grieved because so good a girl should be made to suffer for want of proper understanding. She could not conceal her feelings entirely, and they could see at times that she was unhappy. She could see that they saw it. It was hard to have to explain to her sisters and brothers, who occasionally asked after Eugene, that he was doing all right, and never be able to say that he was coming for her some day soon. At first Marietta had been envious of her. She thought she would like to win Eugene for herself, and only consideration for Angela's age and the fact that she had not been so much sought after had deterred her. Now that Eugene was obviously neglecting her, or at least delaying beyond any reasonable point, she was deeply sorry. Once, before she had grown into the age of courtship, she had said to Angela, "I'm going to be nice to men. You're too cold. You'll never get married." And Angela had realized that it was not a matter of too cold, but an innate prejudice against most of the types she met. And then the average man did not take to her. She could not spur herself to pleasure in their company. It took a fire like Eugene's to stir her mightily, and once having known that she could brook no other. Marietta realized this too. Now, because of these 3 years, she had cut herself off from other men, particularly the one who had been most attentive to her, faithful Victor Dean. The one thing that might save Angela from being completely ignored was a spirit of romance which kept her young in looks as in feelings. With the fear of desertion in her mind, Angela began to hint in her letters to Eugene that he should come back to see her, to express the hope in her letters that their marriage need not, because of any difficulty of establishing himself, be postponed much longer. She said to him over and over that she could be happy with him in a cottage, and that she so longed to see him again. Eugene began to ask himself what he wanted to do. The fact that on the passionate side Angela appealed to him more than any woman he had ever known was a saving point in her favor at this juncture. There was a note in her make-up which was stronger, deeper, more suggestive of joy to come than anything he had found elsewhere. He remembered keenly the wonderful days he had spent with her, the one significant night when she begged him to save her against herself, all the beauty of the season with which she was surrounded at the time, the charm of her family, the odor of flowers, and the shade of trees served to make a setting for her delightfulness which still endured with him as fresh as yesterday. Now, without having completed that romance, a very perfect flower, could he cast it aside? At this time he was not entangled with any woman. Miriam Finch was too conservative and intellectual. Norma Whitmore not attractive enough. As for some other charming examples of femininity whom he had met here and there, he had not been drawn to them or they to him. Emotionally he was lonely, and this for him was always a very susceptible mood. He could not make up his mind that the end had come with Angela. It so happened that Marietta, after watching her sister's love affair some time, reached the conclusion that she ought to try to help her. Angela was obviously concealing a weariness of heart which was telling on her peace of mind and her sweetness of disposition. She was unhappy, and it grieved her sister greatly. The latter loved her in a whole-hearted way, in spite of the fact that their affections might possibly have clashed over Eugene, and she thought once of writing in a sweet way and telling him how things were. She thought he was good and kind, that he loved Angela, that perhaps he was delaying, as her sister said, until he should have sufficient means to marry well, and that if the right word were said now, he would cease chasing a phantom fortune long enough to realize that it were better to take Angela while they were still young than to wait until they were so old that the romance of marriage would for them be over. She revolved this in her mind a long time, picturing to herself how sweet Angela really was, and finally nerved herself to pen the following letter, which she sent. Dear Eugene, you will be surprised to get a letter from me, and I want you to promise me that you will never say anything about it to anyone, above all, never to Angela. Eugene, I have been watching her for a long time now, and I know she is not happy. She is so desperately in love with you. I notice when a letter does not come promptly she is downcast, and I can't help seeing that she is longing to have you here with her. Eugene, why don't you marry Angela? She is lovely and attractive now, and she is as good as she is beautiful. She doesn't want to wait for a fine house and luxuries. No girl wants to do that, Eugene, when she loves, as I know Angela does you. She would rather have you now, when you are both young and can enjoy life, than any fine house or nice things you might give her later. Now, I haven't talked to her at all, Eugene, never one word. And I know it would hurt her terribly if she thought I had written to you. She would never forgive me, but I can't help it. I can't bear to see her grieving and longing. And I know that when you know, you will come and get her. Don't ever indicate in any way, please, that I wrote to you. Don't write to me unless you want to very much. I would rather you didn't. And tear up this letter. But do come for her soon, Eugene. Please do. She wants you. And she will make you a perfectly wonderful wife, for she is a wonderful girl. We all love her so, Papa and Mama and all. I hope you will forgive me. I can't help it. With love, I am yours, Marietta. When Eugene received this letter, he was surprised and astonished, but also distressed for himself and Angela and Marietta and the whole situation. The tragedy of this situation appealed to him perhaps as much from the dramatic as from the personal point of view. Little Angela, with her yellow hair and classic face. What a shame they could not be together as she wished, as really in a way he wished. She was beautiful, no doubt of that, and there was a charm about her which was as alluring as that of any girl barring the intellectually exceptional. Her emotions in a way were deeper than those of Marion Finch and Christina Channing. She could not reason about them, that was all. She just felt them. He saw all the phases of her anguish, the probable attitude of her parents, her own feelings at being looked at by them, the way her friends wondered. It was a shame, no doubt of that, a cruel situation. Perhaps he had better go back. He could be happy with her. They could live in a studio, and no doubt things would work out all right. Had he better be cruel and not go? He hated to think of it. Anyhow, he did not answer Marietta's letter, and he did tear it up into 1,000 bits as she requested. If Angela knew, no doubt she would feel wretched, he thought. In the meanwhile, Angela was thinking, and her brooding led her to the conclusion that it might be advisable, if ever her lover came back, to yield herself in order that he might feel compelled to take her. She was no reasoner about life in any big sense. Her judgment of affairs was more confused at this time than at a later period. She had no clear conception of how foolish any trickery of this sort would be. She loved Eugene, felt that she must have him, felt that she would be willing to die rather than lose him, and the thought of trickery came only as a last resource. If he refused her, she was determined on one thing, the lake. She would quit this dreary world where love was crossed with despair in its finest moments. She would forget it all. If only there were rest and silence on the other side, that would be enough. The year moved on toward spring, and because of some note of this, reiterated in pathetic phrases, he came to feel that he must go back. Marietta's letter preyed on his mind. The intensity of Angela's attitude made him feel that something desperate would happen. He could not, in cold blood, sit down and write her that he would not see her any more. The impressions of Blackwood were too fresh in his mind, the summer incense and green beauty of the world in which she lived. He wrote in April that he would come again in June, and Angela was beside herself with joy. One of the things which helped Eugene to this conclusion was the fact that Christina Channing was not coming back from Europe that year. She had written a few times during the winter, but very guardedly. A casual reader could not have drawn from what she said that there had ever been anything between them. He had written much more ardently, of course, but she had chosen to ignore his eager references, making him feel by degrees that he was not to know much of her in the future. They were going to be good friends, but not necessarily lovers, nor eventually husband and wife. It irritated him to think she could be so calm about a thing which to him seemed so important. It hurt his pride to think that she could so deliberately throw him over. Finally, he began to be incensed, and then Angela's fidelity appeared in a much finer light. There was a girl who would not treat him so. She really loved him. She was faithful and true. So his promised trip began to look much more attractive, and by June he was in a fever to see her. The beautiful June weather arrived, and with it Eugene took his departure once more for Blackwood. He was in a peculiar mood. For a while he was anxious to see Angela again. It was with the thought that perhaps he was making a mistake. A notion of fatality was beginning to run through his mind. Perhaps he was destined to take her, and yet, could anything be more ridiculous? He could decide. He had deliberately decided to go back there, or had he? He admitted to himself that his passion was drawing him. In fact, he could not see that there was anything much in love outside of passion. Desire? Wasn't that all that pulled two people together? There was some little charm of personality above that, but desire was the keynote. And if the physical attraction were strong enough, wasn't that sufficient to hold two people together? Did you really need so much more? It was logic based on youth, enthusiasm, and inexperience, but it was enough to hold him for the time being, to soothe him. To Angela, he was not drawn by any of the things which drew him to Miriam Finch and Norma Whitmore, nor was there the wonderful art of Christina Channing. Still he was going. His interest in Norma Whitmore had increased greatly as the winter passed. In this woman he had found an intellect as broadening and refining as any he had encountered. Her taste for the exceptional in literature and art was as great as that of anyone he had ever known, and it was just as individual. She ran to impressive, realistic fiction in literature, and to the kind of fresh-from-the-soil art which Eugene represented. Her sense of just how big and fresh was the thing he was trying to do was very encouraging. And she was carrying the word about town to all her friends that he was doing it. She had even gone so far as to speak to two different art dealers, asking them why they had not looked into what seemed to her his perfectly wonderful drawings. Why, they're astonishing in their newness, she told Everett Shinn, one of the important picture dealers on Fifth Avenue. She knew him from having gone there to borrow pictures for reproduction. Witla, he commented, in his conservative German way, rubbing his chin. I don't remember seeing anything by him. Of course you don't, replied Norma persistently. He's new. I tell you, he hasn't been here so very long. You get Truth for some week in last month, I forget which one, and see that picture of Greeley Square. It will show you what I mean. Witla, repeated Zang, much as a parrot might fix a sound in its memory. Tell him to come in here and see me some day. I should like to see some of his things. I will, said Norma genially. She was anxious to have Eugene go, but he was more anxious to get a lot of things done before he had an exhibition. He did not want to risk an impression with anything short of a rather extensive series, and his collection of views was not complete at that time. Beside, he had a much more significant art dealer in mind. He and Norma had reached the point by this time where they were like brother and sister, or better yet, two good men friends. He would slip his arm about her waist when entering her rooms, and was free to hold her hands or pat her on the arm or shoulder. There was nothing more than strong good feeling on his part, while on hers a burning affection might have been inspired. But his genial, brotherly attitude convinced her that it was useless. He had never told her of any of his other women friends, and he was wondering, as he rode west, how she and Miriam Finch would take his marriage with Angela, supposing that he ever did marry her. As for Christina Channing, he did not want to think, really did not dare to think of her very much. Some sense of lost beauty came to him out of that experience, a touch of memory that had a pang in it. Chicago in June was just a little dreary to him, with its hurry of life, its breath of past experience, the Art Institute, the Daily Globe building, the street and house in which Ruby had lived. He wondered about her, as he had before, the moment he neared the city, and had a strong desire to go and look her up. Then he visited the Globe offices, but Matthews had gone. Genial, cheerful Jerry had moved to Philadelphia recently, taken a position on the Philadelphia North American, leaving Hal alone, more finicky and picayune than ever. Goldfarb, of course, was gone, and Eugene felt out of it. He was glad to take the train for Blackwood, for he felt lonesome. He left the city with quite an ache for old times in his heart, and the feeling that life was a jumble of meaningless, strange, and pathetic things. To think that we should grow old, he pondered, that things that were as real as these things were to me should become mere memories. The time just before he reached Blackwood was one of great emotional stress for Angela. Now she was to learn whether he really loved her as much as he had. She was to feel the joy of his presence, the subtle influence of his attitude. She was to find whether she could hold him or not. Marietta, who on hearing that he was coming had rather plumed herself that her letter had had something to do with it, was afraid that her sister would not make good use of this opportune occasion. She was anxious that Angela should look her best, and made suggestions as to things she might wear, games she might play. They had installed tennis and croquet as part of the home pleasure since he had been there last, and places they might go to. Marietta was convinced that Angela was not artful enough, not sufficiently subtle in her presentation of her charms. He could be made to feel very keen about her if she dressed right and showed herself to the best advantage. Marietta herself intended to keep out of the way as much as possible when Eugene arrived, and to appear at great disadvantage in the matter of dress and appearance when seen, for she had become a perfect beauty, and was a breaker of hearts without conscious effort. "You know that string of coral beads I have, Angel Face?" she asked Angela one morning, some 10 days before Eugene arrived. "Wear them with that tan linen dress of mine and your tan shoes some day for Eugene. You'll look stunning in those things, and he'll like you. Why don't you take the new buggy and drive over to Blackwood to meet him? That's it, you must meet him." "Oh, I don't think I want to, Babyette," she replied. She was afraid of this first impression. She did not want to appear to run after him. Babyette was a nickname which had been applied to Marietta in childhood and had never been dropped. "Oh, pshaw, Angel Face, don't be so backward. You're the shyest thing I know." "Why, that's nothing. He'll like you all the better for treating him just a little smartly. You do that now, will you?" "I can't," replied Angela. "I can't do it that way. Let him come over here first, then I'll drive him over some afternoon." "Oh, Angel Face. Well, anyhow, when he comes, you must wear that little rose-flowered house dress, and put a wreath of green leaves in your hair." "Oh, I won't do anything of the sort, Babyette," exclaimed Angela. "Yes, you will," replied her sister. "Now, you just have to do what I tell you for once. That dress looks beautiful on you, and the wreath will make it perfect." "It isn't the dress. I know that's nice. It's the wreath." Marietta was incensed by this bit of pointless reserve. "Oh, Angela," she exclaimed, "don't be so silly. You're older than I am, but I know more about men in a minute than you'll ever know. Don't you want him to like you? You'll have to be more daring. Goodness, lots of girls would go a lot farther than that." She caught her sister about the waist and looked into her eyes. "Now, you've got to wear it," she added finally, and Angela understood that Marietta wanted her to entice Eugene by any means in her power to make him declare himself finally and set a definite date or take her back to New York with him. There were other conversations in which a trip to the lake was suggested, games of tennis, with Angela wearing her white tennis suit and shoes, a country dance which might be got up. There were rumors of one to be given in the new barn of a farmer some 7 miles away. Marietta was determined that Angela should appear youthful, gay, active, just the things which she knew instinctively would fascinate Eugene. Finally Eugene came. He arrived at Blackwood at noon. Despite her objections, Angela met him, dressed smartly and, as urged by Marietta, carrying herself with an air. She hoped to impress Eugene with a sense of independence. But when she saw him stepping down from the train in belted corduroy traveling suit, with a gray English traveling cap, carrying a green leather bag of the latest design, her heart misgave her. He was so worldly now, so experienced. You could see by his manner that this country place meant little or nothing to him. He had tasted of the world at large. Angela had stayed in her buggy at the end of the depot platform, and she soon caught Eugene's eye and waved to him. He came briskly forward. "Why, sweet," he exclaimed, "here you are. How nice you look." He jumped up beside her, surveying her critically, and she could feel his examining glance. After the first pleasant impression, he sensed the difference between his new world and hers, and was a little depressed by it. She was a little older, no doubt of that. You cannot hope and yearn and worry for 3 years and not show it. And yet she was fine and tender and sympathetic and emotional. He felt all this. It hurt him a little, for her sake and his too. "Well, how have you been?" he asked. They were in the confines of the village, and no demonstration could be made. Until the quiet of a country road could be reached, all had to be formal. "Oh, just the same, Eugene. Longing to see you." She looked into his eyes, and he felt the impact of that emotional force which governed her when she was near him. There was something in the chemistry of her being which roused to blazing the ordinary dormant forces of his sympathies. She tried to conceal her real feeling, to pretend gaiety and enthusiasm. But her eyes betrayed her. Something roused in him now at her look, a combined sense of emotion and desire. "It's so fine to be out in the country again," he said, pressing her hand, for he was letting her drive. "After the city, to see you and the green fields." He looked about at the little one-story cottages, each with a small plot of grass, a few trees, a neat confining fence. After New York and Chicago, a village like this was quaint. "Do you love me just as much as ever?" She nodded her head. They reached a strip of yellow road. He asked after her father, her mother, her brothers and sisters, and when he saw that they were unobserved, he slipped his arm about her and drew her head to him. "Now we can," he said. She felt the force of his desire, but she missed that note of adoration which had seemed to characterize his first love-making. How true it was, he had changed. He must have. The city had made her seem less significant. It hurt her to think that life should treat her so, but perhaps she could win him back, could hold him anyhow. They drove over toward Oconee, the little crossroads settlement near a small lake of the same name, a place which was close to the Blue House, and which the Blues were wont to speak of as home. On the way Eugene learned that her youngest brother, David, was a cadet at West Point now and doing splendidly. Samuel had become Western freight agent for the Great Northern and was on his way to a desirable promotion. Benjamin had completed his law studies and was practicing in Racine. He was interested in politics and was going to run for the state legislature. Marietta was still the gay, carefree girl she had always been, not at all inclined to choose yet among her many anxious suitors. Eugene thought of her letter to him, wondered if she would look her thoughts into his eyes when he saw her. "Oh, Marietta," Angela replied when Eugene asked after her. "She's just as dangerous as ever. She makes all the men make love to her." Eugene smiled. Marietta was always a pleasing thought to him. He wished for the moment that it was Marietta instead of Angela that he was coming to see. She was as shrewd as she was kind in this instant. Her appearance on meeting Eugene was purposely indifferent, and her attitude anything but coaxing and gay. At the same time, she suffered a genuine pang of feeling, for Eugene appealed to her. If it were anybody but Angela, she thought, how she would dress and how quickly she would be coquetting with him. Then his love would be won by her, and she felt that she could hold it. She had great confidence in her ability to keep any man, and Eugene was a man she would have delighted to hold. As it was, she kept out of his way, took sly glances at him here and there, wondered if Angela would truly win him. She was so anxious for Angela's sake. Never, never, she told herself, would she cross her sister's path. At the Blue homestead he was received as cordially as before. After an hour it quite brought back the feeling of 3 years before. These open fields, this old house, and its lovely lawn, all served to awaken the most poignant sensations. One of Marietta's beaux, over from Waukesha, appeared after Eugene had greeted Mrs. Blue and Marietta, and the latter had persuaded him to play a game of tennis with Angela. She invited Eugene to make it a 4 with her, but not knowing how, he refused. Angela changed to her tennis suit, and Eugene opened his eyes to her charms. She was very attractive on the court, quick, flushed, laughing. And when she laughed, she had a charming way of showing her even small white teeth. She quite awakened a feeling of interest, she looked so dainty and frail. When he saw her afterward in the dark, quiet parlor, he gathered her to his heart with much of the old ardor. She felt the quick change of feeling. Marietta was right. Eugene loved gaiety and color. Although on the way home she had despaired, this was much more promising. Eugene rarely entered on anything half-heartedly. If interested at all, he was greatly interested. He could so yield himself to the glamour of a situation as to come finally to believe that he was something which he was not. Thus now he was beginning to accept this situation as Angela and Marietta wished he should, and to see her in somewhat the old light. He overlooked things which in his New York studio, surrounded by the influences which there modified his judgment, he would have seen. Angela was not young enough for him. She was not liberal in her views. She was charming, no doubt of that, but he could not bring her to an understanding of his casual acceptance of life. She knew nothing of his real disposition, and he did not tell her. He played the part of a seemingly single-minded Romeo, and as such he was from a woman's point of view beautiful to contemplate. In his own mind he was coming to see that he was fickle, but he still did not want to admit it to himself. There was a night of stars after an evening of June perfection. At 5 old Jotham came in from the fields, as dignified and patriarchal as ever. He greeted Eugene with a hearty handshake, for he admired him. "I see some of your work now and then," he said, "in these monthly magazines. It's fine. There's a young minister down here near the lake that's very anxious to meet you. He likes to get hold of anything you do, and I always send him the books down as soon as Angela gets through with them." He used the word books and magazines interchangeably, and spoke as though they were not much more important to him than the leaves of the trees, as indeed they were not. To a mind used to contemplating the succession of crops and seasons, all life, with its multitudinous interplay of shapes and forms, seemed passing shadows. Even men were like leaves that fall. Eugene was drawn to old Jotham as a filing to a magnet. He was just the type of mind that appealed to him, and Angela gained by the radiant glory of her father. If he was so wonderful, she must be something above the average of womanhood. Such a man could not help but produce exceptional children. Left alone together, it was hardly possible for Angela and Eugene not to renew the old relationship on the old basis. Having gone as far as he had the first time, it was natural that he should wish to go as far again and further. After dinner, when she turned to him from her room, arrayed in a soft evening dress of clinging texture, somewhat low in the neck by request of Marietta, who had helped her to dress, Eugene was conscious of her emotional perturbation. He himself was distraught, for he did not know what he would do, how far he would dare to trust himself. He was always troubled when dealing with his physical passion, for it was a raging lion at times. It seemed to overcome him quite as a drug might or a soporific fume. He would mentally resolve to control himself, but unless he instantly fled there was no hope. And he did not seem able to run away. He would linger and parley. And in a few moments it was master, and he was following its behest blindly, desperately, to the point almost of exposure and destruction. Tonight when Angela came back he was cogitating, wondering what it might mean. Should he? Would he marry her? Could he escape? They sat down to talk, but presently he drew her to him. It was the old story, moment after moment, of increasing feeling. Presently she, from the excess of longing and waiting, was lost to all sense of consideration, and he— "I shall have to go away, Eugene," she pleaded, when he carried her recklessly into his room. "If anything happens, I cannot stay here." "Don't talk," he said. "You can come to me." "You mean it, Eugene, surely?" she begged. "As sure as I'm holding you here," he replied. At midnight Angela lifted frightened, wondering, doubting eyes, feeling herself the most depraved creature. Two pictures were in her mind alternately, with a pendulum-like reiteration. One was a composite of a marriage altar and a charming New York studio with friends coming in to see them, as much as he had often described to her. The other was of the still blue waters of Okoonee, with herself lying there pale and still. Yes, she would die if he did not marry her now. Life would not be worth while. She would not force him. She would slip out some night when it was too late and all hope had been abandoned, when exposure was near, and the next day they would find her. Little Marietta, how she would cry, and old Jotham. She could see him, but he would never really be sure of the truth. And her mother, oh God in heaven, she thought, how hard life is, how terrible it can be. The atmosphere of the house after this night seemed charged with reproach to Eugene, although it took on no semblance of reality in either look or word. When he awoke in the morning and looked through the half-closed shutters to the green world outside, he felt a sense of freshness and of shame. It was cruel to come into such a home as this and do a thing as mean as he had done. After all, philosophy or no philosophy, didn't a fine old citizen like Jotham, honest, upright, genuine in his moral point of view and his observance of the golden rule, didn't he deserve better from a man whom he so sincerely admired? Jotham had been so nice to him. Their conversations together were so kindly and sympathetic. Eugene felt that Jotham believed him to be an honest man. He knew he had that appearance. He was frank, genial, considerate, not willing to condemn anyone. But this sex question, that was where he was weak. And was not the whole world keyed to that? Did not the decencies and the sanities of life depend on right moral conduct? Was not the world dependent on how the homes were run? How could anyone be good if his mother and father had not been good before him? How could the children of the world expect to be anything if people rushed here and there holding illicit relations? Take his sister Myrtle now. Would he have wanted her rifled in this manner? In the face of this question he was not ready to say exactly what he wanted or was willing to countenance. Myrtle was a free agent, as was every other girl. She could do as she pleased. It might not please him exactly, but he went round and round from one problem to another, trying to untie this Gordian knot. One thing, this home had appeared sweet and clean when he came into it. Now it was just a little tarnished, and by him. Or was it? His mind was always asking this question. There was nothing that he was actually accepting as true any more. He was going round in a ring asking questions of this proposition and that. Are you true? And are you true? And all the while he was apparently not getting anywhere. It puzzled him, this life. Sometimes it shamed him. This deed shamed him. And he asked himself whether he was wrong to be ashamed or not. Perhaps he was just foolish. Was not life made for living, not worrying? He had not created his passions and desires. He threw open the shutters, and there was the bright day. Everything was so green outside, the flowers in bloom, the trees, casting a cool, lovely shade, the birds twittering. Bees were humming. He could smell the lilacs. "Dear God!" he exclaimed, throwing his arms above his head. "How lovely life is! How beautiful! Oh!" He drew in a deep breath of the flower and privet-laden air. If only he could live always like this, forever and ever. When he had sponged himself with cold water and dressed, putting on a soft negligee shirt with turned-down collar and dark flowing tie, he issued forth clean and fresh. Angela was there to greet him. Her face was pale, but she looked intensely sweet because of her sadness. "There, there," he said, touching her chin. "Less of that now." "I told them I had a headache," she said. "So I have. Do you understand?" "I understand your headache," he laughed. "But everything is all right, very much all right. Isn't this a lovely day?" "Beautiful," replied Angela sadly. "Cheer up," he insisted. "Don't worry. Everything is coming out fine." He walked to the window and stared out. "I'll have your breakfast ready in a minute," she said, and pressing his hand, left him. Eugene went out to the hammock. He was so deliciously content and joyous now that he saw the green world about him, that he felt everything was all right again. The vigorous blooming forces of nature everywhere present belied the sense of evil and decay to which mortality is so readily subject. He felt that everything was justified in youth and love, particularly where mutual affection reigned. Why should he not take Angela? Why should they not be together? He went in to breakfast at her call, eating comfortably of the things she provided. He felt the easy familiarity and graciousness of the conqueror. Angela, on her part, felt the fear and uncertainty of one who has embarked upon a dangerous voyage. She had set sail. Whither? At what port would she land? Was it the lake or his studio? Would she live and be happy, or would she die to face a black uncertainty? Was there a hell, as some preachers insisted? Was there a gloomy place of lost souls, such as the poets described? She looked into the face of this same world which Eugene found so beautiful, and its very beauty trembled with forebodings of danger. And there were days and days yet to be lived of this. For all her fear, once having tasted of the forbidden fruit, it was sweet and inviting. She could not go near Eugene, nor he near her, but this flush of emotion would return. In the daylight she was too fearful, but when the night came, with its stars, its fresh winds, its urge to desire, her fears could not stand in their way. Eugene was insatiable, and she was yearning. The slightest touch was as of fire to tow. She yielded, saying she would not yield. The Blue family were of course blissfully ignorant of what was happening. It seemed so astonishing to Angela at first that the very air did not register her actions in some visible way. That they should be able thus to be alone was not so remarkable, seeing that Eugene's courtship was being aided and abetted for her sake. But that her lapse should not be exposed by some sinister influence seemed strange, accidental, and subtly ominous. Something would happen, that was her fear. She had not the courage of her desire or need. By the end of the week, though Eugene was less ardent and more or less oppressed by the seeming completeness with which he had conquered, he was not ready to leave. He was sorry to go, for it ended a honeymoon of sweetness and beauty, all the more wonderful and enchanting because so clandestine. Yet he was beginning to be aware that he had bound himself in chains of duty and responsibility. Angela had thrown herself on his mercy and his sense of honor to begin with. She had exacted a promise of marriage, not urgently, as one who sought to entrap him, but with the explanation that otherwise life must end in disaster for her. Eugene could look in her face and see that it would. And now that he had had his way and plumbed the depths of her emotions and desires, he had a higher estimate of her personality. Despite the fact that she was older than he, there was a breath of youth and beauty here that held him. Her body was exquisite. Her feeling about life and love was tender and beautiful. He wished he could make true her dreams of bliss without injury to himself. It so turned out that as his visit was drawing to a close, Angela decided that she ought to go to Chicago, for there were purchases which must be made. Her mother wanted her to go, and she decided that she would go with Eugene. This made the separation easier, gave them more time to talk. Her usual plan was to stay with her aunt, and she was going there now. On the way she asked over and over what he would think of her in the future, whether what had passed would not lower her in his eyes. He did not feel that it would. Once she said to him sadly, "Only death or marriage can help me now." "What do you mean?" he asked, her yellow head pillowed on his shoulder, her dark blue eyes looking sadly into his. "That if you don't marry me I'll have to kill myself. I can't stay at home." He thought of her with her beautiful body, her mass of soft hair all tarnished in death. "You wouldn't do that?" he asked unbelievingly. "Yes, I would," she said sadly. "I must. I will." "Hush, Angel Face," he pleaded. "You won't do anything like that. You won't have to. I'll marry you. How would you do it?" "Oh, I've thought it all out," she continued gloomily. "You know that little lake? I'd drown myself." "Don't, sweetheart," he pleaded. "Don't talk that way. It's terrible. You won't have to do anything like that." To think of her under the waters of little Okoonee, with its green banks and yellow sandy shores. All her love come to this? All her passion? Her death would be upon his head, and he could not stand the thought of that. It frightened him. Such tragedies occasionally appeared in the papers, with all the pathetic details convincingly set forth, but this should not enter his life. He would marry her. She was lovely after all. He would have to. He might as well make up his mind to that now. He began to speculate how soon it might be. For the sake of her family, she wanted no secret marriage, but one which, if they could not be present at it, they could at least know was taking place. She was willing to come East. That could be arranged. But they must be married. Eugene realized the depth of her conventional feelings so keenly that it never occurred to him to suggest an alternative. She would not consent, would scorn him for it. The only alternative, she appeared to believe, was death. One evening, the last, when it was necessary for her to return to Blackwood, and he had seen her off on the train, her face a study in sadness, he rode out gloomily to Jackson Park, where he had once seen a beautiful lake in the moonlight. When he reached there, the waters of the lake were still, suffused, and tinged with lovely suggestions of lavender, pink, and silver, for this was near the 21st of June. The trees to the east and west were dark. The sky showed a last blush of orange. Odors were about, warm June fragrance. He thought now, as he walked about the quiet paths, where the sand and pebbles crunched lightly beneath his feet, of all the glory of this wonderful week. How dramatic was life! How full of romance! This love of Angela's, how beautiful! Youth was with him, love. Would he go on to greater days of beauty, or would he stumble, idling his time, wasting his substance in riotous living? Was this riotous living? Would there be evil fruition of his deeds? Would he really love Angela after he married her? Would they be happy? Thus he stood by the bank of this still lake, studying the water, marveling at the subtleties of reflected radiance, feeling the artist's joy in perfect natural beauty, twining and intertwining in all with love, death, failure, fame. It was romantic to think that in such a lake, if he were unkind, would Angela be found. By such a dark as was now descending, would all her bright dreams be submerged. It would be beautiful as romance. He could imagine a great artist like Daudet or Balzac making a great story out of it. It was even a subject for some form of romantic expression in art. Poor Angela! If he were a great portrait painter, he would paint her. He thought of some treatment of her in the nude, with that mass of hair of hers falling about her neck and breasts. It would be beautiful. Should he marry her? Yes. Though he was not sure of the outcome, he must. It might be a mistake, but... He stared at the fading surface of the lake. Silver, lavender, leaden gray. Overhead a vivid star was already shining.
How would it be with her if she were really below those still waters? How would it be with him? It would be too desperate, too regretful. No, he must marry her. It was in this mood that he returned to the city, the ache of life in his heart. It was in this mood that he secured his grip from the hotel and sought the midnight train for New York. For once Ruby, Mary, and Christina were forgotten. He was involved in a love drama which meant life or death to Angela, peace or reproach of conscience to himself in the future. He could not guess what the outcome would be, but he felt that he must marry her. How soon he could not say. Circumstances would dictate that. From present appearances, it must be immediately. He must see about a studio, announce the news of his departure to Smite and McHugh, make a special effort to further his art ambitions so that he and Angela would have enough to live on. He talked so glowingly of his art life that now, when the necessity for demonstrating it was at hand, he was troubled as to what the showing might be. The studio had to be attractive. He would need to introduce his friends. All the way back to New York, he turned this over in his mind. Smite, McHugh, Miriam, Norma, Wheeler, Christina. What would Christina think if she ever returned to New York and found him married? There was no question but that there was a difference between Angela and these. It was something, a matter of courage, more soul, more daring, more awareness perhaps, something. When they saw her, would they think he had made a mistake? Would they put him down as a fool? McHugh was going with a girl, but she was a different type, intellectual, smart. He thought and thought, but he came back to the same conclusion always. He would have to marry her. There was no way out. He would have to. The studio of Messrs. Smite, McHugh, and Witla in Waverly Place was concerned the following October with a rather picturesque event. Even in the city, the time when the leaves began to yellow, and fall brings a sense of melancholy, augmented by those preliminaries of winter, gray, lowery days, with scraps of paper, straw, bits of wood, blown about by gusty currents of air through the streets, making it almost disagreeable to be abroad. The fear of cold and storm and suffering among those who have little was already apparent. Apparent, too, was the air of renewed vitality common to those who have spent an idle summer and are anxious to work again. Shopping and marketing and barter and sales were at high key. The art world, the social world, the manufacturing world, the professional worlds of law, medicine, finance, literature, were bubbling with a feeling of the necessity to do and achieve. The whole city, stung by the apprehension of winter, had an atmosphere of emprise and energy. In this atmosphere, with a fairly clear comprehension of the elements which were at work, making the color of the life about him, was Eugene, digging away at the task he had set himself. Since leaving Angela, he had come to the conclusion that he must complete the jointings for the exhibition which had been running in his mind during the last 2 years. There was no other way for him to make a notable impression. He saw that. Since he had returned, he had gone through various experiences. The experience of having Angela tell him that she was sure there was something wrong with her, an impression sincere enough, but based on an excited and overwrought imagination of evil to follow, and having no foundation in fact. Eugene was as yet, despite his several experiences, not sufficiently informed in such affairs to know. His lack of courage would have delayed him from asking if he had known. In the next place, facing this crisis, he had declared that he would marry her, and because of her distressed condition, he thought he might as well do it now. He had wanted time to do some of the pictures he was working on, to take in a little money for drawing, to find a suitable place to live in. He had looked at various studios in various sections of the city and had found nothing, as yet, which answered to his taste or his purse. Anything with a proper light, a bath, a suitable sleeping room, and an inconspicuous chamber which might be turned into a kitchen was difficult to find. Prices were high, ranging from $50 to $125 and $150 a month. There were some new studios being erected for the rich loungers and idlers, which commanded, so he understood, $3,000 or $4,000 a year. He wondered if he should ever attain to such magnificence through his art. Again, in taking a studio for Angela and himself, there was the matter of furniture. The studio he had with Smite and McHugh was more or less of a camp. The workroom was bare of carpets or rugs. The two folding beds and the cot which graced their individual chambers were heirlooms from ancient predecessors, substantial but shabby. Beyond various drawings, 3 easels, and a chest of drawers for each, there was no suitable household equipment. A woman came twice a week to clean and send out the linen and make up the beds. To live with Angela required, in his judgment, many and much more significant things. His idea of a studio was some such one as that now occupied by Miriam Finch or Norma Whitmore. There ought to be furniture of a period, old Flemish or colonial, Hepplewhite or Chippendale or Sheraton, such as he saw occasionally knocking about in curio shops and second-hand stores. It could be picked up if he had time. He was satisfied that Angela knew nothing of these things. There ought to be rugs, hangings of tapestry, bits of brass, pewter, copper, old silver if he could afford it. He had an idea of some day obtaining a figure of the Christ in brass or plaster, hung upon a rough cross of walnut or teak, which could hang or stand in some corner as one might a shrine, and place before it 2 great candlesticks with immense candles smoked and dripping with wax. These lighted in a dark studio, with the outlines of Christ flickering in the shadows behind, would give the desired atmosphere to his studio. Such an equipment as he dreamed of would have cost in the neighborhood of $2,000. Of course this was not to be thought of at this period. He had no more than that in ready cash. He was writing to Angela about his difficulties in finding a suitable place when he heard of a studio in Washington Square South, which its literary possessor was going to quit for the winter. It was, so he understood, handsomely furnished, and was to be let for the rent of the studio. The owner wanted someone who would take care of it by occupying it for him until he should return the following fall. Eugene hurried round to look at it, and taken with the location, the appearance of the square from the windows, the beauty of the furnishings, felt that he would like to live here. This would be the way to introduce Angela to New York. This would be the first and proper impression to give her. Here, as in every well-arranged studio he had yet seen, were books, pictures, bits of statuary, implements of copper, and some few of silver. There was a great fish net dyed green and spangled with small bits of mirror to look like scales, which hung as a veil between the studio proper and an alcove. There was a piano done in black walnut, and odd pieces of furniture, Mission, Flemish, Venetian of the 16th century, and English of the 17th, which, despite that diversity, offered a unity of appearance and a harmony of usefulness. There was one bedroom, a bath, and a small partitioned section which could be used as a kitchen. With a few of his pictures judiciously substituted, he could see a perfect abode here for himself and his wife. The rent was $50. He decided that he would risk it. Having gone so far as to indicate that he would take it, he was made to feel partially resigned to marriage by the very appearance of this place. He decided he would marry in October. Angela could come to New York or Buffalo. She had never seen Niagara Falls, and they could be married there. She had spoken recently of visiting her brother at West Point. Then they could come here and settle down. He decided that this must be so, wrote to her to that effect, and vaguely hinted to Smite and McHugh that he might get married shortly. This was a great blow to his partners in art, for Eugene was very popular with them. He had the habit, with those he liked, of jesting constantly. "Look at the look of noble determination on Smite's brow this morning," he would comment cheerfully on getting up. Or, "McHugh, you lazy lout, crawl out and earn your living." McHugh's nose, eyes, and ears would be comfortably buried in the folds of a blanket. "These hack artists," Eugene would sigh disconsolately. "There's not much to be made out of them. A pile of straw and a couple of boiled potatoes a day is all they need." "Aw, cut it out," McHugh would grunt. To hell, I yell," would come from somewhere in the voice of Smite. "If it weren't for me," Eugene would go on, "God knows what would become of this place. A lot of farmers and fishermen trying to be artists." "And laundry wagon drivers, don't forget that," McHugh would add, sitting up and rubbing his tousled head, for Eugene had related some of his experiences. "Don't forget the contribution made by the American Steam Laundry Company to the world of true art." "Collars and cuffs, I would have you know, is artistic," Eugene at once declared with mock dignity, "whereas plows and fish is trash." Sometimes this kidding would continue for a quarter of an hour at a stretch, when some one remark, really brighter than any other, would dissolve the whole in laughter. Work began after breakfast, to which they usually sallied forth together, and would continue unbroken save for necessary engagements or periods of entertainment, lunch and so on, until 5 in the afternoon. They had worked together now for a couple of years. They had, by experience, learned of each other's reliability, courtesy, kindness, and liberality. Criticism was free, generous, and sincerely intended to be helpful. Pleasure trips, such as walks on gray, lowery days, or in rain or brilliant sunshine, or trips to Coney Island, Far Rockaway, the theaters, the art exhibitions, the odd and peculiar restaurants of different nationalities, were always undertaken in a spirit of joyous camaraderie. Jesting as to morality, their respective abilities, their tendencies and characteristics, were all taken and given in good part. At one time it would be Joseph Smite who would come in for a united drubbing and excoriation on the part of Eugene and McHugh. At another time Eugene or McHugh would be the victim, the other two joining forces vigorously. Art, literature, personalities, phases of life, philosophy, were discussed by turn. As with Jerry Matthews, Eugene had learned of new things from these men, the life of fisher folk and the characteristics of the ocean from Joseph Smite, the nature and spirit of the Great West from McHugh. Each appeared to have an inexhaustible fund of experiences and reminiscence which refreshed and entertained the trio day by day, year in and year out. They were at their best strolling through some exhibit or preliminary view of an art collection offered for sale, when all their inmost convictions of what was valuable and enduring in art would come to the surface. All three were intolerant of reputations as such, but were strong for individual merit, whether it carried a great name or not. They were constantly becoming acquainted with the work of some genius little known here, and celebrating his talents, each to the others. Thus Monet, Degas, Manet, Ribera, Monticelli by turns came up for examination and praise. When Eugene then, toward the end of September, announced that he might be leaving them shortly, there was a united wail of opposition. Joseph Smite was working on a sea scene at the time, doing his best to get the proper color harmony between the worm-eaten deck of a Gold Coast trading ship, a half-naked West Coast Negro handling a broken wheel, and a mass of blue-black undulations in the distance which represented the boundless sea. "Go on," said Smite incredulously, for he assumed that Eugene was jesting. There had been a steady stream of letters issuing from somewhere in the West and delivered here week after week, as there had been from McHugh, but this by now was a commonplace and apparently meant nothing. "You marry? What the hell do you want to get married for? A fine specimen you'll make, I'll come around and tell your wife." "Sure," returned Eugene. "It's true. I may get married." He was amused at Smite's natural assumption that it was a jest. "Stow that," called McHugh from his easel. He was working on a country corner picture, a group of farmers before a country post office. "You don't want to break up this shack, do you?" Both of these men were fond of Eugene. They found him inspiring, helpful, always intensely vigorous and apparently optimistic. "I don't want to break up any shack, but haven't I a right to get married?" "I vote no, by God," said Smite emphatically. "You'll never go out of here with my consent. Peter, are we going to stand for anything like that?" "We are not," replied McHugh. "We'll call out the reserves if he tries any game like that on us. I'll prefer charges against him. Who's the lady, Eugene?" "I bet I know," suggested Smite. "He's been running up to 26th Street pretty regularly." Joseph was thinking of Miriam Finch, to whom Eugene had introduced both him and McHugh. "Nothing like that, surely?" inquired McHugh, looking over at Eugene to see if it possibly could be so. "It's all true, fellows," replied Eugene, "as God is my judge. I'm going to leave you soon." "You're not really talking seriously, are you, Witla?" inquired Joseph soberly. "I am, Joe," said Eugene quietly. He was studying the perspective of his 16th New York view. 3 engines coming abreast into a great yard of cars. The smoke, the haze, the dingy reds and blues and yellows and greens of kicked-about box cars were showing with beauty, the vigor and beauty of raw reality. "Soon?" asked McHugh, equally quietly. He was feeling that touch of pensiveness which comes with a sense of vanishing pleasures. "I think sometime in October, very likely," replied Eugene. "Jesus Christ, I'm sorry to hear that," put in Smite. He laid down his brush and strolled over to the window. McHugh, less expressive in extremes, worked on meditatively. "When did you reach that conclusion, Witla?" he asked after a time. "Oh, I've been thinking it over for a long time, Peter," he returned. "I really should have married before, if I could have afforded it. I know how things are here, or I wouldn't have sprung this so suddenly. I'll hold up my end of the rent here until you get someone else." "To hell with the rent," said Smite. "We don't want anyone else, do we, Peter? We didn't have anyone else before." Smite was rubbing his square chin and contemplating his partner as if they were facing a catastrophe. "There's no use talking about that," said Peter. "You know we don't care about the rent. Do you mind telling us who you're going to marry? Do we know her?" "You don't," returned Eugene. "She's out in Wisconsin. It's the one who writes the letters. Angela Blue is her name." "Well, here's to Angela Blue, by God, I say," said Smite, recovering his spirits and picking up his paintbrush from his board to hold aloft. "Here's to Mrs. Eugene Witla, and may she never reef a sail to a storm or foul an anchor, as they say up Nova Scotia way." "Right-o," added McHugh, catching the spirit of Smite's generous attitude. "Them's my sentiments." "When do you expect to get married, really, Eugene?" "Oh, I haven't fixed a time exactly. About November 1st, I should say. I hope you won't say anything about this, though, either of you. I don't want to go through any explanations." "We won't, but it's tough, you old walrus. Why the hell didn't you give us time to think it over? You're a fine jellyfish, you are." He poked him reprimandingly in the ribs. "There isn't anyone any more sorry than I am," said Eugene. "I hate to leave here, I do. But we won't lose track of each other. I'll still be around here." "Where do you expect to live? Here in the city?" asked McHugh, still a little gloomy. "Sure. Right here in Washington Square. Remember that Dexter studio Weaver was telling about? The one on the 3rd floor at 61? That's it." "You don't say!" exclaimed Smite. "You're in right. How'd you get that?" Eugene explained. "Well, you sure are a lucky man," observed McHugh. "Your wife ought to like that. I suppose there'll be a cozy corner for an occasional strolling artist?" "No farmers, no seafaring men, no artistic hacks. Nothing," declared Eugene dramatically. "You to hell," said Smite. When Mrs. Witla sees us—" "She'll wish she had never come to New York," put in Eugene. "She'll wish she had seen us first," said McHugh. Book 2, The Struggle. The marriage ceremony between Eugene and Angela was solemnized at Buffalo on November 2nd. As planned, Marietta was with them. They would go, the three of them, to the Falls and to West Point, where the girls would see their brother David, and then Marietta would return to tell the family about it. Naturally, under the circumstances, it was a very simple affair, for there were no congratulations to go through with and no gifts, at least immediately, to consider and acknowledge. Angela had explained to her parents and friends that it was quite impossible for Eugene to come West at this time. She knew that he objected to a public ceremony where he would have to run the gauntlet of all her relatives, and so she was quite willing to meet him in the East and be married there. Eugene had not troubled to take his family into his confidence as yet. He had indicated on his last visit home that he might get married and that Angela was the girl in question. But since Myrtle was the only one of his family who had seen her, and she was now in Ottumwa, Iowa, they could not recall anything about her. Eugene's father was a little disappointed, for he expected to hear some day that Eugene had made a brilliant match. His boy, whose pictures were in the magazines so frequently, and whose appearance was so generally distinguished, ought in New York, where opportunities abounded, to marry an heiress at least. It was all right, of course, if Eugene wanted to marry a girl from the country, but it robbed the family of a possible glory. The spirit of this marriage celebration, so far as Eugene was concerned, was hardly right. There was the consciousness always with him of his possibly making a mistake, and feeling that he was being compelled by circumstances and his own weakness to fulfill an agreement which might better remain unfulfilled. His only urge was his desire, in the gratification of which he might find compensation, for saving Angela from an unhappy spinsterhood. It was a thin reed to lean on. There could be no honest satisfaction in it. Angela was sweet, devoted, painstakingly in her attitude towards life, toward him, toward everything with which she came in contact. But she was not what he had always fancied his true mate would be, the be-all and the end-all of his existence. Where was the divine fire which on this occasion should have animated him, the lofty thoughts of future companionship, that intense feeling he had first felt about her when he had called on her at her aunt's house in Chicago? Something had happened. Was it that he had cheapened his ideal by too close contact with it? Had he taken a beautiful flower and trailed it in the dust? Was passion all there was to marriage? Or was it that true marriage was something higher, a union of fine thoughts and feelings? Did Angela share his with him? Angela did have exalted feelings and moods at times. They were not sensibly intellectual, but she seemed to respond to the better things in music and to some extent literature. She knew nothing about art, but she was emotionally responsive to many fine things. Why was not this enough to make life durable and comfortable between them? Was it not really enough? After he had gone over all these points, there was still the thought that there was something wrong in this union. Despite his supposedly laudable conduct in fulfilling an obligation which, in a way, he had helped create or created, he was not happy. He went to his marriage as a man goes to fulfill an uncomfortable social obligation. It might turn out that he would have an enjoyable and happy life, and it might turn out very much otherwise. He could not face the weight and significance of the social theory that this was for life, that if he married her today, he would have to live with her all the rest of his days. He knew that was the generally accepted interpretation of marriage, but it did not appeal to him. Union ought, in his estimation, be based on keen desire to live together and on nothing else. He did not feel the obligation which attaches to children, for he had never had any and did not feel the desire for any. A child was a kind of nuisance. Marriage was a trick of nature's
by which you were compelled to carry out her scheme of race continuance. Love was a lure. Desire a scheme of propagation devised by the way. Nature, the race spirit, used you as you would use a work horse to pull a load. The load in this case was race progress, and man was the victim. He did not think he owed anything to nature or to his race spirit. He had not asked to come here. He had not been treated as generously as he might have been since he arrived. Why should he do what nature bid? When he met Angela, he kissed her fondly, for of course the sight of her aroused a feeling of desire which had been running in his mind so keenly for some time. Since last seeing Angela, he had touched no woman, principally because the right one had not presented herself, and because the memories and the anticipations in connection with Angela were so close. Now that he was with her again, the old fire came over him, and he was eager for the completion of the ceremony. He had seen to the marriage license in the morning, and from the train on which Angela and Marietta arrived, they proceeded in a carriage direct to the Methodist preacher. The ceremony, which meant so much to Angela, meant practically nothing to him. It seemed a silly formula, this piece of paper from the marriage clerk's office, and this instructed phraseology concerning love, honor, and cherish. Certainly he would love, honor, and cherish if it were possible. If not, then not. Angela, with the marriage ring on her finger, and the words, "With this ring I thee wed," echoing in her ears, felt that all her dreams had come true. Now she was really, truly Mrs. Eugene Witla. She did not need to worry about drowning herself, or being disgraced, or enduring a lonely, commiserated old age. She was the wife of an artist, a rising one, and she was going to live in New York. What a future stretched before her! Eugene loved her after all. She imagined she could see that. His slowness in marrying her was due to the difficulty of establishing himself properly. Otherwise he would have done it before. They drove to the Iroquois Hotel and registered as man and wife, securing a separate room for Marietta. The latter, pretending an urgent desire to bathe after her railroad journey, left them, promising to be ready in time for dinner. Eugene and Angela were finally alone. He now saw how, in spite of his fine theories, his previous experiences with Angela had deadened to an extent his joy in this occasion. He had her again, it was true. His desire that he had thought of so keenly was to be gratified, but there was no mystery connected with it. His real nuptials had been celebrated at Blackwood months before. This was the commonplace of any marriage relation. It was intense and gratifying, but the original, wonderful mystery of unexplored character was absent. He eagerly took her in his arms, but there was more of crude desire than awed delight in the whole proceeding. Nevertheless, Angela was sweet to him. Hers was a loving disposition, and Eugene was the be-all and end-all of her love. His figure was of heroic proportions to her. His talent was divine fire. No one could know as much as Eugene, of course. No one could be as artistic. True, he was not as practical as some men, her brothers and brothers-in-law, for instance, but he was a man of genius. Why should he be practical? She was beginning to think already how thoroughly she would help him shape his life toward success. What a good wife she would be to him. Her training as a teacher, her experience as a buyer, her practical judgment would help him so much. They spent the 2 hours before dinner in renewed transports, and then dressed and made their public appearance. Angela had designed a number of dresses for this occasion, representing the savings of years, and tonight at dinner she looked exceptionally pretty in a dress of black silk with neck-piece and half-sleeves of mother-of-pearl silk, set off with a decoration of seed pearls and black beads in set designs. Marietta, in a pale pink silk of peach-blow softness of hue, with short sleeves and a low-cut bodice, was, with all her youth and natural plumpness and gaiety of soul, ravishing. Now that she had Angela safely married, she was under no obligations to keep out of Eugene's way nor to modify her charms in order that her sisters might shine. She was particularly ebullient in her mood, and Eugene could not help contrasting, even in this hour, the qualities of the two sisters. Marietta's smile, her humor, her unconscious courage contrasted so markedly with Angela's quietness. The luxuries of the modern hotel have become the commonplaces of ordinary existence, but to the girls they were still strange enough to be impressive. To Angela they were a foretaste of what was to be an enduring higher life. These carpets, hangings, elevators, waiters seemed in their shabby materialism to speak of superior things. One day in Buffalo, with a view of the magnificent falls at Niagara, and then came West Point, with a dress parade accidentally provided for a visiting general, and a ball for the cadets. Marietta, because of her charm and her brother's popularity, found herself so much in demand at West Point that she extended her stay to a week, leaving Eugene and Angela free to come to New York together and have a little time to themselves. They only stayed long enough to see Marietta safely housed, and then came to the city and the apartment in Washington Square. It was dark when they arrived, and Angela was impressed with the glittering galaxy of lights the city presented across the North River from 42nd Street. She had no idea of the nature of the city, but as the cab at Eugene's request turned into Broadway at 42nd Street and clattered with interrupted progress south to Fifth Avenue, she had her first glimpse of that tawdry world which subsequently became known as the Great White Way. Already its make-believe and inherent cheapness had come to seem to Eugene largely characteristic of the city and of life, but it still retained enough of the lure of the flesh and of clothes and of rushlight reputations to hold his attention. Here were dramatic critics and noted actors and actresses and chorus girls, the gods and toys of avid, inexperienced, unsatisfied wealth. He showed Angela the different theaters, called her attention to distinguished names, made much of restaurants and hotels and shops and stores that sell trifles and trash, and finally turned into lower Fifth Avenue, where the dignity of great houses and great conservative wealth still lingered. At 14th Street Angela could already see Washington Arch glowing cream white in the glare of electric lights. "What is that?" she asked interestedly. "It's Washington Arch," he replied. "We live in sight of that on the south side of the square." "Oh, but it's beautiful!" she exclaimed. It seemed very wonderful to her, and as they passed under it, and the whole square spread out before her, it seemed a perfect world in which to live. "Is this where it is?" she asked, as they stopped in front of the studio building. "Yes, this is it. How do you like it?" "I think it's beautiful," she said. They went up the white stone steps of the old Bride House, in which was Eugene's leased studio, up 2 flights of red carpeted stairs, and finally into the dark studio, where he struck a match and lit, for the art of it, candles. A soft waxen glow irradiated the place as he proceeded, and then Angela saw old Chippendale chairs, a Hepplewhite writing table, a Flemish strong box containing used and unused drawings, the green-stained fishnet studded with bits of looking-glass in imitation of scales, a square, gold-framed mirror over the mantel, and one of Eugene's drawings, the 3 engines in the gray, lowering weather, standing large and impressive upon an easel. It seemed to Angela the perfection of beauty. She saw the difference now between the tawdry gorgeousness of a commonplace hotel and this selection and arrangement of individual taste. The glowing candelabrum of 7 candles on either side of the square mirror surprised her deeply. The black walnut piano in the alcove behind the half-draped net drew forth an exclamation of delight. "Oh, how lovely it all is!" she exclaimed, and ran to Eugene to be kissed. He fondled her for a few minutes, and then she left again to examine in detail pictures, pieces of furniture, ornaments of brass and copper. "When did you get all this?" she asked, for Eugene had not told her of his luck in finding the departing Dexter and leasing it for the rent of the studio and its care.
He was lighting the fire in the grate which had been prepared by the house attendant. "Oh, it isn't mine," he replied easily. "I leased this from Russell Dexter. He's going to be in Europe until next winter. I thought that it would be easier than waiting around to fix up a place after you came. We can get our things together next fall." He was thinking he would be able to have his exhibition in the spring, and perhaps that would bring some notable sales. Anyhow, it might bring a few, increase his repute, and give him a greater earning power. Angela's heart sank just a little, but she recovered in a moment, for after all, it was very exceptional even to be able to lease a place of this character. She went to the window and looked out. There was the great square with its 4 walls of houses, the spread of trees, still decorated with a few dusty leaves, and the dozens of arc lights sputtering their white radiance in between, the graceful arch cream white over the entrance of Fifth Avenue. "It's so beautiful," she exclaimed again, coming back to Eugene and putting her arms about him. "I didn't think it would be anything as fine as this. You're so good to me." She put up her lips, and he kissed her, pinching her cheeks. Together they walked to the kitchen, the bedroom, the bathroom. Then, after a time, they blew out the candles and retired for the night. After the quiet of a small town, the monotony and simplicity of country life, the dreary, reiterated weariness of teaching a country school, this new world into which Angela was plunged, seemed to her astonished eyes to be compounded of little save beauties, curiosities, and delights. The human senses, which weary so quickly of reiterated sensory impressions, exaggerate with equal readiness the beauty and charm of the unaccustomed. If it is new, therefore, it must be better than that which we have had of old. The material details with which we are able to surround ourselves seem at times to remake our point of view. If we have been poor, wealth will seem temporarily to make us happy. When we have been amid elements and personages discordant to our thoughts, to be put among harmonious conditions seems, for the time being, to solve all our woes. So little do we have that interior peace which no material conditions can truly affect or disturb. When Angela awoke the next morning, the studio in which she was now to live seemed the most perfect habitation which could be devised by man. The artistry of the arrangement of the rooms, the charm of the conveniences, a bathroom with hot and cold water next to the bedroom, a kitchen with an array of necessary utensils. In the rear portion of the studio, used as a dining room, a glimpse of the main studio gave her the sense of art which dealt with nature, the beauty of the human form, colors, tones, how different from teaching school. To her the difference between the long, low, rambling house at Blackwood, with its vine-ornamented windows, its somewhat haphazard arrangements of flowers, and its great lawn, and this peculiarly compact and ornate studio apartment looking out upon Washington Square, was all in favor of the latter. In Angela's judgment there was no comparison. She could not have understood, if she could have seen into Eugene's mind at this time, how her home town, her father's single farm, the blue waters of the little lake near her door, the shadows of the tall trees on her lawn, were somehow compounded for him not only with classic beauty itself, but with her own charm. When she was among these things, she partook of their beauty and was made more beautiful thereby. She did not know how much she had lost in leaving them behind. To her, all these older elements of her life were shabby and unimportant, pointless and to be neglected. This new world was in its way for her an Aladdin's cave of delight. When she looked out on the great square for the first time the next morning, seeing it bathed in sunlight, a dignified line of red brick dwellings to the north, a towering office building to the east, trucks, carts, cars, and vehicles clattering over the pavement below, it all seemed gay with youth and energy. "We'll have to dress and go out to breakfast," said Eugene. "I didn't think to lay anything in. As a matter of fact,
I wouldn't have known what to buy if I had wanted to. I have never tried housekeeping for myself." "Oh, that's all right," said Angela, fondling his hands. "Only let's not go out to breakfast unless we have to. Let's see what's here." And she went back to the very small room devoted to cooking purposes to see what cooking utensils had been provided. She had been dreaming of housekeeping and cooking for Eugene, of petting and spoiling him, and now the opportunity had arrived. She found that Mr. Dexter, their generous lessor, had provided himself with many conveniences. Breakfast and dinner sets of brown and blue porcelain, a coffee percolator, a charming dull blue teapot with cups to match, a chafing dish, a set of waffle irons, griddles, spiders, skillets, stew and roasting pans, and knives and forks of steel and silver in abundance. Obviously, he had entertained from time to time, for there were bread, cake, sugar, flour, and salt boxes, and a little chest containing, in small drawers, various spices. "Oh, it will be easy to get something here," said Angela, lighting the burners of the gas stove to see whether it was in good working order. "We can just go out to market, if you'll come and show me once, and get what we want. It won't take a minute. I'll know after that." Eugene consented gladly. She had always fancied she would be an ideal housekeeper, and now that she had her Eugene, she was anxious to begin. It would be such a pleasure to show him what a manager she was, how everything would go smoothly in her hands, how careful she would be of his earnings, their joint possessions. She was sorry, now that she saw that art was no great producer of wealth, that she had no money to bring him. But she knew that Eugene, in the depths of his heart, thought nothing of that. He was too impractical. He was a great artist, but when it came to practical affairs she felt instinctively that she was much the wiser. She had bought so long, calculated so well for her sisters and brothers. Out of her bag, for her trunks had not yet arrived, she extracted a neat house dress of pale green linen, which she put on after she had done up her hair in a cozy coil, and together with Eugene, for a temporary guide, they set forth to find the stores. He had told her, looking out the windows, that there were lines of Italian grocers, butchers, and vegetable men in the side streets, leading south from the square, and into one of these they now ventured. The swarming, impressive life of the street almost took her breath away, it was so crowded. Potatoes, tomatoes, eggs, flour, butter, lamb chops, salt, a dozen little accessories were all purchased in small quantities, and then they eagerly returned to the studio. Angela was a little disgusted with the appearance of some of the stores, but some of them were clean enough. It seemed so strange to her to be buying in an Italian street, with Italian women and children about, their swarthy, leathern faces set with bright, almost feverish eyes. Eugene, in his brown corduroy suit and soft green hat, watching and commenting at her side, presented such a contrast. He was so tall, so exceptional, so laconic. "I like them when they wear rings in their ears," he said at one time. "Get the coal man, who looks like a bandit," he observed at another. "This old woman here might do for the Witch of Endor." Angela attended strictly to her marketing. She was gay and smiling, but practical. She was busy wondering in what quantities she should buy things, how she would keep fresh vegetables, whether the ice box was really clean, how much delicate dusting the various objects in the studio would require. The raw brick walls of the street, the dirt and slops in the gutter, the stray cats and dogs, hungry and lean, the swarming stream of people, did not appeal to her as picturesque at all. Only when she heard Eugene expatiating gravely did she begin to realize that all this must have artistic significance. If Eugene said so, it did. But it was a fascinating world, whatever it was, and it was obvious that she was going to be very, very happy. There was a breakfast in the studio then of hot biscuit with fresh butter, an omelet with tomatoes, potatoes stewed in cream, and coffee. After the long period of commonplace restaurant dining which Eugene had endured, this seemed ideal.
To sit in your own private apartment with a charming wife opposite you, ready to render you any service, and with an array of food before you which revived the finest memories in your gustatory experience, seemed perfect. Nothing could be better. He saw visions of a happy future if he could finance this sort of thing. It would require a lot of money, more than he had been making, but he thought he could make out. After breakfast, Angela played on the piano, and then, Eugene wanting to work, she started housekeeping in earnest. The trunks arriving gave her a task of unpacking, and with that, and lunch and dinner, to say nothing of love, she had had sufficient to do. It was a charming existence for a little while. Eugene suggested that they should have Smite and McHugh to dinner first of all, these being his closest friends. Angela agreed heartily, for she was only too anxious to meet the people he knew. She wanted to show him she knew how to receive and entertain as well as anyone. She made great preparations for the Wednesday evening following, the night fixed for the dinner, and when it came, was on the qui vive to see what his friends were like and what they would think of her. The occasion passed off smoothly enough, and was the occasion of considerable jollity. These two cheerful worthies were greatly impressed with the studio. They were quick to praise it before Angela, and to congratulate him on his good fortune in having married her. Angela, in the same dress in which she had appeared at dinner in Buffalo, was impressive. Her mass of yellow hair fascinated the gaze of both Smite and McHugh. "Gee, what hair!" Smite observed secretly to McHugh, when neither Angela nor Eugene were within hearing distance. "You're right," returned McHugh. "She's not at all bad looking, is she?" "I should say not," returned Smite, who admired Angela's simple, good-natured Western manners. A little later, more subtly, they expressed their admiration to her, and she was greatly pleased. Marietta, who had arrived late that afternoon, had not made her appearance yet. She was in the one available studio bedroom making her toilet. Angela, in spite of her fine raiment, was busy superintending the cooking, for although through the janitor she had managed to negotiate the loan of a girl to serve, she could not get anyone to cook. A soup, a fish, a chicken, and a salad were the order of procedure. Marietta finally appeared, ravishing in pink silk. Both Smite and McHugh sat up, and Marietta proceeded to bewitch them. Marietta knew no order or distinctions in men. They were all slaves to her, victims to be stuck on the spit of her beauty and broiled in their amorous uncertainties at her leisure. In after years, Eugene learned to speak of Marietta's smile as the dagger. The moment she appeared smiling, he would say, "Ah, we have it out again, have we? Who gets the blade this evening, poor victim?" Being her brother-in-law now, he was free to slip his arm about her waist, and she took this family connection as license to kiss him. There was something about Eugene which held her always. During the first few days she gratified her desire to be in his arms, but always with a sense of reserve which kept him in check. She wondered secretly how much he liked her. Smite and McHugh, when she appeared, both rose to do her service. McHugh offered her his chair by the fire. Smite bestirred himself in an aimless fashion. "I've had such a dandy week up at West Point," began Marietta cheerfully, "dancing, seeing dress parades, walking with the soldier boys." "I warn you two, here and now," began Eugene, who had already learned to tease Marietta, "that you're not safe. This woman here is dangerous. As artists in good standing, you had better look out for yourselves." "Oh, Eugene, how you talk!" laughed Marietta, her teeth showing effectively. "Mr. Smite, I leave it to you. Isn't that a mean way to introduce a sister-in-law? I'm here for just a few days, too, and have so little time. I think it's cruel." "It's a shame," said Smite, who was plainly a willing victim. "You ought to have another kind of brother-in-law. If you had some people I know now." "It's an outrage," commented McHugh. "There's one thing, though. You may not require so very much time." "Now I think that's ungallant," Marietta laughed. "I see I'm all alone here except for Mr. Smite. Never mind. You all will be sorry when I'm gone." "I believe that," replied MacHugh feelingly. Smite simply stared. He was lost in admiration of her cream and peach complexion, her fluffy, silky brown hair, her bright blue eyes and plump, rounded arms. Such radiant good nature would be heavenly to live with. He wondered what sort of a family this was that Eugene had become connected with. Angela, Marietta, a brother at West Point. They must be nice, conservative, well-to-do Western people. Marietta went to help her sister, and Smite, in the absence of Eugene, said, "Say, he's in right, isn't he? She's a peach. She's got it a little on her sister." MacHugh merely stared at the room. He was taken with the complexion and arrangement of things generally. The old furniture, the rugs, the hangings, and the pictures. Eugene's borrowed maidservant in a white apron and cap. Angela, Marietta, the bright table set with colored china and an arrangement of silver candlesticks. Eugene had certainly changed the tenor of his life radically within the last 10 days. Why, he was marvelously fortunate. This studio was a wonderful piece of luck. Some people, and he shook his head meditatively. "Well," said Eugene, coming back, after some final touches to his appearance, "what do you think of it, Peter?" "You're certainly moving along, Eugene. I never expected to see it. You ought to praise God. You're plain lucky." Eugene smiled enigmatically. He was wondering whether he was. Neither Smite nor MacHugh nor anyone could dream of the condition under which this came about. What a sham the world was anyhow. Its surface appearances so ridiculously deceptive. If anyone had known of the apparent necessity, when he first started to look for an apartment, of his own mood toward it. Marietta came back, and Angela. The latter had taken kindly to both these men, or boys, as she already considered them. Eugene had a talent for reducing everybody to simple folks, as he called them, so these two capable and talented men were mere country boys like himself, and Angela caught his attitude. "I'd like to have you let me make a sketch of you some day, Mrs. Witla," MacHugh said to Angela when she came back to the fire. He was essaying portraiture as a sideline, and he was anxious for good opportunities to practice. Angela thrilled at the invitation and the use of her new name, Mrs. Witla, by Eugene's old friends. "I'd be delighted," she replied, flushing. "My word, you look nice, Angel Face!" exclaimed Marietta, catching her about the waist. "You paint her with her hair down in braids, Mr. MacHugh. She makes a stunning Gretchen." Angela flushed anew. "I've been reserving that for myself, Peter," said Eugene, "but you try your hand at it. I'm not much in portraiture anyhow." Smite smiled at Marietta. He wished he could paint her, but he was poor at figure work, except as incidental characters in sea scenes. He could do men better than he could women. "If you were an old sea captain now, Miss Blue," he said to Marietta gallantly, "I could make a striking thing out of you." "I'll try to be, if you want to paint me," she replied gaily. "I'd look fine in a big pair of boots and a raincoat, wouldn't I, Eugene?" "You certainly would if I'm any judge," replied Smite. "Come over to the studio and I'll rig you out. I have all those things on hand." "I will," she replied, laughing. "You just say the word." MacHugh felt as if Smite were stealing a march on him. He wanted to be nice to Marietta, to have her take an interest in him. "Now, looky, Joseph," he protested. "I was going to suggest making a study of Miss Blue myself." "Well, you're too late," replied Smite. "You didn't speak quick enough." Marietta was greatly impressed with this atmosphere in which Angela and Eugene were living. She expected to see something artistic, but nothing so nice as this particular studio. Angela explained to her that Eugene did not own it, but that made small difference in Marietta's estimate of its significance. Eugene had it. His art and social connections brought it about. They were beginning excellently well. If she could have as nice a home when she started on her married career, she would be satisfied. They sat down about the round teak table, which was one of Dexter's prized possessions, and were served by Angela's borrowed maid. The conversation was light and for the most part pointless, serving only to familiarize these people with each other. Both Angela and Marietta were taken with the two artists because they felt in them a note of homely conservatism. These men spoke easily and naturally of the trials and triumphs of art life and the difficulty of making a good living, and seemed to be at home with personages of repute in one world and another, its greatest reward. During the dinner Smite narrated experiences in his seafaring life, and McHugh of his mountain camping experiences in the West. Marietta described experiences with her beau in Wisconsin, and characteristics of her yokel neighbors at Blackwood, Angela joining in. Finally McHugh drew a pencil sketch of Marietta, followed by a long train of admiring yokels, her eyes turned up in a very shy, deceptive manner. "Now I think that's cruel," she declared, when Eugene laughed heartily. "I never look like that." "That's just the way you look and do," he declared. "You're the broad and flowery path that leadeth to destruction." "Never mind, Babyette," put in Angela. "I'll take your part if no one else will. You're a nice, demure, shrinking girl, and you wouldn't look at anyone, would you?" Angela got up and was holding Marietta's head mock sympathetically in her arms. "Say, that's a dandy pet name," called Smite, moved by Marietta's beauty. "Poor Marietta," observed Eugene. "Come over here to me and I'll sympathize with you." "You don't take my drawing in the right spirit, Miss Blue," put in McHugh cheerfully. "It's simply to show how popular you are." Angela stood beside Eugene as her guests departed, her slender arm about his waist. Marietta was coquetting finely with McHugh. These two friends of his, thought Eugene, had the privilege of singleness to be gay and alluring to her. With him that was over now. He could not be that way to any girl any more. He had to behave, be calm and circumspect. It cut him, this thought. He saw at once it was not in accord with his nature. He wanted to do just as he had always done, make love to Marietta if she would let him, but he could not. He walked to the fire when the studio door was closed. "There's such nice boys," exclaimed Marietta. "I think Mr. McHugh is as funny as he can be. He has such droll wit." "Smite is nice too," replied Eugene defensively. "They're both lovely, just lovely," returned Marietta. "I like Mr. McHugh a little the best. He's quainter," said Angela. "But I think Mr. Smite is just as nice as he can be. He's so old-fashioned. There's not anyone as nice as my Eugene, though," she said affectionately, putting her arm about him. "Oh, dear, you two!" exclaimed Marietta. "Well, I'm going to bed." Eugene sighed. They had arranged a couch for her, which could be put behind the silver-spangled fishnet in the alcove when company was gone. Eugene thought what a pity that already this affection of Angela's was owed to him. It was not as it would be if he had taken Marietta or Christina. They went to their bedroom to retire, and then he saw that all he had was passion. Must he be satisfied with that? Could he be? It started a chain of thought which, while persistently interrupted or befogged, was really never broken. Momentary sympathy, desire, admiration might obscure it, but always fundamentally it was there. He had made a mistake. He had put his head in a noose. He had subjected himself to conditions which he did not sincerely approve of. How was he going to remedy this, or could it ever be remedied? Whatever were Eugene's secret thoughts, he began his married life with the outward air of one who takes it seriously enough. Now that he was married, was actually bound by legal ties, he felt that he might as well make the best of it. He had once had the notion that it might be possible to say nothing of his marriage, and keep Angela in the background. But this notion had been dispelled by the attitude of McHugh and Smite to say nothing of Angela. So he began to consider the necessity of notifying his friends, Miriam Finch and Norma Whitmore, and possibly Christina Channing when she should return. These three women offered the largest difficulty to his mind. He felt the commentary which their personalities represented. What would they think of him? What of Angela? Now that she was right here in the city, he could see that she represented a different order of thought. He had opened the campaign by suggesting that they invite Smite and McHugh. The thing to do now was to go further in this matter. The one thing that troubled him was the thought of breaking the news to Miriam Finch, for Christina Channing was away and Norma Whitmore was not of sufficient importance. He argued now that he should have done this beforehand, but having neglected that, it behooved him to act at once. He did so, finally, writing to Norma Whitmore and saying, for he had no long explanation to make, "Yours truly is married. May I bring my wife up to see you?" Miss Whitmore was truly taken by surprise. She was sorry at first, very, because Eugene interested her greatly, and she was afraid he would make a mistake in his marriage. But she hastened to make the best of a bad turn on the part of fate, and wrote a note which ran as follows: Dear Eugene and Eugene's wife, this is news as is news. Congratulations, and I'm coming right down as soon as I get my breath, and then you too must come to see me. Norma Whitmore. Eugene was pleased and grateful that she took it so nicely, but Angela was the least bit chagrined secretly that he had not told her before. Why hadn't he? Was this someone that he was interested in? Those 3 years in which she had doubtingly waited for Eugene had whetted her suspicions and nurtured her fears. Still she tried to make little of it, and to put on an air of joyousness. She would be so glad to meet Miss Whitmore. Eugene told her how kind she had been to him, how much she admired his art, how helpful she was in bringing together young literary and artistic people, and how influential with those who counted. She could do him many a good turn. Angela listened patiently, but she was just the least bit resentful that he should think so much of any one woman outside of herself. Why should he, Eugene Witla, be dependent on the favor of any woman? Of course she must be very nice, and they would be good friends, but... Norma came one afternoon 2 days later with the atmosphere of enthusiasm trailing, as it seemed to Eugene, like a cloud of glory about her. She was both fire and strength to him in her regard and sympathy, even though she resented, every so slightly, his affectional desertion. "You piggly wiggly Eugene Witla!" she exclaimed. "What do you mean by running off and getting married and never saying a word? I never even had a chance to get you a present, and now I have to bring it. Isn't this a charming place? Why, it's perfectly delightful." And as she laid her present down unopened, she looked about to see where Mrs. Eugene Witla might be. Angela was in the bedroom, finishing her toilet. She was expecting this descent, and was so prepared, being suitably dressed in the light green house gown. When she heard Miss Whitmore's familiar mode of address, she winced, for this spoke volumes for a boon companionship of long endurance. Eugene hadn't said so much of Miss Whitmore in the past as he had recently, but she could see that they were very intimate. She looked out and saw her, this tall, not very shapely, but graceful woman, whose whole being represented dynamic energy, awareness, subtlety of perception. Eugene was shaking her hand and looking genially into her face. Why should Eugene like her so much, she asked herself instantly. Why did his face shine with that light of intense enthusiasm? The piggly wiggly Eugene Witla expression irritated her. It sounded as though she might be in love with him. She came out after a moment with a glad smile on her face, and approached with every show of good feeling, but Miss Whitmore could sense opposition. "So this is Mrs. Witla," she exclaimed, kissing her. "I'm delighted to know you. I've always wondered what sort of a girl Mr. Witla would marry. You'll just have to pardon my calling him Eugene. I'll get over it after a bit, I suppose, now that he's married. But we've been such good friends, and I admire his work so much. How do you like studio life, or are you used to it?" Angela, who was taking in every detail of Eugene's old friend, replied, in what seemed an affected tone, that no, she wasn't used to studio life. She was just from the country, you know, a regular farmer girl. Blackwood, Wisconsin, no less. She stopped to let Norma express friendly surprise, and then went on to say that she supposed Eugene had not said very much about her, but he wrote her often enough. She was rejoicing in the fact that whatever slight Eugene's previous silence seemed to put upon her, she had the satisfaction that she had won him after all, and Miss Whitmore had not. She fancied from Miss Whitmore's enthusiastic attitude that she must like Eugene very much, and she could see now what sort of a woman might have made him wish to delay. Who were the others, she wondered? They talked of metropolitan experiences generally. Marietta came in from a shopping expedition with a Mrs. Link, wife of an army captain acting as an instructor at West Point, and tea was served immediately afterward. Miss Whitmore was insistent that they should come and take dinner with her some evening. Eugene confided that he was sending a painting to the Academy. "They'll hang it, of course," assured Norma, "but you ought to have an exhibition of your own." Marietta gushed about the wonder of the big stores, and so it finally came time for Miss Whitmore to go. "Now you will come up, won't you?" she said to Angela, for in spite of a certain feeling of incompatibility and difference, she was determined to like her. She thought Angela a little inexperienced and presumptuous in marrying Eugene. She was afraid she was not up to his standard. Still she was quaint, piquant. Perhaps she would do very well. Angela was thinking all the while that Miss Whitmore was presuming on her old acquaintance with Eugene, that she was too affected and enthusiastic. There was another day on which Miriam Finch called. Richard Wheeler, having learned at Smite's and McHugh's studio of Eugene's marriage and present whereabouts, had hurried over and then immediately afterward off to Miriam Finch's studio. Surprised himself, he knew that she would be more so. "Witla's married!" he exclaimed, bursting into her room, and for the moment Miriam lost her self-possession sufficiently to reply almost dramatically, "Richard Wheeler, what are you talking about? You don't mean that, do you?" "He's married," insisted Wheeler, "and he's living down in Washington Square. 61 is the number. He has the cutest yellow-haired wife you ever saw." Angela had been nice to Wheeler, and he liked her. He liked the air of this domicile and thought it was going to be a good thing for Eugene. He needed to settle down and work hard. Miriam winced mentally at the picture. She was hurt by this deception of Eugene's, chagrined because he had not thought enough of her to indicate that he was going to get married. "He's been married 10 days," communicated Wheeler, and this added force to her temporary chagrin. The fact that Angela was yellow-haired and cute was also disturbing. "Well," she finally exclaimed cheerfully, "he might have said something to us, mightn't he?" And she covered her own original confusion by a gay nonchalance which showed nothing of what she was really thinking. This was certainly indifference on Eugene's part, and yet, why shouldn't he? He had never proposed to her. Still, they had been so intimate mentally. She was interested to see Angela. She wondered what sort of a woman she really was. Yellow-haired, cute. Of course, like all men, Eugene had sacrificed intellect and mental charm for a dainty form and a pretty face. It seemed queer, but she had fancied that he would not do that, that his wife, if he ever took one, would be tall perhaps and gracious and of a beautiful mind, someone distinguished. Why would men, intellectual men, artistic men, any kind of men, invariably make fools of themselves? Well, she would go and see her. Because Wheeler informed him that he had told Miriam, Eugene wrote, saying as briefly as possible that he was married, and that he wanted to bring Angela to her studio. For reply, she came herself, gay, smiling, immaculately dressed, anxious to hurt Angela because she had proved the victor. She also wanted to show Eugene how little difference it all made to her. "You certainly are a secretive young man, Mr. Eugene Witla," she exclaimed when she saw him. "Why didn't you make him tell us, Mrs. Witla?" she demanded archly of Angela, but with a secret dagger thrust in her eyes. "You'd think he didn't want us to know." Angela cowered beneath the sting of this whipcord. Miriam made her feel as though Eugene had attempted to conceal his relationship to her, as though he was ashamed of her. How many more women were there like Miriam and Norma Whitmore? Eugene was gaily unconscious of the real animus in Miriam's conversation, and now that the first cruel movement was over, was talking glibly of things in general, anxious to make everything seem as simple and natural as possible. He was working at one of his pictures when Miriam came in, and was eager to obtain her critical opinion, since it was nearly done. She squinted at it narrowly, but said nothing when he asked. Ordinarily, she would have applauded it vigorously. She did think it exceptional, but was determined to say nothing. She walked indifferently about, examining this and that object in a superior way, asking how he came to obtain the studio, congratulating him upon his good luck. Angela, she decided, was interesting, but not in Eugene's class mentally, and should be ignored. He had made a mistake, that was plain. "Now you must bring Mrs. Witla up to see me," she said, on leaving. "I'll play and sing all my latest songs for you. I have made some of the daintiest discoveries in old Italian and Spanish pieces." Angela, who had posed to Eugene as knowing something about music, resented this superior invitation without inquiry as to her own possible ability or taste, as she did Miriam's entire attitude. Why was she so haughty, so superior? What was it to her whether Eugene had said anything about her or not? She said nothing to show that she herself played, but she wondered that Eugene said nothing. It seemed neglectful and inconsiderate of him. He was busy wondering what Miriam thought of his picture. Miriam took his hand warmly at parting, looked cheerfully into his eyes, and said, "I know you two are going to be irrationally happy," and went out. Eugene felt the irritation at last. He knew Angela felt something. Miriam was resentful, that was it. She was angry at him for his seeming indifference. She had commented to herself on Angela's appearance and to her disadvantage. In her manner had been the statement that his wife was not very important after all, not of the artistic and superior world to which she and he belonged. "How do you like her?" he asked, tentatively, after she had gone, feeling a strong current of opposition, but not knowing on what it might be based exactly. "I don't like her," returned Angela petulantly. "She thinks she's sweet. She treats you as though she thought you were her personal property. She openly insulted me about your not telling her. Miss Whitmore did the same thing. They all do. They all will. Oh!" She suddenly burst into tears and ran crying toward their bedroom. Eugene followed, astonished, ashamed, rebuked, guilty-minded, almost terror-stricken, he hardly knew what. "Why, Angela," he urged pleadingly, leaning over her and attempting to raise her, "you know that isn't true." "It is," she insisted. "Don't touch me. Don't come near me. You know it's true. You don't love me. You haven't treated me right at all since I've been here. You haven't done anything that you should have done. She insulted me openly to my face." She was speaking with sobs, and Eugene was at once pained and terrorized by the persistent and unexpected display of emotion. He had never seen Angela like this before. He had never seen any woman so. "Why, Angel Face," he urged, "how can you go on like this? You know what you say isn't true. What have I done?" "You haven't told your friends, that's what you haven't done," she exclaimed between gasps. "They still think you're single. You keep me here hidden in the background as though I were I don't know what. Your friends come and insult me openly to my face. They do. Oh!" She sobbed anew. She knew very well what she was doing in her anger and rage. She felt that she was acting in the right way. Eugene needed a severe reproof. He had acted very badly, and this was the way to administer it to him now in the beginning.
His conduct was indefensible, and only the fact that he was an artist, immersed in cloudy artistic thoughts, and not really subject to the ordinary conventions of life, saved him in her estimation. It didn't matter that she had urged him to marry her. It didn't absolve him that he had done so. She thought he owed her that. Anyhow, they were married now, and he should do the proper thing. Eugene stood there, cut as with a knife by this terrific charge. He had not meant anything by concealing her presence, he thought. He had only endeavored to protect himself very slightly, temporarily. "You oughtn't to say that, Angela," he pleaded. "There aren't any more that don't know, at least any more that I care anything about. I didn't mean to conceal anything. I'll write to everybody that might be interested." He still felt hurt that she should brutally attack him this way, even in her sorrow. He was wrong, no doubt, but she? Was this a way to act? This the nature of true love? He mentally writhed and twisted. Taking her up in his arms, smoothing her hair, he asked her to forgive him. Finally, when she thought she had punished him enough, and that he was truly sorry and would make amends in the future, she pretended to listen, and then of a sudden threw her arms about his neck and began to hug and kiss him. Passion, of course, was the end of this, but the whole thing left a disagreeable taste in Eugene's mouth. He did not like scenes. He preferred the lofty indifference of Miriam, the gay subterfuge of Norma, the supreme stoicism of Christina Channing. This noisy, tempestuous, angry emotion was not quite the thing to have introduced into his life. He did not see how that would make for love between them. Still, Angela was sweet, he thought. She was a little girl, not as wise as Norma Whitmore, nor as self-protective as Miriam Finch or Christina Channing. Perhaps, after all, she needed his care and affection. Maybe it was best for her and for him that he had married her. So thinking, he rocked her in his arms, and Angela, lying there, was satisfied. She had won a most important victory. She was starting right. She was starting Eugene right. She would get the moral, mental, and emotional upper hand of him and keep it. Then these women, who thought themselves so superior, could go their way. She would have Eugene, and he would be a great man, and she would be his wife. That was all she wanted. The result of Angela's outburst was that Eugene hastened to notify those whom he had not already informed. Schottmeyer, his father and mother, Sylvia, Myrtle, Hudson Dula, and received in return cards and letters of congratulation expressing surprise and interest, which he presented to Angela in a conciliatory spirit. She realized, after it was all over, that she had given him an unpleasant shock, and was anxious to make up to him in personal affection what she had apparently compelled him to suffer for policy's sake. Eugene did not know that in Angela, despite her smallness of body and what seemed to him her babyishness of spirit, he had to deal with a thinking woman who was quite wise as to ways and means of handling her personal affairs. She was, of course, whirled in the maelstrom of her affection for Eugene, and this was confusing, and she did not understand the emotional and philosophic reaches of his mind. But she did understand instinctively what made for a stable relationship between husband and wife, and between any married couple and the world. To her, the utterance of the marriage vow meant just what it said, that they would cleave each to the other. There should be henceforth no thoughts, feelings, or emotions, and decidedly no actions which would not conform with the letter and the spirit of the marriage vow. Eugene had sensed something of this, but not accurately or completely. He did not correctly estimate either the courage or the rigidity of her beliefs and convictions. He thought that her character might possibly partake of some of his own easy tolerance and good nature. She must know that people, men particularly, were more or less unstable in their make-up. Life could not be governed by hard and fast rules. Why, everybody knew that. You might try, and you should hold yourself in check as much as possible, for the sake of self-preservation and social appearances. But if you erred, and you might easily, it was no crime. Certainly it was no crime to look at another woman longingly. If you went astray, overbalanced by your desires, wasn't it, after all, in the scheme of things? Did we make our desires? Certainly we did not. And if we did not succeed completely in controlling them, well... The drift of life into which they now settled was interesting enough, though for Eugene it was complicated with the thought of possible failure. For he was, as might well be expected, of such a temperament, of a worrying nature, and inclined, in his hours of ordinary effort, to look on the dark side of things. The fact that he had married Angela against his will, the fact that he had no definite art connections which produced him as yet anything more than $2,000 a year, the fact that he had assumed financial obligations which doubled the cost of food, clothing, entertainment, and rent, for their studio was costing him $30 more than had his share of the Smite McHugh chambers weighed on him. The dinner which he had given to Smite and McHugh had cost about $8 over and above the ordinary expenses of the week. Others of a similar character would cost as much and more. He would have to take Angela to the theater occasionally. There would be the need of furnishing a new studio the following fall, unless another such windfall as this manifested itself. Although Angela had equipped herself with a varied and serviceable trousseau, her clothes would not last forever. Odd necessities began to crop up not long after they were married, and he began to see that if they lived with anything like the freedom and care with which he had before he was married, his income would have to be larger and surer. The energy which these thoughts provoked was not without result. For one thing, he sent the original of the East Side picture, 6 o'clock, to the American Academy of Design exhibition, a thing which he might have done long before, but failed to do. Angela had heard from Eugene that the National Academy of Design was a forum for the display of art to which the public was invited or admitted for a charge. To have a picture accepted by the society and hung on the line was, in its way, a mark of merit and approval, though Eugene did not think very highly of it. All the pictures were judged by a jury of artists, which decided whether they should be admitted or rejected, and, if admitted, whether they should be given a place of honor or hung in some inconspicuous position. To be hung on the line was to have your picture placed in the lower tier, where the light was excellent and the public could get a good view of it. Eugene had thought the first 2 years he was in New York that he was really not sufficiently experienced or meritorious, and the previous year he had thought that he would hoard all that he was doing for his first appearance in some exhibition of his own, thinking the National Academy commonplace and retrogressive. The exhibitions he had seen thus far had been full of commonplace, dead and alive stuff, he thought. It was no great honor to be admitted to such a collection. Now, because McHugh was trying, and because he had accumulated nearly enough pictures for an exhibition at a private gallery which he hoped to interest, he was anxious to see what the standard body of American artists thought of his work. They might reject him. If so, that would merely prove that they did not recognize a radical departure from accepted methods and subject matter as art. The Impressionists, he understood, were being so ignored. Later they would accept him. If he were admitted, it would simply mean that they knew better than he believed they did. "I believe I will do it," he said. "I'd like to know what they think of my stuff anyhow." The picture was sent as he had planned, and to his immense satisfaction it was accepted and hung. It did not, for some reason, attract as much attention as it might, but it was not without its modicum of praise. Owen Overman, the poet, met him in the general reception entrance of the Academy on the opening night, and congratulated him sincerely. "I remember seeing that, in truth," he said, "but it's much better in the original. It's fine. You ought to do a lot of those things." "I am," replied Eugene. "I expect to have a show of my own one of these days." He called Angela, who had wandered away to look at a piece of statuary, and introduced her. "I was just telling your husband how much I like his picture," Overman informed her. Angela was flattered that her husband was so much of a personage that he could have his picture hung in a great exhibition such as this, with its walls crowded with what seemed to her magnificent canvases, and its rooms filled with important and distinguished people. As they strolled about, Eugene pointed out to her this well-known artist and that writer, saying almost always that they were very able. He knew 3 or 4 of the celebrated collectors, prize givers, and art patrons by sight, and told Angela who they were. There were a number of striking-looking models present, whom Eugene knew either by reputation, whispered comment of friends, or personally. Zelma Desmond, who had posed for Eugene, Helda Anderson, Anna Magruder, and Laura Matthewson, among others. Angela was struck and, in a way, taken by the dash and beauty of these girls. They carried themselves with an air of personal freedom and courage which surprised her. Hedda Anderson was bold in her appearance, but immensely smart. Her manner seemed to comment on the ordinary woman as being indifferent and not worth while. She looked at Angela walking with Eugene and wondered who she was. "Isn't she striking?" observed Angela, not knowing she was anyone whom Eugene knew. "I know her well," he replied. "She's a model." Just then Miss Anderson, in return for his nod, gave him a fetching smile. Angela chilled. Elizabeth Stein passed by, and he nodded to her. "Who is she?" asked Angela. "She's a socialist agitator and radical. She sometimes speaks from a soapbox on the East Side." Angela studied her carefully. Her waxen complexion, smooth black hair, laid in even plaits over her forehead, her straight, thin, chiseled nose, even red lips, and low forehead indicated a daring and subtle soul. Angela did not understand her. She could not understand a girl as good-looking as that doing any such thing as Eugene said, and yet she had a bold, rather free and easy air. She thought Eugene certainly knew strange people. He introduced her to William McConnell, Hudson Dula, who had not yet been to see them, Jan Janssen, Louis Deesa, Leonard Baker, and Paynter Stone. In regard to Eugene's picture, the papers, with one exception, had nothing to say, but this one in both Eugene's and Angela's minds made up for all the others. It was the Evening Sun, a most excellent medium for art opinion, and it was very definite in its conclusion in regard to this particular work. The statement was: "A new painter, Eugene Witla, has an oil entitled 6 o'clock, which for directness, virility, sympathy, faithfulness to detail, and what, for want of a better term, we may call totality of spirit, is quite the best thing in the exhibition. It looks rather out of place surrounded by the weak and spindling interpretations of scenery and water which so readily find a place in the exhibition of the Academy, but it is none the weaker for that. The artist has a new crude, raw, and almost rough method, but his picture seems to say quite clearly what he sees and feels. He may have to wait, if this is not a single burst of ability, but he will have a hearing. There is no question of that. Eugene Witla is an artist." Eugene thrilled when he read this commentary. It was quite what he would have said himself if he had dared. Angela was beside herself with joy. Who was the critic who had said this, they wondered? What was he like? He must be truly an intellectual personage. Eugene wanted to go and look him up. If one saw his talent now, others would see it later. It was for this reason, though the picture subsequently came back to him unsold and unmentioned so far as merit or prizes were concerned, that he decided to try for an exhibition of his own. The hope of fame, what hours of speculation, what pulses of enthusiasm, What fevers of effort are based on that peculiarly subtle illusion! It is yet the lure, the ignis fatuus of almost every breathing heart. In the young particularly, it burns with the sweetness and perfume of spring fires. Then, most of all, does there seem substantial reality in the shadow of fame. Those deep, beautiful illusions which tremendous figures throw over the world. Attainable, it seems, must be the peace and plenty and sweet content of fame. That glamour of achievement that never was on sea or land. Fame partakes of the beauty and the freshness of the morning. It has in it the odor of the rose, the feel of rich satin, the color of the cheeks of youth. If we could but be famous when we dream of fame, and not when locks are tinged with gray, faces seamed with the lines that speak of past struggles, and eyes wearied with the tensity, the longings, and the despair of years. To bestride the world in the morning of life, to walk amid the plaudits and huzzas when love and faith are young, to feel youth and the world's affection when youth and health are sweet, what dream is that, of pure sunlight and moonlight compounded, a sun-kissed breath of the mist in the sky, the reflection of moonlight upon water, the remembrance of dreams to the waking mind. Of such is fame in our youth, and never afterward. By such an illusion was Eugene's mind possessed. He had no conception of what life would bring him for his efforts. He thought if he could have his pictures hung in a Fifth Avenue gallery, much as he had seen Bouguereau's Venus in Chicago, with people coming as he had come on that occasion, it would be of great comfort and satisfaction to him. If he could paint something which would be purchased by the Metropolitan Museum in New York, he would then be somewhat of a classic figure, ranking with Corot, Daubigny, and Rousseau of the French, or with Turner and Watts and Millet of the English, the leading artistic figures of his pantheon. These men seemed to have something which he did not have, he thought, a greater breadth of technique, a finer comprehension of color and character, a feeling for the subtleties at the back of life which somehow showed through what they did. Larger experience, larger vision, larger feeling. These things seemed to be eminent in the great pictures exhibited here, and it made him a little uncertain of himself. Only the criticism in the Evening Sun fortified him against all thought of failure. He was an artist. He gathered up the various oils he had done. There were some 26 all told now, scenes of the rivers, the streets, the night life, and so forth, and went over them carefully, touching up details which in the beginning he had merely sketched or indicated, adding to the force of a spot of color here, modifying a tone or shade there, and finally, after much brooding over the possible result, set forth to find a gallery which would give them place and commercial approval. Eugene's feeling was that they were a little raw and sketchy, that they might not have sufficient human appeal, seeing that they dealt with factory architecture at times, scows, tugs, engines, the elevated roads in raw reds, yellows, and blacks. But McHugh, Dula, Smite, Miss Finch, Christina, the Evening Sun, Norma Whitmore, all had praised them, or some of them. Was not the world much more interested in the form and spirit of classic beauty, such as that represented by Sir John Millais? Would it not prefer Rossetti's Blessed Damozel to any street scene ever painted? He could never be sure. In the very hour of his triumph, when the Sun had just praised his picture, there lurked the specter of possible intrinsic weakness. Did the world wish this sort of thing? Would it ever buy of him? Was he of any real value? No, artist heart, one might have answered, of no more value than any other worker of existence, and no less. The sunlight on the corn, the color of dawn in the maid's cheek, the moonlight on the water, these are of value and of no value according to the soul to whom is the appeal. Fear not. Of dreams and the beauty of dreams is the world compounded. Keller and Sons, purveyor of artistic treasures by both past and present masters, with offices in Fifth Avenue near 28th Street, was the one truly significant firm of art dealers in the city. The pictures in the windows of Keller and Sons, the exhibitions in their very exclusive showrooms, the general approval which their discriminating taste evoked, had attracted the attention of artists and the lay public for fully 30 years. Eugene had followed their shows with interest ever since he had been in New York. He had seen every now and then a most astonishing picture of one school or another displayed in their imposing shop window, and had heard artists comment from time to time on other things there with considerable enthusiasm. The first important picture of the impressionistic school, A Heavy Spring Rain in a Grove of Silver Poplars by Winthrop, had been shown in the window of this firm, fascinating Eugene with its technique. He had encountered here collections of Aubrey Beardsley decadent drawings, of Helleu's silver points, of Rodin's astonishing sculptors, and Thoreau's solid Scandinavian eclecticism. This house appeared to have capable artistic connections all over the world, for the latest art force in Italy, Spain, Switzerland, or Sweden was quite as likely to find its timely expression here as the more accredited work of England, Germany, or France. Keller and Son were art connoisseurs in the best sense of the word, and although the German founder of the house had died many years before, its management and taste had never deteriorated. Eugene did not know at this time how very difficult it was to obtain an exhibition under Kellner's auspices, they being overcrowded with offers of art material and appeals for display from celebrated artists who were quite willing and able to pay for the space and time they occupied. A fixed charge was made, never deviated from, except in rare instances where the talent of the artist, his poverty, and the advisability of the exhibition were extreme. $200 was considered little enough for the use of one of their showrooms for 10 days. Eugene had no such sum to spare, but one day in January, without any real knowledge as to what the conditions were, he carried 4 of the reproductions which had been made from time to time, in truth, to the office of Mr. Keller, certain that he had something to show. Miss Whitmore had indicated to him that Eberhard Zang wanted him to come and see him, but he thought if he was going anywhere, he would prefer to go to Kellner and Son. He wanted to explain to Mr. Kellner, if there was such a person, that he had many more paintings which he considered even better, more expressive of his growing understanding of American life and of himself and his technique. He went in timidly, albeit with quite an air, for this adventure disturbed him much. The American manager of Kellner and Son, Monsieur Anatole Charles, was a Frenchman by birth and training, familiar with the spirit and history of French art, and with the drift and tendency of art in various other sections of the world. He had been sent here by the Home Office in Berlin, not only because of his very thorough training in English art ways, and because of his ability to select that type of picture which would attract attention and bring credit and prosperity to the house here and abroad, but also because of his ability to make friends among the rich and powerful wherever he was, and to sell one type of important picture after another, having some knack or magnetic capacity for attracting to him those who cared for good art and were willing to pay for it. His specialties, of course, were the canvases of the eminently successful artists in various parts of the world, the living successful. He knew by experience what sold, here, in France, in England, in Germany. He was convinced that there was practically nothing of value in American art as yet, certainly not from the commercial point of view, and very little from the artistic. Beyond a few canvases by Ines, Homer, Sargent, Abbey, Whistler, men who were more foreign or rather universal than American in their attitude, he considered that the American art spirit was as yet
young and raw and crude. "They do not seem to be grown up as yet over here," he said to his intimate friends. "They paint little things in a forceful way, but they do not seem as yet to see things as a whole. I miss that sense of the universe in miniature which we find in the canvases of so many of the great Europeans. They are better illustrators than artists over here. Why, I don't know." Monsieur Anatole Charles spoke English almost more than perfectly. He was an example of your true man of the world, polished, dignified, immaculately dressed, conservative in thought, and of few words in expression. Critics and art enthusiasts were constantly running to him with this and that suggestion in regard to this and that artist. But he only lifted his sophisticated eyebrows, curled his superior mustachios, pulled at his highly artistic goatee, and exclaimed, "Ah!" or "So!" He asserted always that he was most anxious to find talent, profitable talent, though on occasion, and he would demonstrate that by an outward wave of his hands and a shrug of his shoulders. The house of Kellner and Son was not averse to doing what it could for art, and that for art's sake, without any thought of profit whatsoever. "Where are your artists?" he would ask. "I look and look. Whistler, Abbey, Inness, Sargent. Ah, they are old. Where are the new ones?" "Well, this one," the critic would probably persist. "Well, well, I shall look. But I have little hope, very, very little hope." He was constantly appearing under such pressure, at this studio and that, examining, criticizing. Alas, he selected the work of but few artists for purpose of public exhibition, and usually charged them well for it. It was this man, polished, artistically superb in his way, whom Eugene was destined to meet this morning. When he entered the sumptuously furnished office of Monsieur Charles, the latter arose. He was seated at a little rosewood desk lighted by a lamp with green silk shade. One glance told him that Eugene was an artist, very likely of ability, more than likely of a sensitive, high-strung nature. He had long since learned that politeness and savoir-faire cost nothing. It was the first essential so far as the goodwill of an artist was concerned. Eugene's card and message, brought by a uniformed attendant, had indicated the nature of his business. As he approached, Monsieur Charles's raised eyebrows indicated that he would be very pleased to know what he could do for Mr. Witla. "I should like to show you several reproductions of pictures of mine," began Eugene, in his most courageous manner. "I have been working on a number with a view to making a show, and I thought that possibly you might be interested in looking at them with a view to displaying them for me. I have 26 all told, and—" "Ah, that is a difficult thing to suggest," replied Monsieur Charles cautiously. "We have a great many exhibitions scheduled now, enough to carry us through 2 years if we considered nothing more. Obligations to artists with whom we have dealt in the past take up a great deal of our time. Contracts which our Berlin and Paris branches enter into sometimes crowd out our local shows entirely. Of course we are always anxious to make interesting exhibitions if opportunity should permit. You know our charges?" "No," said Eugene, surprised that there should be any. $200 for 2 weeks. We do not take exhibitions for less than that time." Eugene's countenance fell. He had expected quite a different reception. Nevertheless, since he had brought them, he untied the tape of the portfolio in which the prints were laid. Monsieur Charles looked at them curiously. He was much impressed with the picture of the East Side crowd at first, but looking at one of Fifth Avenue in a snowstorm, the battered, shabby bus pulled by a team of lean, unkempt, bony horses, he paused, struck by its force. He liked the delineation of swirling, wind-driven snow, the emptiness of this thoroughfare usually so crowded, the buttoned, huddled, hunched, withdrawn look of those who traveled it, the exceptional details of piles of snow sifted on to window sills and ledges
and in the doorways and on the windows of the bust itself attracted his attention. "An effective detail," he said to Eugene, as one critic might say to another, pointing to a line of white snow on the window of one side of the bust. Another dash of snow on a man's hat rim took his eye also. "I can feel the wind," he added. Eugene smiled. Monsieur Charles passed on in silence to the steaming tug coming up the East River in the dark, hauling two great freight barges. He was saying to himself that after all Eugene's art was that of merely seizing upon the obviously dramatic. It wasn't so much the art of color composition and life analysis as it was stagecraft. The man before him had the ability to see the dramatic side of life. Still, he turned to the last reproduction, which was that of Greeley Square in a drizzling rain. Eugene, by some mystery of his art, had caught the exact texture of seeping water on gray stones in the glare of various electric lights. He had caught the values of various kinds of lights, those in cabs, those in cable cars, those in shop windows, those in street lamps, relieving by them the dark shadows of the crowds and of the sky. The color work here was unmistakably good. "How large are the originals of these?" he asked thoughtfully. "Nearly all of them 30 by 40. Eugene could not tell by his manner whether he was merely curious or interested. "All of them done in oil, I fancy." "Yes, all." "They are not bad, I must say," he observed cautiously. "A little persistently dramatic, but—" "These reproductions," began Eugene, hoping by criticizing the press work to interest him in the superior quality of the originals. "Yes, I see," Monsieur Charles interrupted, knowing full well what was coming. "They are very bad. Still they show well enough what the originals are like. Where's your studio?" 61 Washington Square. "As I say," went on Monsieur Charles, noting the address on Eugene's card, "the opportunity for exhibition purposes is very limited and our charge is rather high. We have so many things we would like to exhibit, so many things we must exhibit. It is hard to say when the situation would permit. If you are interested, I might come and see them sometime." Eugene looked perturbed. $200. $200. Could he afford it? It would mean so much to him. And yet the man was not at all anxious to rent him the showroom at even this price. "I will come," said Monsieur Charles, seeing his mood, "if you wish." "That is what you want me to do. We have to be careful of what we exhibit here. It isn't as if it were an ordinary showroom. I will drop you a card some day when occasion offers, if you wish, and you can let me know whether the time I suggest is all right. I am rather anxious to see these scenes of yours. They are very good of their kind. It may be, one never can tell, an opportunity might offer, a week or 10 days, somewhere in between other things." Eugene sighed inwardly. So this was how things were done. It wasn't very flattering. Still, he must have an exhibition. He could afford 200 if he had to. An exhibition elsewhere would not be so valuable. He had expected to make a better impression than this. "I wish you would come," he said, at last, meditatively. "I think I should like the space if I can get it. I would like to know what you think." Monsieur Charles raised his eyebrows. "Very well," he said. "I will communicate with you." Eugene went out. What a poor thing this exhibiting business was, he thought. Here he had been dreaming of an exhibition at Kellner's which should be brought about without charge to him because they were tremendously impressed with his work. Now they did not even want his pictures, would charge him $200 to show them. It was a great come-down, very discouraging. Still he went home thinking it would do him some good. The critics would discuss his work just as they did that of other artists. They would have to see what he could do. Should it be that at last this thing which he had dreamed of and so deliberately planned had come true? He had thought of an exhibition at Kellner's as the last joyous thing to be attained in the world of rising art, and now it looked as though he was near it.
It might actually be coming to pass. This man wanted to see the rest of his work. He was not opposed to looking at them. What a triumph even that was! It was some little time before Monsieur Charles condescended to write, saying that if it was agreeable he would call Wednesday morning, January 16th, at 10 a.m. But the letter finally did come, and this dispelled all his intermediary doubts and fears. At last he was to have a hearing. This man might see something in his work, possibly take a fancy to it. Who could tell? He showed the letter to Angela with an easy air, as though it were quite a matter of course, but he felt intensely hopeful. Angela put the studio in perfect order, for she knew what this visit meant to Eugene, and in her eager, faithful way was anxious to help him as much as possible. She bought flowers from the Italian florist at the corner and put them in vases here and there. She swept and dusted, dressed herself immaculately in her most becoming house dress, and waited with nerves at high tension for the fateful ring of the doorbell. Eugene pretended to work at one of his pictures, which he had done long before, the raw, jangling wall of an East Side street, with its swarm of children, its shabby push-carts, its mass of eager, shuffling, pushing mortals, the sense of a rugged ground life running all through it. But he had no heart for the work. He was asking himself over and over what Monsieur Charles would think. Thank heaven the studio looked so charming. Thank heaven Angela was so dainty in her pale green gown with a single red coral pin at her throat. He walked to the window and stared out at Washington Square with its bare, wind-shaken branches of trees, its snow, its ant-like pedestrians hurrying here and there. If he were only rich, how peacefully he would paint. Monsieur Charles could go to the devil. The doorbell rang. Angela clicked the button, and up came Monsieur Charles quietly. They could hear his steps in the hall. He knocked, and Eugene answered, decidedly nervous in his mind, but outwardly calm and dignified. Monsieur Charles entered, clad in a fur-lined overcoat, fur cap, and yellow chamois gloves. "Ah, good morning," said Monsieur Charles in greeting. "A fine bracing day, isn't it? What a charming view you have here. Mrs. Witla, I'm delighted to meet you. I am a little late, but I was unavoidably detained. One of our German associates is in the city." He divested himself of his greatcoat and rubbed his hands before the fire. He tried, now that he had unbent so far, to be genial and considerate. If he and Eugene were to do any business in the future, it must be so. Besides, the picture on the easel before him near the window, which for the time being he pretended not to see, was an astonishing, virile thing. Of whose work did it remind him? Anybody's? He confessed to himself, as he stirred around among the numerous art memories, that he recalled nothing exactly like it. Raw reds, raw greens, dirty gray paving stones. Such faces! Why, this thing fairly shouted its facts. It seemed to say, I'm dirty, I am commonplace, I am grim, I am shabby, but I am life. And there was no apologizing for anything in it, no glossing anything over. Bang, smash, crack, came the facts, one after another, with a bitter, brutal insistence on their so-ness. Why, on moody days, when he had felt sour and depressed, he had seen somewhere a street that looked like this, and there it was, dirty, sad, slovenly, immoral, drunken, anything, everything, but here it was. Thank God for a realist, he said to himself, as he looked, for he knew life, this cold connoisseur, but he made no sign. He looked at the tall, slim frame of Eugene, his cheeks slightly sunken, his eyes bright, an artist every inch of him. And then at Angela, small, eager, a sweet, loving little woman, and he was glad that he was going to be able to say that he would exhibit these things. "Well," he said, pretending to look at the picture on the easel for the first time, "we might as well begin to look at these things. I see you have one here. Very good, I think, quite forceful. What others have you?" Eugene was afraid this one hadn't appealed to him as much as he hoped it would, and set it aside quickly, picking up the second in the stock which stood against the wall, covered by a green curtain. It was the three engines entering the great freight yard abreast, the smoke of the engines towering straight up like tall whitish gray plumes in the damp cold air, the sky lowering with blackish gray clouds, the red and yellow and blue cars standing out in the sodden darkness because of the water. You could feel the cold wet drizzle, the soppy tracks, the weariness of throwing switches. There was a lone brakeman in the foreground throwing a red brake signal. He was quite black and evidently wet. "A symphony in gray," said M. Charles succinctly. They came swiftly after this, without much comment from either, Eugene putting one canvas after another before him, leaving it for a few moments, and replacing it with another. His estimate of his own work did not rise very rapidly, for M. Charles was persistently distant, but the latter could not help voicing approval of After the Theater, a painting full of the wonder and bustle of a night crowd under sputtering electric lamps. He saw that Eugene had covered almost every phase of what might be called the dramatic spectacle in the public life of the city, and much that did not appear dramatic until he touched it. The empty canyon of Broadway at 3 o'clock in the morning. A long line of giant milk wagons, swinging curious lanterns, coming up from the docks at 4 o'clock in the morning. A plunging parade of fire vehicles, the engines steaming smoke, the people running or staring open-mouthed, a crowd of polite society figures emerging from the opera, the bread line, an Italian boy throwing pigeons in the air from a basket on his arm in a crowded lower West Side street. Everything he touched seemed to have romance and beauty, and yet it was real and mostly grim and shabby. "I congratulate you, Mr. Witla," finally exclaimed M. Charles, moved by the ability of the man and the feeling that caution was no longer necessary. "To me this is wonderful material, much more effective than the reproductions show, dramatic and true. I question whether you will make any money out of it. There is very little sale for American art in this country. It might almost do better in Europe. It ought to sell, but that is another matter. The best things do not always sell readily. It takes time. Still, I will do what I can. I will give these pictures a 2 weeks' display early in April without any charge to you whatever." Eugene started. "I will call them to the attention of those who know. I will speak to those who buy. It is an honor, I assure you, to do this. I consider you an artist in every sense of the word. I might say a great artist. You ought, if you preserve yourself sanely and with caution, to go far, very far. I shall be glad to send for these when the time comes." Eugene did not know how to reply to this. He did not quite understand the European seriousness of method, its appreciation of genius, which was thus so easily and sincerely expressed in a formal way. M. Charles meant every word he said. This was one of those rare and gratifying moments of his life when he was permitted to extend to waiting and unrecognized genius the assurance of the consideration and approval of the world. He stood there waiting to hear what Eugene would say, but the latter only flushed under his pale skin. "I'm very glad," he said at last, in his rather commonplace, offhand American way. "I thought they were pretty good, but I wasn't sure. I'm very grateful to you." "You need not feel gratitude toward me," returned M. Charles, now modifying his formal manner. "You can congratulate yourself, your art. I am honored, as I tell you. We will make a fine display of them. You have no frames for these? Well, never mind. I will lend you frames." He smiled and shook Eugene's hand and congratulated Angela. She had listened to this address with astonishment and swelling pride. She had perceived, despite Eugene's manner, the anxiety he was feeling, the intense hopes he was building on the outcome of this meeting. M. Charles' opening manner had deceived her. She had felt that he did not care so much after all, and that Eugene was going to be disappointed. Now, when this burst of approval came, she hardly knew what to make of it. She looked at Eugene and saw that he was intensely moved by not only a sense of relief, but pride and joy. His pale, dark face showed it. To see this load of care taken off him, whom she loved so deeply, was enough to unsettle Angela. She found herself stirred in a pathetic way, and now, when M. Charles turned to her, tears welled to her eyes. "Don't cry, Mrs. Witla," he said grandly on seeing this. "You have a right to be proud of your husband. He's a great artist. You should take care of him." "Oh, I'm so happy," half laughed and half sobbed Angela. "I can't help it." She went over to where Eugene was and put her face against his coat. Eugene slipped his arm about her and smiled sympathetically. M. Charles smiled also, proud of the effect of his words. "You both have a right to feel very happy," he said. Little Angela, thought Eugene, this was your true wife for you. Your good woman. Her husband's success meant all to her. She had no life of her own, nothing outside of him and his good fortune. M. Charles smiled. "Well, I will be going now," he said finally. "I will send for the pictures when the time comes. And meanwhile, you two must come with me to dinner. I will let you know." He bowed himself out with many assurances of good will, and then Angela and Eugene looked at each other. "Oh, isn't it lovely, Honeybun?" she cried, half giggling, half crying. She had begun to call him Honeybun the first day they were married. "My Eugene, a great artist. He said it was a great honor. Isn't that lovely? And all the world is going to know it soon. Now, isn't that fine? Oh, dear, I'm so proud." And she threw her arms ecstatically about his neck. Eugene kissed her affectionately. He was not thinking so much of her as he was of Kellner and Son, their great exhibit room, the appearance of these 27 or 30 great pictures in gold frames, the spectators who might come to see, the newspaper criticisms, the voices of approval. Now all his artist friends would know that he was considered a great artist. He was to have a chance to associate on equal terms with men like Sargent and Whistler if he ever met them. The world would hear of him widely. His fame might go to the uttermost parts of the earth. He went to the window after a time and looked out. There came back to his mind Alexandria, the printing shop, the People's Furniture Company in Chicago, the Art Students' League, the Daily Globe. Surely he had come by devious paths. "Gee," he exclaimed at last simply, "Smite and McHugh will be glad to hear this. I'll have to go over and tell them." The exhibition which followed in April was one of those things which happen to fortunate souls, a complete flowering out before the eyes of the world of its feelings, emotions, perceptions, and understanding. We all have our feelings and emotions, but lack the power of self-expression. It is true, the work and actions of any man are to some degree expressions of character, but this is a different thing. The details of most lives are not held up for public examination at any given time. We do not see succinctly in any given place just what an individual thinks and feels. Even the artist is not always or often given the opportunity of collected public expression under conspicuous artistic auspices. Some are so fortunate, many are not. Eugene realized that fortune was showering its favors upon him. When the time came, M. Charles was so kind as to send for the pictures and to arrange all the details. He had decided with Eugene that because of the vigor of treatment and the prevailing color scheme, black frames would be the best. The principal exhibition room on the ground floor, in which these paintings were to be hung, was heavily draped in red velvet, and against this background the different pictures stood out effectively. Eugene visited the showroom
at the time the pictures were being hung with Angela, with Smite and McHugh, Schottmeyer and others. He had long since notified Norma Whitmore and Miriam Finch, but not the latter until after Wheeler had had time to tell her. This also chagrined her, for she felt in this, as she had about his marriage, that he was purposely neglecting her. The dream finally materialized. A room 18 by 40, hung with dark red velvet, irradiated with a soft illuminating glow from hidden lamps, in which Eugene's pictures stood forth in all their rawness and reality, almost as vigorous as life itself. To some people, those who do not see life clearly and directly, but only through other people's eyes, they seemed more so. For this reason Eugene's exhibition of pictures was an astonishing thing to most of those who saw it. It concerned phases of life which in the main they had but casually glanced at, things which because they were commonplace and customary were supposedly beyond the pale of artistic significance. One picture in particular, a great hulking, ungainly Negro, a positively animal man, his ears thick and projecting, his lips fat, his nose flat, his cheekbones prominent, his whole body expressing brute strength and animal indifference to dirt and cold, illustrated this point particularly. He was standing in a cheap, commonplace East Side street. The time evidently was a January or February morning. His business was driving an ash cart, and his occupation at that moment, illustrated by the picture, was that of lifting a great can of mixed ashes, paper, and garbage to the edge of the ungainly iron wagon. His hands were immense, and were covered with great red patched woolen and leather gloves, dirty, bulbous, inconvenient, one would have said. His head and ears were swaddled about by a red flannel shawl or strip of cloth, which was knotted under his pugnacious chin, and his forehead, shawl and all, surmounted by a brown canvas cap with his badge and number as a garbage driver on it. About his waist was tied a great piece of rough coffee sacking, and his arms and legs looked as though he might have on 2 or 3 pair of trousers and as many vests. He was looking purblindly down the shabby street, its hard crisp snow littered with tin cans, paper, bits of slop and offal. Dust, gray ash dust, was flying from his upturned can. In the distance behind him was a milk wagon, a few pedestrians, and a thinly clad girl coming out of a delicatessen store. Overhead were dull, small-paned windows, some shutters with a few of their slats broken out, a frowsy-headed man looking out, evidently to see whether the day was cold. Eugene was so cruel in his indictment of life. He seemed to lay on his details with bitter lack of consideration. Like a slave driver lashing a slave, he spared no least shade of his cutting brush. Thus, and thus, and thus, he seemed to say, is it. What do you think of this, and this, and this? People came and stared. Young society matrons, art dealers, art critics, the literary element who were interested in art, some musicians, and because the newspapers made a special mention of it, quite a number of those who run wherever they imagine there is something interesting to see. It was quite a notable 2 weeks' display. Miriam Finch, though she never admitted to Eugene that she had seen it, she would not give him that satisfaction. Norma Whitmore, William McConnell, Louis Dessa, Owen Overman, Paynter Stone, the whole ruck and rabble of literary and artistic life came. There were artists of great ability there whom Eugene had never seen before. It would have pleased him immensely if he had chanced to see several of the city's most distinguished social leaders looking, at one time and another, at his pictures. All his observers were astonished at his virility, curious as to his personality, curious as to what motive or significance or point of view it might have. The more eclectically cultured turned to the newspapers to see what the art critics would say of this, how they would label it. Because of the force of the work, the dignity and critical judgment of Kellner and Son, the fact that the public of its own instinct and volition was interested, most of the criticisms were favorable. One art publication, connected with and representative of the conservative tendencies of a great publishing house, denied the merit of the collection as a whole, ridiculed the artist's insistence on shabby details as having artistic merit, denied that he could draw accurately, denied that he was a lover of pure beauty, and accused him of having no higher ideal than that of desire to shock the current masses by painting brutal things brutally. Mr. Witla, wrote this critic, would no doubt be flattered if he were referred to as an American Millet. The brutal exaggeration of the painter's art would probably testify to him of his own merit. He is mistaken. The great Frenchman was a lover of humanity, a reformer in spirit, a master of drawing and composition. There was nothing of this cheap desire to startle and offend by what he did. If we are to have ashcans and engines and broken-down bus horses thrust down our throats as art, heaven preserve us. We had better turn to commonplace photography at once and be done with it. Broken window shutters, dirty pavements, half-frozen ash-cart drivers, overdrawn, heavily exaggerated figures of policemen, tenement harridans, beggars, panhandlers, sandwich men, of such is art according to Eugene Witla. Eugene winced when he read this. For the time being it seemed true enough. His art was shabby, yet there were others like Luke Severus who went to the other extreme. A true sense of the pathetic, a true sense of the dramatic, the ability to endow color, not with its photographic value, though to the current thought it may seem so, but with its higher spiritual significance, the ability to indict life with its own grossness, to charge it prophetically with its own meanness and cruelty in order that mayhap it may heal itself, the ability to see wherein is beauty, even in shame and pathos and degradation. Of such is this man's work. He comes from the soil apparently, fresh to a great task. There is no fear here, no bowing to traditions, no recognition of any of the accepted methods. It is probable that he may not know what the accepted methods are. So much the better. We have a new method. The world is the richer for that. As we have said before, Mr. Witla may have to wait for his recognition. It is certain that these pictures will not be quickly purchased and hung in parlors. The average art lover does not take to a new thing so readily. But if he persevere, if his art does not fail him, his turn will come. It cannot fail. He is a great artist. May he live to realize it consciously and in his own soul. Tears leaped to Eugene's eyes when he read this. The thought that he was a medium for some noble and superhuman purpose thickened the chords in his throat until they felt like a lump. He wanted to be a great artist. He wanted to be worthy of the appreciation that was thus extended to him. He thought of all the writers and artists and musicians and connoisseurs of pictures who would read this and remember him. It was just possible that from now onwards some of his pictures would sell. He would be so glad to devote himself to this sort of thing, to quit magazine illustration entirely. How ridiculous the latter was! How confined and unimportant! Henceforth, unless driven by sheer necessity, he would do it no more. They should beg in vain. He was an artist in the true sense of the word, a great painter, ranking with Whistler, Sargent, Velasquez, and Turner. Let the magazines with their little ephemeral circulation go their way. He was for the whole world. He stood at the window of his studio one day, while the exhibition was still in progress, Angela by his side, thinking of all the fine things that had been said. No picture had been sold, but Monsieur Charles told him that some might be taken before it was all over. "I think if I make any money out of this," he said to Angela, "we will go to Paris this summer. I have always wanted to see Paris. In the fall we'll come back and take a studio uptown. They are building some dandy ones up in 65th Street." He was thinking of the artists
who could pay $3,000 and $4,000 a year for a studio. He was thinking of men who made $400, $500, $600, and even $800 out of every picture they painted. If he could do that, or if he could get a contract for a mural decoration for next winter. He had very little money laid by. He had spent most of his time this winter working with these pictures. "Oh, Eugene," exclaimed Angela, "it seems so wonderful. I can hardly believe it. You, a really, truly great artist, and us going to Paris. Oh, isn't that beautiful? It seems like a dream. I think and think, but it's hard to believe that I am here sometimes, and that your pictures are up at Kellner's, and oh." She clung to him in an ecstasy of delight. Out in the park the leaves were just budding. It looked as though the whole square were hung with transparent green net, spangled, as was the net in his room, with tiny green leaves. Songsters were idling in the sun. Sparrows were flying noisily about in small clouds. Pigeons were picking lazily between the car tracks of the street below. I might get a group of pictures illustrative of Paris. You can't tell what we'll find. Charles says he will have another exhibition for me next spring, if I get the material ready. He pushed his arms above his head and yawned deliciously. He wondered what Miss Finch thought now. He wondered where Christina Channing was. There was never a word in the papers yet as to what had become of her. He knew what Norma Whitmore thought. She was apparently as happy as though the exhibition had been her own. "Well, I must go and get your lunch, Honeybun," exclaimed Angela. "I have to go to Mr. Gialetti, the grocer, and Mr. Ruggiere, the vegetable man." She laughed, for the Italian names amused her. Eugene went back to his easel. He was thinking of Christina. Where was she? At that moment, if he had known, she was looking at his pictures, only newly returned from Europe. She had seen a notice in the Evening Post. Such work, Christina thought, such force. Oh, what a delightful artist. And he was with me. Her mind went back to Florizel and the amphitheater among the trees. He called me Diana of the mountains, she thought. His hamadryad, his huntress of the morn. She knew he was married. An acquaintance of hers had written in December. The past was past with her. She wanted no more of it. But it was beautiful to think upon, a delicious memory. What a queer girl I am, she thought. Still she wished she could see him again. Not face to face, but somewhere where he could not see her. She wondered if he was changing, if he would ever change. He was so beautiful then, to her. Paris now loomed bright in Eugene's imagination, the prospect mingling with 1,000 other delightful thoughts. Now that he had attained to the dignity of a public exhibition, which had been notably commented upon by the newspapers and art journals, and had been so generally attended by the elect, artists, critics, writers generally seemed to know of him. There were many who were anxious to meet and greet him, to speak approvingly of his work. It was generally understood, apparently, that he was a great artist, not exactly arrived to the fullness of his stature as yet, being so new, but on his way. Among those who knew him he was, by this one exhibition, lifted almost in a day to a lonely height, far above the puny efforts of such men as Smythe and McHugh, McConnell and Deesa, the whole world of small artists whose canvases packed the semi-annual exhibition of the National Academy of Design and the Watercolor Society, and with whom in a way he had been associated. He was a great artist now, recognized as such by the eminent critics who knew, and as such, from now on, would be expected to do the work of a great artist. One phrase in the criticism of Luke Severus in the Evening Sun, as it appeared during the run of his exhibition, remained in his memory clearly. If he perseveres, if his art does not fail him. Why should his art fail him, he asked himself. He was immensely pleased to hear from Monsieur Charles at the close of the exhibition that 3 of his pictures had been sold. One for $300 to Henry McKenna, a banker. Another the East Side street scene,
which Monsieur Charles so greatly admired, to Isaac Wertheim for $500. A third, one of the 3 engines and the railroad yard, to Robert C. Winchon, a railroad man, first vice president of one of the great railroads entering New York, also for $500. Eugene had never heard of either Mr. McKenna nor Mr. Winchon, but he was assured that they were men of wealth and refinement. At Angela's suggestion, he asked Monsieur Charles if he would not accept one of his pictures as a slight testimony of his appreciation for all he had done for him. Eugene would not have thought to do this. He was so careless and unpractical. But Angela thought of it, and saw that he did it. Monsieur Charles was greatly pleased, and took the picture of Greeley Square, which he considered a masterpiece of color interpretation. This somehow sealed the friendship between these two, and Monsieur Charles was anxious to see Eugene's interests properly forwarded. He asked him to leave 3 of his scenes on sale for a time, and he would see what he could do. Meanwhile, Eugene, with $1,300 added to the $1,000 and some odd dollars he had left in his bank from previous earnings, was convinced that his career was made, and decided, as he had planned to go to Paris, for the summer at least. This trip, so exceptional to him, so epoch-making, was easily arranged. All the time he had been in New York, he had heard more in his circle of Paris than of any other city. Its streets, its quarters, its museums, its theaters and opera were already almost a commonplace to him. The cost of living, the ideal methods of living, the way to travel, what to see, how often he had sat and listened to descriptions of these things. Now he was going. Angela took the initiative in arranging all the practical details, such as looking up the steamship routes, deciding on the size of trunks required, what to take, buying the tickets, looking up the rates of the different hotels and pensions at which they might possibly stay. She was so dazed by the glory that had burst upon her husband's life that she scarcely knew what to do or what to make of it. "That Mr. Bierdahl," she said to Eugene, referring to one of the assistant steamship agents with whom she had taken counsel, "tells me that if we are just going for the summer, it's foolish to take anything but absolute necessaries. He says we can buy so many nice little things to wear over there if we need them, and then I can bring them back duty-free in the fall." Eugene approved of this. He thought Angela would like to see the shops. They finally decided to go via London, returning direct from Havre, and on the 10th of May they departed, arriving in London a week later, and in Paris on the 1st of June. Eugene was greatly impressed with London. He had arrived in time to miss the British damp and cold, and to see London through a golden haze which was entrancing. Angela objected to the shops, which she described as punk, and to the condition of the lower classes who were so poor and wretchedly dressed. She and Eugene discussed the interesting fact that all Englishmen looked exactly alike, dressed, walked, and wore their hats and carried their canes exactly alike. Eugene was impressed with the apparent go of the men, their smartness and dapperness. The women he objected to in the main as being dowdy and homely and awkward. But when he reached Paris, what a difference! In London, because of the lack of sufficient means, he did not feel that as yet he had sufficient to permit him to indulge in the more expensive comforts and pleasures of the city, and for the want of someone to provide him with proper social introductions, he was compelled to content himself with that superficial, exterior aspect of things which only the casual traveler sees: the winding streets, the crush of traffic, London Tower, Windsor Castle, the Inns of Court, the Strand, Piccadilly, St. Paul's, and of course the National Gallery and the British Museum. South Kensington and all those various endowed palaces where objects of art are displayed pleased him greatly. In the main he was struck with the conservatism of London, its atmosphere of empire, its soldiery, and the like, though he considered it drab, dull, less strident than New York, and really less picturesque. When he came to Paris, however, all this was changed. Paris is of itself a holiday city, one whose dress is always gay, inviting, fresh, like one who sets forth to spend a day in the country. As Eugene stepped onto the dock at Calais, and later as he journeyed across and into the city, he could feel the vast difference between France and England. The one country seemed young, hopeful, American, even foolishly gay. The other, serious, speculative, dour. Eugene had taken a number of letters from M. Charles, Hudson Dula, Louis Desailles, Leonard Baker, and others, who, on hearing that he was going, had volunteered to send him to friends in Paris who might help him. The principal thing, if he did not wish to maintain a studio of his own, and did wish to learn, was to live with some pleasant French family where he could hear French and pick it up quickly. If he did not wish to do this, the next best thing was to settle in the Montmartre district, in some section or court where he could obtain a nice studio and where there were a number of American or English students. Some of the Americans, to whom he had letters, were already domiciled here. With a small calling list of friends who spoke English, he would do very well. "You will be surprised, Witla," said Desailles to him one day, "how much English you can get understood by making intelligent signs." Eugene had laughed at Desailles' description of his own difficulties and successes, but he found that Desailles was right. Signs went very far, and they were, as a rule, thoroughly intelligible. The studio which he and Angela eventually took after a few days spent at a hotel was a comfortable one on the third floor of a house which Eugene found ready to his hand, recommended by Monsieur Arquin of the Paris branch of Kellner and Son. Another artist, Finley Wood, whom afterwards Eugene recalled as having been mentioned to him by Ruby Kenny in Chicago, was leaving Paris for the summer. Because of M. Charles' impressive letter, M. Arquin was most anxious that Eugene should be comfortably installed, and suggested that he take this, the charge being anything he cared to pay, 40 francs a month. Eugene looked at it and was delighted. It was in the back of the house, looking out on a little garden, and because of a westward slope of the ground from this direction, and an accidental breach in the building line, commanded a wide sweep of the city of Paris, the twin towers of Notre Dame, the sheer rise of the Eiffel Tower. It was fascinating to see the lights of the city blinking of an evening. Eugene would invariably draw his chair close to his favorite window when he came in, while Angela made lemonade or iced tea, or practiced her culinary art on a chafing dish. In presenting to him an almost standard American menu, she exhibited the executive ability and natural industry which was her chief characteristic. She would go to the neighboring groceries, rotisseries, patisseries, green vegetable stands, and get the few things she needed in the smallest quantities, always selecting the best and preparing them with the greatest care. She was an excellent cook and loved to set a dainty and shining table. She saw no need of company, for she was perfectly happy alone with Eugene, and felt that he must be with her. She had no desire to go anywhere by herself, only with him, and she would hang on every thought and motion, waiting for him to say what his pleasure would be. The wonder of Paris to Eugene was its freshness and the richness of its art spirit as expressed on every hand. He was never weary of looking at the undersized French soldiery with their wide red trousers, blue coats, and red caps, or the police with their capes and swords, and the cab drivers with their air of leisure superiority. The Seine, brisk with boats at this season of the year, the garden of the Tuileries with its white marble nudes, and formal paths and stone benches, the Bois, the Champ de Mars, the Trocadero Museum, the Louvre, all the wonder streets and museums held him as in a dream. "Gee!" he exclaimed to Angela one afternoon, as he followed the banks of the Seine toward Issy. "This is certainly the home of the blessed for all good artists. Smell that perfume!" It was from a perfume factory in the distance. "See that barge?" He leaned on the river wall. "Ah!" he sighed, "this is perfect." They went back in the dusk on the roof of an open car. "When I die," he sighed, "I hope to come to Paris. It's all the heaven I want." Yet, like all perfect delights, it lost some of its savor after a time, though not much. Eugene felt that he could live in Paris if his art would permit him, though he must go back, he knew, for the present anyhow. Angela, he noticed after a time, was growing in confidence, if not in mentality. From a certain dazed uncertainty which had characterized her the preceding fall, when she had first come to New York, heightened and increased for the time being by the rush of art life and strange personalities she had encountered there and here, she was blossoming into a kind of assurance born of experience. Finding that Eugene's ideas, feelings, and interests were of the upper world of thought entirely, concerned with types, crowds, the aspect of buildings, streets, skylines, the humors and pathetic aspects of living, she concerned herself solely with the managerial details. It did not take her long to discover that if anyone would relieve Eugene of all care for himself, he would let him do it. It was no satisfaction to him to buy himself anything. He objected to executive and commercial details. If tickets had to be bought, timetables consulted, inquiries made, any labor of argument or dispute engaged in, he was loath to enter on it. "You get these, will you, Angela?" he would plead. "You see him about that. I can't now. Will you?" Angela would hurry to the task, whatever it was, anxious to show that she was of real use and necessity. On the buses of London or Paris, as in New York, he was sketching. Cabs, little passenger boats on the Seine, characters in the cafes, parks, gardens, music halls, anywhere, anything, for he was practically tireless. All that he wanted was not to be bothered very much, to be left to his own devices. Sometimes Angela would pay all the bills for him for a day. She carried his purse, took charge of all the express orders into which their cash had been transferred, kept a list of all their expenditures, did the shopping, buying, paying. Eugene was left to see the thing he wanted to see, to think the things he wanted to think. During all those early days Angela made a god of him, and he was very willing to cross his legs, Buddha fashion, and act as one. Only at night, when there were no alien sights or sounds to engage his attention, when not even his art could come between them, and she could draw him into her arms and submerge his restless spirit in the tides of her love, did she feel his equal, really worthy of him. These transports which came with the darkness, or with the mellow light of the little oil lamp that hung in chains from the ceiling near their wide bed, or in the faint freshness of dawn, with the birds cheeping in the one tree of the little garden below, were to her at once utterly generous and profoundly selfish. She had eagerly absorbed Eugene's philosophy of self-indulgent joy where it concerned themselves, all the more readily as it coincided with her own vague ideas and her own hot impulses. Angela had come to marriage through years of self-denial, years of bitter longing for the marriage perhaps that would never be, and out of those years she had come to the marriage bed with a cumulative and intense passion, without any knowledge either of the ethics or physiology of sex, except as pertained to her state as a virgin. She was vastly ignorant of marriage itself, the hearsay of girls, the equivocal confessions of newly married women, and the advice of her elder sister, conveyed by heaven only knows what process of conversation, had left her almost as ignorant as before, and now she explored its mysteries with abandon, convinced that the unrestrained gratification of passion was normal and excellent, in addition to being, as she came to find, a universal solvent for all differences of opinion or temperament that threatened their peace of mind. Beginning with their life in the studio on Washington Square, and continuing with even greater fervor now in Paris, there was what might be described as a prolonged riot of indulgence between them, bearing no relation to any necessity in their natures, and certainly none to the demands which Eugene's intellectual and artistic tasks laid upon him. She was to Eugene astonishing and delightful, and yet perhaps not so much delightful as astonishing. Angela was in a sense elemental, but Eugene was not. He was the artist, and this, as in other things, rousing himself to a pitch of appreciation which no strength so undermined by intellectual subtleties could continuously sustain. The excitement of adventure, of intrigue, and a sense of discovering the secrets of feminine personality, these were really what had constituted the charm, if not the compelling urge, of his romances. To conquer was beautiful, but it was in essence an intellectual enterprise. To see his rash dreams come true in the yielding of the last sweetness possessed by the desired woman had been to him, imaginatively as well as physically, an irresistible thing. But these enterprises were like thin silver strands spun out across an abyss whose beauty, but not whose dangers, were known to him. Still he rejoiced in this magnificent creature joy which Angela supplied. It was, so far as it was concerned, what he thought he wanted. And Angela interpreted her power to respond to what seemed his inexhaustible desire as not only a kindness but a duty. Eugene set up his easel here, painted from 9 to noon some days, and on others from 2 to 5 in the afternoon. If it were dark, he would walk or ride with Angela, or visit the museums, the galleries, and the public buildings, or stroll in the factory or railroad quarters of the city. Eugene sympathized most with somber types and was constantly drawing something which represented grim care. Aside from the dancers in the music hall, the toughs in what later became known as the Apache district, the summer picnicking parties at Versailles and St. Cloud, the boat crowds on the Seine, he drew factory throngs, watchmen, and railroad crossings, market people, market in the dark, street sweepers, newspaper vendors, flower merchants, always with a memorable street scene in the background. Some of the most interesting bits of Paris, its towers, bridges, river views, facades, appeared in background to the grim or picturesque or pathetic character studies. It was his hope that he could interest America in these things, that his next exhibition would not only illustrate his versatility and persistence of talent, but show an improvement in his art, a surer sense of color values, a greater analytic power in the matter of character, a surer selective taste in the matter of composition and arrangement. He did not realize that all this might be useless, that he was, aside from his art, living a life which might rob talent of its finest flavor, discolor the aspect of the world for himself, take scope from imagination, and hamper effort with nervous irritation, and make accomplishment impossible. He had no knowledge of the effect of one's sexual life upon one's work, nor what such a life, when badly arranged, can do to a perfect art, how it can distort the sense of color, weaken that balanced judgment of character which is so essential to a normal interpretation of life, make all striving hopeless, take from art its most joyous conception, make life itself seem unimportant and death a relief. The summer passed, and with it the freshness and novelty of Paris, though Eugene never really wearied of it. The peculiarities of a different national life, the variations between this and his own country in national ideals, an obviously much more complacent and human attitude toward morals, a matter-of-fact acceptance of the ills, weaknesses, and class differences, to say nothing of the general physical appearance, the dress, habitations, and amusements of the people, astonished as much as they entertained him. He was never weary of studying the differences between American and European architecture, noting the pacific manner in which the Frenchman appeared to take life, listening to Angela's unwearied comments on the cleanliness, economy, thoroughness with which the French women kept house, rejoicing in the absence of the American leaning to incessant activity. Angela was struck by the very moderate prices for laundry, the skill with which their concierge, who governed this quarter and who knew sufficient English to talk to her, did her marketing, cooking, sewing, and entertaining. The richness of supply and aimless waste of Americans was alike unknown. Because she was naturally of a domestic turn, Angela became very intimate with Madame Bourgoche, and learned of her 101 little tricks of domestic economy and arrangement. "You're a peculiar girl, Angela," Eugene once said to her. "I believe you would rather sit downstairs and talk to that Frenchwoman than meet the most interesting literary or artistic personage that ever was. What do you find that's so interesting to talk about?" "Oh, nothing much," replied Angela, who was not unconscious of the implied hint of her artistic deficiencies. "She's such a smart woman. She's so practical. She knows more in a minute about saving and buying and making a little go a long way than any American woman I ever saw. I'm not interested in her any more than I am in anyone else. All the artistic people do that I can see is to run around and pretend that they're a whole lot when they're not." Eugene saw that he had made an irritating reference, not wholly intended in the way it was being taken. "I'm not saying she isn't able," he went on. "One talent is as good as another, I suppose. She certainly looks clever enough to me. Where's her husband?" "He was killed in the army," returned Angela dolefully. "Well, I suppose you'll learn enough from her to run a hotel when you get back to New York. You don't know enough about housekeeping now, do you?" Eugene smiled with his implied compliment. He was anxious to get Angela's mind off the art question. He hoped she would feel or see that he meant nothing, but she was not so easily pacified. "You don't think I'm so bad, Eugene, do you?" she asked after a moment. "You don't think it makes so much difference whether I talk to Madame Bourgoche? She isn't so dull. She's awfully smart. You haven't talked to her. She says she can tell by looking at you that you're a great artist. You're different. You remind her of a Mr. Degas who once lived here. Was he a great artist?" "Was he?" said Eugene. "Well, I guess yes. Did he have this studio?" "Oh, a long time ago. 15 years ago." Eugene smiled beatifically. This was a great compliment. He could not help liking Madame Bourgoche for it. She was bright, no doubt of that, or she would not be able to make such a comparison. Angela drew from him as before that her domesticity and housekeeping skill was as important as anything else in the world, and having done this was satisfied and cheerful once more. Eugene thought how little art or conditions or climate or country altered the fundamental characteristics of human nature. Here he was in Paris, comparatively well supplied with money, famous, or in the process of becoming so, and quarreling with Angela over little domestic idiosyncrasies, just as in Washington Square. By late September Eugene had most of his Paris sketches so well laid in that he could finish them anywhere. Some 15 were as complete as they could be made. A number of others were nearly so. He decided that he had had a profitable summer. He had worked hard, and here was the work to show for it. 26 canvases, which were as good, in his judgment, as those he had painted in New York. They had not taken so long, but he was surer of himself, surer of his method. He parted reluctantly with all the lovely things he had seen, believing that this collection of Parisian views would be as impressive to Americans as had been his New York views. Monsieur Arquin, for one, and many others, including the friends of Desailles and Dula, were delighted with them. The former expressed the belief that some of them might be sold in France. Eugene returned to America with Angela, and learning that he might stay in the old studio until December 1st, settled down to finish the work for his exhibition there. The first suggestion that Eugene had that anything was wrong with him, aside from a growing apprehensiveness as to what the American people would think of his French work, was in the fall, when he began to imagine, or perhaps it was really true, that coffee did not agree with him. He had for several years now been free of his old-time complaint, stomach trouble, but gradually it was beginning to reappear, and he began to complain to Angela that he was feeling an irritation after his meals. That coffee came up in his throat. "I think I'll have to try tea or something else if this doesn't stop," he observed. She suggested chocolate, and he changed to that, but this merely resulted in shifting the ill to another quarter. He now began to quarrel with his work, not being able to get a certain effect, and having sometimes altered and realtered and re-realtered a canvas until it bore little resemblance to the original arrangement. He would grow terribly discouraged, or believe that he had attained perfection at last, only to change his mind the following morning. "Now," he would say, "I think I have the thing right at last, thank heaven." Angela would heave a sigh of relief, for she could feel instantly any distress or inability that he felt. But her joy was of short duration. In a few hours she would find him working at the same canvas, changing something. He grew thinner and paler at this time, and his apprehensions as to his future rapidly became morbid. "By George, Angela," he said to her one day, "it would be a bad thing for me if I were to become sick now. It's just the time that I don't want to. I want to finish this exhibition up right and then go to London. If I could do London and Chicago as I did New York, I would be just about made. But if I'm going to get sick—" "Oh, you're not going to get sick, Eugene," replied Angela. "You just think you are. You want to remember that you've worked very hard this summer, and think how hard you worked last winter. You need a good rest, that's what you need. Why don't you stop after you get this exhibition ready and rest a while? You have enough to live on for a little bit. Monsieur Charles will probably sell a few more of those pictures, or some of those will sell, and then you can wait. Don't try to go to London in the spring. Go on a walking tour, or go down south, or just rest a while anywhere. That's what you need." Eugene realized vaguely that it wasn't rest that he needed so much as peace of mind. He was not tired. He was merely nervously excited and apprehensive. He began to sleep badly, to have terrifying dreams, to feel that his heart was failing him. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the hour when for some reason human vitality appears to undergo a peculiar disturbance, he would wake with a sense of sinking physically. His pulse would appear to be very low, and he would feel his wrists nervously. Not infrequently he would break out in a cold perspiration and would get up and walk about to restore himself. Angela would rise and walk with him. One day at his easel he was seized with a peculiar nervous disturbance, a sudden glittering light before his eyes, a rumbling in his ears, and a sensation which was as if his body were being pricked with 10,000,000 needles. It was as though his whole nervous system had given way at every minute point and division. For the time being he was intensely frightened, believing that he was going crazy, but he said nothing. It came to him as a staggering truth that the trouble with him was overindulgence physically, that the remedy was abstinence, complete or at least partial, that he was probably so far weakened mentally and physically that it would be very difficult for him to recover, that his ability to paint might be seriously affected, his life blighted. He stood before his canvas holding his brush, wondering. When the shock had completely gone he laid the brush down with a trembling hand. He walked to the window, wiped his cold damp forehead with his hand, and then turned to get his coat from the closet. "Where are you going?" asked Angela. "For a little walk. I'll be back soon. I don't feel just as fresh as I might." She kissed him good-bye at the door and let him go, but her heart troubled her. "I'm afraid Eugene is going to get sick," she thought. "He ought to stop work." It was the beginning of a period destined to last 5 or 6 years, in which, to say the least, Eugene was not himself. He was not in any sense out of his mind. If power to reason clearly, jest sagely, argue, and read intelligently are any evidences of sanity, but privately his mind was a maelstrom of contradictory doubts, feelings, and emotions. Always of a philosophic and introspective turn, this peculiar faculty of reasoning deeply and feeling emotionally were now turned upon himself and his own condition, and, as in all such cases where we peer too closely into the subtleties of creation, confusion was the result. Previously, he had been well satisfied that the world knew nothing. Neither in religion, philosophy, nor science was there any answer to the riddle of existence. Above and below the little scintillating plane of man's thought was what? Beyond the optic strength of the greatest telescope, far out upon the dim horizons of space, were clouds of stars. What were they doing out there? Who governed them? When were their sidereal motions calculated? He figured life as a grim dark mystery, a sad semi-conscious activity turning aimlessly in the dark. No one knew anything. God knew nothing, himself least of all. Malevolence, life living on death, plain violence, these were the chief characteristics of existence. If one failed of strength in any way, if life were not kind in its bestowal of gifts, if one were not born to fortune's pampering care, the rest was misery. In the days of his strength and prosperity, the spectacle of existence had been sad enough. In the hours of threatened delay and defeat it seemed terrible. Why, if his art failed him now, what had he? Nothing. A little puny reputation which he could not sustain. No money, a wife to take care of, years of possible suffering and death, the abyss of death. When he looked into that, after all life and hope, how it shocked him, how it hurt. Here was life and happiness and love and health. There was death and nothingness, eons and eons of nothingness. He did not immediately give up hope, immediately succumb to the evidences of a crumbling reality. For months and months he fancied each day that this was a temporary condition, that drugs and doctors could heal him. There were various remedies that were advertised in the papers, blood purifiers, nerve restorers, brain foods, which were announced at once as specifics and cures. And while he did not think that the ordinary patent medicine had anything of value in it, he did imagine that some good could be had from tonics, or the tonic. A physician whom he consulted recommended rest and an excellent tonic which he knew of. He asked whether he was subject to any wasting disease. Eugene told him no. He confessed to an overindulgence in the sex relationship, but the doctor did not believe that ordinarily this should bring about a nervous decline. Hard work must have something to do with it, over-anxiety. Some temperaments, such as his, were predisposed at birth to nervous breakdowns. They had to guard themselves. Eugene would have to be very careful. He should eat regularly, sleep as long as possible, observe regular hours. A system of exercise might not be a bad thing for him. He could get him a pair of Indian clubs or dumbbells or an exerciser and bring himself back to health that way. Eugene told Angela that he believed he would try exercising and join the gymnasium. He took a tonic, walked with her a great deal, sought to ignore the fact that he was nervously depressed. These things were of practically no value, for the body had apparently been drawn a great distance below normal, and all the hell of a subnormal state had to be endured before it could gradually come into its own again. In the meantime, he was continuing his passional relations with Angela, in spite of a growing judgment that they were in some way harmful to him. But it was not easy to refrain, and each failure to do so made it harder. It was a customary remark of his that he must quit this, but it was like the self-apologetic assurance of the drunkard that he must reform. Now that he had stepped out into the limelight of public observation, now that artists and critics and writers somewhat knew of him, and in their occasional way were wondering what he was doing, it was necessary that he should bestir himself to a special effort in order to satisfy the public as to the enduring quality of his art. He was glad, once he realized that he was in for a siege of bad weather, that his Paris drawings had been so nearly completed before the break came. By the day he suffered the peculiar nervousness
which seemed to mark the opening of his real decline. He had completed 22 paintings, which Angela begged him not to touch, and by sheer strength of will, though he misdoubted gravely, he managed to complete 5 more. All of these M. Charles came to see on occasion, and he approved of them highly. He was not so sure that they would have the appeal of the American pictures, for after all the city of Paris had been pretty well done over and over in the illustration and genre work. It was not so new as New York. The things Eugene chose were not as unconventional. Still, he could say truly, they were exceptional. They might try an exhibition of them later in Paris if they did not take here. He was very sorry to see that Eugene was in poor health and urged him to take care of himself. It seemed as if some malign planetary influence were affecting him. Eugene knew of astrology and palmistry, and one day, in a spirit of curiosity and vague apprehensiveness, consulted a practitioner of the former, receiving for his dollar the statement that he was destined to great fame in either art or literature, but that he was entering a period of stress which would endure for a number of years. Eugene's spirits sank perceptibly. The musty old gentleman who essayed his books of astrological lore shook his head. He had a rather noble growth of white hair and a white beard, but his coffee-stained vest was covered with tobacco ash, and his collar and cuffs were dirty. It looks pretty bad between your 28th and 32nd year, but after that there is a notable period of prosperity. Somewhere around your 38th or 39th year there is some more trouble, a little, but you will come out of that. That is, it looks as though you would. Your stars show you to be of a nervous, imaginative character, inclined to worry, and I see that your kidneys are weak. You ought never to take much medicine. Your sign is inclined to that, but it is without benefit to you. You will be married twice, but I don't see any children." He rambled on dolefully, and Eugene left in great gloom. So it was written in the stars that he was to suffer a period of decline, and there was to be more trouble for him in the future. But he did see a period of great success for him between his 32nd and his 38th years. That was some comfort. Who was the second woman he was to marry? Was Angela going to die? He walked the streets this early December afternoon, thinking. The Blue family had heard a great deal of Eugene's success since Angela had come to New York. There had never been a week but at least one letter, and sometimes 2, had gone the rounds of the various members of the family. It was written to Marietta primarily, but Mrs. Blue, Jotham, the boys, and the several sisters all received it by turns. Thus the whole regiment of Blue connections knew exactly how it was with Angela, and even better than it was. For although things had looked prosperous enough, Angela had not stayed within the limits of bare fact in describing her husband's success. She added atmosphere, non-fictitious, but the seeming glory which dwelt in her mind, until the various connections of the Blue family, Marietta in particular, were convinced that there was nothing but dignity and bliss in store for the wife of so talented a man. The studio life which Angela had seen, here and in Paris, the picturesque descriptions which came from London and Paris, the personalities of M. Charles, M. Arkman, Isaac Wertheim, Henry L. Tomlins, Luke Severus, all the celebrities whom they met, both in New York and abroad, had been described at length. There was not a dinner, a luncheon, a reception, a tea party, which was not pictured in all its native colors and more. Eugene had become somewhat of a demigod to his Western connections. The quality of his art was never questioned. It was only a little time now before he would be rich, or at least well-to-do. All the relatives hoped that he would bring Angela home some day on a visit. To think that she should have married such a distinguished man! In the Witla family it was quite the same. Eugene had not been home to see his parents since his last visit to Blackwood, but they had not been without news. For one thing, Eugene had been neglectful, and somewhat because of this Angela had taken it upon herself to open up a correspondence with his mother. She wrote that of course she didn't know her, but that she was terribly fond of Eugene, that she hoped to make him a good wife, and that she hoped to make herself a satisfactory daughter-in-law. Eugene was so dilatory about writing. She would write for him now, and his mother should hear every week. She asked if she and her husband couldn't manage to come and see them sometime. She would be so glad, and it would do Eugene so much good. She asked if she couldn't have Myrtle's address. They had moved from Ottumwa. And if Sylvia wouldn't write occasionally. She sent a picture of herself and Eugene, a sketch of the studio which Eugene had made one day, a sketch of herself looking pensively out of the window into Washington Square. Pictures from his first show published in the newspapers. Accounts of his work, criticisms, all reached the members of both families impartially, and they were kept well aware of how things were going. During the time that Eugene was feeling so badly, and because, if he were going to lose his health, it might be necessary to economize greatly, it occurred to Angela that it might be advisable for them to go home for a visit. While her family were not rich, they had sufficient means to live on. Eugene's mother also was constantly writing, wanting to know why they didn't come out there for a while. She could not see why Eugene could not paint his pictures as well in Alexandria as in New York or Paris. Eugene listened to this willingly, for it occurred to him that instead of going to London, he might do Chicago next, and he and Angela could stay a while at Blackwood and another while at his own home. They would be welcome guests. The condition of his finances at this time was not exactly bad, but it was not very good. Of the $1,300 he had received for the first 3 pictures sold, $1,100 had been used on the foreign trip. He had since used $300 of his remaining capital of $1,200, but Monsieur Charles's sale of 2 pictures at $400 each had swelled his bank balance to $1,700. However, on this he had to live now until additional pictures were disposed of. He daily hoped to hear of additional sales, but none occurred. Moreover, his exhibition in January did not produce quite the impression he thought it would. It was fascinating to look at. The critics and the public imagined that by now he must have created a following for himself, else why should Monsieur Charles make a feature of his work? But Charles pointed out that these foreign studies could not hope to appeal to Americans as did the American things. He indicated that they might take better in France. Eugene was depressed by the general tone of the opinions, but this was due more to his unhealthy state of mind than to any inherent reason for feeling so. There was still Paris to try, and there might be some sales of his work here. The latter were slow in materializing, however, and because by February he had not been able to work, and because it was necessary that he should husband his resources as carefully as possible, he decided to accept Angela's family's invitation as well as that of his own parents and spend some time in Illinois and Wisconsin. Perhaps his health would become better. He decided also that, if his health permitted, he would work in Chicago. It was in packing the trunks and leaving the studio in Washington Square, owing to the continued absence of Mr. Dexter, they had never been compelled to vacate it, that Angela came across the first evidence of Eugene's duplicity. Because of his peculiar indifference to everything except matters which related to his art, he had put the letters which he had received in times past from Christina Channing, as well as the one and only one from Ruby Kenny, in a box which had formerly contained writing paper and which he threw carelessly in a corner of his trunk. He had by this time forgotten all about them, though his impression was that he had placed them somewhere where they would not be found. When Angela started to lay out the various things which occupied it, she came across this box and, opening it, took out the letters. Curiosity as things relative to Eugene was at this time the dominant characteristic of her life. She could neither think nor reason outside of this relationship which bound her to him. He and his affairs were truly the sum and substance of her existence. She looked at the letters oddly, and then opened one
The first from Christina. It was dated Florizel, the summer of 3 years before, when she was waiting so patiently for him at Blackwood. It began conservatively enough, "Dear E," but it concerned itself immediately with references to an apparently affectionate relationship. I went this morning to see if by chance there were any telltale evidences of either Diana or Adonis at Arcady. There were none of importance. A hairpin or two, a broken mother-of-pearl button from a summer waist, the stub of a lead pencil wherewith a certain genius sketched. The trees seemed just as unconscious of any nymphs or hamadryads as they could be. The smooth grass was quite unruffled of any feet. It is strange how much the trees and forests know and keep their counsel. And how is the hot city by now? Do you miss a certain evenly swung hammock, or the odor of leaves and the dew? Don't work too hard. You have an easy future and almost too much vitality. More repose for you, sir, and considerably more optimism of thought. I send you good wishes, Diana. Angela wondered at once who Diana was, for before she had begun the letter she had looked for a signature on the succeeding page. Then, after reading this, she hurried feverishly from letter to letter, seeking a name. There were none. Diana of the mountains, the hamadryad, the wood nymph, C. So they ran, confusing, badgering, enraging her, until all at once it came to light. Her first name at last. It was on the letter from Baltimore, suggesting that he come to Florizel. Christina. Ah, she thought, Christina. That is her name. Then she hurried back to read the remaining epistles, hoping to find some clue to her surname. They were all of the same character, in the manner of writing she despised. Top lofty, make-believe, the nasty hypocritical cant and make-believe superiority of the studios. How Angela hated her from that moment. How she could have taken her by the throat and beaten her head against the trees she described. Oh, the horrid creature! How dare she? And Eugene, how could he? What a way to reward her love! What an answer to make to all her devotion! At the very time when she was waiting so patiently, he was in the mountains with his Diana. And here she was packing his trunk for him like the little slave that she was, when he cared so little. He apparently cared so little all this time. How could he ever have cared for her and done anything like this? He didn't. He never had. Dear heaven! She began clenching and unclenching her hands dramatically, working herself into that frenzy of emotion and regret which was her most notable characteristic. All at once she stopped. There was another letter in another handwriting on cheaper paper. Ruby was the signature. Dear Eugene, she read, I got your note several weeks ago, but I couldn't bring myself to answer it before this. I know everything is over between us, and that is all right, I suppose. It has to be. You couldn't love any woman long, I think. I know what you say about having to go to New York to broaden your field is true. You ought to, but I'm sorry you didn't come out. You might have. Still, I don't blame you, Eugene. It isn't much different from what has been going on for some time. I have cared, but I'll get over that, I know, and I won't ever think hard of you. Won't you return me the notes I have sent you from time to time, and my picture? You won't want them now. Ruby. I stood by the window last night and looked out on the street. The moon was shining, and those dead trees were waving in the wind. I saw the moon on that pool of water over in the field. It looked like silver. Oh, Eugene, I wish that I were dead. Angela got up, as Eugene had when she read this. The pathos struck home, for somehow it matched her own. Ruby. Who was she? Where had she been concealed while she, Angela, was coming to Chicago? Was this the fall and winter of their engagement? It certainly was. Look at the date. He had given her the diamond ring on her finger that fall. He had sworn eternal affection. He had sworn there was never another girl like her in all the world, and yet, at that very time, he was apparently paying court to this woman, if nothing worse. Heaven! Could anything like this really be? He was telling her that he loved her and making love to this Ruby at the same time. He was kissing and fondling her, and Ruby too. Was there ever such a situation? He, Eugene Witla, to deceive her this way? No wonder he wanted to get rid of her when he came to New York. He would have treated her as he had this Ruby. And Christina, this Christina, where was she? Who was she? What was she doing now? She jumped up, prepared to go to Eugene and charge him with his iniquities, but remembered that he was out of the studio, that he had gone for a walk. He was sick now, very sick. Would she dare to reproach him with these reprehensible episodes? She came back to the trunk where she was working and sat down. Her eyes were hard and cold for the time, but at the same time there was a touch of terror and of agonized affection. A face that, in ordinary lines of its repose, was very much like that of a Madonna, was now drawn and peaked and gray. Apparently Christina had forsaken him, or it might be that they still corresponded secretly. She got up again at that thought. Still the letters were old. It looked as though all communication had ceased 2 years ago. What had he written to her? Love notes? Letters full of wooing phrases, such as he had written to her? Oh, the instability of men, the insincerity, the lack of responsibility and sense of duty. Her father, what a different man he was. Her brothers, their word was their bond. And here she was, married to a man who, even in the days of his most ardent wooing, had been deceiving her. She had let him lead her astray too, disgrace her own home. Tears came after a while, hot, scalding tears that seared her cheeks. And now she was married to him, and he was sick, and she would have to make the best of it. She wanted to make the best of it, for after all she loved him. But oh, the cruelty, the insincerity, the unkindness, the brutality of it all. The fact that Eugene was out for several hours following her discovery gave her ample time to reflect as to a suitable course of action. Being so impressed by the genius of the man, as imposed upon her by the opinion of others and her own affection, she could not readily think of anything save some method of ridding her soul of this misery and him of his evil tendencies, of making him ashamed of his wretched career, of making him see how badly he had treated her and how sorry he ought to be. She wanted him to feel sorry, very sorry, so that he would be a long time repenting and suffering. But she feared at the same time that she could not make him do that. He was so ethereal, so indifferent, so lost in contemplation of life that he could not be made to think of her. That was her one complaint. He had other gods before her, the god of his art, the god of nature, the god of people as a spectacle. Frequently she had complained to him in this last year. "You don't love me. You don't love me." But he would answer, "Oh, yes, I do. I can't be talking to you all the time, angel face. I have work to do. My art has to be cultivated. I can't be making love all the time." "Oh, it isn't that. It isn't that," she would exclaim passionately. "You just don't love me like you ought to. You just don't care. If you did, I'd feel it." "Oh, Angela," he answered, "why do you talk so? Why do you carry on so? You're the funniest girl I ever knew. Now be reasonable. Why don't you bring a little philosophy to bear? We can't be billing and cooing all the time." "Billing and cooing? That's the way you think of it? That's the way you talk of it? As though it were something you had to do? Oh, I hate love. I hate life. I hate philosophy. I wish I could die." "Now, Angela, for heaven's sake, why will you take on so? I can't stand this. I can't stand these tantrums of yours. They're not reasonable. You know I love you. Why haven't I shown it? Why should I have married you if I didn't? I wasn't obliged to marry you." Oh, dear, Angela would sob on, wringing her hands. "Oh, you really don't love me. You don't care. And it will go on this way, getting worse and worse, with less and less of love and feeling until after a while you won't even want to see me any more. You'll hate me. Oh, dear, oh, dear." Eugene felt keenly the pathos involved in this picture of decaying love. In fact, her fear of the disaster which might overtake her little bark of happiness was sufficiently well founded. It might be that his affection would cease. It wasn't even affection now, in the true sense of the word, a passionate intellectual desire for her companionship. He never had really loved her for her mind, the beauty of her thoughts. As he meditated, he realized that he had never reached an understanding with her by an intellectual process at all. It was emotional, subconscious, a natural drawing together which was not based on reason and spirituality of contemplation apparently, but on grosser emotions and desires. Physical desire had been involved, strong, raging, uncontrollable. And for some reason he had always felt sorry for her. He always had. She was so little, so conscious of disaster, so afraid of life and what it might do to her. It was a shame to wreck her hopes and desires. At the same time, he was sorry now for this bondage he had let himself into, this yoke which he had put about his neck. He could have done so much better. He might have married a woman of wealth, or a woman with artistic perceptions and philosophic insight like Christina Channing, who would be peaceful and happy with him. Angela couldn't be. He really didn't admire her enough, and couldn't fuss over her enough. Even while he was soothing her in these moments, trying to make her believe that there was no basis for her fears, sympathizing with her subconscious intuitions that all was not well, he was thinking of how different his life might have been. "It won't end that way," he would soothe. "Don't cry. Come now, don't cry. We're going to be very happy. I'm going to love you always, just as I'm loving you now, and you're going to love me. Won't that be all right? Come on now, cheer up. Don't be so pessimistic. Come on, Angela. Please do, please." Angela would brighten after a time, but there were spells of apprehension and gloom. They were common, apt to burst forth like a summer storm when neither of them was really expecting it. The discovery of these letters now checked the feeling with which she tried to delude herself at times, that there might be anything more than kindness here. They confirmed her suspicions that there was not, and brought on that sense of defeat and despair which so often and so tragically overcame her. It did at a time, too, when Eugene needed her undivided consideration and feeling, for he was in a wretched state of mind. To have her quarrel with him now, lose her temper, fly into rages, and compel him to console her, was very trying. He was in no mood for it, could not very well endure it without injury to himself. He was seeking for an atmosphere of joyousness, wishing to find a cheerful optimism somewhere which could pull him out of himself and make him whole. Not infrequently he dropped in to see Norma Whitmore, Isadora Crane, who was getting along very well on the stage, Hedda Anderson, who had a natural charm of intellect with much vivacity, even though she was a model, and now and then Miriam Finch. The latter was glad to see him alone, almost as a testimony against Angela, though she would not go out of her way to conceal from Angela the fact that he had been there. The others, though he said nothing, assumed that since Angela did not come with him, he wanted nothing said, and observed his wish. They were inclined to think that he had made a matrimonial mistake, and was possibly artistically or intellectually lonely. All of them noted his decline in health with considerate apprehension and sorrow. It was too bad, they thought, if his health was going to fail him just at this time. Eugene lived in fear lest Angela should become aware of any of these visits. He thought he could not tell her, because in the first place she would resent his not having taken her with him, and in the next, if he had proposed it first, she would have objected, or set another date, or asked pointless questions. He liked the liberty of going where he pleased, saying nothing, not feeling it necessary to say anything. He longed for the freedom of his old pre-matrimonial days. Just at this time, because he could not work artistically, and because he was in need of diversion and of joyous artistic palaver, he was especially miserable. Life seemed very dark and ugly. Eugene, returning and feeling, as usual, depressed about his state, sought to find consolation in her company. He came in at 1 o'clock, their usual lunch hour, and finding Angela still working, said, "George, but you like to keep at things when you get started, don't you? You're a regular little work horse. Having much trouble?" "No," replied Angela dubiously. Eugene noted the tone of her voice. He thought she was not very strong, and this packing was getting on her nerves. Fortunately, there were only some trunks to look after, for the vast mass of their housekeeping materials belonged to the studio. Still, no doubt she was weary. "Are you very tired?" he asked. "No," she replied. "You look it," he said, slipping his arm about her. Her face, which he turned up with his hand, was pale and drawn. "It isn't anything physical," she replied, looking away from him in a tragic way. "It's just my heart. It's here," and she laid her hand over her heart. "What's the matter now?" he asked, suspecting something emotional, though for the life of him he could not imagine what. "Does your heart hurt you?" "It isn't my real heart," she returned. "It's just my mind, my feelings, though I don't suppose they ought to matter." "What's the matter now, Angel Face?" he persisted, for he was sorry for her. This emotional ability of hers had the power to move him. It might have been acting, or it might not have been. It might be either a real or a fancied woe. In either case, it was real to her. "What's come up?" he continued. "Aren't you just tired? Suppose we quit this and go out somewhere and get something to eat. You'll feel better." "No, I couldn't eat," she replied. "I'll stop now and get your lunch, but I don't want anything." "Oh, what's the matter, Angela?" he begged. "I know there's something. Now what is it? You're tired, or you're sick, or something has happened. Is it anything that I've done? Look at me. Is it?" Angela held away from him, looking down. She did not know how to begin this, but she wanted to make him terribly sorry if she could, as sorry as she was for herself. She thought he ought to be, that if he had any true feelings of shame and sympathy in him, he would be. Her own condition in the face of his shameless past was terrible. She had no one to love her. She had no one to turn to. Her own family did not understand her life any more. It had changed so. She was a different woman now, greater, more important, more distinguished. Her experiences with Eugene here in New York, in Paris and London, and even before her marriage in Chicago and Blackwood, had changed her point of view. She was no longer the same in her ideas, she thought, and to find herself deserted in this way emotionally, not really loved, not ever having been really loved, but just toyed with, made a doll and a plaything, was terrible. "Oh, dear," she exclaimed in a shrill staccato, "I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think. If I only knew how to think or what to do." "What's the matter?" begged Eugene, releasing his hold and turning his thoughts partially to himself and to his own condition as well as to hers. His nerves were put on edge by these emotional tantrums. His brain fairly ached. It made his hands tremble. In his days of physical and nervous soundness it did not matter. But now, when he was sick, when his own heart was weak, as he fancied, and his nerves set to jangling by the least discord, it was almost more than he could bear. "Why don't you speak?" he insisted. "You know I can't stand this. I'm in no condition. What's the trouble? What's the use of carrying on this way? Are you going to tell me?" "There," Angela said, pointing her finger at the box of letters she had laid aside on the window sill. She knew he would see them, would remember instantly what they were about. Eugene looked. The box came into his memory instantly. He picked it up nervously, sheepishly, for this was like a blow in the face which he had no power to resist. The whole peculiar nature of his transactions with Ruby and with Christina came back to him, not as they looked to him at the time, but as they were appearing to Angela now. What must she think of him? Here he was protesting right along that he loved her, that he was happy and satisfied to live with her, that he was not interested in any of these other women whom she knew to be interested in him and of whom she was inordinately jealous, that he had always loved her and her only. And yet here were these letters suddenly come to light, giving mind to all the protestations and asseverations, making him look like a coward, the blackguard, the moral thief that he knew himself to be dragged out of the friendly darkness of lack of knowledge and understanding on her part, and set forth under the clear white light of positive proof. He stared helplessly, his nerves trembling, his brain aching, for truly he was in no condition for an emotional argument. And yet Angela was crying now. She had walked away from him and was leaning against the mantelpiece, sobbing as if her heart would break. There was a real convincing ache in the sound, the vibration expressing the sense of loss and defeat and despair which she felt. He was staring at the box, wondering why he had been such an idiot as to leave them in his trunk, to have saved them at all. "Well, I don't know that there is anything to say to that," he observed finally, strolling over to where she was. There wasn't anything he could say, that he knew. He was terribly sorry, sorry for her, sorry for himself. "Did you read them all?" he asked curiously. She nodded her head in the affirmative. "Well, I didn't care so much for Christina Channing," he observed deprecatingly. He wanted to say something, anything, which would relieve her depressed mood. He knew it couldn't be much. If he could only make her believe that there wasn't anything vital in either of these affairs, that his interests and protestations had been of a light, philandering character. Still, the Ruby Kenny letter showed that she cared for him desperately. He could not say anything against Ruby. Angela caught the name of Christina Channing clearly. It seared itself into her brain. She recalled now that it was she of whom she had heard him speak in a complimentary way from time to time. He had told in studios of what a lovely voice she had, what a charming platform presence she had, how she could sing so feelingly, how intelligently she looked upon life, how good-looking she was, how she was coming back to Grand Opera some day. And he had been in the mountains with her, had made love to her, while she, Angela, was out in Blackwood waiting for him patiently. It aroused on the instant all the fighting jealousy that was in her breast. It was the same jealousy that had determined her once before to hold him in spite of the plotting and scheming that appeared to her to be going on about her. They should not have him, these nasty studio superiorities, not any one of them, nor all of them combined, if they were to unite and try to get him. They had treated her shamefully since she had been in the East. They had almost uniformly ignored her. They would come to see Eugene, of course, and now that he was famous, they could not be too nice to him. But as for her, well, they had no particular use for her. Hadn't she seen it? Hadn't she watched the critical, hypocritical, examining expression in their eyes? She wasn't smart enough. She wasn't literary enough or artistic enough. She knew as much about life as they did and more, 10 times as much, and yet because she couldn't strut and pose and stare and talk in an affected voice, they thought themselves superior. And so did Eugene, the wretched creature, superior. The cheap, mean, nasty, selfish upstarts. Why, the majority of them had nothing. Their clothes were mere rags and tags. When you came to examine them closely, badly sewed, of poor material, merely slung together, and yet they wore them with such a grand air. She would show them. She would dress herself, too, one of these days when Eugene had the means. She was doing it now, a great deal more than when she first came, and she would do it a great deal more before long. The nasty, mean, cheap, selfish, make-believe things, she would show them. Oh, how she hated them! Now as she cried, she also thought of the fact that Eugene could write love letters to this horrible Christina Channing. One of the same kind, no doubt. Her letters showed it. Oh, how she hated her! If she could only get at her to poison her!
and her sobs sounded much more of the sorrow she felt than of the rage. She was helpless in a way, and she knew it. She did not dare to show him exactly what she felt. She was afraid of him. He might possibly leave her. He really did not care for her enough to stand everything from her, or did he? This doubt was the one terrible, discouraging, annihilating feature of the whole thing. If he only cared. "I wish you wouldn't cry, Angela," said Eugene appealingly after a time. "It isn't as bad as you think. It looks pretty bad. But I wasn't married then, and I didn't care so very much for these people. Not as much as you think. Really, I didn't. It may look that way to you, but I didn't." "Didn't care?" sneered Angela, all at once, flaring up. "Didn't care? It looks as though you didn't care, with one of them calling you honey boy and Adonis, and the other saying she wishes she were dead. A fine time you'd have convincing anyone that you didn't care. And I out in Blackwood at the very time, longing and waiting for you to come, and you up in the mountains making love to another woman. Oh, I know how much you cared. You showed how much you cared when you could leave me out there to wait for you, eating my heart out while you were off in the mountains having a good time with another woman. Dear E, and precious honey boy and Adonis. That shows how much you cared, doesn't it?" Eugene stared before him helplessly. Her bitterness and wrath surprised and irritated him. He did not know that she was capable of such an awful rage as showed itself in her face and words at this moment, and yet he did not know but that she was well justified. Why so bitter, though, so almost brutal? He was sick. Had she no consideration for him? "I tell you it wasn't as bad as you think," he said stolidly, showing for the first time a trace of temper and opposition. "I wasn't married then. I did like Christina Channing. I did like Ruby Kenny. What of it? I can't help it now. What am I going to say about it? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do?" "Oh," whimpered Angela, changing her tone at once from helpless accusing rage to pleading, self-commiserating misery. "And you can stand there and say to me, what of it? What of it? What of it? What shall you say? What do you think you ought to say? And me believing that you were so honorable and faithful. Oh, if I had only known! If I had only known! I had better have drowned myself 100 times over than have waked and found that I wasn't loved. Oh dear, I don't know what I ought to do. I don't know what I can do." "But I do love you," protested Eugene soothingly, anxious to say or do anything which would quiet this terrific storm. He could not imagine how he could have been so foolish as to leave these letters lying around. Dear heaven, what a mess he had made of this! If only he had put them safely outside the home or destroyed them. Still, he had wanted to keep Christina's letters. They were so charming. "Yes, you love me," flared Angela. "I see how you love me. Those letters show it. Oh dear, I wish I were dead." "Listen to me, Angela," replied Eugene desperately. "I know this correspondence looks bad. I did make love to Miss Kenny and to Christina Channing, but you see I didn't care enough to marry either of them. If I had, I would have. I cared for you. Believe it or not, I married you. Why did I marry you? Answer me that. I needn't have married you. Why did I? Because I loved you, of course. What other reason could I have?" "Because you couldn't get Christina Channing," snapped Angela angrily, with the intuitive sense of one who reasons from one material fact to another. "That's why. If you could have, you would have. I know it. Her letters show it." "Her letters don't show anything of the sort," returned Eugene angrily. "I couldn't get her. I could have had her easily enough. I didn't want her. If I had wanted her, I would have married her. You can bet on that." He hated himself for lying in this way, but he felt for the time being that he had to do it. He did not care to stand in the role of a jilted lover. He half fancied that he could have married Christina if he had really tried. "Anyhow," he said, "I'm not going to argue that point with you. I didn't marry her, so there you are. And I didn't marry Ruby Kenny either. Well, you can think all you want, but I know.
I cared for them, but I didn't marry them. I married you instead. I ought to get credit for something on that score. I married you because I loved you, I suppose. That's perfectly plain, isn't it?" He was half convincing himself that he had loved her in some degree. "Yes, I see how you loved me," persisted Angela, cogitating this very peculiar fact which he was insisting on, and which it was very hard intellectually to overcome. "You married me because you couldn't very well get out of it, that's why. Oh, I know. You didn't want to marry me. That's very plain. You wanted to marry someone else. Oh, dear, oh, dear." "Oh, how you talk," Eugene replied defiantly. "Marry someone else? Who did I want to marry? I could have married often enough if I had wanted to. I didn't want to marry, that's all. Believe it or not, I wanted to marry you, and I did. I don't think you have any right to stand there and argue so. What you say isn't so, and you know it." Angela cogitated this argument further. He had married her. Why had he? He might have cared for Christina and Ruby, but he must have cared for her too. Why hadn't she thought of that? There was something in it, something besides a mere desire to deceive her. Perhaps he did care for her a little. Anyway, it was plain that she could not get very far by arguing with him. He was getting stubborn, argumentative, contentious. She had not seen him that way before. "Oh," she sobbed, taking refuge from this very difficult realm of logic in the safer and more comfortable one of illogical tears. "I don't know what to do. I don't know what to think." She was badly treated, no doubt of that. Her life was a failure. But even so, there was some charm about him. As he stood there, looking aimlessly around, defiant at one moment, appealing at another, she could not help seeing that he was not wholly bad. He was just weak on this one point. He loved pretty women. They were always trying to win him to them. He was probably not wholly to blame. If he would only be repentant enough, this thing might be allowed to blow over. It couldn't be forgiven. She never could forgive him for the way he had deceived her. Her ideal of him had been pretty hopelessly shattered. But she might live with him on probation. "Angela," he said, while she was still sobbing, and feeling that he ought to apologize to her, "won't you believe me? Won't you forgive me? I don't like to hear you cry this way. There's no use saying that I didn't do anything. There's no use my saying anything at all, really. You won't believe me. I don't want you to, but I'm sorry. Won't you believe that? Won't you forgive me?" Angela listened to this curiously, her thoughts going around in a ring, for she was at once despairing, regretful, revengeful, critical, sympathetic toward him, desirous of retaining her state, desirous of obtaining and retaining his love, desirous of punishing him, desirous of doing any one of 100 things. Oh, if he had only never done this! And he was sickly too. He needed her sympathy. "Won't you forgive me, Angela?" he pleaded softly, laying his hand on her arm. "I'm not going to do anything like that any more. Won't you believe me? Come on now, quit crying, won't you?" Angela hesitated for a while, lingering dolefully. She did not know what to do, what to say. It might be that he would not sin against her any more. He had not thus far, insofar as she knew. Still, this was a terrible revelation. All at once, because he maneuvered himself into a suitable position, and because she herself was weary of fighting and crying, and because she was longing for sympathy, she allowed herself to be pulled into his arms, her head to his shoulder, and there she cried more copiously than ever. Eugene, for the moment, felt terribly grieved. He was really sorry for her. It wasn't right. He ought to be ashamed of himself. He should never have done anything like that. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Really I am. Won't you forgive me?" "Oh, I don't know what to do, what to think," moaned Angela after a time. "Please do, Angela," he urged, holding her questioningly. There was more of this pleading and emotional badgering until finally, out of sheer exhaustion, Angela said yes. Eugene's nerves were worn to a thread by the encounter. He was pale, exhausted, distraught. Many scenes like this, he thought, would set him crazy. And still he had to go through a world of petting and love-making even now. It was not easy to bring her back to her normal self. It was bad business, this philandering, he thought. It seemed to lead to all sorts of misery for him, and Angela was jealous. Dear heaven, what a wrathful, vicious, contentious nature she had when she was aroused. He had never suspected that. How could he truly love her when she acted like that? How could he sympathize with her? He recalled how she had sneered at him, how she taunted him with Christina's having discarded him. He was weary, excited, desirous of rest and sleep. But now he must make more love. He fondled her, and by degrees she came out of her blackest mood. But he was not really forgiven even then. He was only just understood better. And she was not truly happy again, but only hopeful and watchful.